God Level Farm Chapter 766 to Chapter 808. Halfway through the race, the Star of Hong Kong was only one horse's head ahead. Although it didn't seem to be an obvious advantage, in a short distance race, this kind of obvious advantage was actually very big. However, accidents often happened in an instant. Horse number 4, which was running in second place, seemed to be running out of stamina. Horse number 2 gradually caught up with it. The jockey of horse number 4 tried his best, but there was nothing he could do. The horse itself was not very powerful, and it could not accelerate at the end of the race. There was nothing he could do. The jockey could only use his experience to seize the best position. Although the rules stipulated that the jockeys were not allowed to deliberately obstruct or affect the other horses, the rules were often vague. Experienced jockeys could seize the best position through prediction and some small changes. The jockey of horse number 4 was a very experienced jockey. He used his experience to successfully stop horse number 2 from overtaking him several times in a row, and he did it without leaving any traces. Even the video replay could not determine that he had violated the rules. The jockey of horse number 2 was relatively young, and he gradually became angry after suffering a setback. In addition, the race was about to reach the finish line, so when he tried to overtake the horse for the third time, he became a little aggressive. Horse number 4 occupied a very good position, and used its position and that of the Star of Hong Kong to block horse number 2 from overtaking it. However, the jockey of horse number 2 still urged his horse to rush up, hoping to squeeze into the narrow gap and overtake the horse by force. As a result, the three horses collided with each other. The Star of Hong Kong had been in the lead since the start, so the jockey was also focused on rushing to the finish line. He did not know the situation behind him well enough, so he was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. Horse number 2 bumped into horse number 4 first, and then collided with the Star of Hong Kong. The Star of Hong Kong suddenly lost its pace, and horse number 2 could not maintain its balance after 2 collisions and fell down. The Star of Hong Kong was also brought down by this incident. Horse number 2 smashed heavily on the hind leg of the Star of Hong Kong. It was a complete mess. Although the horses behind tried to avoid it, 2 of them could not dodge in time and collided with the Star of Hong Kong. The speed of the other horses was naturally greatly affected. Horse number 4, on the other hand, was only hit by the Star of Hong Kong, so it was the least affected. It suddenly gained a great advantage. The jockey of horse number 4 was overjoyed and directly rushed to the finish line. This time, there was no need for the big screen to replay the race. It was obvious that horse number 4 was the winner. However, everyone was shocked by the accident, and no one cheered. Guohanjiang was stunned. His mouth was wide open, and he stared at the field. After a long while, he suddenly realized what had happened. Ma Xiong also frowned and said, "Let's go take a look." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Let's go." Ma Xiong and Xiao Ruofei also ran out of the box and chased after Guohanjiang. Guohanjiang's concern for the Star of Hong Kong was obviously beyond Xiao Ruofei's imagination. He ran very fast in the front. When the staff came up to him, he directly waved his hand and shouted, "Don't worry about me. Get ready for the ambulance." The organizing committee of the race also urgently stopped the preparation for the next race. The medical team was urgently dispatched, and the staff in all kinds of clothes rushed into the field. Guohanjiang was indeed anxious. Xiao Ruofei and Ma Xiong were only stunned for a moment in the box. Later, they couldn't catch up with him and he ran away without a trace. Of course, this was also because Xiao Ruofei was worried that Ma Xiong could not handle it, so he had been taking care of Ma Xiong's speed. Otherwise, Guohanjiang could not outrun Xiao Ruofei. They were stopped by the staff when they came to the sidelines. Guohanjiang was the owner of the Star of Hong Kong, and he was also a member of the jockey club. Naturally, he was unimpeded. Although Ma Xiong was also a member of the jockey club, he only came a few times a year. Plus, the scene was so busy, so it was normal that the staff did not recognize him. Ma Xiong looked at Xiao Ruofei helplessly and said, "Xiao Sheng, let's wait here." Xiao Ruofei said, "Mr. Ma, how is the jockey? I want to go in and see if I can help." The danger of horse racing was even higher than the F1 race. Because the instantaneous maximum speed of the horses in the race could even exceed 60 kilometers per hour, the instantaneous maximum kinetic energy of a 500 kilogram purebred horse running at its maximum speed was 89,000 joules. The impact and destructive power of the resulting impact was equivalent to the power of 20 M2 armor-piercing bullets. Therefore, once a collision occurred, it was not uncommon to see casualties on both sides. Ma Xiong knew about Xia Ruofei's medical skills. He hesitated and said, "Let's wait first." Xia Sheng, in fact, this kind of thing depends on the jockey's luck. If he's unlucky, he'll basically. Understood. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Then let's not cause any more trouble. Let's wait here and see what happens." Okay. Ma Xiong looked at the scene with some worry and nodded. The two did not wait for long. Guohanjiang probably realized that he had left Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei aside, so after about 5 or 6 minutes, Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong saw a staff member rushing over. "Is that Chairman Ma and Mr. Xia?" the staff member asked loudly from afar. "It's us." Ma Xiong replied. "Sorry, Chairman Guo asked me to pick you up." The staff member came up and greeted the people who were maintaining order, then continued, "Please follow me." Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei looked at each other, then quickly followed the staff member into the pasture. A total of 4 horses were involved in this accident. Among them, horse number 2 and Star of Hong Kong were in the most serious condition. The other 2 horses were caught in the accident and couldn't escape in time. They must have been injured to some extent. Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei quickly met Guohanjiang. "Chairman Guo, how is it? Is he okay?" Ma Xiong quickly asked as soon as he saw him. Guohanjiang's expression was not good. He frowned and said, "He's been sent to the hospital. He was unlucky and was hit when he fell. The doctor said that it might be internal bleeding, but he's still conscious, so his life shouldn't be in danger." Ma Xiong subconsciously looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei heard Guohanjiang say that the jockey's life shouldn't be in danger, so he shook his head subtly. Ma Xiong immediately understood and did not mention asking Xia Ruofei to treat him. Guohanjiang looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. I wanted to invite you to have some fun, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. I even caused you to lose money." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Chairman Guo, why are you still talking about that little bit of money at a time like this? It's just entertainment. I didn't expect to make a fortune from this." Guohanjiang waved his hand and said, "Yes, yes, yes, let's not talk about this." Ma Xiong saw that Guohanjiang's mood was not very good, so he asked, "Chairman Guo, is the situation of Star of Hong Kong not very good?" Guohanjiang's face showed a look of anger and said, "It's all that hothead's fault. He hurt others and himself." After cursing the jockey of horse number 2 for a while, Guohanjiang said sadly, "Preliminary examination. It should be a fracture of the hind leg. It was crushed by horse number 2 at the end." Xia Ruofei was slightly relieved after hearing that. When he saw the scene in the box, where the horse crashed to the ground and raised a large amount of dust, he thought that the Star of Hong Kong might have died on the spot. Now it seemed that the situation was better than he thought. It was just a fracture of the hind leg. But Xia Ruofei immediately felt that something was wrong. Because he saw Ma Xiong's face suddenly change after hearing the result. Ma Xiong murmured, "How? How could it be so serious?" Xia Ruofei looked at Ma Xiong, then looked at the depressed Guohanjiang, and asked curiously, "Mr. Ma, if the Star of Hong Kong only has a fracture of the hind leg, his life shouldn't be in danger, right?" Ma Xiong sighed, but before he had time to speak, a staff member hurried over and whispered a few words to Guohanjiang. Guohanjiang's face became even more gloomy. He nodded and said, "Got it." Then, Guohanjiang said to Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei, "Chairman Ma, Mr. Xia, let's go together and send the Star of Hong Kong off for the last time." Ma Xiong immediately nodded and said, "Okay. We'll go with you." Xia Ruofei was stunned when he heard that. He asked in surprise, "Chairman Guo, what? What do you mean by last time? Didn't the Star of Hong Kong only have a fracture of the hind leg? What are you going to do?" Ma Xiong looked at Guohanjiang, then winked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Xia Sheng, let's talk as we walk, Guohanjiang obviously didn't have the mood to entertain Ma Xiong and Xiao Ruofei, so he walked straight out of the field. Ma Xiong also signaled Xiao Ruofei to hurry up and follow him. Xiao Ruofei was confused. He asked as he walked, "Mr. Ma, what's going on? What are we going to do?" Ma Xiong sighed and said, "Xiao Sheng, you may not know much about horse racing, so don't talk nonsense later." Chairman Guo must be in a very bad mood right now. I won't talk nonsense. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. But what's going on? You have to explain it clearly. Ma Xiong said, "We're going to send the Star of Hong Kong off for the last time. It will be euthanized soon." Xiao Ruofei was shocked when he heard that. He couldn't help but cry out, "What? Euthanasia?" Guohanjiang, who was walking in front, obviously heard Xiao Ruofei's words. His footsteps paused for a moment, and his back visibly trembled. However, he immediately continued to walk forward. "Lower your voice." Ma Xiong smiled bitterly. Xiao Ruofei quickly lowered his voice and asked, "No. Mr. Ma, I really don't understand. Isn't it just a broken hind leg? Why euthanasia? Is it because it won't be able to compete after it's cured? But isn't this too cruel?" Ma Xiong quickly said, "Of course not. If it really can't continue to compete because of the injury, it will generally retire gracefully and then be nursed until it dies of old age." "Then why is this?" Xiao Ruofei asked, puzzled. Ma Xiong walked forward and explained in a low voice, "Xiao Sheng, you just said that euthanasia for a horse with a broken leg is too cruel. In fact, it's the opposite. This is the most humane way to do it." "I'd like to hear the details," Xiao Ruofei said. He also realized that there might be some difficulties in this. After all, he knew almost nothing about horse racing. Sure enough, with Ma Xiong's patient explanation, Xiao Ruofei finally understood the reason. First of all, running was a horse's nature. A horse that couldn't run was like a bird that couldn't fly. It was always in a very unpleasant state psychologically. Of course, this was only a very small factor. The main point was that compared to the psychological pain, a horse with a broken leg would suffer more physical pain. It took 100 days to recover from a broken bone. The recovery of a broken bone was a very long process. If it was a small pet like a kitten or puppy, it was still possible to recover if the injured part was fixed properly. But for a horse, this was simply an impossible task. Horses were huge and powerful. Humans simply couldn't hold them. Therefore, if they insisted on treatment, it would only cause the horse to fracture again before the broken leg healed. This process would cause them great pain, both physical and psychological. The amputation plan was also not feasible. The horse's body weight was too heavy. The structure of the horse's leg was also very precise. That was why it could bear such a large weight on its thin leg. If one of its legs was amputated and it could only stand on 3 legs for a long time, not only would the broken leg not recover, the good leg would also be damaged due to the long-term compensatory effect. All in all, if the horse broke its leg, it would basically be impossible to recover. If it was forced to be treated, it would only bring a long period of pain, and in the end, it would die even more miserably. Therefore, the most humane way was to euthanize it. This was also the best solution summed up after so many years. Otherwise, with Guohanjiang's wealth, as long as there was a slight chance, how would he be willing to see his beloved horse die like this? After Xiao Ruofei understood the reason, he looked at Guohanjiang's back and understood his feelings at this time. Xiao Ruofei's mind flashed through the photos of the Star of Hong Kong winning all kinds of trophies in the box just now, as well as the amazing performance at the beginning of the race. Even if it was only the first day he met the Star of Hong Kong, he couldn't help but feel sad when he knew that such an excellent racehorse would soon be euthanized. Guohanjiang was the owner of the Star of Hong Kong, and he bought the Star of Hong Kong when it was still a foal. Thinking about it for so long, they must have a very deep relationship. It was not hard to imagine how depressed Guohanjiang was at the moment. Once a horse broke its leg, the best solution was to euthanize it. The reason for this was that the recovery period of a broken leg was very long, and the nature of a horse was to run. Therefore, during the long recovery period, it was almost certain that the bones would be broken again. After all, no one could restrict the movement of a horse for a long time. This was at least 3 months. If the broken bones of a horse could be healed in a short period of time, then this problem would be easily solved. Xiao Ruofei obviously had this ability, as long as he was willing to pay the price of the spiritual heart flower petals. In fact, most of the time, he used a diluted solution of the petals, so the amount used was not large. Now that there were more and more spiritual heart flower petals in the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei did not think it was a big deal to use 1 or 2 petals to save the Star of Hong Kong. Speaking of which, he and the Star of Hong Kong were fated. After all, this time, he came for the Star of Hong Kong, and before the race, he bet 10,000 Hong Kong dollars that the Star of Hong Kong would win alone. Of course, the main reason was that Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel compassion when he heard Ma Xiong say that the horse had to be euthanized after it broke its leg. Although it was beyond his ability to save all the horses that had such injuries, since he had encountered it, what was the harm in using 1 or 2 spiritual heart flower petals? After making up his mind, Xiao Ruofei quickened his pace and chased after Guohanjiang. The supporting facilities of the track were very complete, and there was a stable not far away. When Xiao Ruofei and Ma Xiong followed Guohanjiang into the stable, there were already many staff members around. These were all people who worked for Guohanjiang. The Star of Hong Kong was able to achieve a series of dazzling results because of the support of the entire team behind it. Guohanjiang had a professional trainer, an experienced jockey, and a complete veterinary team for the horse. Including the other staff members, the entire team was quite large. Chairman Guo. Chairman Guo. Everyone greeted Guohanjiang one after another, but everyone's mood was somewhat low. Such a champion horse, because of an accident, everything before became a thing of the past. Everyone in the team had spent almost all their time with the Star of Hong Kong. Now that they had to send it to heaven with their own hands, the feeling was indescribable. Guohanjiang nodded with a gloomy expression. The Star of Hong Kong was tied to a rack with a rope. The horse was very strong, and it struggled under the pain of broken bones. It was impossible to control it with human strength. Its shiny fur was now covered in mud, and the broken part of its hind leg was obviously twisted and swollen. The Star of Hong Kong screamed in pain from time to time. He struggled so hard that the hemp rope dug into his flesh, leaving streaks of blood. Guohanjiang's facial muscles twitched as he walked up to the Star of Hong Kong. The Star of Hong Kong seemed to have sensed something and looked up at his master. Xiao Ruofei and Ma Xiong didn't say anything. They just stood quietly beside Guohanjiang. At this time, Xiao Ruofei was shocked to see tears in the eyes of the Star of Hong Kong. It seemed to have foreseen its fate, but after seeing its master, it stopped struggling and just looked at Guohanjiang with tears in its eyes. Xiao Ruofei's heart trembled. Guohanjiang didn't say anything. He just looked at the Star of Hong Kong quietly for a few minutes. The staff next to him didn't dare to say anything. They didn't even dare to breathe. The veterinarians in white coats had already prepared the injection to euthanize the Star of Hong Kong, but they didn't dare to remind Guohanjiang. They just waited carefully with a big syringe. The colorless and transparent liquid in the syringe was shocking under the light of the stable. After a long time, Guohanjiang sighed and turned his head away from the Star of Hong Kong. He said softly, "Let's start." The veterinarians immediately came forward. Xiao Ruofei saw this and quickly shouted, "Wait. Chairman Guo, wait." Guohanjiang frowned slightly and turned his head to look at Xiao Ruofei in confusion. Ma Xiong couldn't help but gently pull Xiao Ruofei's sleeve, wanting to remind him. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't seem to notice. He still said to Guohanjiang in a somewhat anxious tone, "Chairman Guo, don't euthanize the Star of Hong Kong yet. There might be a way." Guohanjiang was in a bad mood, but he still had self-restraint. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was his guest. If it were someone else who said this, he would probably be angry on the spot. The horse racing industry had been going on in Hong Kong for more than 100 years. The most humane and scientific treatment for horses with broken legs was euthanasia. This was common knowledge in the racing industry. Even with the rapid development of science and technology in recent years, euthanasia was still a problem that had no solution. As soon as Ma Xiong heard Xiao Ruofei's words, he knew that things might get worse. He quickly said, "Xiao Sheng, didn't I just explain it to you? A broken leg is fatal for a horse. If there is a way, Chairman Guo will definitely save the Star of Hong Kong at all costs. Seeing that Ma Xiong had spoken, Guo Hongjiang didn't say anything else. He also understood Xiao Ruofei. After all, Xiao Ruofei had never been involved in horse racing before, and it was the first time he saw such a cruel reality. It was normal that he couldn't accept it. However, Xiao Ruofei wasn't dissuaded by Ma Xiong's few words. He looked at Guo Hongjiang and said seriously, Chairman Guo, if there is a way to cure the Star of Hong Kong and even let it return to the race, would you be willing to try? When Xiao Ruofei spoke to stop them, the veterinarian on Guo Hongjiang's team was already very unhappy. The Star of Hong Kong had suffered such a misfortune, and their team members were already in a bad mood. Now, after hearing Ma Xiong's explanation, Xiao Ruofei still said these completely unreliable words. The veterinarian who was going to euthanize the Star of Hong Kong couldn't bear it anymore. He said in Mandarin with a strong Cantonese accent, Sir, if you don't know about animal medicine, please don't talk nonsense at this time. Xiao Ruofei didn't get angry, but asked back, how can you be sure that I'm talking nonsense? The veterinarian snorted and said, you don't even know the most basic common sense. Aren't you talking nonsense? I advise you to go and look through the information. There have been countless cases of horse leg fractures in history, and so far, there hasn't been a case of recovery. There's no point in doing some useless treatment in this situation. It will only increase the pain of the Star of Hong Kong. The veterinarian's assistant also said unhappily, we've been with the Star of Hong Kong for more than 2 years, and our relationship with it is deeper than anyone else's. If there were other ways, we wouldn't be willing to make such a choice. Can you not make trouble for us at this time? Guo Hongjiang frowned and said, Dr. Li, Cheng, stop talking. Mr. Xia is my guest. After that, Guo Hongjiang turned to Xiao Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, I know you mean well, but there's really no other way in this situation. How about this? It's getting late, and something like this happened today. Forgive me for being late, but you and Chairman Ma should go back first. We're going to euthanize the Star of Hong Kong, I think, in this situation, you should. Chairman Guo. I'm not being sentimental. Xiao Ruofei said, I know that there hasn't been a successful treatment before, but it doesn't mean that I can't do it. I still want to try. Just treat it as giving the Star of Hong Kong a chance to live. Then, Xiao Ruofei immediately added, and I can promise that I won't bring any additional pain to the Star of Hong Kong. If I really can't do anything, it won't be too late for you to ask someone to euthanize it. Guo Hongjiang couldn't help but hesitate after hearing that. Ma Xiong's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an idea flashed through his mind. At the end of the auction, Ma Xiong jokingly told Guo Hongjiang that if the horse had any health problems, maybe Xiao Ruofei could help. Now, he had a seemingly ridiculous idea. Xiao Ruofei's medical skills are so amazing, maybe he really has a way to give the Star of Hong Kong a chance to live. Ma Xiong might not believe it if it was a Western doctor with great medical skills who said that, but Chinese medicine was different. Chinese medicine was not as clear as Western medicine. Who said that Chinese medicine could only save people, but not horses? Moreover, Chinese medicine had always had a unique position in treating injuries. Although it was often said that injuries to the tendons and bones would take 100 days to heal, even if they went to see a doctor of traditional Chinese medicine, those were all ordinary doctors of traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Ruofei's medical skills were obviously not ordinary. He could even cure such a serious cerebral hemorrhage without any sequelae. Even the world's medical community could not find an effective treatment for autism, and it was said that the special medicine for autism was about to be mass-produced. It did not seem impossible for such a miraculous doctor to be able to cure a horse's fracture in such a short time. These thoughts flashed through Ma Xiong's mind quickly, and he quickly said, Chairman Guo, why don't you let Xiaxing try? He never says anything that he is not sure about. Since he took the initiative to suggest it, he must have thought of something. Guo Hongjiang couldn't help but open his eyes wide, looking at his old friend. He didn't expect that even Ma Xiong would accept this somewhat ridiculous suggestion. Xiao Ruofei looked at the Star of Hong Kong and then said to Guo Hongjiang, Chairman Guo, I can't bear to see such an excellent horse being euthanized just because of a fracture, so I decided to give it a try. Of course, the decision is up to you. If you insist, I can leave now. If Guohongjiang really didn't believe Xiao Ruofei at all, then Xiao Ruofei certainly wouldn't rush to help him. To be honest, if he hadn't seen the star of Hong Kong with tears in its eyes, Xiao Ruofei would at most mention it. If Guohongjiang didn't accept it, he would immediately turn around and leave. Since when did the petals of the spirit heart flower become so worthless? Guohongjiang finally made up his mind. He nodded and said, Mr. Xia, then I'll leave it to you. I don't dare to hope that the star of Hong Kong can return to the race, as long as its fracture can be healed. If it really succeeds, then I'll definitely reward you handsomely. Mr. Guo. The veterinarian shouted with an expression of disbelief. Guohongjiang waved his hand and didn't let the veterinarian continue. He said lightly, I've already made up my mind. You don't have to say anything more. The veterinarian could only helplessly pass the syringe that he had already prepared to his assistant, and then glanced at Xiao Ruofei with dissatisfaction. In his opinion, Xiao Ruofei was just fooling around, and in the end, it would only greatly increase the star of Hong Kong's pain. He really couldn't understand why Guohongjiang would agree to such a ridiculous thing. Xiao Ruofei didn't care about the looks of dissatisfaction from the veterinarian and the rest of the team. He smiled faintly and said to Guohongjiang, Chairman Guo, my treatment method is a little special, and I hope that it can be done in a relatively quiet environment. Also, I need some Chinese medicine here. Please send someone to prepare it as soon as possible. Although Guohongjiang still didn't believe that Xiao Ruofei could really save the star of Hong Kong, since he agreed to let Xiao Ruofei try, then he would naturally support him fully. Therefore, Guohongjiang said without hesitation, no problem. Mr. Xia, please write down the herbs that you need, and I'll send someone to prepare it right away. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay. Since Guohongjiang had spoken, someone quickly found a pen and paper and handed it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the pen and wrote down the names and quantities of at least 50 herbs on the paper. These were all herbs that could be used to treat bruises, and the purpose was, of course, to cover it up. Xiao Ruofei handed the written medicine list to Guohongjiang and said, other than buying medicine, you also need to buy a casserole for boiling medicine. Also, prepare some charcoal, gauze for bandaging, tape, and so on. No problem. Guohongjiang handed the list to the veterinarian and motioned for him to prepare the herbs immediately. He then asked, Mr. Xia, do you need something like a splint? Not for now. Xiao Ruofei said, I'll tell you if I need it. The staff rushed out to buy the herbs, and Xiao Ruofei walked to the star of Hong Kong. The broken hind leg seemed to be swollen even more, and the star of Hong Kong was getting more and more anxious. It kept struggling with all its might. Although the staff was very experienced and tied the horse's 4 hooves to a special frame, they couldn't completely restrain its hind leg. The pain must have multiplied as it struggled. The hemp ropes used to tie the horse were faintly stained with blood, and there were many bloodstains on the horse's body. It had only been tied up for 10 minutes, and it was already covered with wounds. It was conceivable that it would take at least 3 months to fully recover with traditional treatment. Therefore, it was an impossible task. Guohongjiang saw that the star of Hong Kong was suffering great pain every minute, and his heart couldn't help but waver. He felt that he might have gone crazy. How could there be any other way in this situation? If he had known, he would have been more determined. Guohongjiang thought to himself. In such a situation, every second he lived was torture for the star of Hong Kong. It would be better to euthanize him with a single injection. However, since he had already promised Xiao Ruofei, Guohongjiang couldn't go back on his word at this time. Just as Guohongjiang was struggling, Xiao Ruofei had already walked to the star of Hong Kong. He gently patted the anxious and painful star of Hong Kong on the head, and then seemingly casually rubbed the top of its head for a while. The noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. The trainer and veterinarian were even more shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. They had been with the star of Hong Kong for more than 2 years, so they knew the star of Hong Kong like the back of their hand. This was not an easy horse to please. It was already difficult to control under normal circumstances, and now that it was severely injured, it was even harder to calm down under the intense pain. Unexpectedly, the young man who knew nothing about horse racing did nothing. He just patted the horse's head a few times, and the star of Hong Kong calmed down immediately. They felt like they had just seen a ghost. Guohongjiang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. He didn't dare to disturb Xiao Ruofei, so he pulled Ma Xiong aside and asked in a low voice, "Chairman Ma, is Mr. Xia good at taming animals?" Ma Xiong smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not sure, but Xiao Xing has always been good at creating miracles. I won't be surprised no matter what he does." Guohongjiang took a deep breath. This evaluation was not low, especially when it came from Ma Xiong's mouth. That was even more difficult. Guohongjiang took a deep look at Xiao Ruofei, who was not far away, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that his small action had made Guohongjiang and his team look at him in a new light. He just couldn't bear to see the star of Hong Kong struggling in pain, so he released his mind power to comfort it. Xiao Ruofei didn't understand animal language, but he didn't need to use his mind power to communicate with the star of Hong Kong. Maybe he couldn't use his mind power to communicate with the star of Hong Kong, but it wasn't a problem for him to convey his kindness and comfort. After the star of Hong Kong calmed down, Xiao Ruofei needed to check its injuries. Before the herbs arrived, Xiao Ruofei had to have a comprehensive understanding of the star of Hong Kong. Therefore, he walked to the other side and stood behind the star of Hong Kong as he continued to release his comforting and warm thoughts. This side of the horse's leg was very swollen, which was obviously caused by a fracture. Xiao Ruofei slowly reached out to the swollen area. Guohongjiang's eyelids twitched when he saw this. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Xia, be careful." He was not worried that Xiao Ruofei would hurt the star of Hong Kong. Since he had decided to let Xiao Ruofei handle it, he would not interfere anymore. However, the fracture was very painful. He was worried that the star of Hong Kong would struggle violently again and hurt Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm just checking on its injuries." Guohongjiang quickly said, "The medical team has already performed an emergency examination with a portable X-ray machine. I'll get someone to bring the film to you." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "There's no need, Director Guo. I still believe in my own examination." Guohongjiang and Ma Xiong looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In fact, many Chinese doctors were like this. Even with the help of all kinds of sophisticated instruments, whether it was X-ray, CT, or the more sophisticated MRI, which could clearly show the parts that needed to be examined, many Chinese doctors still insisted on the traditional way of looking, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse. The instrument examination was only for support or verification. "Mr. Xia, be careful. The star of Hong Kong is very strong," Guohongjiang said. "I know. Thank you for reminding me, Director Guo," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Everyone stared at Xiao Ruofei without blinking. They were afraid that the star of Hong Kong would suddenly hurt someone. Although the body was fixed on the frame, the leg, especially the injured one, could not be completely tied up. However, what everyone was worried about did not happen. Xiao Ruofei gently stroked the swollen wound. The star of Hong Kong just trembled a little, and then obediently lay down on the frame without even struggling. Everyone present knew more about horse racing than Xiao Ruofei, and they could not help but marvel at this scene. Xiao Ruofei slightly closed his eyes. His movements seemed casual, but in fact, his spiritual power had penetrated the leg of the star of Hong Kong. The condition of the injury quickly appeared in Xiao Ruofei's mind. There were many strained muscles and ruptured tendons. Of course, the most serious injury was a fracture. It was not a dislocation. The star of Hong Kong was heavily smashed on the leg by a horse that was about the same weight as it. The calf bone in the middle of the three bones was directly broken. The broken bone was inserted into the muscle, and there were many bone fragments at the fracture. It was the most serious injury at first glance. No wonder the medical team did not make any unnecessary attempts after the examination and directly proposed euthanasia. According to normal animal medical experience, this was the least painful and most humane way for the star of Hong Kong. After checking the condition of the star of Hong Kong, Xiao Ruofei had a rough idea of what was going on. He opened his eyes and looked up at Guohongjiang. Guohongjiang was also looking at Xiao Ruofei very nervously. He asked, "Mr. Xia, how is it?" Although he did not believe that Xiao Ruofei could diagnose the injury with just a few gentle touches, he could not help but have a glimmer of hope in his heart. After all, the way Xiao Ruofei comforted the star of Hong Kong was something that even the most experienced trainer could not do. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "The calf is fractured, and there are 2 torn tendons, as well as many strained muscles. The problem is quite serious." Guohanjiang and the medical team were all stunned. The veterinarian, who could not help but stand up and question Xiao Ruofei, looked at his assistant. After a while, he asked in a low voice, "Ah Cheng, did Mr. Xia see the film just now?" Ah Cheng, the veterinarian's assistant, said with a blank face, "That's impossible. After the film came out, only a few of us looked at it for a while, and then we put it in the bag." The veterinarian could not help but gasp. If the film had been put away, it meant that Xiao Ruofei could not have seen the film when he came in just now. In other words, the result of the inspection was so accurate that there was not the slightest bit of error. It was this Mr. Xia who had simply kicked the horse's leg a few times. This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? Guohanjiang turned to look at the veterinarian and asked, "Dr. Li?" Dr. Li immediately understood what Guohanjiang meant. He quickly said, "Chairman Guo, Mr. Xiao's judgment is completely correct." His tone was a little bitter. Just now, he strongly questioned Xiao Ruofei, the layman, and it had only been a short while. Whether it was comforting the star of Hong Kong or this magical examination, it had completely overturned their understanding. Dr. Li felt that his face was burning, and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He felt that he was a frog at the bottom of a well, and he had no idea how vast the sky was. Of course, Xiao Ruofei did not care about the little episode just now, and he had no intention of humiliating Dr. Li. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Guohanjiang, "Chairman Guo, although the situation is a little serious, I can still give it a try. Whether I succeed or not, I can at least guarantee that the star of Hong Kong will not suffer any additional pain." Guohanjiang finally showed a hint of excitement. Xiao Ruofei's 2 casual moves really shocked Guohanjiang. He nodded and said, "Mr. Xia, then I'll leave it to you." "You're welcome." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly. He had been standing next to the star of Hong Kong the whole time, stroking the horse's head from time to comfort it. The star of Hong Kong no longer struggled violently like before. Although the pain made its body tremble from time to time, it was still very docile overall. In the eyes of the trainer, it was even more docile than before it was injured. The staff who were sent to buy the herbs were also very efficient. In less than half an hour, they came back with bags of herbs. They also brought back some charcoal, a casserole pot for decocting herbs, and a charcoal stove. After getting what he wanted, Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "Chairman Guo, I can't be too far away from the star of Hong Kong, so I can only prepare the herbs here." About the process of decocting, Guohanjiang immediately understood and quickly said, "Mr. Xia, thank you for your hard work. We'll wait outside." After that, Guohanjiang immediately called Ma Xiong and the rest of the staff to leave the stable. There were surveillance cameras in the stable all day long. However, after Guohanjiang and the others left, Xiao Ruofei walked over and turned the camera to the corner of the wall without hesitation. Then, he set up the charcoal stove and casserole pot, and started to boil the herbs. Although the stable was drafty, there was a faucet here, and the staff had prepared a complete set of tools, so it was not a big problem to boil the herbs on the spot. Xiao Ruofei did not just prescribe a few herbs randomly. He had mastered many lost prescriptions, and this time, he was going to brew an ointment to treat bruises. Even without the solution of the spirit heart flower petal, this ointment was much more effective than the ones sold on the market. Of course, for such a serious injury, even with this ointment, it would take at least 2 months to fully recover. Therefore, the spirit heart flower petal was a must. Xiao Ruofei was very experienced in boiling herbs now. He skillfully picked out a dozen herbs from a large pile. These were the herbs needed to boil the ointment, and the rest were used as a cover. Xiao Ruofei put the herbs into the casserole pot, added some water, and started to boil the herbs. It took a long time to boil the herbs. If the patient was a human, Xiao Ruofei could use acupuncture to seal the nerves so that the patient would not feel any pain. However, Xiao Ruofei did not know about the meridians and acupuncture points of horses, so he could only ask the star of Hong Kong to bear with it for now. After all, he had to do this without arousing suspicion, so Xiao Ruofei could not be too careful. Time ticked by. Guohanjiang and the others did not leave at all. They waited anxiously not far from the stable. Guohanjiang could not sit still at all. He was so nervous that he kept pacing back and forth on the field. Chairman Gua, take a break. It takes a long time to boil the herbs. Ma Xiong said. It's okay, I can't sit still now. Guohanjiang said with a wry smile. Chairman Ma, how confident do you think Mr. Xia can? I really don't know, Ma Xiong said. But Xia Shu rarely takes the initiative to do anything. This time, I guess he was moved by compassion. No matter what, this is the only chance for you and the star of Hong Kong. I understand. Guohanjiang sighed. No matter what the result is, I will thank Mr. Xia. The staff in Guohanjiang's team were also whispering. They were not confident at all. Even though Xia Ruofei had shown his magical skills before, the staff still could not believe that such a serious injury could be cured with traditional Chinese medicine. Weren't traditional Chinese medicines made from grass roots and tree barks, especially in the minds of some younger staff? Traditional Chinese medicine was not much different from witch doctors. Traditional Chinese medicine was not even a plant medicine. While Guohanjiang was suffering, Xia Ruofei in the stable was relatively leisurely. All he needed to do was watch the fire. After more than an hour, the water in the casserole had almost all evaporated. A layer of black ointment appeared on the bottom and inner walls. This was already the last step of the process. Previously, the herbs were put in the casserole in batches. First, the decoction was made. Then, the dregs were poured back into the casserole to continue heating. At the same time, the last 3 herbs that had been ground into powder were put in. Finally, a little ointment was made, which was enough for one use. Xia Ruofei scraped off all the ointment and carefully checked to make sure that no one was watching. Then, he took out a small porcelain bottle from the ring-to space. This was the solution of the spirit heart flower petal that he had asked Xia Qing to prepare in advance. The flower petal dissolved when it came into contact with water. This solution of the flower petal was also the most concentrated solution that Xia Ruofei had made since he got the ring-to space. He only used a little bit of spring water. He opened the porcelain bottle and poured all the solution into the medicine bowl. Then, he mixed it with the ointment. Because the solution was very small, the ointment only became a little thinner and still looked like a paste. After finishing, Xia Ruofei immediately put the porcelain bottle into the space and let out a sigh of relief. He comforted the star of Hong Kong, then walked out of the stable and motioned to Guohanjiang. Guohanjiang and the others quickly walked over. Chairman Gua, I prepared the medicine. Xia Ruofei said, in order to ensure that the star of Hong Kong can cooperate with the treatment, I need to put it in a coma for 2 to 3 hours. Can you do that? Xia Ruofei did this in order to let the medicine take full effect. Before that, he had to set the bones of the star of Hong Kong. The process would be very painful. Xia Ruofei could not guarantee that there would not be any problems. Guohanjiang immediately turned to the veterinarian, Dr. Li. Dr. Li saw this and quickly said, in this case, we can only give it general anesthesia. Under normal circumstances, chloral hydrate will be enough, but, when Dr. Li said this, he wanted to say something but stopped. Dr. Li hesitated for a moment, then said, Chairman Gua, it's nothing. There's no problem with giving the star of Hong Kong a general anesthesia. We can do it right away. Guohanjiang frowned slightly and said, Dr. Li, just tell me if you have any difficulties. Why are you hesitating? It would have been better if Dr. Li didn't say anything. Guohanjiang felt even worse after hearing Dr. Li's words. Dr. Li smiled bitterly and said, Chairman Gua, I was just thinking out of habit. I wanted to say that general anesthesia is not good for a top racehorse as it might affect its performance, but Star of Hong Kong shouldn't be a problem. After the horse's leg was broken, it was supposed to be euthanized. Even if Guohanjiang asked Xia Ruofei to try it, it was just a last resort. General anesthesia wasn't a problem at all. Even if Xia Ruofei could create a miracle this time, the Star of Hong Kong probably wouldn't be able to return to racing. With such a serious injury, the Star of Hong Kong was already luckier than most of the other racehorses. Guohanjiang's face showed a hint of sadness. He nodded and said, get ready as soon as possible. Don't let Mr. Xia wait for too long. Understood. Dr. Li said quickly. He nodded to Xiao Ruofei, then began to prepare the medicine with his assistant. With Xiao Ruofei's comfort, the Star of Hong Kong was very cooperative when it was put under anesthesia. It didn't struggle at all. After a while, it slowly closed its eyes and fell into a coma. Dr. Li went forward to check, then nodded to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, it's done." Xiao Ruofei nodded and walked to the Star of Hong Kong. Everyone was standing not far away, staring at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei calmly pressed a few times on the Star of Hong Kong's leg that was obviously twisted after the injury. Then he held the upper part of the leg with one hand and the lower leg with the other hand. He decisively twisted and pushed the leg away. The whole movement was very fast and neat, without any hesitation. Xiao Ruofei's bone-setting technique also gave everyone a shock. Her actions were too decisive, and it looked like she would break the horse's leg if she wasn't careful. Ma Xiong, especially, knew Xiao Ruofei's condition very well. He knew that Xiao Ruofei only knew Chinese medicine, but he had never heard of Xiao Ruofei being a veterinarian. If he didn't even know the bone structure of a horse's leg, how could he do bone-setting a horse? But what made Ma Xiong feel slightly relieved was that after Xiao Ruofei's seemingly reckless treatment, the obvious distortion on the leg of the Star of Hong Kong had disappeared. Although it was still very swollen, at least it meant that Xiao Ruofei's bone-setting was quite successful. Xiao Ruofei didn't move his hand away immediately after the bone-setting. Instead, he still felt around the wound for a little while. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief and straightened up. Seeing this, Dr. Li hurriedly asked, "Mr. Xia, have you reset the bone of the Star of Hong Kong?" After what happened before, Dr. Li didn't dare to doubt Xiao Ruofei casually anymore, and his tone became very polite. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and went straight to the bowl of ointment that took him more than an hour to make. Dr. Li immediately said, "Mr. Xia, we have portable X-ray equipment here. Do you want to check the effect of the reset?" Speaking of this, Dr. Li immediately realized something and quickly explained, "Mr. Xia, please don't misunderstand. I'm not doubting your ability, I just want to be sure." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No need, I'm confident." No matter how good the X-ray equipment was, it couldn't see as clearly as his mind power. Why would he need to check the bone's reset? Besides, in order to shorten the recovery time as much as possible, Xiao Ruofei used his true qi and mind power to move the small pieces of bone near the broken leg back to their original positions after he reset the calf bone. Under the investigation of his mind power, the condition of the wound could be seen at a glance. Except for the extremely small pieces of bone that couldn't be removed, the small pieces of bone were basically pieced back to the fracture position little by little. As for the very small pieces of bone, they would usually be absorbed during the treatment process, so there wouldn't be any impact. If he used the X-ray equipment to check, then all of this would be seen. It was easy to explain if the bone-setting technique was good, but if the small pieces of bone were healed together, then it would be a bit shocking. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't let Dr. Li check it now. Dr. Li couldn't help but look at Guohongjiang with a confused expression. Guohongjiang frowned slightly and said, "Mr. Xia said no need, so there's no need." "Yes, Chairman Guo." Dr. Li didn't dare to say anything else. He could only suppress his confusion and step aside. Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything else. He took the bowl of ointment and walked to the Star of Hong Kong. Then, he picked up a small brush and dipped it in the ointment, and began to apply it to the wound. The composition of the petals of the spirit heart flower would be absorbed immediately once it came into contact with the skin, so Xiao Ruofei was very careful to avoid touching the ointment directly with his hands. The black ointment didn't seem to be anything special except for the strong smell of Chinese medicine. Guohongjiang saw that Xiao Ruofei also used a very traditional method, which was to set the bone first and then apply the ointment. He couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. He didn't doubt Xiao Ruofei's technique or medical skills, and he also believed that the bone should have been set. However, the recovery period of a fracture was an unavoidable and crucial problem. The effect of the anesthetic would last for at most a few hours. After the Star of Hong Kong woke up, it would move around because of the pain. If it was a human, even if it was a child, it could at least be comforted with words. However, the Star of Hong Kong couldn't understand human language, and it was so irritable. If it moved its legs slightly, Xiao Ruofei's work would have been in vain. Even if Xiao Ruofei had a very magical ability to calm the Star of Hong Kong down, it would take 100 days to recover from a serious injury. Was it possible that Xiao Ruofei would be inseparable from the Star of Hong Kong for more than 3 months, and he would be comforting it without sleep? Obviously, that was impossible. Xiao Ruofei didn't care about what other people thought. He was very focused on applying the ointment evenly on the broken leg. In order to maximize the effect of the ointment, he even scraped off a little bit of the ointment at the bottom of the bowl and applied as much ointment as possible on the injured leg of the Star of Hong Kong. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved. He turned to Guohongjiang and said, "Chairman Guo, I'm done. Let's all take a rest here and wait for the Star of Hong Kong to wake up." Guohongjiang nodded slightly and said sincerely, "Mr. Xia, thank you for your hard work." Whether Xiao Ruofei could succeed or not, Guohongjiang's gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. He could see that Xiao Ruofei was trying his best to cure the Star of Hong Kong, and he had seen the magical medical skills that Xiao Ruofei had mentioned before. Therefore, he wanted to befriend Xiao Ruofei even more. "You're welcome," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Guohongjiang asked Xiao Ruofei to sit on the grass outside the stable. After all, it didn't smell very good inside. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. "Okay. Dr. Li, one of you stay here to observe the Star of Hong Kong. When it's about to wake up, come out and let me know." Dr. Li quickly said, "Okay, I'll stay here by myself." "That's fine too." Xiao Ruofei said, "Remember, don't touch the ointment on the Star of Hong Kong, and don't use any equipment to check it. Just watch it." "Understood." "Don't worry," Dr. Li said immediately. Xiao Ruofei, Guohongjiang, and Ma Xiong walked out of the stables together. There were already staff moving picnic tables and chairs in the meadow. They also brought some pastries, snacks, and of course, the unfinished red wine from dinner were all placed on the table. Although it was already winter, the weather in Hong Kong wasn't too cold. Even if they were outdoors, they wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Xiao Ruofei and the other two sat down and chatted with red wine glasses while sipping from time to time. Guohongjiang didn't continue the topic of the Star of Hong Kong because he felt that if he said too much, it would easily make Xiao Ruofei misunderstand that he didn't trust his ability. Moreover, the Star of Hong Kong was injured, which made him feel very bad. So he simply changed the topic to change his mood. People who were able to do well in the business world and had a net worth of 10 billion yuan were not low in EQ. Whether it was Guohongjiang or Ma Xiong, they all had their unique personal charms, so Xiao Ruofei didn't feel bored. Whether it was talking about business or some anecdotes in Hong Kong's rich circle, Xiao Ruofei was very interested. More than an hour passed quickly. When it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, Dr. Li ran over and said, "Chairman Guo, Chairman Ma, Mr. Xia, it's about time. The Star of Hong Kong should be awake soon." Xiao Ruofei, Ma Xiong, and Guohongjiang looked at each other. The three of them stood up at the same time and walked towards the stable. The Star of Hong Kong was still lying there quietly. Ma Xiong glanced at it and said in surprise, "Huh? The swelling seems to have gone down." Guohongjiang couldn't help but open his eyes wide when he heard that. He quickly walked over to take a closer look and said in surprise, "It seems to have gone down a little." Dr. Li was a little bit surprised. When a bone was broken, it would cause a lot of damage to the muscle tissue and capillaries. How could the swelling go down so easily? He couldn't help but walk over and take a closer look. He carefully recalled the condition of the Star of Hong Kong and couldn't help but be a little shaken. It seemed that it had really gone down a lot, but it didn't seem to be any different. Dr. Li was very conflicted. For more than an hour, Dr. Li had been staring at the Star of Hong Kong. The swelling went down slowly, so it wasn't easy to notice. It was like a child. Parents wouldn't notice any changes if they saw them every day, but if others saw them every once in a while, they would immediately notice that the child had grown up a lot. Therefore, as the only person who stayed in the stable, Dr. Li was the last to notice the change. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei knew in his heart that it must be the effect of the spirit heart flower's petals. One had to know that the little bit of ointment just now was infused with a whole spirit heart flower's petals. It would be strange if it didn't have any effect at all. "Xiaosheng, why don't you go and check it out?" Ma Xiong sounded very excited. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and nodded. He walked to the side of the Star of Hong Kong and glanced at the broken bone. The black ointment still emitted a strong Chinese medicine smell, but Xiao Ruofei knew that the spirit heart flower's petals had been completely absorbed by the Star of Hong Kong. The petals would be absorbed when they came into contact with the skin. At first, Xiao Ruofei was worried that the Star of Hong Kong might not be able to absorb the spirit heart flower's petals, but now it seemed that he was overthinking. He only took a glance and he could clearly feel that the swelling had gone down a lot. Unlike the others, Xiao Ruofei had used his mental power to check the entire leg, so even the slightest change couldn't escape Xiao Ruofei's eyes. Moreover, the swelling was actually quite obvious, or else Ma Xiong wouldn't have noticed it the moment he entered the stable. Xiao Ruofei quietly placed his hand on the back of the Star of Hong Kong and released his mental power to check. When the situation was reflected in his mind, he couldn't help but smile. The spirit heart flower's petals didn't disappoint him. During the check, Xiao Ruofei could clearly see that the broken bone was slowly healing, especially the small pieces of broken bone. They had already merged with the calf bone, and if he didn't check carefully, he wouldn't even notice the signs of fracture. Bones were the slowest to heal, and as for the strained muscles and broken tendons, they had already healed. An entire spirit heart flower's petals had been used all at once, and the effect was simply unbelievable. "How is it, Mr. Xia?" Guohongjiang asked impatiently when he saw Xiao Ruofei raise his head after the check. "The situation is similar to what I expected, and the effect is great." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Chairman Guo, now that I've restored the Star of Hong Kong to its original state, I'm even more confident." "That's great." Guohongjiang couldn't help but feel excited. "Mr. Xia, thank you so much this time. As long as the Star of Hong Kong survives, I'll definitely reward you handsomely." Guohongjiang was so excited after hearing the good news that he didn't notice that Xiao Ruofei had used the word restored to its original state. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's goal from the beginning was to restore the Star of Hong Kong to its best condition so that it could compete and even have a chance to win the championship. Guohongjiang and the others became nervous when the Star of Hong Kong woke up. The anesthetic effect was wearing off, and the pain of the fracture would start to torture the Star of Hong Kong again. If it struggled violently for one or two more times, Xiao Ruofei's previous hours of work would all be in vain. The broken bones would definitely be dislocated again. Xiao Ruofei was very calm. He gently touched the mane of the Star of Hong Kong, and the Star of Hong Kong also looked up at Xiao Ruofei. They were not sure if it was an illusion, but they felt that the Star of Hong Kong seemed to calm down after seeing Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was not sure if one petal of the spirit heart flower was enough, but at least from the current situation, the result was very good. Although the petals would be absorbed as soon as they came into contact with the skin, there was still a process for them to take effect. In the case of the Star of Hong Kong, most of the petals of the spirit heart flower were used to heal the broken bones. Xiao Ruofei checked with his spiritual power and found that the broken bones had mostly healed, but he was not sure if the effect of the spirit heart flower was over. Regardless, the effect had exceeded Xiao Ruofei's expectations. He was prepared to spend a lot of money and thought that he would need to use 2 or 3 petals of the spirit heart flower. Now, it seemed that 1 petal would be enough. The medicinal effect of this petal should not be completely absorbed yet. Even if the injury was not completely healed by then, Xiao Ruofei's ointment was not just for show. This was an ancient recipe stored in the human jade talisman, and it was much more effective than the ordinary ointment on the market. Once the injury was mostly healed, the pain would definitely be reduced. After using this ointment for a few days, it would basically be healed. At most, Xiao Ruofei would have to work a little harder and stay with Guohongjiang to look after the Star of Hong Kong. In comparison, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was worth it to use 1 less petal of the spirit heart flower. Moreover, it was unlikely that such a serious fracture could be completely healed in just a few hours. Although it was shocking enough that it could be healed in a few days, it was better to reduce the impact as much as possible. In addition, although there were a lot of people today, they did not know the exact effect of the treatment. Xiao Ruofei could just stay in Hong Kong for a few more days and give Guohongjiang some advice. She should be able to minimize the influence of the treatment. When these thoughts flashed through Xiao Ruofei's mind, Guohongjiang and the others were very nervous. They stared at Xiao Ruofei and the Star of Hong Kong without blinking. They were afraid that the Star of Hong Kong would suddenly struggle and fail. By the time Xiao Ruofei realized that everyone was staring at him, several minutes had passed. He also felt a little uncomfortable. After thinking for a while, he asked, Chairman Gua, you usually have a place to train racehorses, right? Can the Star of Hong Kong be transferred over? Gua Hongjiang hesitated for a while and said, it can be transferred over, but I don't know how the Star of Hong Kong is now. I'm worried that something might happen during the transfer. Normally, with such a serious injury, the Star of Hong Kong should be euthanized at the racecourse. Otherwise, the result would be the same if the Star of Hong Kong was transferred back. It would only increase the pain of the Star of Hong Kong. Therefore, Gua Hongjiang did not even consider the possibility of transferring the Star of Hong Kong. Xiao Ruofei said directly, it's okay. I'll be with the Star of Hong Kong the whole time. I can't guarantee anything else, but at least there won't be any problems on the way. Okay. I'll arrange it right away. Gua Hongjiang did not waste any time and said directly. At this point, they could only trust Xiao Ruofei unconditionally. At least so far, Xiao Ruofei's ability had far exceeded their expectations. As for the effect, they did not know. Xiao Ruofei also did not allow the medical team to examine the Star of Hong Kong with equipment. Soon, a van used to transfer horses drove over. Everyone worked together to carry the Star of Hong Kong and the Star of Hong Kong into the van. During the whole process, Xiao Ruofei followed the Star of Hong Kong closely and kept comforting it. Perhaps it was because the pain had lessened a lot, and Xiao Ruofei's spirit power was kind, the Star of Hong Kong did not have any violent reactions. It was almost at the mercy of Xiao Ruofei. The staff carefully fixed their work in the carriage. Xiao Ruofei stood at the back of the van and said to Ma Xiong, Mr. Ma, I'm not going back to the hotel. I'm definitely going back with the Star of Hong Kong today, and I might have to stay with Chairman Gua for the next few days. Please help me check out the hotel room. The presidential suite cost more than 100,000 Hong Kong dollars a day. Xiao Ruofei could not refuse Ma Xiong's hospitality. However, Xiao Ruofei did not want to disturb Ma Xiong's business since he would not be staying in the hotel for the next few days. Ma Xiong smiled and said, it's okay. As long as Xiaxing is in Hong Kong, the presidential suite will be reserved for you. Well, haha. Xiaxing, Chairman Gua, it's getting late. My old bones can't take it anymore. I have to go back to sleep. Ma Xiong greeted the two of them with a smile, then said to Gua Hongjiang, Director Gua, you must believe in Mr. Xia, he will definitely give you a surprise. Gua Hongjiang said gratefully, I know, Chairman Ma. Thank you. Haha. You're welcome. Ma Xiong then nodded to Xiao Ruofei, and then walked to the exit of the racecourse, accompanied by the bodyguards. At this time, the staff had already fixed the van, and Xiao Ruofei immediately jumped into the van without hesitation. This container truck had been specially modified to transport horses. Naturally, the smell in the truck was not very pleasant, but Xiao Ruofei did not care. When she was training as a sniper, she had experienced an environment 10 times or 100 times worse than this. She had even experienced being soaked in a cesspool for a few hours. What was this? Gua Hongjiang's eyes also showed that he was touched, but he did not say anything. He just silently remembered it in his heart. Gua Hongjiang's car was a Maybach, but he did not get into that car. Instead, he opened the door of the container van and sat in the driver's seat. Xiao Ruofei was his guest. It was not right to treat a guest in a smelly van. However, today was special. There was no other way, so this was the only way. However, if Gua Hongjiang sat in the Maybach, he would not be able to get over it. Gua Hongjiang sat in the container van, which shocked the container van driver and made him feel uncomfortable. Gua Hongjiang glanced at him and said, Start the car. What are you waiting for? The container van driver started the car in a hurry. His legs were trembling. The person sitting next to him was a billionaire. If there was an accident on the road, he would not be able to afford it even if he sold himself. Seeing him like this, Gua Hongjiang could not help but smile bitterly. How could he drive like this? He dared to drive, but he did not dare to sit in it, therefore, Gua Hongjiang quickly said, Forget it. You can get out. You can sit in my bodyguard's car. The container van driver nodded as if he had been granted amnesty. He unfastened his seatbelt and jumped out of the car without saying anything. Then, he poked his head out of the window and shouted, "Ah Biao. You drive this car." One of Guohongjiang's bodyguards quickly ran over and replaced the container van driver. Guohongjiang's bodyguards were also worried. The safety of the road could not be guaranteed. Now that the driver was replaced by one of their own, they were relieved. After a while, the motorcade drove away from the racetrack. There was a black Mercedes-Benz in front and behind the container van. Guohongjiang's bodyguards were sitting in the cars. There was also a flashy Maybach at the back. The motorcade looked really strange. Fortunately, the journey was safe. About 20 hours later, the motorcade arrived at the horse training base that Guohongjiang had specially built near the Happy Valley racetrack. The training base covered an area of about 50 acres. There was a special training track and a complete set of auxiliary facilities. The team that served the horses was also stationed there all year round. In the training base, in addition to the Star of Hong Kong, which was receiving top treatment, there were also 5 horses. They were all racehorses with excellent bloodlines and were receiving scientific training. Guohongjiang notified the training base on the way and asked someone to prepare a large room for them. Xiao Ruofei just said that he might be with the Star of Hong Kong for a few days to treat it. Naturally, it could not be placed in the stable. As soon as the car stopped, he immediately jumped out of the car and went to the back of the car. After the staff opened the container, he immediately asked, "Mr. Xia, are you okay?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Chairman Guo, I'm fine. The Star of Hong Kong is in good condition too. Don't worry." Guohongjiang breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he was also concerned about the Star of Hong Kong, but in this case, he could not ask. He could only ask Xiao Ruofei about his own condition. Otherwise, it would be rude to neglect the guest. The staff entered the car one after another. Everyone worked together to move the Star of Hong Kong to a large room that was prepared in advance. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Chairman Guo, ask someone to prepare some Chinese medicine according to the list I gave today. It's best if there's more. I need to use it tomorrow." "No problem," Guohongjiang said without hesitation, "the medicine will be delivered tomorrow morning." Although Guohongjiang did not see anything magical about the black ointment, at least the Star of Hong Kong was in good condition. Its mood was quite stable, and there was nothing that he was worried about before. This meant that Xiao Ruofei's treatment might be effective. The hope in Guohongjiang's heart grew. Xiao Ruofei said, "There's nothing else. Leave it to me. I'll sleep here tonight." Guohongjiang was touched and said, "Mr. Xia, I'm so sorry for neglecting you. When this is over, I'll thank you properly." "You're welcome, Chairman Guo. Since I've taken on this task, I'll do my best." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "By the way, from tomorrow onwards, there's no need for a large group of people to gather here. I need to be quiet here, and the treatment process needs to be confidential, understood?" "Understood," Guohongjiang said quickly, "No one will disturb you here, but I'll ask them to be on standby at the training base. If you need anything, you can go to them directly." "Okay, Chairman Guo. It's getting late. You should go back and rest." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll let you know if there's anything here. I'll stay at the training base tonight." Guohongjiang said with a trace of fatigue, "I'll leave the work to others. If there's nothing urgent, I'll stay at the training base for the next few days." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. Guohongjiang was the leader of a billion-dollar group. He was busy with work every day. Although he could handle some work at the training base, it was enough to show how important the Star of Hong Kong was to Guohongjiang. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that it was because of Xiao Ruofei. After all, Xiao Ruofei was a guest, and he stayed to treat the Star of Hong Kong. As the host, Guohongjiang naturally couldn't go back to work himself. No matter what Guohongjiang thought, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't persuade him. He just smiled and said, "Chairman Guo, I'll do my best here. Don't worry. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Xia." Guohongjiang said sincerely, "I live next door. Mr. Xia, call me if you need anything." "Okay, rest early, Chairman Guo." Xiao Ruofei said. Guohongjiang took a deep look at Xiao Ruofei and didn't say too many words of thanks. He just nodded and left the room with his people. The room was very spacious, and there was also a temporary large bed. Xiao Ruofei had no problem resting. After he closed the door, he walked to the side of the Star of Hong Kong and checked its injury with his mind power again. Although it had been less than an hour, the fracture seemed to have recovered a lot. Basically, the calf bone had grown back together, and there were only a few small cracks at most. Xiao Ruofei was very happy. If it weren't for the fact that the wound hadn't completely healed, he would have untied the Star of Hong Kong. After all, it was bad for the blood circulation if it was tied up all the time, and it was bad for the horse's health. This was also one of the reasons why the horses could only be euthanized after their bones were fractured. They could not be tied up like this forever. 1 or 2 days was already the limit. Compared to the recovery period of more than 3 months, this was simply meaningless. Considering that the broken bone hadn't completely healed, Xiao Ruofei finally gave up the idea of untying the Star of Hong Kong. He kept comforting the Star of Hong Kong with his mind power. The Star of Hong Kong was very calm, even calmer than usual. It snorted from time to time, and sometimes it turned its head to look at Xiao Ruofei with a hint of intimacy in its eyes. Xiao Ruofei was a little hesitant. He was worried that if he went to sleep, the Star of Hong Kong might be in a bad mood at night, and it might hurt the wound. After all, there was still some pain. However, if he didn't sleep and stayed up all night, although it wasn't a big problem physically, it was better to avoid staying up all night. Xiao Ruofei quickly checked the room. Although he believed that Guohongjiang wouldn't go so far as to install a camera in his room to spy on him, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Especially when it came to the core secrets of the spirit map scrolls. Even in his own home, Xiao Ruofei was extremely careful. With a weapon like his psyche power, Xiao Ruofei's rich experience in the military was almost useless. Under the scan of his psyche power, the most advanced pinhole camera or eavesdropping device could not hide. After checking, Xiao Ruofei confirmed that there were no surveillance devices in the room. Then, he checked the doors and windows. After locking the door and windows and drawing the curtains, Xiao Ruofei immediately summoned the spirit map scroll. Then, with a thought, he entered the Archean realm in the Ring 2 space with the Star of Hong Kong. Xiaqing was drawing the caterpillar fungus in the Archean realm. Recently, Xiaqing's focus was almost all on the caterpillar fungus. When he saw Xiao Ruofei enter the space, he hurriedly put down what he was doing and came over respectfully. "Hello, Master." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and asked, "How's the caterpillar fungus harvesting going these few days?" Xiaqing said bitterly, "Master, I'm useless. Although I'm already working hard, I've only harvested a very small area. It might take quite some time to harvest all of it." Xiao Ruofei said gently, "There's no rush. Fine work comes out of slow work." He had no choice. The Ring 2 space was his top secret. Otherwise, he could have hired a few hundred workers to finish it in a few days. Xiao Ruofei looked at the caterpillar fungus that had been dried on the shelf. There were roughly a few thousand strands, and this did not include the ones that were drying outside. It was obvious that Xiaqing had worked quite hard for the past 2 days. "Xiaqing, this horse's hind leg is fractured." Xiao Ruofei said, "I used a spirit heart flower petal on it. It's mostly healed, but its injuries haven't completely healed. I plan on leaving it in the Archean realm. Don't harvest the caterpillar fungus for now. Help me take care of this horse." "Yes, Master." Xiaqing replied respectfully. The Star of Hong Kong was taken aback when she was brought to a completely unfamiliar environment. However, the spirit qi in the air was so dense that it formed a mist in the air. Although the Star of Hong Kong did not understand the spirit qi, it subconsciously liked this kind of environment very much. Therefore, it did not show any impatience. Instead, it turned its head and looked around curiously. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Little guy, I'll untie you now, but you have to promise me that you'll stay here obediently. You can't run around, and you can't go crazy. Your leg injury hasn't healed yet." Naturally, the Star of Hong Kong did not understand. Xiao Ruofei just treated it as if he was talking to himself. If it really lost control, with Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation, he could easily control it alone. Therefore, he might as well untie it. After all, it was not a good idea to keep it tied up, and it was harmful to the horse's health. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he reached out and began to untie the rope. However, after thinking for a while, he stopped and looked around. He removed 2 boards from the shelf and modified them with a military dagger to make simple splints. Xiao Ruofei fixed the 2 splints on the injured leg of the Star of Hong Kong, and then continued to untie the rope. After being untied, the Star of Hong Kong subconsciously wanted to run, but it immediately felt a huge force pressing down on it, and its whole body could not move. In fact, Xiao Ruofei only pressed one hand on the horse's back and used a little genuine qi to make the Star of Hong Kong unable to struggle. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Little guy, don't run around, or I'll tie you up again." After that, Xiao Ruofei let go of his hand. As expected, the Star of Hong Kong was much more obedient. It tentatively took a step forward, and when it saw that Xiao Ruofei did not stop it, its other hind leg followed. It took 2 steps to get down from the shelf that was fixed to it. After getting down, it tried to walk a few steps. Because the leg injury was not completely healed and the splints were fixed, its posture was not very natural, but the pain was already very light. After trying, the Star of Hong Kong began to be a little restless, but before it could run, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Now you can only stand and walk a few steps at most. If you don't listen to me, I'll tie you up again." Although the Star of Hong Kong did not understand Xiao Ruofei's words, it understood the threat in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. It was also shocked by the scene of one hand pressing down on it, so it immediately became obedient and stopped. Xiao Ruofei looked at it and could not help laughing. "This little guy is quite smart. You can stay here for a while. It's good for your recovery here." After that, Xiao Ruofei turned to Xiaqing and said, "Xiaqing, your task is to take care of it. Don't let it run, and pay attention to the injury on its leg." "Yes, master," Xiaqing replied without hesitation. Although it was only a sole puppet to assist in planting, Xiaqing's strength was still very great. It was not a problem for him to control a horse. However, Xiao Ruofei was still a little worried. He said, "If you can't control it, you can contact me at any time with your divine sense. It shouldn't be here for long, just a few days. In addition, if it needs to be fed." Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, then said, "Take it to the Mountain Sea realm. Isn't there a large grassland there? Just let it eat grass." "Understood, master. But let it stay in the origin realm most of the time." Xiao Ruofei said, "By the way, you must keep an eye on it. Don't let it destroy the things in the space." To put it bluntly, even if the Star of Hong Kong broke its leg again, Xiao Ruofei did not particularly care. He could completely heal it. However, the origin realm was full of precious crops. Not to mention the wild ginseng, the dendrobium ironhide, and the golden silk cedar. Just the spiritual heart tree alone would make it difficult for Xiao Ruofei's business to continue if it was destroyed. That was why he tirelessly reminded Xiaqing. Xiao Ruofei said solemnly, "Master, don't worry. I will keep an eye on it at all times." "Good. Then you've worked hard." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll go out first." "Master, take care." Xiao Ruofei walked over and touched the mane of the Star of Hong Kong. He did not care whether it could understand or not and gave a few more instructions. Then, he flashed and left the Ring 2 space. It was already close to midnight. Xiao Ruofei went to the bathroom to wash up briefly before lying down on the bed to sleep. There were about 6 to 7 hours between now and dawn. In other words, the Star of Hong Kong could stay in the Ring 2 space for about 7 to 8 days. In an environment with such dense spiritual energy, its injuries should be mostly healed after so many days. Xiao Ruofei did not forget to separate a trace of his mental strength when he slept. This way, if there was any movement outside, or if Xiaqing urgently contacted him in the space, he would be able to react immediately. After lying down on the bed, Xiao Ruofei fell asleep after a while. At around 7 in the morning, Xiao Ruofei woke up on time. He turned over and got out of bed. He first released his mental strength to investigate. There was no movement outside. Then, he did not bother to wash up. He directly took out the spiritual map scroll and entered the space with a thought. Of course, he did not forget to leave a trace of his mental strength outside. This way, if there was any movement, he would be able to quickly detect it. After all, this was not his home. It was better to be careful. After entering the space, Xiao Ruofei felt a gust of wind and the sound of a horse's hooves. He took a closer look and saw that it was the Star of Hong Kong running towards him from not far away. From the way it ran, it seemed that its leg injury had completely healed. Even the splint had been removed by Xiaoqing. The Star of Hong Kong ran to Xiao Ruofei and immediately lowered its head. It stuck out its tongue and licked Xiao Ruofei's hand. It looked very intimate. Xiao Ruofei could not help but laugh when he saw it. He said, "Little guy, it seems that your injury has recovered well." Xiaoqing also came over and said respectfully, "Master, I have already checked this horse. Its injury was basically healed on the 5th day, so I removed the splint." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Well done. Since it's completely healed, the splint is meaningless." The Star of Hong Kong kept its head down and rubbed against Xiao Ruofei's body. Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel a trace of affection in his heart. He stroked its mane and said with a smile, "This time you're alive. One who survives a great disaster is destined for good fortune. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the future. By the way, I bet 10,000 Hong Kong dollars on you. Who knew that you would be so weak? This time I really lost all my money. I'm counting on you to win it back in the future." Xiao Ruofei talked for a long time. The Star of Hong Kong did not understand, but it felt close to Xiao Ruofei from the bottom of its heart. After staying in the space with rich spiritual qi for 8 or 9 days, it seemed that its spirituality was much better than before. It knew that it was Xiao Ruofei who saved it, so it subconsciously felt closer to Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, it was in the nature of horses to submit to the strong. The process of training horses was actually a process of constantly wearing down their wildness. The scene of Xiao Ruofei beating it with one hand had left a deep impression in its heart. Even if strictly speaking, Xiao Ruofei was still a stranger, if Xiao Ruofei wanted to ride it for a lap, it would definitely not have any resistance. Xiao Ruofei did not waste time. After a few words, he said with a smile, "I'm going to take you out, but you have to suffer a little. I have to tie you up first. Otherwise, Chairman Gua and the others will really be scared." Being able to completely heal such a serious injury like a fracture in one night would really scare people if they knew about it. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, the Star of Hong Kong took the initiative to run behind the fixed frame without saying anything. Then, it gently stepped on the frame and lay down lazily. Xiao Ruofei could not help but be stunned when he saw this. He said to Xiaoqing, It understood what I just said?" Xiaoqing said with a smile, "The environment in the Lingtu world is too unique. Most of the creatures here have intelligence. It's just that this horse has not been here for long, so it's not very obvious. However, it should be able to understand simple words." Xiao Ruofei murmured, "This is really powerful. Chairman Gua is really lucky this time. The Star of Hong Kong will definitely be much more effective in training and taming in the future." Of course, Xiao Ruofei was just joking. He naturally did not care too much about this. Because they were in Guohongjiang's training base, Xiao Ruofei did not dawdle. He quickly tied up the Star of Hong Kong with a rope. Then, he said goodbye to Xiaoqing and left the Ring 2 space with the Star of Hong Kong. After returning to the outside world, Xiao Ruofei had just finished washing up when Guohongjiang gently knocked on the door outside. "Mr. Xia, I hope I didn't disturb your rest?" Guohongjiang asked with a smile. Then, he could not help but glance at the Star of Hong Kong. He did not sleep well last night because he was worried about his gains and losses. Of course, he hoped that Xiao Ruofei could cure the Star of Hong Kong, but he was afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Moreover, he was lying in bed, worried that something would happen to the Star of Hong Kong at night. Therefore, he tossed and turned until the second half of the night before he fell asleep. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, No, I got up early. Xia Sheng, I'll ask someone to send breakfast to your room." Guohongjiang said, "Thank you for your help in the treatment of the Star of Hong Kong." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You're welcome, Chairman Gua. After one night, the ointment I brewed has basically taken effect. Now, the Star of Hong Kong is in good condition. The swelling is basically gone. I think it can be untied tomorrow at the latest. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Guohongjiang subconsciously looked at the injured leg of the Star of Hong Kong. If it weren't for Xia Ruofei's reminder, he might not have noticed it. Now that he took a closer look, he found that the Star of Hong Kong's hind leg was indeed not swollen at all. If he had not seen the Star of Hong Kong's miserable condition after the fracture yesterday, he would have even mistakenly thought that the Star of Hong Kong was not injured at all. In fact, the Star of Hong Kong was not injured at all. Although it was not suitable to do strenuous exercise in the early stages of recovery, objectively speaking, the fracture was completely healed. Mr. Xia, this. Guohongjiang was so excited that he could not speak coherently. This is really a miracle. Don't mention it, Mr. Guo. It's only halfway to recovery. Xia Ruofei said, after it fully recovers, it still needs to undergo recovery training. It will probably take 1 or 2 months for it to be able to compete again. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, didn't I say that yesterday? I'll try my best to make the Star of Hong Kong as good as new. Since it's going to be as good as new, it must be able to meet the standards of the competition, and its level of competition won't drop. But I wasn't sure yesterday, and now that I've seen the results of the treatment, I'm more confident. Guohongjiang was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. This is really. Mr. Xia, to be honest, I wasn't confident that it could recover, but after seeing your medical skills, I thought that as long as it could recover, it would be fine, and I could always raise it. I didn't even think about it being able to compete. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, now you can think about it, Chairman Guo. I think there's still a lot of hope. Guohongjiang nodded and said, thank you so much, Mr. Xia. If it weren't for your persistence, the Star of Hong Kong would have been euthanized last night. Speaking of this, Guohongjiang couldn't help but look at the Star of Hong Kong again, and his heart was also filled with fear. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's not a successful treatment yet. The specific results will depend on the treatment in the next 2 days. Oh right, Chairman Guo, have you prepared the herbs I need? Guohongjiang quickly said, they're all ready. If it's not enough, I'll ask them to buy more. Mr. Xia, let's have breakfast first. I'll ask someone to send the herbs over later. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay. Let's do it as soon as possible. It's not a good idea to keep the Star of Hong Kong tied up like this. I want to let it go as soon as possible. Guohongjiang was a little worried and asked, if we untie it, will it? Of course I'll untie it when I'm confident. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, otherwise, wouldn't all the previous work have been in vain? Yes. Mr. Xia must be confident, so I won't say more. Guohongjiang laughed. He stood up and said, Mr. Xia, you can have your breakfast first. I'll get someone to send the herbs over later. I still have some documents to deal with, so I won't disturb Mr. Xia. Although Guohongjiang was at the horse training base, there were many documents that came and went every day for such a large real estate group. Many of them required his approval, so there was no way for him to hide and relax here. In fact, other than handling documents, he had a lot of other work. He was the backbone of the entire company. His schedule was almost full this morning. There were at least 4 or 5 groups of company executives coming over to report their work. It was almost the same as going back to work in the company. Help yourself, Director Guo. Xia Ruofei also stood up and said. The staff quickly sent breakfast over. Not long after Xia Ruofei finished eating, all the herbs he needed were sent over as well. Guohongjiang was worried that the quantity was not enough, so he bought a lot of each herb and piled them up in the corner of the room. After everyone left, Xia Ruofei locked the door, then said to the Star of Hong Kong with a smile, okay, now I'll untie you, but you have to be good. You can only stay in the room for 2 days. The Star of Hong Kong seemed to understand Xia Ruofei's words, and lowered its eyelids obediently. Xia Ruofei smiled and untied the rope on the horse quickly. The Star of Hong Kong obediently came down from the rack. It didn't need Xia Ruofei's order. It just stood quietly in the room and snorted from time to time. If the trainer of Star of Hong Kong saw this scene, he would be shocked. This horse was so wild that it was almost impossible for strangers to get close to it except for the trainer and jockey who lived with it day and night. Xiao Ruofei picked out the herbs she needed and started a fire to boil the medicine. Although the Star of Hong Kong had basically recovered, she still had to apply the medicine every day even if it was just for show. Moreover, the medicine could also strengthen the effect. After all, the bone injury had just healed. Compared to when it was not injured, the broken bone was definitely not as strong as before. For the next 2 days, Xiao Ruofei stayed in the room with the Star of Hong Kong during the day. After resting at night, he sent it to the Archean realm in the Ring 2 space. He made use of the difference in the flow of time and the rich spiritual energy to further its recovery. For 3 consecutive nights, the Star of Hong Kong had stayed in the Archean realm for about a month. In addition to its leg injury being completely healed, its spirituality was also much stronger than before. Although it could not reach the level of Little Hay and the rest, it could quickly understand some simple instructions. As long as the language was not too complicated, it could basically understand it. The Star of Hong Kong was probably the smartest horse in the world now. Guohongjiang had also specially instructed that no one would disturb Xiao Ruofei as long as he locked the door, regardless of whether it was day or night. Therefore, from the 2nd day onwards, Xiao Ruofei no longer tied the Star of Hong Kong to the shelf. Xiao Ruofei also boiled all the herbs Guohongjiang sent into the ointment for bruises. Except for a small part for the Star of Hong Kong, he put the rest into the space. As for the useless herbs that were used to confuse the judgment, Xiao Ruofei also casually picked some out and mixed them with the original dregs to boil. This way, even if someone found the dregs, they would not be able to analyze and restore his prescription. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to walk out of the room and said to the staff on standby in the corridor, "Please ask Director Guo to come over." "Okay, Mr. Xia, please wait a moment," the staff said hurriedly and respectfully. After a while, Xiao Ruofei heard a knock on the door. "Come in," Xiao Ruofei said loudly. The door was pushed open, and Guohongjiang walked in. "Mr. Xia, are you looking for me?" He was stuck in the middle of his sentence because he saw the Star of Hong Kong standing in the middle of the room. He was not tied to the rack at all. Guohongjiang could not help but be surprised and happy. At the same time, he was a little worried, so he subconsciously lowered his voice. "Mr. Xia, this Star of Hong Kong can now walk on the ground?" Guohongjiang asked in surprise. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "According to my judgment, the Star of Hong Kong's injury is basically healed. As long as it doesn't do any strenuous exercise, it shouldn't be a big problem. In fact, the Star of Hong Kong was not only healed, but it was in a better condition than before it was injured. The rich aura in the Ring 2 space was not just for decoration. Plus, it had absorbed a whole petal of the spirit heart flower and used a lot of the ancient medicine." Xiao Ruofei had no doubt that if the Star of Hong Kong were to compete against the same racehorses that night, it would be able to beat them without any suspense. Its lead would be very obvious. However, in order not to scare Guohongjiang, Xiao Ruofei chose to be more conservative. Even so, Guohongjiang was still deeply shocked. In 3 days, such a serious fracture was basically healed. For hundreds of years, the problem of treating a broken leg of a racehorse had never been solved. Even today, with the advancement of medicine, a broken leg of a horse could only be euthanized. However, Xiao Ruofei only relied on traditional Chinese medicine to brew some ointment and then cured the fracture in 3 days. This was simply the reincarnation of Bianc and Hua Tua. Although Hua Tua might not know how to treat a horse, Guohongjiang could not think of any other words to describe Xiao Ruofei's medical skills. His voice even trembled a little. "Mr. Xia, I really don't know what to say. The Star of Hong Kong is my favorite racehorse for most of my life. To be honest, tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars are nothing to me, but that kind of love is irreplaceable." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Chairman Guo, I understand. I invited you here today to say goodbye to you." Guohongjiang paused for a second, then quickly said, "Mr. Xia is leaving? The Star of Hong Kong hasn't fully recovered yet, right? Do you have something urgent to do in China?" "That's not it. Then can I ask you to continue to treat the Star of Hong Kong?" Guohongjiang did not wait for Xiao Ruofei to finish and said eagerly, "Mr. Xia, I know you don't lack money, but I can pay you a lot of money. as long as you're willing to stay and help the Star of Hong Kong recover. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Chairman Gua, can you hear me out? I'm sorry, please go on. Gua Hongjiang knew that he had lost his composure, so he quickly apologized. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Chairman Gua, the reason why I asked to leave is not because I want to quit halfway. I just feel that I've done all the work, and I don't have to be there to do what I want to do. Xiao Ruofei took a sip of water and said, now the Star of Hong Kong can accept some low-intensity recovery training. In addition, I'll leave some of the ointment. Just apply some to it every night and it'll be fine. But I'm worried about accidents, Gua Hongjiang said. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I told you, I won't do anything I'm not sure about, so don't worry, there won't be any accidents. Well. Gua Hongjiang hesitated for a while and said, okay then. Since Mr. Xia insists on leaving, then I can't force you to stay. But, if there's something you can't handle here, Mr. Xia, please don't hesitate to lend a hand. No problem. If there's an accident, I'll fly to Hong Kong as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Thank you. Thank you. Gua Hongjiang thanked him very sincerely. Oh right, there's a few more things. Xiao Ruofei said, I hope you can limit the scope of your knowledge about the Star of Hong Kong as much as possible. I believe Mr. Ma has told you that I'm afraid of trouble. Don't worry, Mr. Xia, I'll be careful even if you don't tell me, Gua Hongjiang said with a smile. Okay, and, for the next step of the rehabilitation training, try to limit the scope of your knowledge as much as possible. It's best to arrange for 1 or 2 trustworthy people to be in charge. Xiao Ruofei said, the duration of the rehabilitation training can be extended as much as possible, so its recovery cycle won't be so shocking. No problem. Gua Hongjiang said without hesitation. Then he had an idea and asked in a low voice, Mr. Xia, so, the recovery of the Star of Hong Kong is much better than I thought. Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment, and then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Gua Hongjiang was indeed a powerful figure in the treacherous business world. He had only been a little careless, and Gua Hongjiang had immediately grasped the key information. You can say that. Xiao Ruofei didn't hide it and said directly, Mr. Gua, the Star of Hong Kong is a very good racehorse. It's born with excellent conditions, so it's normal for it to recover faster. So, I hope you can give an order that it won't be x-rayed or anything like that for a month. Gua Hongjiang's eyes flashed with surprise, and he quickly said, I understand. Mr. Xia, don't worry, I'll arrange everything here and minimize the impact. That's good. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Gua Hongjiang looked at the quiet Star of Hong Kong and felt that this horse seemed to be a little different from before. It looked almost the same, but it gave Gua Hongjiang a feeling that it had been reborn. He became more curious and couldn't help but whisper, Mr. Xia, can you let me see the true state of the Star of Hong Kong? That way, I'll know what to do. Seeing Gua Hongjiang like this, Xiao Ruofei knew that he couldn't refuse. The Star of Hong Kong was Gua Hongjiang's horse, and after he left, Gua Hongjiang would definitely not be able to resist the urge to try it. By then, it might even be seen by more people. Instead of that, it was better to tell Gua Hongjiang the truth. Even if it was shocking, it would only be Gua Hongjiang alone. Xiao Ruofei believed that after Gua Hongjiang saw his true ability, he would never tell the world. Gua Hongjiang would definitely try his best to be on good terms with a miracle-working doctor like Xiao Ruofei. If Xiao Ruofei didn't want to show off, Gua Hongjiang would be more than happy. If the whole world knew about miracle Dr. Xia, it wouldn't be so easy to ask for his help if there was a health problem. These thoughts flashed through Xiao Ruofei's mind quickly, and he nodded and said, then let's go to the training ground. But don't worry, Mr. Xia. I'll go and clear the place. Gua Hongjiang immediately said, give all the staff half a day off and let them leave the training ground. Leave a few bodyguards on the outside and don't let them enter the training ground. It was easy to talk to smart people. Xiao Ruofei didn't even need to finish, and Gua Hongjiang immediately understood his intention. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, and Gua Hongjiang immediately rushed to arrange it. More than half an hour later, Gua Hongjiang stood on the side of the training ground, dumbfounded. Xiao Ruofei, who was wearing a knight's suit, handed the horsewhip to his left hand, and then turned over to Gua Hongjiang with the Star of Hong Kong. Guohanjiang was still in a petrified state, and his mouth was so wide open that an egg could be stuffed in. Guohanjiang really thought that he was in a dream. He even couldn't help but secretly pinch his thigh, causing him to grimace in pain. It was rare to see a real estate tycoon in Hong Kong lose his composure like this. Until Xia Ruofei walked up to Guohanjiang with the Star of Hong Kong, Guohanjiang's mind was still filled with the image of Xia Ruofei riding the Star of Hong Kong on the training track. The image of the Star of Hong Kong's strong figure and its speed was still in Guohanjiang's mind. Chairman Gua, Xia Ruofei smiled as he handed the reins to Guohanjiang and asked, "Do you want to give it a try?" Guohanjiang came back to his senses. He waved his hand and said, "Oh, it's okay. I like horse racing, but I'm not good at riding. I can't handle a wild horse like the Star of Hong Kong." As a billionaire, the most Guohanjiang could do was ride a docile filly in the club. A professional racehorse like the Star of Hong Kong was naturally ridden by a professional jockey. One had to know that at that speed, falling off the horse could very well be the end result of death. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Actually, the Star of Hong Kong is quite docile. You can give it a try." Guohanjiang looked at the Star of Hong Kong, which was rubbing its head against Xia Ruofei's body. He had a strange feeling in his heart. Was this still the wild horse that gave professional jockeys headaches, and Mr. Xia didn't know anything about horse racing before? Judging from the way he rode the horse, he was even better than a professional jockey. His coordination with the Star of Hong Kong was also perfect. It was like he was glued to the horse's back, adjusting his posture naturally with the horse's back. He even looked like he was one with the horse. "Can I give it a try?" Guohanjiang was eager to try. If it was in the past, he would never have done such a thing. But today, when he saw Xia Ruofei galloping wildly on his horse, he actually felt a little envious. "Don't worry." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's absolutely safe. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong." Guohanjiang also made up his mind. He laughed and said, "With a miracle doctor like you, what am I afraid of? I'll give it a try today. Speaking of which, I'm the owner of the Star of Hong Kong. It's not right that I haven't ridden it even once." After that, Guohanjiang took the reins. Xia Ruofei patted the Star of Hong Kong's head and said, "Little guy, Chairman Gua is your owner. Take it easy later. Don't play tricks." The Star of Hong Kong snorted and paced back and forth. Guohanjiang couldn't help but find it funny. Xia Ruofei sounded so serious. Could it be that the Star of Hong Kong could understand her? He smiled, stepped on the stirrup with his left foot, and then sat on the horse's back. Although Guohanjiang had never ridden a professional horse like the Star of Hong Kong, his riding skills were not bad. Fortunately, Guohanjiang had cleared the entire training ground, and even the bodyguards were waiting outside the training ground. Otherwise, those people who saw this scene would be scared out of their wits. Guohanjiang gently shook the reins, and the Star of Hong Kong immediately understood and galloped forward. But unlike before, the Star of Hong Kong didn't run very fast, but it was very stable. Guohanjiang sat on the horse's back and didn't even feel a lot of bumps. Guohanjiang was very surprised. He couldn't help but look back at Xia Ruofei. Then he gently squeezed the horse's belly and shouted, "Faster." The next moment, Guohanjiang immediately felt that the Star of Hong Kong sped up, but it was still very stable. In the blink of an eye, Guohanjiang had ridden it once. It felt no different from riding a very gentle filly at the equestrian club. Guohanjiang stopped in front of Xia Ruofei and pulled the reins, then he easily got off the horse. "Mr. Xia, I didn't expect that not only are your medical skills excellent, but you're also so good at training horses." Guohanjiang said excitedly, "It's really hard to imagine that you could train the Star of Hong Kong to such a level in just 3 days. My team couldn't do it even after 2 years. In fact, from a professional point of view, the Star of Hong Kong didn't even meet the requirements of a competition because its wild nature hadn't been completely tamed, and it was very irritable. However, the Star of Hong Kong was born with excellent conditions, and some small flaws didn't affect it in the competition." Now, Guohanjiang could clearly feel that the Star of Hong Kong had been reborn. And judging from the situation when Xia Ruofei rode the horse, the Star of Hong Kong had completely recovered, and its speed was even faster than before. All of this was because of Xia Ruofei. Guohongjiang was a little bit surprised. He now understood why Xia Ruofei repeatedly told him not to do an X-ray examination on the Star of Hong Kong within a month, and to insist on applying medicine every day to make it look like it was still being treated. If the real condition of the Star of Hong Kong was known to the outside world, it would cause a sensation, and the creator of this miracle, Xia Ruofei, would also be disturbed. Guohongjiang secretly reminded himself that he had to be careful with the things that Xia Ruofei told him. He couldn't even tell his most trusted subordinates anything. He had to do as Xia Ruofei said, and make it look like the Star of Hong Kong was still being treated. He would let the Star of Hong Kong return in a month or two. Although recovering from a broken bone in a month or two and even returning to the competition was also quite shocking news, it was still acceptable compared to the miracle that Xia Ruofei had actually created. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Chairman Guo, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. The Star of Hong Kong's injury is basically healed. But you still have to use the ointment that I gave you. After all, it's just recovered from a serious injury, and it's very necessary to consolidate the effect of the ointment." Understood. Guohongjiang's tone unconsciously became a little more respectful. "Mr. Xia, I'll definitely do what you asked me to do. Please don't worry, this matter won't be spread out." Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Don't train too much in the early stage. Give the Star of Hong Kong some time to adapt. It will definitely surpass its previous peak state in a month or two." Okay. I'll definitely do as you say," Guohongjiang said. Then he asked, "Mr. Xia, are you going to leave today?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. I'm going to book a flight back to the mainland this afternoon. You know, I have a small company in Xianxia. Although it's not as big as Chairman Guo's, it's still quite a lot of chores. I've been out for too long this time, and it's time to go back." Guohongjiang thought for a while and said, "Mr. Xia, what do you think about this? You stay for one more day, and I'll treat you and Chairman Ma to dinner tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll send a private jet to take you back. This way, it won't take too much time." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Chairman Guo, you're welcome. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future for dinner." No. Guohongjiang quickly said, "Mr. Xia, I originally said that I would invite you to be my guest, but you've worked so hard for so many days because of the Star of Hong Kong. You even ate and lived with the horse. I already feel bad about it. If you don't even have a meal with me, and word gets out, how can I show my face in front of others? Chairman Ma will definitely criticize me behind my back, not to mention others." Xia Ruofei showed a hint of hesitation when he heard that. Guohongjiang said again, "I'll just have a meal in my own house. Mr. Xia, you've helped me so much this time. Please give me a chance to express my gratitude." Xia Ruofei nodded helplessly and said, "Okay, I'll stay for one more day. But you don't have to send a private jet. I'll take the civil aviation flight back tomorrow. The earliest flight is at noon." Guohongjiang said, "Mr. Xia, you don't have to be so polite. It's very convenient to have a private jet. It's nothing more than applying for a flight route. I haven't been traveling far recently, and I've spent so much money on the flight crew. I have to find something for them to do." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Okay. Since Chairman Guo said so, I won't be polite with you." Soon, Guohongjiang arranged for a confidant to come over to the training base to take charge of the overall situation. He repeatedly instructed this subordinate, mainly the things that Xia Ruofei had told him to pay attention to. Then, he handed the ointment that Xia Ruofei had left to this subordinate to personally manage. After arranging the work, Guohongjiang originally wanted to personally accompany Xia Ruofei to tour Hong Kong. However, Xia Ruofei considered that although he had been in Hong Kong for a long time, he hadn't spent much time with Huan, so he politely declined Guohongjiang's kindness. He asked Guohongjiang to send him back to the Ma family's house. Because he had called the Ma family in advance, when Xia Ruofei arrived at the Ma family's villa, Ma Xiong and Tian Huixin were at home, while Ma Jiming stayed in the group to deal with official business. Now that Ma Xiong had gradually begun to transfer power to his son, Ma Jiming, most of the time, Ma Xiong wasn't very busy. Xia Ruofei didn't see Huan. Because the kindergarten hadn't closed yet and it wasn't the weekend, Huan went to school. However, when Tian Huixin learned that Xiao Ruofei had specially come to accompany Huan Huan, she decided to pick Huan Huan up from the kindergarten at noon. As for the afternoon, she directly asked for leave. Huan Huan went to an aristocratic kindergarten, and it was the property of Hengfeng Group. As the little princess of the Ma family, it was natural for her to ask for half a day's leave. Xia Sheng. As soon as Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, Ma Xiong greeted him enthusiastically. Have you finished your work? Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Yes. I didn't make a mistake, or else I would have ruined my reputation. Ma Xiong laughed and said, how could Xiaoxing make a mistake? Just now, Director Guo called me. He was really shocked. Xiao Ruofei smiled modestly and said, Director Guo has overpraised me. By the way, Mr. Ma, Director Guo said that he would like to invite us to dinner tonight. He told me on the phone. Ma Xiong said with a smile. We'll go together in the evening. You can accompany Huan Huan today. The little girl talks about you every day. Tian Huixin smiled and said, Huan Huan is still in kindergarten, but I'll pick her up at noon. If she knows that Brother Ruofei came to accompany her, I don't know how happy she will be. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, Huan Huan went to school? Then I'll pick her up at noon with Aunt Tian. Let her be happy too. Okay. Tian Huixin said happily. Everyone entered the villa together. Ma Xiong took Xiao Ruofei to the garden to make tea and chat. Although the old man was old, his spirit was very good. When he talked about business, his thoughts were very clear. Xiao Ruofei even joked that he had handed over his power too early. In fact, he could still fight for 10 more years. When it was close to noon, Xiao Ruofei and Tian Huixin went to Huan Huan's kindergarten to pick her up. The kindergarten that Huan Huan went to was the property of Hengfeng Group. Moreover, it was the kind of aristocratic kindergarten that had a jaw-dropping tuition fee. In addition, the Ma family had arranged many people to secretly protect her. Just for this little girl, they had arranged countless manpower and material resources. When the two of them arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten, the principal, who had been notified in advance, was already waiting there with Huan Huan. When Huan Huan saw Xiao Ruofei, she immediately shouted in surprise, Brother Ruofei. Then, she shook off the principal's hand and rushed towards Xiao Ruofei. The principal was shocked, but soon saw Tian Huixin, who was beside Xiao Ruofei, waving at her. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and bow slightly to Tian Huixin from afar. Xiao Ruofei squatted down and picked Huan Huan up when she rushed over. He asked with a smile, Huan Huan, are you good in kindergarten? Huan Huan is very good. Huan Huan said proudly, the teacher often praises me. Xiao Ruofei thought with a trace of malice in his heart, could it be that the teacher is trying to flatter the boss? Today, your brother specially came to accompany you. Are you happy? Xiao Ruofei asked again. Huan Huan pouted and said, you should have come earlier. Brother Ruofei, you've been in Hong Kong for so many days before coming to see Huan Huan. Do you not like me anymore? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. He hurriedly said, I had something to do at the last minute and couldn't get away. Didn't I come over as soon as I finished? I didn't even have time to take a shower. Can you smell it? As Xiao Ruofei spoke, he put his sleeve next to Huan Huan's nose. Huan Huan giggled, covered her nose, and said, No. No. I don't want to smell it. Looking at her daughter playing with Xiao Ruofei and laughing happily, Tian Huixin couldn't help but sigh. Unconsciously, her eyes were a little wet. After picking up Huan Huan and returning home, Xiao Ruofei accompanied her for the whole afternoon. Of course, considering that they had to go out in the evening, they didn't go out in the afternoon. Xiao Ruofei played with Huan Huan in the villa of the Ma family. He really liked this cute little girl. Whether it was hide and seek, riding a horse, or other games, he unconditionally cooperated. Huan Huan was very happy, and her innocent laughter echoed throughout the villa. When night fell, Xiao Ruofei and Ma Xiong arrived at Guohongzheng's villa on the top of the mountain. Although it was called a villa, it was more like a manor. In addition to a 3-story detached house, there were several ancillary buildings, a huge front and back garden, a private swimming pool, and so on. The environment was quiet and private, and at the same time, they could see the sea view of Victoria Harbour. It was almost the best location in the entire harbor. Guohongjiang's financial resources were evident from the fact that he owned such a large manor in the top luxury area. Guohongjiang attached great importance to Xiao Ruofei's visit, not to mention that Ma Xiong, who was in a similar position as him, was also in the car, so he came to the entrance of the villa in advance to wait. As soon as the car stopped, Guohongjiang greeted them with a smile. "Chairman Ma, Mr. Xia, it's such an honor to have you here," Guohongjiang said enthusiastically. "Chairman Guo, if this place is a luxurious place, then my house is a wilderness," Xiao Ruofei joked. "Mr. Xia is an expert, unlike us common people who pursue material comforts," Guohongjiang said with a smile. "Chairman Ma, Mr. Xia, dinner is ready, please come in." The two followed Guohongjiang to the villa's dining room. The long table was already filled with delicious food, and the decanter was filled with red wine that had been soaked in advance. It was a bottle of Bordeaux wine from France, which was more than 100 years old. Guohongjiang had collected it for more than 20 years. He only had 2 bottles of such wine in his huge wine cellar, and today, he opened one without hesitation. The neatly dressed waiters were lined up in a row, and there was also a foreigner in a white chef's suit. This was Guohongjiang's private chef, who specialized in French food. Although there were only the 3 of them for dinner, and it was considered a family dinner, Guohongjiang made it very grand. Not only did he have a lot of waiters, but he also opened his collection of red wine, and he even took out the top-grade white truffle that he won from the auction a few days ago to enjoy. Xiao Ruofei watched the French chef cut the fresh white truffle with a knife and put it on the plate. He couldn't help but have a strange feeling. The white truffle that was sold at a high price was finally enjoyed by himself. Although he only ate a small portion of the white truffle, Xiao Ruofei still felt strange. Guohongjiang raised his wine glass and said, "Mr. Xia, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I won't say anything more. From now on, Mr. Xia is Guohongjiang's most important guest. Come, let's have a drink." Guohongjiang was a smart man. Xiao Ruofei had saved the life of the Star of Hong Kong, which was a huge favor. Of course, the more important thing was that Guohongjiang had keenly discovered Xiao Ruofei's extraordinariness through this matter. For this kind of eccentric person, especially one who was good at medical skills, a super-rich person like Guohongjiang would definitely go after him like a flock of ducks. Whether Guohongjiang had a utilitarian heart or not, at least his attitude was very sincere, so Xiao Ruofei also raised his glass with a smile and said, "Chairman Guo, you're too polite. It's just a small favor." "Chairman Guo, you don't have to take it to heart. This is a great favor." Guohongjiang and Xiao Ruofei clinked glasses and said with a smile. After drinking, Guohongjiang proposed another toast to Ma Xiong, and then warmly greeted, "Come, come, come. Chairman Ma, Mr. Xia, try Bliss's craftsmanship. Thanks to Mr. Xia, this kind of top-grade truffle is rare." Everyone chatted while eating, and the atmosphere of the dinner was very warm. After 3 rounds of drinking, Guohongjiang gestured to the housekeeper behind him, and the housekeeper immediately brought up a document that had been prepared long ago. Guohongjiang took the document in his hand and handed it to Xiao Ruofei across the table. He smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, this is a little token of my appreciation. I hope Mr. Xia doesn't mind." Xiao Ruofei took the document with a strange look. He opened it and immediately closed it. He said, "Chairman Guo, this won't do." "Absolutely not. Mr. Xia, don't be in a hurry to refuse." Guohongjiang smiled and said, "I have a reason for doing this." Ma Xiong saw this and put down his glass. He asked with a smile, "Oh. It seems that Chairman Guo gave a big gift. Look at how scared Xiaxing is." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Old Mr. Ma, see for yourself." Ma Xiong took the folder and flipped it open to take a look. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Director Guo is really generous." It was a transfer document. The transfer was none other than Guohongjiang's beloved horse, the Star of Hong Kong, and the transfer price was a symbolic 1 Hong Kong dollar. In other words, Guohongjiang was going to give the Star of Hong Kong to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said, "Chairman Guo, I really can't accept this. I know you want to thank me, but I only did you a favor, which was to heal the injury of the Star of Hong Kong. If you give the Star of Hong Kong to me, this is too." Guohongjiang said sincerely, Mr. Xia, if you hadn't stopped me that night, the Star of Hong Kong would have been euthanized. If you hadn't saved the Star of Hong Kong, it would have been so seriously injured that it wouldn't have had a chance to survive. So, it's not a loss to me. You deserve this horse. And Guohongjiang paused and looked deeply at Xia Ruofei before continuing, and I think Mr. Xia and the Star of Hong Kong are destined to be together. You were able to tame the Star of Hong Kong in just 2 or 3 days. This isn't something an ordinary person can do. A good horse is a gift to a hero, and this horse is the most suitable gift for you. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Chairman Gua, thank you for your kindness, but I can only accept it. Guohongjiang opened his mouth, but Xia Ruofei stopped him and continued, Chairman Gua, I don't know anything about horse racing. If you give the Star of Hong Kong to me, it would be like casting a bright pearl in the dark. Plus, it's very troublesome to transport the horse back to the mainland, and I heard that the daily cost of raising a racing horse is astronomical. I can't afford it. With that, Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, that's why you should keep such a good horse for yourself. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Guohongjiang said, Mr. Xia, this is not difficult. After the Star of Hong Kong is transferred to you, it can continue to live in my horse training base, and all the expenses will be covered by me. And it can continue to participate in races in the future. Such a good horse will definitely win you a lot of trophies. No, no, no. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, Chairman Gua, I know that the Star of Hong Kong is your favorite, but a gentleman doesn't take away other people's favorite. No matter what you say, I will never accept this horse. Ma Xiong also admired Guohongjiang's courage. He vaguely guessed that Guohongjiang must have seen Xia Ruofei's magical skills, so he deliberately made friends with him. Even so, Guohongjiang was indeed very generous to give away a high-quality racing horse that was worth at least tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars. Ma Xiong said with a smile, Chairman Gua, since Xiaoxing has said so, I don't think you can give away this horse today. Guohongjiang looked at Ma Xiong and said with a wry smile, Chairman Ma, why do I feel like you're gloating? Am I? Ma Xiong turned to Xia Ruofei and asked with a smile, is it really that obvious? Xia Ruofei smiled but didn't say anything, while Guohongjiang said angrily, it's very obvious. Ma Xiong couldn't help but laugh. Xia Ruofei was determined not to accept it, so Guohongjiang had to take the document back. But obviously, he had expected this situation, so he had prepared a backup plan. The housekeeper, who had been waiting on the side, immediately came forward and handed over another folder. At the same time, he took back the document of the horse transfer. Mr. Xia, since you don't want the Star of Hong Kong, then you can't refuse my gift. Guohongjiang handed the folder to Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, Mr. Xia, you still have to give me a chance to express my gratitude. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. These rich people were really generous. A high-quality racing horse that was worth tens of millions was given away without even blinking an eye. When Xia Ruofei saw the transfer document, he couldn't help but be shocked. And to be honest, he did have a moment of impulse. But he also knew that it was inappropriate for him to accept the Star of Hong Kong no matter what. It was like an expensive sports car that broke down, and an experienced repairman successfully fixed it, then the owner of the sports car gave the repairman the sports car as a thank you gift. No matter how he thought about it, it was a bit ridiculous. No matter how big the favor of curing the Star of Hong Kong was, could it be more valuable than the Star of Hong Kong itself? If it was, then there must be something else involved in this favor, which Xia Ruofei didn't want to accept. So when Xia Ruofei refused, his attitude was very firm. Xia Ruofei was a little curious about the gift Guohongjiang gave him again, so he quickly reached out and took the folder. He opened it and saw that it was another transfer agreement. This time, it wasn't the Star of Hong Kong that was being transferred, but a penthouse duplex on Repulse Bay Road. Xia Ruofei briefly looked at the information of the house and was shocked again. It said that the building area was 1,788 square feet. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Chairman Gua, please don't joke with me. How can I accept such a valuable gift? Ma Xiong's curiosity couldn't help but burn. He asked curiously, Xiaoxing, what did Chairman Gua give you this time? Quick, tell me. Xia Ruofei said, see for yourself. I really can't accept it. It's too valuable. Ma Xiong opened the document and glanced at it. He smiled and said, "It seems that Chairman Gua is very sincere today." Gua Hongjiang smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, I don't mean anything else. I just want to thank you for saving the life of the star of Hong Kong, and I sincerely want to be friends with you. I haven't used this house for a long time, so giving it to Mr. Xia is making the best use of it." Xia Ruofei said, "Chairman Gua, if you really want to thank me, then give me a gift of moderate value. How can I accept such a luxurious house?" Ma Xiong smiled and said, "Xia Sheng, I think you should accept it. Mr. Xia, you see, even Chairman Ma has said so. You should accept it. This is my sincerity, nothing else," Gua Hongjiang said. Then he said to Ma Xiong, "Chairman Ma, you finally said something fair today. You didn't add insult to injury. Good, good." Xiao Ruofei didn't pay attention to the banter between the two old friends. He shook his head and said to Ma Xiong, "Mr. Ma, don't join in the fun. You've seen the document. It's a mansion of nearly 2,000 square meters." Ma Xiong was stunned and said, "Mansion? This? It's definitely a mansion for ordinary people, but in Chairman Gua's property, it's just SOSO." Gua Hongjiang also nodded repeatedly, promptly expressing his disdain for this house. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Of course it's SOSO compared to Chairman Gua's manor, but you've seen the document. It's a house of nearly 2,000 square meters. The house prices in Hong Kong are so expensive, and it's in Repulse Bay Road, where every inch of land is worth gold. The value of this house is probably enough to buy several star of Hong Kong. How can I accept it?" Ma Xiong and Gua Hongjiang were both stunned. Then they looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei was confused and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Both of you are respectable celebrities in Hong Kong. Don't keep me in suspense." Ma Xiong said with a smile, "Xia Sheng, you may have misunderstood. The area of this house is 1,788 square feet. Note, it's square feet, not square meters as you say in the mainland. There's a big difference." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He opened the document and saw that it was indeed written in square feet. Because the document was written in traditional Chinese and Xiao Ruofei had lived in the mainland for many years, he subconsciously thought that the unit of measurement was square meters. "Then, how many square meters is this equivalent to?" Xiao Ruofei asked awkwardly. Gua Hongjiang was a real estate tycoon, and the real estate group under his name had developed many projects in the mainland. Therefore, he was quite familiar with the conversion between two units. Soon, he gave the answer, "Mr. Xia, it's actually equivalent to about 167 square meters. It's a very small house." Xiao Ruofei looked at Gua Hongjiang suspiciously. He felt that Gua Hongjiang's words might not be reliable, so he took out his phone and searched online. It turned out that it was true. The square feet were actually square feet, and the unit of measurement was based on King John's footprints. It was about 30 centimeters, and 1 square meter was equivalent to 10.7 square feet. After conversion, the 1788 square feet house was about 167 square feet. What was very interesting was that the so-called 1,000-foot mansion that was often seen in Hong Kong TV dramas was actually about 100 square meters. In the mainland, it was a small house. In Hong Kong, where every inch of land was worth gold, the house prices were the most expensive in the world. It was even higher than the house prices in New York. Most people couldn't afford to live in such a 1,000-foot mansion. Xiao Ruofei wasn't fooled by Gua Hongjiang's words. When he was searching on his phone, he also caught a glimpse of the housing prices in the shallow water bay area. "Chairman Gua, although I misunderstood the size of the house, it is indeed smaller than I thought," Xiao Ruofei said, "but I also checked the housing prices. A 2,000 square foot penthouse like this costs at least 40 million Hong Kong dollars. I can't accept such an expensive gift." Gua Hongjiang quickly explained, "Mr. Xia, some things can't be measured by money. You know how I feel about the star of Hong Kong. You saved its life, and that's something that can't be bought back with money. I just want to express my gratitude. You can't reject this, right?" After saying that, Gua Hongjiang hurriedly winked at Ma Xiong. Ma Xiong and he were old friends for many years. Although they didn't know each other well, they knew each other very well. Ma Xiong naturally knew what Guohongjiang was thinking. Of course, he was also happy to help Guohongjiang and Xiao Ruofei become friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately leaked some information to Guohongjiang on the day of the auction. Therefore, after Ma Xiong saw Guohongjiang's signal, he immediately nodded slightly. Then, Ma Xiong said with a smile, "Xia Sheng, since Chairman Guo is so sincere, why don't you accept it? You've done him such a big favor, so he should at least show some appreciation. Otherwise, he'll feel bad." "Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Xia, Chairman Ma spoke my mind," Guohongjiang quickly said. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Ma, it's not that I'm unreasonable. If it was a normal gift, I definitely wouldn't reject it. But a property worth tens of millions, this amount of money is nothing to Chairman Guo," Ma Xiong said with a smile. "And you rejected the first gift. He changed to another one, and you still didn't want it. This is a bit too, but, Xia Sheng, no buts." Ma Xiong said with a smile, "I know what you want to say. This amount of money is nothing to Director Guo. Moreover, this building was originally developed by their family. In fact, the cost is not as high as you said. What you said is the market price." Xiao Ruofei shook his head helplessly and said, "Alas. Since that's the case, I'll accept it." Looking at the situation, he knew that if he didn't accept the house, the atmosphere would be awkward. Moreover, he still had to give Ma Xiong face. Xiao Ruofei also realized that the first gift Guohongjiang gave him was just a cover. Guohongjiang liked the Star of Hong Kong so much, why would he give it to someone else? His real purpose should be to give away this house. Xiao Ruofei even thought that if he said that he didn't want the house and simply wanted the Star of Hong Kong, what kind of expression would Guohongjiang have? Of course, Guohongjiang didn't know what Xiao Ruofei was thinking. When he saw that Xiao Ruofei finally accepted the house, he was also happy. "Great," Guohongjiang said, "Xia Sheng, I also have a power of attorney here. After you sign it, you don't have to worry about the transfer of the property. I'll take care of everything here for you. It won't delay you from going home tomorrow." "Okay then," Xiao Ruofei said, "Thank you, Director Guo." "Mr. Xia, you're welcome," Guohongjiang said quickly, "I should be the one saying thank you. In fact, it's really just a small token of my appreciation. I saw that Mr. Xia didn't have a place to stay in Hong Kong, and this house has been vacant for a long time, so I wanted to give it to you. This way, you won't have to stay in a hotel when you bring your family and friends to Hong Kong in the future." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He knew that since he had accepted Guohongjiang's gift, he definitely couldn't stand by and do nothing if Guohongjiang really needed his help in the future. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't really dislike this. After all, Guohongjiang and Ma Xiong were good friends, and according to the information he found on the internet, Guohongjiang had a good reputation. The key was that he was very patriotic, and he always clearly criticized some of the bad tendencies in Hong Kong society. His performance at the last auction showed that he was indeed a patriotic businessman. Today, Guohongjiang was very sincere, so Xiao Ruofei didn't mind making another friend. Soon, the housekeeper came over and asked Xiao Ruofei to sign the transfer agreement and the power of attorney. Seeing the housekeeper leave with the folder, Guohongjiang was very happy. He raised his glass and said, "Come on, Director Ma, Mr. Xia, let's drink. I'm so happy to be able to meet such a talented young man like Mr. Xia." After this round of drinking, Xiao Ruofei was naturally fine, but the two old men were dizzy from drinking too much. However, Xiao Ruofei was also a little dizzy when he took the car back to Ma Mansion. Did he just come here to drink and earn a house, and it was a penthouse on the top floor of Shallow Water Bay Road in Hong Kong's prime area? Of course, Xiao Ruofei only felt that it was unreal. In fact, he didn't lack money, and he knew very well that if his medical skills were publicized, those super-rich people would probably line up to give him money, just like Guohongjiang did today. However, Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't do that. This kind of thing was fine occasionally. If he really wanted to make money, he had a lot of ways with the Ring 2 space in his hands. He wouldn't choose to expose himself to the spotlight and become the center of attention. When he returned to Ma Mansion, little Huan Huan still insisted on not going to sleep. Although the little girl was very sleepy, she refused to go upstairs and insisted on waiting for Xiao Ruofei in the living room. After seeing Xiao Ruofei, little Huan Huan, whose eyelashes had become much longer, immediately lost her sleepiness. She happily threw herself at Xiao Ruofei, not caring that he reeked of alcohol. Tian Huixin and Ma Jiming couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Xiao Ruofei played with Huan Huan for a while. In the end, it was Tian Huixin who persuaded the little girl to reluctantly say goodnight to Xiao Ruofei. Only then did Xiao Ruofei get away and go to the guest room prepared for him by Ma Mansion. He took a shower and went to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to send Huan Huan to kindergarten and waved goodbye to her at the entrance of the kindergarten. Xiao Ruofei didn't tell Huan Huan that he was going back to Sanshan today because he was afraid that the little girl would be sad. Although he knew that when Huan Huan finished school in the evening and found out that he had left Hong Kong, she would definitely be sad. However, Xiao Ruofei still couldn't bear to tell her that he was leaving in front of her. After sending Huan Huan back to Ma Mansion, the people sent by Guohongjiang had already arrived. He sent his own butler to bring a car over. The importance of this was second only to him coming in person. After all, Xiao Ruofei was still a young man in his 20s. If Guohongjiang came in person, it would inevitably attract attention. He knew that Xiao Ruofei didn't want to attract attention, so he sent the butler over. The butler was his most trusted aide, and he could basically represent him. Guohongjiang's business was so big, so he must be very skilled in dealing with people. Uncle Guo, why did you come in person? Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Ruofei said gently to Guohongjiang's butler, Guo Shunian. Guo Shunian had a humble expression on his face. He bowed slightly and said, Mr. Xia, you're too polite. This is my job. Then Guo Shunian said, Mr. Xia, the Ma Mansion has already put your luggage in the car, but there's a situation that I need to report to you. Uncle Guo, go ahead. Xiao Ruofei smiled. I received news from Hong Kong's airport that the airport is temporarily closed due to the weather this morning. Our departure time may be delayed a little bit, Guo Shunian said. Oh? The airport is closed? Xiao Ruofei asked, is the situation serious? It's not a big problem. The main problem is that the cloud layer is too low, and the weather forecast shows that there may be a thunderstorm. It doesn't meet the flight conditions, so the airport is temporarily closed. Guo Shunian said, but according to the satellite cloud picture, the visibility will meet the flight standards in about 2 hours. It won't take too long. Oh, that's good. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said. Guo Shunian said again, Mr. Xia, I've asked Chairman Guo, and he asked me to ask for your opinion. He happens to have some time in the morning, so he wants to invite you to the house on Repulse Bay Road so that you can see the house. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and said, okay. I'll listen to your arrangements. Then let's go now? Guo Shunian said. Xiao Ruofei nodded and turned to say goodbye to Ma Xiong's family. Then he got into the Bentley that Guo Shunian brought. The car drove smoothly along the mountain road. After passing through a winding mountain road, they arrived at the seaside. Then they drove along the seaside road for more than 10 minutes and arrived at the Jade Home building. This was the building where the house that Guohongjiang gave to Xiao Ruofei was located. Guo Shunian sat in the passenger seat and turned to Xiao Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, we'll be there soon. The car drove into the residential area and drove along the beautiful community road for a short while before they arrived at a high-rise house. After Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, he looked around. There were a total of 8 high-rise residential buildings in the community, and a corner of the beach could be faintly seen in the distance. It was estimated that one could basically see the entire Repulse Bay from the top floor. Moreover, the distance between the buildings was also very large. The buildings were randomly distributed between the buildings, so the line of sight from each building was not blocked. Basically, every household could enjoy the invincible sea view. Of course, the view from the higher floors would be better, but the price would also naturally rise. In the Repulse Bay Road in Hong Kong, where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, the fact that the distance between the buildings was so large showed that the location of this building was quite high-end. Guo Shunian did not immediately take Xiao Ruofei upstairs. Instead, he first registered Xiao Ruofei's information as the owner, and then applied for an access card for the community, a Bluetooth sensor for the parking lot, and so on for Xiao Ruofei. Of course, all of this did not take much time. Guohongjiang was the big boss here, and the community's property management was also in charge of the property management company under Guohongjiang's real estate group. Guo Shenian called, and before they arrived, the person in charge of the property management office was already waiting downstairs. The access card, Bluetooth sensor, and so on were all prepared in advance. Xiao Ruofei just cooperated with the input of facial recognition, fingerprint recognition, and other information. Xiao Ruofei then found out that the house that Guohongjiang gave him also came with 4-row parking spaces. After the input of the information, Guo Shenian and the person in charge of the property management office accompanied Xiao Ruofei to take the elevator to the top floor. The building had a total of 23 floors, and Xiao Ruofei's house occupied the 22nd and 23rd floors. Every unit had 2 stairs and 2 households. Only by swiping the owner's card could one reach the corresponding floor, so the privacy was quite high. After arriving at the 22nd floor, the person in charge of the property management office personally entered the facial recognition and fingerprint recognition information for Xiao Ruofei. This was to be entered into the security control system of the house, and it was also necessary for Xiao Ruofei to enter and leave the house in the future. While Xiao Ruofei was entering the information, Guo Shenian also explained softly, "Mr. Xia, the residents of the Jade Home community are all high-end people, so we have put a lot of effort into security. Every house has an integrated security system, and we also use smart home technology, so it is very convenient to control. Moreover, the security system is directly connected to the police station and the fire station, and the priority is very high. If there is any problem, the police station can receive the alarm immediately and immediately take action. It is the same for the fire department. Once a fire danger is sensed, it will automatically connect to the fire station's alarm system." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly. No matter where it was, the privileged class would not disappear. Obviously, the residents of the Jade Home community enjoyed a little privilege. Xiao Ruofei was not surprised by this. Xiao Ruofei walked into the house and briefly looked around. Although the building area was only about 160 square meters, it was actually very spacious. Moreover, the living rooms of the houses in Hong Kong were very large. The living rooms of many houses reached 1/3 or even half of the total area of the house. Therefore, after walking into the living room, it really looked like a mansion. Of course, this was also related to the luxurious decoration of the house itself. Guo Shenian said, "Mr. Xia, this was decorated at the beginning of the year. Chairman Guo said that if you are not satisfied with the decoration style, we can knock it down and redecorate it. It must be arranged according to your wishes." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "It is such a good decoration, it would be a pity to knock it down. I think it is quite good like this." "Okay," Guo Shenian said respectfully. Xiao Ruofei looked around upstairs and downstairs. He was also very satisfied with the structure of the house. In addition to the large living room on the first floor, there was a large balcony. In addition, the kitchen, dining room, bathroom and so on were arranged on the first floor. There were also 2 guest rooms. The large master bedroom on the second floor was about 30 to 40 square meters. There was a bathroom with a jacuzzi and a spacious cloakroom. Next to the master bedroom was a study facing the sea. There was also a door in the master bedroom that led directly to the study. In addition, there were 3 guest rooms. In addition, because this was already the top floor, there was also a large balcony of more than 20 square meters. 3 sides of the balcony could see the invincible sea. Standing on the balcony and looking into the distance, there was indeed a feeling of relaxation and relaxation. Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied after looking around. He knew that this was definitely the best location and the best house in the entire community. He was afraid that the price of 40 million Hong Kong dollars that he said before was far from enough. "Uncle Guo, please pass on my thanks to Chairman Guo when you go back." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "This gift is really amazing. Mr. Xia, you are too kind." Guo Shenian bowed slightly and said, "I will definitely pass on your thanks to Chairman Guo." Then Guo Shenian asked, "Mr. Xia, I just received a call from the flight crew. They said that the wind direction has changed. According to the current trend, the airport will reopen in about 40 minutes, Are we going to the airport now? Guohongjiang's private jet was a Gulfstream 550. Although it was a generation older than Ma Xiong's Gulfstream 650, it was still a top business jet. Xiao Ruofei had taken the Gulfstream series business jet many times. He had a certain immunity to the luxurious and comfortable cabin. The short 2-hour flight was very smooth. Xiao Ruofei also visited the cockpit on the way. The cockpit of the Gulfstream series was very modern. It was equipped with advanced facilities such as visual assistance systems and three-dimensional weather radar. It was full of a sense of technology. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be tempted after seeing it. He also specifically asked the captain about the Gulfstream series business jet. He learned that the price of the latest Gulfstream G650 was about 430 million Huaxia dollars, and the old G550 was about 320 million Huaxia dollars. After the Australian farm starts to generate income, I will buy a private jet to play with. Xiao Ruofei secretly said in his heart. With this idea, Xiao Ruofei simply chatted with the two pilots in the cockpit about the Gulfstream aircraft. He didn't return to his seat until the plane entered the approach stage. The plane landed smoothly. Xiao Ruofei expressed his gratitude to the crew, then dragged his small suitcase and left the tarmac. He left the airport from the private jet's exclusive small terminal. Yi Linyun had already driven the car and was waiting at the door. "Brother Xia, you must have had a hard trip," Yi Linyun said as he took the suitcase. "You kid. Didn't I say it before? In the future, things like picking people up at the airport will be done by the people below." Xiao Ruofei said, "You are a dignified security director. You are also a senior in the company. Don't you think it's degrading to be my driver?" Yi Linyun said with a smile, "I don't think so. Besides, I didn't want to be the security director for a long time." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Yi Linyun and said, "I know your thoughts are on the tee, but before the personnel change, you can't quit." Yi Linyun quickly said, "I know. Don't worry, brother Xia." Xiao Ruofei nodded. Yi Linyun quickly opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei lowered his head and got in. Yi Linyun jogged to the driver's side, opened the door, and got in. The car started moving slowly. Xiao Ruofei said, "Ling Yun, everyone should know that the company will be moving the headquarters to the city soon. Since you're willing to work in the tea industry, you can adjust the headquarters when they move." "Alright, I'll follow your arrangements," Yi Linyun replied without hesitation. "During the period before the relocation, we have to pay attention to the security work," Xiao Ruofei said. "We also have to remind everyone from time to time not to let down their guard." Taoyuan Farm produced a large number of Taoyuan vegetables every day. It was inevitable that it would arouse the greed of others. The factory price of Taoyuan vegetables was mostly dozens of yuan per kilogram. If a thief sneaked in and casually stole some or destroyed the vegetable field, the loss would be huge. Moreover, there were precious shad fish in the farm. This kind of fish was very timid. If they were really disturbed, it was very likely that a large number of them would die. The loss would be really heavy. "Understood," Yi Linyun said. "Brother Xia, don't worry. The brothers know in their hearts." With such a high salary, if there were any mistakes in the work, it would really be a disgrace to the old team. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "When the time comes, no matter what the arrangement is, you will still enjoy the standard of the company's senior management." "Hey, I don't care." Yi Linyun smiled and said, "Following brother Xia, I never have to worry about food and drink. It doesn't matter how much money I have." "Nonsense," Xiao Ruofei said, "don't you want to save some money for a wife? Besides, the housing prices in Sanshan are crazy now. You are not young anymore. Once you have money, you can hurry up and buy a house." Yi Linyun smiled and pretended to be driving seriously. He didn't say anything. However, Xiao Ruofei had an idea in his mind. With the expansion of the company, there were more and more employees, especially in the farm and pharmaceutical factory, which were labor-intensive industries. These two areas had the largest number of employees. In addition, the e-commerce department also needed a lot of people. Xiao Ruofei felt that it was time to adjust the personnel structure. It was best to imitate the grading system of other companies, where different levels corresponded to different salary scales. In addition, the company's senior management also needed appropriate incentives. Otherwise, it would be fine for 1 or 2 years, but after a long time, the enthusiasm of those senior officials would decline. Even if the annual salary was high, in the end, they were just senior employees. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't consider incentive options because he didn't want to raise funds or go public. The Taoyuan company could only be 100% in his hands. In fact, the current situation was the same. Except for the Wonderland farm in Australia, which was cooperating with Tanghe, Xiao Ruofei owned all the other assets. Not only did Xiao Ruofei have no plans to raise funds or go public, but the company also didn't have a bank loan so far. In other words, the debt ratio was 0%. This was very rare in the business world. Most companies were in debt, and the debt ratio of many real estate companies was even more than 50%. Of course, this was mainly because Xiao Ruofei's company didn't need to expand. In addition, his core competitiveness was in the Ring 2 space, and his need for external help was very low. Since the company wasn't going public, the incentive options were a castle in the air. It was a pie drawn out of thin air and had no meaning. If there were no shares and no options, then he could only consider dividend rewards. However, this was only Xiao Ruofei's initial idea. He had to communicate with Feng Jing for the specifics. After returning to the farm, it was already past lunchtime. Xiao Ruofei asked Ji Linyun to come to the small villa with him. After rummaging through the fridge for a long time, they finally found some dumplings, so the two of them made do with the problem of lunch. However, the dumplings still tasted very good. These weren't frozen dumplings bought from the supermarket, but made by Huzi's mother herself. She specially bought organic black pork from Sam's Club and made it with Taoyuan vegetables. Huzi's mother made a lot of dumplings at one time, and then put 15 in a bag and put them in the fridge. Xiao Ruofei occasionally cooked some dumplings to eat, and these dumplings took a long time to finish. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei asked Ji Linyun to go back and rest. He also went upstairs to take a shower and then took a nap. When it was time to go to work in the afternoon, he got up and changed his clothes and went straight to the office building. Xiao Ruofei came to the door of Feng Jing's office and waved his hand to stop assistant Lu Qian, who got up to greet him. He went directly to the door and gently knocked. "Please come in," Feng Jing said loudly. Xiao Ruofei pushed the door open and walked in. Feng Jing was looking down at some documents and asked without looking up, "What's the matter?" After waiting for a few seconds, she didn't hear any sound. She looked up and found Xiao Ruofei a little strange. Feng Jing quickly stood up and then glared at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, "Chairman, how old are you? Why are you still playing such childish tricks? Also, why are you walking so quietly? You almost scared me to death." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "I'm just short of walking in straight steps. You're too invested in your work." Then Xiao Ruofei glanced at the documents on the table and asked with a smile, "What are you looking at?" Feng Jing was about to speak when she saw Lu Qian come in with the freshly brewed tea, so she closed her mouth again. "Chairman, please have some tea." Lu Qian put the teacup on the coffee table in front of Xiao Ruofei, then bowed slightly and left Feng Jing's office. Feng Jing waited until Lu Qian closed the door, then said, "I'm looking, wait. Let me guess." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You're being so mysterious, like an underground meeting. I guess it's the Black Group's agreement." Feng Jing curled her lips and said, "You guessed it right." "How boring." Xiao Ruofei laughed and took a sip of the tea. Then, he praised, "Good tea. This should be our company's own De Hong Pao tea, right?" "Yes." After Ling Yun was done, she gave some to the company's executives. Feng Jing said, then joked, "Chairman, we're not encroaching on the company's interests, right?" "Hey. What do you mean?" Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "As long as you don't ship it home in a sack, how much tea can we drink?" "This tea is not cheap," Feng Jing said deliberately. "I can afford it no matter how expensive it is." Xiao Ruofei said impatiently. "Let's make it a rule in the future. Director and above can enjoy it. Implement rationing. Chairman is wise." Feng Jing said with a smile. "Let's get down to business." Xiao Ruofei asked, has the Black Group's agreement been finalized? Yes. We talked to them according to your instructions. You've already made the decision, so the negotiation went smoothly, Feng Jing said. She knew that Xiao Ruofei should be most concerned about the effective period of the agreement, so she immediately said, "We've signed a 5-year contract with them. The other terms are basically as you said. I've asked the company's legal department to review the contract. There's no problem, so I signed it on behalf of the company." Xiao Ruofei touched his chin and said, 5 years is not a short time, but we're not at a disadvantage. Anyway, the price is fluctuating. 5 years it is. Feng Jing nodded, then smiled, and said, "There's another interesting thing." Then, she stood up and walked back to her desk. She took out a stack of newspapers from her desk drawer and handed it to Xiao Ruofei. "What's this?" Xiao Ruofei was a little confused. But after flipping through it, he understood that these newspapers had one thing in common. They published a joint statement from the Black Group and the Black family, removing George Black from all positions in the company and stripping him of his identity as the heir of the family. Xiao Ruofei quickly looked at the headlines and said with a smile, "They're all foreign newspapers." Feng Jing nodded and said, "Yes. Yesterday, the Black family specially sent someone to send them over. I guess the Black Group immediately released this statement after we signed the contract." Xiao Ruofei scratched his head and said, "This bunch of big noses. They wouldn't make a few fake newspapers to fool me, right?" Feng Jing froze for a moment. Then, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Chairman, how is that possible? These newspapers are all electronic. I specifically went to their official website to look at the electronic newspapers. They're all real. The Black Group didn't play any tricks. Then they're smart." Xiao Ruofei said, "If that's the case, then I'll prepare some goods for them. Anyway, you're in charge of this." "I don't care so much." Feng Jing said, "Just now, I was thinking about how to keep it a secret. If there's really no other way, we can really go to the bank and rent a safety deposit box. If someone accidentally sees it and spreads it, then we'll be breaching the contract." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Leave it to me. I'll take good care of it." "That's great. I was worried about this hot potato." Feng Jing didn't say anything and handed the contract and the supplementary agreement to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was naturally going to put them in the Ring 2 space when he went back. Which bank's safety deposit box in the world was as safe and convenient as the Ring 2 space? "Everything else is normal, right?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Everything is normal." Feng Jing asked with a smile, "Chairman, do you feel that you don't have a sense of accomplishment? You've been away from the company for so many days, but it seems that the company's operations are no different from before." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Feng Jing and said, "Manager Feng, if you weren't so sharp-tongued, we could still be good friends." Feng Jing couldn't help but giggle. After joking, Feng Jing quickly returned to the topic and said, "Chairman, there's something else I need to report to you." "What's the matter?" Feng Jing said, "Yesterday, the boss of Bojun Real Estate, Wang Dongliang, contacted me." "Bojun Real Estate?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a long time and asked with uncertainty, "You mean the owners of the 1st to 9th floors of our headquarters building?" "Yes. Our new headquarters has already started the renovation. Bojun Real Estate is just below our building. Manager Wang just found out that the upper floors had changed owners," Feng Jing said. "Then he called you?" Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and continued, "Could it be that he wants us to take over the remaining 9 floors? Xiao Ruofei vaguely remembered that when Feng Jing recommended this building to him, she seemed to have said that Bojun Real Estate's capital chain seemed to be unstable. At that time, Feng Jing had taken this as a favorable condition. After all, if Bojun Real Estate's management wasn't good, it was very likely that they would sell these properties. At that time, the entire building could be under the name of the Taoyuan Company. They could even rename the building Taoyuan Building, and no one would object. Feng Jing nodded and said, "Manager Wang has this intention. He beat around the bush for a long time and said a lot of off-topic things. In the end, he hinted that he wanted to sell these properties and asked if we were interested in taking over." Feng Jing glanced at Xiao Ruofei, nodded and said, "I agree. Our company can take down an entire office building in the city center, which is also a reflection of our strength. Now that the company is developing so fast, the office will definitely need to be expanded in the future. If we can take it down at once, it will be good for our future development. Then let's try to get in touch. Xiaoruofei smiled and said, but we don't have to be too proactive. Bojan Real Estate wants to sell the gloves, so there must be a shortage of funds. So, they are the ones who are anxious. They can still lower the price. This transaction wasn't a small amount. Not long ago, the Taoyuan company bought the assets in the hands of Power Construction Group. It was a total of 6 floors from the 10th to the 15th floor, and the transaction price was 270 million yuan. Bojan Real Estate had 9 floors from the 1st to the 9th floor, and the market price was close to 400 million yuan. It was a lot of money to lower the price. Feng Jing nodded and said, I understand. Chairman, I still have some concerns, go ahead. Since Bojan Real Estate has a problem with the capital chain, they will definitely ask for full payment, and they will definitely ask for the payment time as soon as possible. I think they will definitely not accept the plan of paying in installments, Feng Jing said. As the general manager of the company, Feng Jing was very clear about the company's liquidity situation. After the Yuji ointment was sold, the Taoyuan company's account had a lot more money, but in fact, the expenses were also a lot. The Taoyuan company's employees generally had a higher salary than the employees in other similar industries. Recently, they had been recruiting new employees frequently. At present, the employee team had exceeded 300 people, and the monthly expenses were in the millions. In addition, not long ago, they had paid the first installment of 100 million yuan to buy the building. Most of the cash flow from the sale of the Yuji ointment had been used, and the remaining 170 million yuan had to be paid in 3 months. If they didn't consider the 9 floors of Bojan Real Estate, the Taoyuan company's funds were still very abundant. But if they really wanted to buy the remaining floors, even if the Yuji ointment was sold twice in such a short period of time, and even if the partners were to get the money back at the fastest speed, it would still be impossible to reach 400 million yuan. Xiaoruofei nodded and said, let's not consider the plan of paying in installments. They definitely won't accept it. Otherwise, there would be no need to sell such a good building. Feng Jing said, understood. Chairman, I'll contact the bank in a few days. Contact the bank? Xiaoruofei asked curiously. Why? Apply for a loan. Feng Jing said matter-of-factly, our company has a lot of high-quality assets, especially the pharmaceutical factory. Now, it's like a hen that lays golden eggs. If we use the pharmaceutical factory as collateral, it won't be a problem for us to get a loan of 1 to 200 million yuan. Coupled with the proceeds from the sales of the Yuji ointment during this period, it will be enough to pay for the Bojan Real Estate project. Get a loan from the bank? Xiaoruofei pondered for a moment and said, forget it. I can solve the funding problem. Feng Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said, Chairman, don't tell me you're not going to get a loan from the bank. How could a business not be in debt? Our company's debt ratio has always been 0. This is simply a miracle in the industry. Getting a loan of 1 to 200 million yuan is still very low for our company. Our financial situation is also very healthy. There's no need to worry. If they were to hire a professional to estimate the value of the Taoyuan company, Taoyuan Farm, Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, and half of the shares of Australia's Wonderland Farm, the company's market value should not be less than 1 billion yuan. The main reason was that Wonderland Farm's value was very high. Other than that, the sudden rise of the Yuji ointment would also increase the valuation of the pharmaceutical factory. If they were to get a loan of 1 to 200 million yuan, the debt ratio would only be less than 10%. This was already very low. Xiaoruofei smiled and said, Manager Feng, our company's business model has already decided that we don't need to expand on a large scale, and we also don't need to set up a large number of stores. Our core strength is actually our technology. Therefore, it's normal for us to be operating with 0 debt. Feng Jing smiled bitterly and said, of course, I know this. That's why I didn't mention anything about getting a loan from the bank. We don't have enough funds to buy the buildings now. If we get a loan, all our problems will be solved. With our company's development speed and the Yuji ointment's ability to make money, a debt of 1 to 200 million yuan is not a problem. I will settle the funds. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, if we really don't have enough funds, we will apply for a loan. We will prepare for a loan of 400 million yuan. You can transfer as much funds as you can. Give me a figure of how much we still lack, and I will think of a solution. Xiao Ruofei said and half-jokingly said, the interest rate for a loan from the bank is not low. I don't want them to make money from this. Feng Jing laughed and said, stingy. How much is the interest? Do you know how many companies want to get a loan from the bank? They dare to take any amount that the bank gives them. Who cares about the interest? Sometimes, when they have difficulties with funds, they will look for loan sharks for short-term loans. I'm just kidding. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, oh, I have some ideas about the company's personnel structure. When Xiao Ruofei talked about business, Feng Jing immediately sat up straight and listened attentively. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, in 2 to 3 months, our company's headquarters will be moved to the city. I feel that the company's personnel structure has not been straightened out. For the long-term development of the company, we need to take this opportunity to adjust it. Feng Jing agreed and said, I agree. Chairman, do you have any specific ideas? It was not that Feng Jing was not capable enough in the management of the company, but that the company was developing too fast. It could be said that from the beginning, the Taoyuan company was on the fast track, and after the release of the Yuji ointment, it continued to accelerate. In such a period of rapid development, there were many new people in the company, and all kinds of things were complicated. Even Feng Jing could not make adjustments in time. In the end, she was still a professional manager. There were many things that needed Xiao Ruofei's approval. In terms of the general direction, Xiao Ruofei did not take the initiative to mention it, and she could not overstep her authority. Xiao Ruofei said, my initial idea is a 2-tier structure. The company's headquarters is the first tier, and the pharmaceutical factory and the farm will be set up as subsidiaries. In fact, the pharmaceutical factory and the farm's business were originally independent, and it was more appropriate to operate separately. Not to mention other things, just the finance department urgently needed to be independent. Otherwise, any inflow of funds would have to go to the headquarters for approval, and it would involve a lot of manpower and material resources. Xiao Ruofei continued, also, the e-commerce department is getting more and more important. My idea is to separate from the marketing department and set up a separate electronic commerce department. Then, Xiao Ruofei talked about some of his initial ideas for the past 2 days. It included the salary grading system, the division of the headquarters departments, functions, and tasks, and so on. Feng Jing listened very carefully. Many of Xiao Ruofei's ideas coincided with hers. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, Feng Jing said, Chairman, I have a general understanding of your ideas. I will sort it out later and try to come up with a plan as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, this is a lot of work. Just the organizational structure of the 2 subsidiaries, as well as the staff adjustment at the headquarters, involves a lot of things. There are a lot of problems to consider in all aspects. In addition, the shortage of staff is not small. The recruitment can't wait. It has to be done in advance. Feng Jing said, I understand. I will do this plan personally and implement some of your ideas on paper. I will report to you in detail when the time comes. Speaking of recruitment, Feng Jing couldn't help but rub her temples when she said this. She said, the basic staff is not a big problem. The requirements for education and work experience are not very high. Basically, they can do the job after going on the job training. But the management is more troublesome. People with education and ability may not be willing to come, then find a headhunting company. Xiao Ruofei said, we are not unknown now. Especially after the Yuji cream became popular, our company's attractiveness is still good. As long as the treatment is good enough, I don't believe that we can't recruit talents. Feng Jing nodded and said, okay. Then let the headhunting company do it. They are professionals. Xiao Ruofei said, speaking of the treatment, I have been thinking about our company's incentive mechanism for the past 2 days. For the time being, I have no plans to raise funds or go public. After Feng Jing heard this, she couldn't help but chuckle. She knew that Xiao Ruofei had plans to go public for the time being. It was almost impossible for him to go public in the future. The company's development potential was there. If Feng Jing were the boss, she would not be willing to give away such a company's shares that were destined to increase by hundreds or thousands of times in the future. Xiao Ruofei continued, I don't want to consider the options. In addition, in the process of the company's development, I have been constantly injecting funds, so for the time being, I have no plans to distribute shares to the senior management. I thought about it, and I am going to take out a part of the bonus to reward the senior management. It will be temporary for the director and above. Feng Jing couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. The company's net profit was very high. At present, she was the only one who enjoyed a 1% bonus in the whole company. If Xiao Ruofei took out a part of the bonus to reward the senior management, it would be a great stimulus for everyone's enthusiasm. A 5% bonus. Xiao Ruofei said, find some time to come up with a distribution plan. It's almost the end of the year. I am going to announce this plan at the company's annual meeting, and then directly cash it out. Understood. Feng Jing responded crisply. A 5% bonus didn't seem like much, but the company's annual net profit was so high, and at present, there weren't many senior management. In fact, everyone could get a considerable bonus. Moreover, this year, they spent a lot of money to buy a building. Next year, the bonus would probably be several times higher than this year. After all, the company had been developing rapidly. To what extent would it expand in a year, even Feng Jing couldn't imagine. She couldn't help but feel happy for those lucky senior management. After talking about the bonus, Xiao Ruofei looked at Feng Jing's face again and looked at her with a smile. Feng Jing's pretty face was slightly hot from Xiao Ruofei's gaze. She couldn't help but lower her gaze and ask, Chairman, why are you looking at me? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, the bonus reward just now is for the other senior management. For you, I will give you two choices. Feng Jing couldn't help but look up at Xiao Ruofei and ask, me? Isn't the contract written clearly? A 1% bonus reward. You work so hard, and the results are so obvious. How can a 1% bonus be enough? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, in order to better exploit your labor force, I have decided to increase the strength of the reward. If you want a horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass. And it has to eat good grass. Feng Jing said coquettishly, annoying. You actually compare me to a horse. Don't you care about the two choices I give you? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, if you're not interested, then pretend I didn't say anything, in your dreams. Feng Jing immediately said, as a boss, you have to be honest. How can you take back what you said? Tell me, what are the two choices? Xiao Ruofei then put away his mischievous smile and said seriously, first, a fixed dividend of 3%. Feng Jing couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was equivalent to her bonus being tripled in an instant. She hurriedly said, Chairman, this is too high, I haven't finished yet. Xiao Ruofei said, don't you want to hear my second plan? Feng Jing smiled bitterly and said, then say it. But don't scare me anymore. Your first plan has already made me have a heart attack. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, the second plan is 2% of the shares. Feng Jing was completely petrified. Xiao Ruofei was actually going to give her shares. No one knew better than Feng Jing how great the potential of the Taoyuan company was and how strong its ability to make money was. If Feng Jing were the boss, she would definitely hold all the shares firmly in her hands. And Xiao Ruofei was actually willing to share the shares with her? Feng Jing's heart couldn't help but thump. While she was shocked, she couldn't help but feel a burst of sweetness. Xiao Ruofei continued, but there is a limit to this 2% share. It will only take effect if you have worked in the company for 5 years. Moreover, Fairyland Farm Australia is my personal investment. It is not included in the assets of the Taoyuan company. Also, after signing a new contract, if I inject capital into the company, you also need to contribute according to the proportion. Of course, if you don't have enough money, you can deduct it from the dividends. Feng Jing's heart was still in shock. She didn't know how much of what Xiao Ruofei said went into her ears. However, Xiao Ruofei's requirements were reasonable, including the requirement of the length of time. If there was no limit, Feng Jing would just cash out the next day after getting the shares. Who would he cry to? Of course, Feng Jing would not do this. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he quietly looked at Feng Jing and asked, Manager Feng, You can think about it carefully and tell me your decision later. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Oh? You made your decision so quickly? Tell me about it." Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei deeply and said, "Chairman, I will not choose any of them. I feel that the current reward plan is already very generous, and there is no need to change it." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but stare blankly. Who would reject money that was delivered to their doorstep? Manager Feng, since I suggested it, then your work is worthy of this reward. Xiao Ruofei said seriously. You don't have to reject it. I am the one who suggested it. Feng Jing said sincerely, Chairman, I am not being polite. As the general manager of the company, I know better than anyone else that whether it is 3% dividends or 2% shares, it will bring unimaginable wealth in the future. I don't deserve it. Bullshit. Xiao Ruofei could not help but swear. What do you mean by I don't deserve it? Other than me, you have the highest position in the company. You did not need to do a lot of work personally, but you took the initiative to do it. The company's development in the past year is obvious to everyone, and the results can be said to be very good. You still call this not deserve it? Do you really want me to praise you? Feng Jing could not help but smile and said, Chairman, I don't mean that. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, Then you accept my proposal. Let me tell you. This is a choice between two options. There is no third option, and you are not allowed to reject it. Xiao Ruofei's words were a little overbearing, but Feng Jing felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She lowered her head and thought for a while before saying, Then I will choose the shares. You made the right choice. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Manager Feng, you are very forward-looking. After this period of work, I will transfer the shares to your name at the company's annual meeting. Although choosing shares would reduce the annual dividend by 1%, with the development speed of the Taoyuan company, it was only a matter of time before its market value exceeded 10 billion yuan. When that time came, 2% of the shares would be worth hundreds of millions. No amount of years of dividends could compare to this. Feng Jing smiled and said, Then I'll thank you in advance. Why are you being so polite with me? You deserve it. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, But if you want to cash out after 5 years, you have to transfer it to me first. I don't want outsiders to invest in my company. These words made Feng Jing feel sweet in her heart. Although Xiao Ruofei did not mean it, to Feng Jing, it meant that Xiao Ruofei did not treat her as an outsider. This made her happier than the 2% shares. In fact, Feng Jing chose the shares with this mentality. In the future, she and Xiao Ruofei would be tied together. Although her shares were pitiful, she was still a shareholder. The moment she chose the shares, she had already made up her mind. No matter what happened in the future, she would never sell this 2% shares. She would always keep it in her hands. After the discussion, Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, Manager Feng, I will go back first. You have a lot of work to do recently. You have to come up with the personnel restructuring plan and bonus plan as soon as possible. You will have to work harder. Don't worry. I will come up with it as soon as possible. Feng Jing put away the trace of charm in her heart and stood up as well. Also, I will report to you if there is any news from Bojun Real Estate. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Okay. Go do your work. I will leave first. In the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei went to the city. This trip to Hong Kong would take a few days. When he came back, the first thing he wanted to do was to look for Ling Xianxia. They were both young and vigorous. Although he had a romantic encounter with Monica in Hong Kong, once he returned to Sanshan, Xiao Ruofei could not help but miss Ling Xianxia's alluring long legs. After spending the whole afternoon in the hotel, the two of them went to Ling Ji restaurant for dinner. After sending Ling Xianxia home, Xiao Ruofei drove back to the farm. Ling Ji restaurant's business was very good. It was full almost every day. The secret recipe Buddha jumps over the wall, provided by Xiao Ruofei, also became a golden signature dish. If one wanted to eat this dish, they had to order it many days in advance. Although the price was not cheap, it was still very difficult to get a jar of it. Of course, when Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xianxia went to eat, they would naturally have this dish. Originally, when they prepared the ingredients every day, there was always a surplus. After all, the special class would not disappear anytime soon. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei resumed his peaceful life. He walked around the farm and added some diluted solution of spirit heart flower petals to the irrigation tower and the water tower of the herring breeding workshop. Under Chao Tieshu's management, the vegetable greenhouse was also thriving. Now, the production capacity had reached the maximum. Every morning, there would be a long line of trucks transporting vegetables. The monthly output was close to 8 million yuan. This was mainly because the price of Taoyuan's vegetables was more than 10 times or even dozens of times higher than ordinary vegetables. Apart from the cost of labor, the daily maintenance of the greenhouse and the money for the seeds were also the cost. The profit margin was quite high. There was also good news from the herring breeding workshop. The first batch of herring was basically ready for sale. The person in charge of the workshop, Xianxia, suggested that they raise the herring for another month or so. They would take advantage of the peak season before the spring festival to sell this batch of herring. When the time came, there would be a large amount of income. Xiao Ruofei basically provided a batch of herring seedlings every month. Therefore, once it was on the market, there would be a steady flow of herring being sold every month. It would become a stable income. Xiao Ruofei also let Ji Linyun be in charge of Taoyuan de Hongpao. With the help of the Yuji cream, Taoyuan de Hongpao's online sales were also quite good. Especially after the first batch of de Hongpao users drank it, the reviews were quite good. In Tmall's flagship store, Taoyuan de Hongpao's positive rating was always 100%. There were also many people who commented. Many people could not help but comment on their feelings after drinking it. These comments were all praises without exception. The effect of word of mouth on the internet was magnified. In addition, there were many repeat customers. Taoyuan de Hongpao was already in a state where demand could not meet demand. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei provided another batch of tea green and asked Ji Linyun to speed up the production. Xiao Ruofei also took advantage of his free time to inspect the pharmaceutical factory. Under Shui Jinshan's management, the pharmaceutical factory was also in good order. Now that the new production line had been adjusted and put into production, the production of Yuji cream did not need to occupy the production line of Yangxin soup. The pharmaceutical factory recruited many new workers. After pre-job training, they all started to work. Now, the production line of Yuji cream basically did not stop except for the weekly routine maintenance. The workers were producing in 3 shifts. Shui Jinshan also specially adjusted the teams to ensure that there were experienced old employees in each team. The new employees who had just been hired were brought together so that they could accumulate experience as soon as possible. In addition, Xiao Ruofei was very happy that Yangxin soup was finally going into production. The clinical drug trial was successfully completed. After the review by the Health and Family Planning Commission, Yangxin soup was officially listed as a guided drug for the treatment of childhood autism. Although it had not been officially launched, the pharmaceutical factory had received many orders from hospitals. This time, the clinical trial of Yangxin soup was a great success. Although not many people in society knew about it, it was no longer a secret in the industry. The treatment of autism was a worldwide problem. It had always been based on behavior modification to allow autistic patients to have the basic ability to take care of themselves. There was no drug at all to treat it. Many general hospitals and specialized hospitals in the country were very interested in Yangxin soup. In addition, the news of Yangxin soup being listed as a guided drug had spread like wildfire. Therefore, many hospitals could not help but take the initiative to place orders. This was considered a small miracle in the medical industry. In the past, sales representatives would go to the hospital every day to curry favor with the leaders in charge. It was not uncommon for them to send cars, houses, and women. The purpose was to allow the hospital to use their products more. However, when it came to Yangxin soup, it was completely the opposite. Originally, Shui Jinshan suggested not to hold a new product launch with great fanfare. His reason was very simple. Yangxin soup was already famous in the industry. Now, production was limited. Even the orders from the hospitals in the early stages were enough for them to digest for a while. However, Xiao Ruofei did not accept Shui Jinshan's suggestion. He decided on the spot that he would hold a special launch in the near future. The scale did not need to be as big as the Yuji cream launch last time. However, some heavyweight media must be invited. In addition, it would be live streaming. Xiao Ruofei's considerations were naturally higher than Xue Jinshan's. Xue Jinshan was thinking about the problem from the perspective of the pharmaceutical factory at most. Xiao Ruofei was thinking about the brand layout of the entire Taoyuan company. Yangxin soup was undoubtedly an epic-making drug. It could also be said that it was a drug with boundless merit. This was very good for creating a positive brand image of the Taoyuan company. Now, because of the Yuji cream, the Taoyuan company was already very popular on the internet. At this time, when it launched Yangxin soup, there would definitely be more people paying attention to it than before. When everyone understood the effect of the heart-nourishing soup, especially after it was used on autistic children in major hospitals, it would bring a great reputation to the Taoyuan company, and it would definitely be a good reputation. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei also hoped that more people could understand the effect of Yangxin soup as soon as possible so that more autistic children could be saved. As for the production capacity, Xiao Ruofei did not think too much about it. It was nothing more than increasing the production line. It would not cost much. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei immediately asked Xue Jinshan to start preparing the plan for the launch. He was going to let Xue Jinshan be in charge of this launch. He did not want to trouble Feng Jing with everything. The next step was to set up a subsidiary company. Xiao Ruofei also had a trace of observation. Xue Jinshan's enthusiasm for work was not a problem, and he was also professional. However, Xiao Ruofei still wanted to see how his management and coordination skills were. The subsidiary company would have an independent structure and financial accounting. Being the boss of a subsidiary company and leading a technical team in public relations were two completely different concepts. It was still unknown whether Xue Jinshan was competent. Xue Jinshan did not know that he had stepped into an invisible examination room. After memorizing a few points that Xiao Ruofei had told him, he immediately devoted himself to preparing the plan for the launch. After 2 or 3 days, Feng Jing called Xiao Ruofei. Bojun Real Estate had contacted Feng Jing several times. Feng Jing was worried that if she continued to be reserved, the other party would give up the deal with the Taoyuan company and look for other buyers. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and agreed. He asked Feng Jing to contact the other party, and the two sides would talk face to face in 1 or 2 days. Xiao Ruofei sat on the balcony of the villa, frowning slightly as he smoked. He also attached great importance to this acquisition. After all, it involved hundreds of millions of funds. Once the acquisition was successful, the Taoyuan company would own all the property rights of the building, and it would be much more convenient in the future. After smoking a cigarette, Xiao Ruofei picked up his mobile phone and made several calls in a row. Uncle Liang, I'm Ruofei. Brother Liang's work in Australia is very good. Grandfather Tang specially mentioned it to me. Haha, you are too polite. By the way, I have something to ask you. Are you familiar with the situation of Bojun Real Estate? Luzia, I'm Brother Xia. Have you been fooling around recently? Your kidneys need to be nourished. Haha. Let's get down to business. Help me inquire about some information. Other than the first call he made to the boss of Jianda Group, Liang Weiman, Xiao Ruofei called the Playboy friends that Song Wei introduced to him last time. Liang Weiman was in the real estate industry, so he naturally knew the situation of some companies in the industry. Luzia and the other Playboys might be average in other aspects, but the extent to which they were well informed was absolutely incomparable to the average person. Especially Luzia, whose father was the leader of the Provincial State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Bojun Real Estate's project was originally a collaboration with Power Construction Group, so he would definitely be able to get some inside information. Sure enough, they did not disappoint Xiao Ruofei, and a lot of information was gathered on Xiao Ruofei's side the next day. Xiao Ruofei roughly sorted it out, and he had a basic understanding of the negotiations with Bojun Real Estate. Bojun Real Estate arranged to meet in the afternoon. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing took a Mercedes-Benz to the city. They did not drive their own cars, but chose a good driver from the security team to be their driver. Lu Qian also went with them and sat in the front passenger seat. This was a big project that was worth hundreds of millions, so a driver and an assistant were standard. Otherwise, the other party would look down on you. The meeting location was at Bojun Building in Zhonglo District. When Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, he smiled and said, "Manager Feng, I think this building is very good. Why don't we save some money and buy it?" Feng Jing couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Chairman, you're not awake yet, are you? This is Bojun Real Estate's headquarters, and it's their company's symbol. Unless they are on the verge of bankruptcy, they will absolutely not sell it. If they sell this building, how would the bank dare to lend them money?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "You don't say. If it weren't for the fact that we don't have enough funds at the moment, we might really be able to buy this building, because according to the situation he knew, Bojun Real Estate's financial situation was far worse than what the outside world said. The entire Bojun building was owned by Bojun Real Estate and was not rented out. Their front desk was set up in the lobby on the first floor. After Xiao Ruofei explained the purpose of his visit, the front desk of Bojun Real Estate quickly picked up the phone to report. After a while, a young woman in business attire walked out of the elevator. When the woman saw Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing, who looked too young, she was stunned for a moment. Then she quickly asked, "Are you Boss Xia and Manager Feng from the Taoyuan Company?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Xiao Ruofei. This is our company's general manager, Feng Jing." The woman quickly said, "Hello, Boss Xia. I'm Xianxia, the secretary of the group's board of directors. Mr. Su is already waiting for you in the conference room. This way, please." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Then he followed Xianxia to the elevator with Feng Jing and Lu Qian. He also felt that it was a little funny. Bojun Real Estate was only a small and medium-sized real estate company in Sanshan. They actually set up a group and even had a board of directors. But he thought about it again. His company was much smaller than Bojun Real Estate, and he didn't even have a formal board of directors. Feng Jing and the others still called him chairman. Don't be the pot calling the kettle black. The elevator went up very quickly. When Xiao Ruofei was still daydreaming, they had already reached the 18th floor. Xian didn't know that Xiao Ruofei was already cursing Bojun Real Estate in the elevator. She had a professional smile on her face and said, "This way, please." When they arrived at the conference room, Xian bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Su, Boss Xia and Manager Feng from the Taoyuan Company are here." Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw 4 to 5 people sitting at the long conference table near the wall. Among them, a middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting in the middle. He was wearing a navy blue suit with a meticulous tie. His square face looked quite resolute, and his eyes were very bright. At first glance, one could tell that he was a successful person. If he was not mistaken, this middle-aged man should be the Mr. Su that Xian mentioned. As for the others, they should be the company's negotiation team. Sure enough, after hearing Xian's introduction, he stood up slowly with a faint smile on his face and said, "Boss Xia, Manager Feng, hello. I'm Su Jiehui, the Senior Vice President of Bojun Real Estate." After Xiao Ruofei, Feng Jing, and Lu Qian sat down, Su Jiehui introduced them to Bojun Real Estate's negotiation team. Then he said, "Boss Xia, Manager Feng, due to the company's development strategy, we intend to sell the properties on the 1st to 9th floors of the Hengli building. Considering that your company has just bought the other half of the property owned by Power Construction Group, we will also consider working with your company first." Su Jiehui was speaking frankly and confidently. Xiao Ruofei also had a polite smile on his face, but in his heart, he was cursing. What company's development strategy? Isn't it just a big problem with the capital chain and we have to sell the properties in exchange for funds? You make it sound so dignified. After Su Jiehui introduced the properties in the Hengli building, Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly, so Feng Jing understood and said, "Mr. Su, since we're here today, we're definitely interested in the properties in your hands. Mr. Su, why don't you tell us your conditions?" Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing were both young people and didn't like to beat around the bush at the negotiation table. Therefore, on the way here, Xiao Ruofei had already decided on the strategy for today with Feng Jing, which was to get straight to the point. Xiao Ruofei decided to personally take on the main task of the negotiation today, which surprised Feng Jing a little. Su Jiehui smiled slightly and said, "The reason why we first considered cooperating with your company is that it's a win-win situation for us. Our Bojan side can obtain funds to support the company's development strategy, and your company can integrate the resources of the Hengli building. Whether it's leasing to the outside world or keeping all of it for your own use, it's a very good choice. Su Jiahui said this because he wanted to add some weight to the negotiation. However, when he saw Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing frowning at the same time, he tactfully shut his mouth. Then he pondered for a while and said, all of our properties in the Hengli building will be transferred to your company for 500 million yuan. There's only one condition, and that is, within a week after the contract is signed, the payment must be. Before Su Jiahui finished speaking, Xia Ruofei stood up directly and said without hesitation, Mr. Su, you don't have to say the following conditions. If that's the case, then there's no need to continue the negotiation today. Then, Xia Ruofei said, Mr. Feng, Lu Qian, let's go back. After saying that, Xia Ruofei walked directly to the door of the conference room. Feng Jing and Lu Qian were stunned for a moment. However, on the way here, Xia Ruofei had already said that the entire negotiation would be under his control. Therefore, the two of them did not consider the reason why Xia Ruofei did this. After recovering from their shock, they immediately stood up and followed Xia Ruofei's footsteps. Su Jiahui and his negotiation team were stunned. What's going on? From the moment Xia Ruofei and the others entered to the moment they left, it took less than 3 minutes. And Xia Ruofei, other than the initial greetings, directly ended the negotiation. This was completely out of the ordinary. Su Jiahui quickly stood up and said, Boss Xia, please wait. If it's about the price, we can still talk. Isn't this how negotiations are? It's normal for both sides to have differences. Su Jiahui's offer was indeed much higher, but this was also their usual tactic. Negotiating on the basis of such a high price, even if the price was lowered a little, when the final deal was completed, it would definitely exceed their psychological expectations. Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said lightly, it's normal for there to be differences, but the differences should be within a reasonable range. Mr. Su's offer is too different from our psychological price. I personally don't think there's a need to continue the negotiation. Su Jiahui smiled bitterly and said, Boss Xia, you should at least tell us your offer, right? To be honest, the reason why we offered this price is not because we're greedy. This is the valuation of a professional organization. The Hengli building is located in the core area of the city center. Even if we don't include the help these industries will provide for your company to integrate resources, their actual value is still there. And the planned subway line 5. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Su, subway line 5 is still nowhere in sight. Even if it's really planned, from the approval to the bidding, then to the exploration and construction, it will take at least 5 years, right? What if there are some variables? You guys have included all the positive factors that may appear in 5 years. This is really a little inconceivable. Okay, let's not talk about the subway, Su Jiahui said with a wry smile. Boss Xia, can we sit down and talk calmly? Doing business was all about harmony. Su Jiahui rarely encountered people like Xia Ruofei who got up and left without saying a word. I said, if Mr. Su insists on a price of 500 million, there's really no need to continue the negotiation. Xia Ruofei said lightly, because that will only waste both parties' time. I think everyone's time is very precious. Su Jiahui sighed and said, okay. I can see that Boss Xia is a straightforward person. Then I don't need to hide it. The psychological price of our company's board of directors is 450 million. Su Jiahui's face was sincere as if he was saying, look, I really didn't even hide the base price from you. Is that sincere enough? Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, it's still ridiculously high. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stood at the door of the conference room and said with a puzzled expression, Mr. Su, if this is really the collective decision of your company's board of directors, then there are only 2 possibilities. One is that you think I, Xia Ruofei, am a fool who doesn't know anything. The other is that the members of your company's board of directors are collectively hallucinating. When Xia Ruofei said this, Su Jiahui's face was a little embarrassed. A young man next to him couldn't help but frown and say, Boss Xia, don't say such unpleasant words. Aren't business negotiations all about asking for a sky-high price and asking for money on the spot? If your company really isn't interested at all, why are you here today? Since you're here, just lay out the conditions for both sides and talk. Why do you have to say such strange words? Xiao Ruofei looked at the young man and said, am I wrong? We're so enthusiastic about solving problems for Zibijin real estate. Even if we don't provide timely help, at least we're warm-hearted, right? In the end, I don't see any sincerity in your offer. It's even full of malice. If the board of directors didn't collectively lose their minds, then they really think I, Xiao Ruofei, am a hothead. After that, Xiao Ruofei looked deeply at Su Jiahui. Su Jiahui's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed in an instant. He looked at Xiao Ruofei with some surprise and said, Boss Xia, you must be joking. The sale of this project is a win-win situation. It shouldn't be considered solving problems, right? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, yes or no, Mr. Su should know very well. After that, Xiao Ruofei didn't talk nonsense and said directly, Mr. Su, I won't beat around the bush. We have no problem buying the property on the 9th floor of your company, but we're offering a price of 320 million yuan. When Xiao Ruofei said this, not only did Su Jiahui and his team members' expressions change dramatically, but even Feng Jing and Lu Qian felt incredulous. The value of Bojun Real Estate's properties should be relatively clear because not long ago, the Taoyuan company had just bought the property on the 10th to 15th floors of the Hingli building from the Provincial State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission for a total of 270 million yuan. If this price was used as a reference, Bojun Real Estate's properties should be around 400 million yuan. Xiao Ruofei suddenly offered a price of 320 million yuan, which was really a bit too low. Unlike the negotiation team, Su Jiahui's first emotion was not anger, but shock. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't expect to close the deal at this price. As a veteran of the business world, Su Jiahui could almost infer that Xiao Ruofei's psychological price might be 350 million yuan. This price was almost the bottom line of Bojun Real Estate's psychological bottom line. Of course, this didn't mean that Bojun Real Estate was willing to accept such a price. Their ideal price was more than 400 million yuan, and it couldn't be lower than 380 million yuan. Of course, if there was really no other way, they had to get at least 350 million yuan, and they had to get the cash as soon as possible. Otherwise, the money from selling the building wouldn't be enough to get through this capital chain crisis, and it would be meaningless. Originally, Su Jiahui saw that Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing were young, so he was still very confident in this negotiation. This could be seen from his offer of 500 million yuan. This was a very good strategy to deal with negotiation novices. However, Xiao Ruofei's shrewdness was beyond Su Jiahui's expectations. Xiao Ruofei didn't play by the rules at all. He even got up and left the table before the negotiation started. Then, he didn't care about how Su Jiahui's side talked about it. He directly threw out the ultra-low price of 320 million yuan, as if everything was under control. Coupled with Xiao Ruofei's previous meaningful words, Su Jiahui faintly felt that today's negotiation would be very difficult. The opponent probably had some trump cards. He quickly calmed down, then squeezed out a smile and said, Boss Xia, isn't this price a bit too outrageous? Your company spent 270 million yuan to acquire Power Construction Group's assets. We have 3 times more assets than Power Construction Group. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, that's why. I said from the beginning that there's no need for us to continue the negotiation. It's because the differences between the two sides are too big, this. Su Jiahui was at a loss for words. When negotiating with Xiao Ruofei, he had a feeling that he had no place to exert his strength. It was as if he had punched the air, and there was an indescribable discomfort. However, Su Jiahui was also well-versed in negotiation techniques. He knew that he couldn't show too much urgency at this time. Otherwise, the other party might insist on this price. In the end, they might not even be able to negotiate the 350 million yuan. After thinking quickly, Su Jiahui said helplessly, Boss Xia, let's end the negotiation here. However, we are very sincere. After we leave, I will immediately report to the company's board of directors. I also hope that your company can carefully consider the price. I hope that we can reach a consensus in our next negotiation. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay, Mr. Su, then we'll leave first. I also hope that your company's next offer won't be as outrageous as today. Su Jiahui couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could only nod helplessly. This negotiation was really suffocating, and it was also very strange. Xiao Ruofei came in and left in less than 3 minutes. In the second half of the confrontation, Xiao Ruofei and the other two stood directly at the door of the conference room. This was extremely rare in a negotiation. It wasn't until they walked out of the Bojun building that Feng Jing asked, "Chairman, isn't your offer too low? It's unlikely that Bojun will accept it." Feng Jing had been holding back for a long time. However, in the Bojun building, she couldn't question the chairman's decision. Therefore, after they went out, she couldn't wait to throw out her doubts. Xiao Ruofei looked back at the Bojun building and said with a smile, "Of course, they won't accept the 320 million yuan, but it should be enough if they add another 20 or 30 million yuan." Feng Jing couldn't believe it. That's impossible, right? Bojun is in the real estate business. They know very well how much this half of the building is worth. Feng Jing smiled and said, "I won't bet with you. Who knows what crooked ideas you have?" Lu Qian, who was at the side, couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Ruofei never put on airs in the company, and his age was close to everyone, so Lu Qian and other ordinary employees admired Xiao Ruofei more than they feared him. They wouldn't keep quiet just because he was the big boss of the company. Of course, this was also the corporate culture advocated by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei scratched his head and said, "What crooked ideas can I have?" "Manager Feng, you really don't want to hear what I want to bet? Then tell me." Feng Jing said, "But don't set a trap for me. It's fair and just, and maybe you have a big chance of winning." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "We will bet that June Real Estate will take the initiative to reduce the price by at least 20 million, and will definitely take the initiative to contact us within 2 days. If any of the above two conditions are not met, then it's my loss." Feng Jing's pair of beautiful eyes revealed a strange light and said, "Chairman, do you have some information that I don't know? Are you really so sure?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You don't have to worry about this. I'm just asking if you dare to bet." Feng Jing said coquettishly, "Let's bet. But don't set the stakes so high. I'm just a bitter working girl." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Okay. If I lose, I'll treat you to a big meal. How about Ling's restaurant? Even Lu Qian. Feng Jing immediately said, "Stingy. Who doesn't know that Ling's restaurant is opened by your wife's family? Do you think you can spend money to eat there? If you want to treat, then treat Seafood Manufacturing." Seafood Manufacturing was a chain of seafood buffet. Its positioning was very high-end, and the per capita consumption was at least 588 yuan. Some of the high-end seafood that wasn't in the buffet range needed to be ordered separately. It was normal to eat a few thousand yuan in a meal. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You really don't know the value of goods. How much did it cost to produce seafood? Do you know the secret recipe of Buddha jumps over the wall in Lingji private kitchen? You'll have to wait for at least a month to make a reservation. Just a small jar of Buddha jumps over the wall is enough for you to eat seafood several times." "Manager Feng, Boss Xia is right," Lu Qian quickly said. "Recently, Ling's private kitchen's secret recipe, Buddha jumps over the wall, has been trending on gourmet forums. It's definitely the most popular food on the internet. I've been wanting to eat there for a long time, but I don't have enough money. Also, it's too difficult to make a reservation." Lu Qian smiled embarrassedly. Feng Jing glanced at Lu Qian and scolded with a smile, "Little foodie. They've betrayed us." After saying that, she looked at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, "Okay. Ling's private kitchen. What if we lose?" Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I won't make your wallets bleed. If I win, I won't make things difficult for you. Just call me Big Brother Ruofei." Feng Jing's face turned red instantly. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, "You're just a little kid. Whose big brother do you want to be?" Lu Qian cheered and said, "This is a good deal." "I agree." Lu Qian and Xiao Ruofei were basically the same age, so it didn't matter. Feng Jing, on the other hand, was a few years older than Xiao Ruofei. In addition, she already had some feelings for Xiao Ruofei. Naturally, she felt even more embarrassed. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I'm not asking you to call me that all the time. You're just calling me that once. It's a profitable deal. Why don't you think about it? Actually, Xiao Ruofei only had a little bit of evil in his heart. After all, the two of them called each other very formally at work. He wanted to tease Feng Jing. He was looking forward to the scene of this strong woman, who was so engrossed in her work, coyly calling him big brother. Feng Jing saw Xiao Ruofei's evil smile. She gritted her teeth and said, let's bet. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, Lu Qian, be a witness. Otherwise, you won't get a share of Buddha jumps over the wall. Lu Qian quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Feng Jing saw that her assistant was bought over so quickly. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth secretly. At this time, the car had already driven over. She took the lead and walked towards the Mercedes-Benz. Xiao Ruofei also laughed and quickly followed. Although the first round of negotiations had collapsed in a very short time, Xiao Ruofei's mood was very relaxed. 2 days later, Xiao Ruofei sat in his office and was leisurely browsing the news website. Feng Jing knocked on the door and walked in. She had a helpless expression on her face. Xiao Ruofei raised his head and asked, Manager Feng, what's the matter? Why do you look like you have nothing to live for? Feng Jing said listlessly, You won. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He quickly asked, Did Bojan Real Estate contact you? Feng Jing nodded helplessly and said, Although I want to tell you this news tomorrow, my professional ethics don't allow me to do so. If you agree to bet, you have to accept your loss. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Then quickly call Lu Qian over. It's time for you to fulfill your bet. Feng Jing opened her eyes wide and asked, As the boss of the company, shouldn't you be more concerned about Bojan's offer? Xiao Ruofei waved his hand indifferently and said, Since you said that I won, then the offer is within my range of prediction. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit higher or lower. Feng Jing was speechless. Then, she became a little shy and asked, This? Can the bet? No way. Don't deny it. Xiao Ruofei held back his naughty smile and rejected Feng Jing without waiting for her to finish. I'm not denying it. Feng Jing quickly said, I'm saying. Can you fulfill it now? Don't let Lu Qian, Manager Feng, are you embarrassed? Xiao Ruofei was even more amused. He continued to say, Lu Qian is the witness of our bet. It's not good for her not to be present, right? You. Feng Jing's pretty face turned red and said, How about? I pay double the bet? What do you mean? Xiao Ruofei didn't understand. Call me twice. Feng Jing said with a red face. Xiao Ruofei touched his chin and pondered for a while before saying, 3 times. Feng Jing secretly clenched her teeth and said, Deal. Lu Qian was her subordinate. If she had to call Xiao Ruofei brother in front of Lu Qian, she would definitely not accept it. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei's request wasn't too much, so she could only clench her teeth and agree. Xiao Ruofei crossed his arms in front of his chest and sat on his desk without caring about his image. He had a mischievous smile on his face as he looked at Feng Jing. Feng Jing's face turned red. After gathering her courage for a long time, she finally said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Brother Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei exaggeratedly dug his ears and said, Manager Feng, what did you say just now? I didn't hear it. Feng Jing was so angry that she glared at Xiao Ruofei. Then she closed her eyes and shouted as if she was going to throw caution to the wind, Brother Ruofei. Brother Ruofei. Brother Ruofei. At this moment, a figure hurriedly walked into Xiao Ruofei's office and said, Chairman, this person was Lu Qian. However, she was only halfway through her words when she heard Feng Jing shout Brother Ruofei 3 times so loudly. Lu Qian was stunned. She didn't know what to do and stood rooted to the ground. Feng Jing even wanted to die. She glared at Lu Qian with murderous eyes and asked in an unfriendly tone, What are you doing here? Lu Qian was so scared that her whole body trembled. She quickly said, I didn't hear anything, and I didn't see anything. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, Manager Feng, I didn't ask Lu Qian to come over. Isn't this a coincidence? Feng Jing wished that there was a hole for her to hide in. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said to Lu Qian, "I'm asking you what you're doing here?" Lu Qian quickly said, "Oh, that. Bojan Real Estate called again. They hope to restart the negotiations as soon as possible. I didn't find you in your office, so." "Okay, I got it." Feng Jing quickly said, "You can leave first." "Oh. Okay." Lu Qian turned around and walked out quickly. On one hand, she was a little scared. On the other hand, she felt that the scene just now was a little funny. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold it in. "Wait." Xiao Ruofei said, "Lu Qian, you seem to have participated in the gambling the day before yesterday, right?" "So." Lu Qian slowly turned around and quickly glanced at Feng Jing. Then, without hesitation, she called out, "Brother Ruofei." "Oh." Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction and said, "Manager Feng, look at Lu Qian's gambling habits. You have to learn from her in this aspect." Feng Jing covered her face with one hand and said weakly, "Chairman, let's talk about Bojan Real Estate first. He didn't care about a business worth hundreds of millions and was instead happily acting like a brother. This boss was too unreliable." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, okay. Let's put the gambling matter behind us. But I won't let you call me brother for nothing. After Bojan Real Estate's matter is settled, I will still treat you to Ling's restaurant. And there will definitely be a secret recipe a Buddha jumps over the wall." Lu Qian's eyes lit up when she heard that. She said, "Really? Long live the chairman." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "Lu Qian, you can leave first." "Oh yes," directly reply to Bojan Real Estate. "Tell them that our company has been busy recently and I'm afraid that we won't have time to go to the city to negotiate. But if they come to the district, I will try my best to find time to talk to them." Lu Qian was stunned for a moment, then she immediately said, "Okay, I'll go make the call now." After Lu Qian left, Feng Jing felt that her face was still burning. She had really embarrassed herself just now. She couldn't help but stare at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, "Chairman, I've lost all my face. It's all your fault. It won't be long before everyone in the company knows. Come on." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't you know Lu Qian? This little girl may be in a hurry, but her mouth is tight." Lu Qian had been Feng Jing's assistant for so long and hadn't been replaced. Naturally, she wasn't the kind of person who would blabber, because blabbering was the biggest taboo around the leader. Feng Jing said angrily, "It's all your fault anyway." "That's a bit unreasonable." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "It's true that I proposed the gambling, but I didn't force you to participate." Then Xiao Ruofei said, Okay, I won't let you suffer a loss. How about this? In the future, you can call me by my name in private. As for me, how about I call you Sister Jing? This way, it won't seem too distant." Feng Jing's face was slightly hot. She looked up at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Really?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Of course. I'm the boss. Every word I say is a nail. What about now? Is this considered private?" Feng Jing asked. Yes. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Sister Jing. Are you satisfied now?" In fact, he had long felt that the way he and Feng Jing addressed each other was too formal. It was fine to address each other like this in front of everyone, and it was necessary. But privately, he still called her chairman and manager Feng, which seemed a bit distant. It wasn't a big deal in the past, but as everyone became more familiar with each other and their relationship got closer, it seemed a bit awkward. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was about to give shares to Feng Jing. Although the share was small, it was still considered a partner. So, he might as well take this opportunity to solve this problem. Feng Jing suddenly swept away her aggrieved look and chuckled. That's more like it. Then, I won't be polite. When there's no one else around, I'll call you Ruofei? No problem. Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly. Then, let's talk about Bojan Real Estate. I've wanted to talk about it for a long time, but you never talked about serious matters. Feng Jing glanced at Xiao Ruofei and went straight to the guest sofa to sit down. Xiao Ruofei smiled and poured a cup of tea for Feng Jing, then sat down. Director. Ruofei, regarding Bojun Real Estate, aren't you a bit too forceful? Feng Jing said with some worry. Feng Jing was still a little unaccustomed to this sudden change in address. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, Sister Jing, don't you think that they backed down too quickly? Feng Jing said thoughtfully, that's true. This is a big taboo in business negotiations. But they seem to be really anxious. I've learned some things. The current situation of Bojun Real Estate is worse than what the outside world has said. Xiao Ruofei said, selling the property to recover funds is an urgent matter for them. Of course, there are some specific details, which I won't go into in detail. This information will be very helpful for our negotiations. Then. So, they will take the initiative to come to us? Feng Jing asked. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, if nothing unexpected happens, they should, and soon. Ruofei, aren't you worried that they will find other buyers? Feng Jing asked curiously. The Hengli building is definitely a high-quality property. They don't need to hang themselves on a tree. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, this possibility exists, but it's very small. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to talk to us. Why? Feng Jing was very puzzled. Xiao Ruofei showed an unfathomable expression and said, because other people are darker than us. The business world is like a battlefield. I'm still more merciful. Feng Jing was also thinking. At this time, Lu Qian came to Xiao Ruofei's office again. This time, she learned her lesson. Her footsteps were loud, and she knocked on the door. Come in. Xiao Ruofei said loudly, and then asked, Lu Qian, is there any new news from Bojun Real Estate? Lu Qian nodded and said, Chairman, Boss Su of Bojun Real Estate personally called and asked me to ask about your work arrangements in the afternoon. They hope to come to the farm in the afternoon to discuss the acquisition with us. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while, then said, tell Boss Su that I'm free between 3:30 and 4:30. Okay. Lu Qian said immediately, then turned around to pass on the message. Feng Jing smiled and said to Xiao Ruofei, just give them an hour? Business negotiations like this were often protracted. Even if Bojun Real Estate was in a hurry to cash out, all kinds of tug-of-war were inevitable in the process of a negotiation. An hour was too short. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, we're not the ones who are in a hurry. It's good for us to let them feel a sense of urgency appropriately. Don't go overboard. Feng Jing couldn't help but say, if Bojun Real Estate gives up on the deal with us, it will be difficult to find such a good opportunity in the future. I said that the possibility of that happening is very small. Xiao Ruofei said, besides, I didn't force them. I agreed as soon as they proposed to restart negotiations. Okay. As long as you're confident. Feng Jing stood up and said, then about the negotiation in the afternoon. I'll prepare it. Xiao Ruofei said confidently, you come with me. Okay. Feng Jing said, then I'll go first. After Feng Jing left, Xiao Ruofei went back to his desk and sorted out the information he had learned before. He went through all the problems he might encounter in the afternoon's negotiation in his mind, then he smiled. Hengli Building was going to be renamed soon. Since it was almost lunchtime, Xiao Ruofei didn't skip work. He continued to watch a movie on the computer. Time slowly passed, and soon it was time to get off work. Just as Xiao Ruofei was packing up and preparing to go downstairs to the cafeteria for lunch, his phone on the desk vibrated. Xiao Ruofei glanced at it and answered the phone, Boss Lin. I heard that you got promoted? I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. The call was from Qiantang Tong Rentang's Boss Lin. Due to his outstanding performance, he was promoted to Huadong's deputy general manager. Boss Lin was mainly responsible for the cooperation between the Taoyuan Company and Tong Rentang. Iron Maple Bucket was regularly sent to Qiantang City. Boss Lin's promotion was feedback from the company's employees. The reason why Boss Lin was able to achieve such outstanding performance was closely related to Xiao Ruofei. Whether it was the rare wild ginseng or the regular supply of high-quality Iron Maple Bucket, they were all things that were difficult to obtain on the market, even if you had the money. For the past 6 months, Boss Lin had brought an endless supply of high-quality goods to Tong. And therefore, Xiao Ruofei could be said to be Boss Lin's biggest benefactor. Boss Lin said very politely, Boss Xia, this is all thanks to you. Haha. It's a win-win situation. Xiao Ruofei said. Boss Lin said, Boss Xia, I'm looking for you for two things this time. Please take care of me, Boss Xia. We're old friends. You don't have to be so polite. As long as I can help, I'll do my best. Xiao Ruofei said. Then I'll thank Boss Xia in advance. Boss Lin said, the first thing is about the iron maple bucket. Boss Xia, can you sign a new supply agreement with us? Why? Boss Lin thinks that the previous agreement is not suitable? Xiao Ruofei asked with a slight frown. He thought to himself, could it be that Boss Lin thinks that the previous agreement was too expensive? At that time, Boss Lin had personally come to Taoyuan Farm to discuss the iron maple bucket. Feng Jing had personally negotiated it, and the price was indeed higher than Feng Jing's. After the agreement was signed, Boss Lin had half-jokingly complained to Xiao Ruofei. However, Xiao Ruofei thought that it was impossible. Although the supply price was higher, Tong Rentang's profit margin was still very high. Moreover, Tong Rentang was basically the only company that could supply large quantities of that grade of iron maple bucket. There was no other company. Tong Rentang had basically monopolized the business and made a lot of money every month. Sure enough, Boss Lin quickly said, Boss Xia, don't misunderstand. All the conditions remain the same. I mainly want to change the purchasing entity to Tong Rentang's Huadong region. Xiao Ruofei understood as soon as he heard this. He couldn't help but laugh and said, Boss Lin, you're taking drastic measures as soon as you leave. Aren't you afraid that your old subordinates will scold you? Boss Lin smiled and said, actually, after our Qiantang shop purchased, it was also distributed to all the major stores in the country. However, this contract was negotiated by me, so it wasn't convenient for the leaders to take it away at that time. In fact, with the region as the main purchasing entity, it was easier to coordinate and distribute all the resources. Okay. We'll do as you say. Xiao Ruofei said, I'll talk to the company's legal department. He wasn't interested in listening to Boss Lin's long-winded talk. Anyway, it wasn't a loss for the Taoyuan company. It was just a new agreement. Why not do a favor? Boss Lin quickly said, thank you, Boss Xia. I'll send someone to contact your company tomorrow. Then, Boss Lin asked with a hint of anticipation, Boss Xia, there's one more thing. Is there any stock of the caterpillar fungus from last time? Previously, Xiao Ruofei had used the 30-fold time flow in the Archean realm to experiment with cultivating caterpillar fungus. He had harvested a total of about 500 grams. Although it was a small amount, Boss Lin still bought all of it. The quality of that batch of caterpillar fungus was extremely high. Boss Lin had been thinking about it since then. This time, when he called to talk about changing the contract, he finally couldn't help but ask about caterpillar fungus. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment when he heard that. After pondering for a moment, he said, there are some stocks, but not many. Xia Qing had already worked overtime to harvest caterpillar fungus in the Ring 2 space. However, there were too many caterpillar fungus, so the efficiency wasn't very high. A conservative estimate was that it would take at least more than a month to harvest all the caterpillar fungus. Now, it was estimated that less than half of it had been harvested. When Boss Lin heard that there were stocks, why would he care about how many there were? He was overjoyed and said, Boss Xia, no matter how many there are, our Tong Rentang will buy them all. The purchase price will definitely satisfy you. It won't be lower than any other company's offer. You have to keep it for me. No problem. I already told you. Xiao Ruofei said, don't worry. No one will snatch it from you. Hee hee. That's good. Boss Lin said with a smile. Boss Xia, I'll rush to the 3 mountains as soon as possible. Let's not talk about it for now. I'll check if there are any flights to the 3 mountains today. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly said, Boss Lin, there's no rush. If you rush over in such a hurry, I won't have time to prepare. He had been busy discussing the acquisition with Bojun Real Estate for the past 2 days. How could he be in the mood to entertain Boss Lin? Moreover, if it was a few days later, Xia Qing would be able to harvest more caterpillar fungus. Since he was going to sell it to Tong Rentang, the more the better. When the time came, he would also need funds to acquire Bojun Real Estate's building assets. Boss Lin, the god of wealth, came at the right time. Then, Boss Lin's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Boss Xia, when will your side be ready? 2 or 3 days. Xia Ruofei said, Boss Lin, I'll give you a call as soon as everything is ready. Alright, Boss Xia, you have to remember to keep it for us. Boss Lin said worriedly, no matter what the other company's purchase price is, we promise to pay 10% more than their price. Alright. Xia Ruofei found it a little funny. As for the price, we'll talk about it when we meet. You have experienced appraisers as well. Just give me an objective estimate when the time comes. Alright. Thank you in advance, Boss Xia. Boss Lin said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei raised his hand to look at his watch. He realized that it was already past lunchtime, so he picked up his handbag, tucked it under his armpit, and went straight to the staff cafeteria on the first floor for lunch. Xia Ruofei did not go to work on time in the afternoon. After lunch, he went back to the small villa to take a nap. Of course, he did not deliberately make things difficult for Bojun Real Estate. At around 3:15 p.m., he walked leisurely to the office building. What surprised Xia Ruofei was that he saw several cars parked in the parking lot next to the building. Needless to say, the people from Bojun Real Estate must have arrived. They're early. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. Sure enough, when Xia Ruofei went upstairs, he saw Lu Qian waiting at the door of his office. They're here? Xia Ruofei asked. Yes. Lu Qian said, I've arranged for them to rest in the reception room. Manager Feng is accompanying them. Xia Ruofei opened the office door and said, Alright, I got it. Ask the administrative department to prepare the meeting room in advance. I'll be there at 3:30 p.m. sharp. Although he did not intend to make things difficult for Bojun Real Estate, Xia Ruofei did not intend to start the negotiations in advance. Since they agreed to meet at 3:30 p.m., then they would start at 3:30 p.m. sharp. The other party could not be picky. Alright. Lu Qian replied. After Xia Ruofei entered the office, he began to wash the teacups unhurriedly. Then, he took out the Taoyuan Company's De Hong Pao tea and drank it leisurely for a while. Then, he used an elegant cup that could filter tea leaves to brew a large cup of De Hong Pao tea. Seeing that it was about time, he got up and left the office with the teacup. In the meeting room, everyone had already taken their seats on both sides of the table. On Bojun Real Estate's side, it was still led by the vice president, Su Jiahui. They were basically the same people from a few days ago. On the Taoyuan Company's side, in addition to Feng Jing and Lu Qian, who was in charge of records, the company's marketing director, Xiao Chang, and financial director, Peng Hao, were also present. Xia Ruofei apologized as soon as he entered the room. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I'm too busy at the company. I've neglected you. On the other side, Feng Jing and the others were having a hard time holding it in. They almost could not hold back their laughter on the spot. Su Jiahui did not doubt him and quickly said politely, Mr. Li, you're too serious. We're the ones who have disturbed you. Xia Ruofei quickly walked to the center of the opposite side and sat down. Because Xia Ruofei had not arrived, Su Jiahui had already thought of what to say. However, after Xia Ruofei sat down, he did not wait for Su Jiahui to speak. Instead, he turned to Lu Qian and said, Lu Qian, how do we serve tea guanyin to Mr. Su and the others? Didn't our company's top-notch De Hong Pao tea receive great praise? Go get some and brew it. Also, let Mr. Su and the others give their opinions. Oh right, get some for Mr. Su and the others later. Yes, Chairman. Lu Qian quickly got up to arrange it. Su Jiahui also quickly said, Boss Xia, you don't have to be so polite. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, it's just some tea leaves. They're all homegrown. They're not worth much, then thank you, Boss Xia, said Su Jiahui. Actually, he did not want to talk so much and wanted to get to the point as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Xia Ruofei immediately said, Mr. Su, this is your first time at our farm, right? How do you feel? Su Jiahui was stunned for a moment and said awkwardly, "Very good." That place was flourishing. And the environment is especially good. Mr. Su, you also think the environment is good? Xiao Ruofei said excitedly, "When we were planning the farm, I specifically emphasized that we must have a good environment inside, even if we have to sacrifice some space for production." Su Jiahui looked awkwardly at Xiao Ruofei, who was talking non-stop, but he did not know how to interrupt him. Feng Jing had actually already guessed Xiao Ruofei's intentions. She could not help but turn to look at Xiao Ruofei. Her eyes were full of smiles as she thought to herself, "This guy is really mischievous." On the other side, Su Jiahui finally saw the opportunity when Xiao Ruofei was thirsty and went to drink tea. He quickly said, "Boss Xia, let's talk about the Hengli building first." He felt bitter in his heart. The boss of the Taoyuan company never played by the rules. Last time at the Bojun building, he went straight to the point. The whole negotiation lasted less than 10 minutes before it was announced that it had broken down. And this time, they were only given an hour. Not only that, Xiao Ruofei came in at the right time. As soon as he came in, he started talking nonsense. He did not talk about anything serious at all, but nearly 10 minutes had passed. There was even less time left for the negotiation. Su Jiahui had more or less understood Xiao Ruofei's style. He knew that as long as it was 4:30, this guy would definitely get up and leave without hesitation. He even suspected that Xiao Ruofei was deliberately talking nonsense to waste time. If it was in the past, Su Jiahui would definitely not be willing to deal with such a difficult opponent, but now the company's situation was not optimistic. He knew that he would be cut, but he could only bite the bullet. Xiao Ruofei put down his teacup slowly and said, "President Su, the matter about the Hengli building is actually not complicated at all. The offer I gave you last time was actually very sincere," Su Jiahui said with a wry smile. "We have no doubt about the sincerity of the Taoyuan company's cooperation, so this time we took the initiative to come to discuss. However, Boss Xia, 320 million is really too little. The value of our assets is there. Even if we give you a certain discount, it can't be so low that it's ridiculous. But I think the offer you made before you came was too expensive." Xiao Ruofei said lightly, 380 million, President Su, you can go out and ask. At this time, who would be willing to take over at such a high price? Su Jiahui forced a smile and said, "Boss Xia must be joking. The price of 380 million is definitely a super low price. Any company with the ability to take over will definitely be tempted." Xiao Ruofei looked at Su Jiahui and smiled without saying a word. Su Jiahui was a little creeped out by Xiao Ruofei's stare. He kept muttering in his heart. Xiao Ruofei knew the current situation of their company very well. This was beyond doubt, but Su Jiahui didn't know how well Xiao Ruofei knew. In other words, he didn't know the opponent's trump card at all. Su Jiahui was about to be forced into a corner. Regardless of whether Xiao Ruofei's words were casual or not, the current situation of Bojun real estate was like this. After the capital chain problem and the group's senior management decided to cash out the assets of the Hengli building, Bojun contacted a number of real estate groups to discuss the sale. After all, it was the assets of a 9-story building, which was more than half of the building. The most likely buyer was a real estate company. However, Bojun Real Estate's capital problem was not a secret in the industry. It was just a matter of the depth of understanding. Even if it was groundless, the news of Bojun Real Estate selling a building in a prime location was confirmed. The real estate industry was quite cruel. The assets of Bojun Real Estate's 9-story building were valued at least 400 million according to the market price. However, once they knew that Bojun Real Estate had serious cash flow problems, this valuation would immediately shrink greatly. The real estate businessmen who usually called each other brothers at industry summits or other occasions would never be polite at such a time. In the end, no one offered more than 300 million. It was obvious that they were taking advantage of the situation. Other powerful companies were not very interested in this kind of investment-type real estate if they didn't have a need for it. After all, the transaction involved hundreds of millions of funds. Furthermore, Bojun Real Estate's payment deadline was very urgent. It would be time-consuming and laborious to buy and resell or sublease. In the end, Bojun Real Estate thought of the Taoyuan company, which had just bought the other half of the building. The explosive product, Yuji ointment, made the Taoyuan company famous, especially in Xianxia City. In just a few minutes, 200 million in sales was almost like a myth. The decision-makers of Bojun Real Estate felt that the Taoyuan company should not be short of cash flow. Moreover, they had just bought the other half of the building. If they bought the other half, it would be quite beneficial for the integration of resources. After much consideration, the Taoyuan company became the focus of Bojun Real Estate's negotiations. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was unmoved, Su Jiehui sighed and said, "Boss Xia, we came here to negotiate with great sincerity, so the price of 380 million yuan is not the final price. It's not impossible to lower it appropriately, but the 320 million yuan your company proposed is really too low. The senior management of the group can't accept such a price." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course, we can feel the sincerity of your group. Moreover, Mr. Su is a guest, so I can't not give him any face. How about this? 330 million yuan is an auspicious number that both sides can accept. How about it?" Sanjian City was different from many places in Huaxia that worshipped the number 8. In the local customs, 3 was an auspicious number. Whether it was red packets, betrothal gifts, or choosing a date, they all liked to use 3. Su Jiehui saw that Xia Ruofei was talking to himself and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could both sides accept it? 330 million yuan didn't even reach the psychological bottom line of the group, okay? You erased the difference of tens of millions with an auspicious number. Was there such a good thing in the world? However, Su Jiehui also understood that Bojun Real Estate was the weaker party in this negotiation. Xia Ruofei had taken the initiative to give in, so he couldn't show his emotions on his face. Su Jiehui tried hard to adjust his expression, then squeezed out a smile and said, "Boss Xia, this price is too low. We can give you another 10 million yuan. We can't go any lower. This is already a big loss." Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Isn't the loss too exaggerated? Hengli building has been developed for several years. How much was the land price at that time? The construction materials and labor costs were also much lower than now. Oh. I forgot that you acquired this land through an exchange, so the cost is even lower. I don't think it's more than 200 million yuan." Su Jiehui almost vomited blood. How could it be calculated like that? In recent years, property prices in Sanjian City had skyrocketed. Just this year alone, it had increased by thousands of yuan. How could it be calculated using the cost of that year? If that was the case, then all real estate businessmen should change their careers and do charity work. Boss Xia, this. Su Jiehui could only smile bitterly at Xia Ruofei's somewhat unreasonable calculation. He was simply speechless. Xia Ruofei turned to ask Feng Jing, "Manager Feng, after our headquarters moved, have you calculated the requirements for office space?" Feng Jing immediately understood and said, "Chairman, we have done detailed calculations. The current 6-story building is enough for the company's future development needs, and there is still a lot of redundancy." Xia Ruofei then looked at Su Jiehui, shrugged and said, "Did you hear that, Mr. Su? Actually, our company doesn't have an urgent need for the remaining 9 stories. To be honest, I have so much cash, where can't I invest it to make money? I also considered that Bojun Real Estate is a local company and wanted to help you when you were in trouble." Su Jiehui cursed in his heart, looting a burning house? That's so refreshing. However, he thought about it again. In fact, compared to those ruthless real estate colleagues, Xia Ruofei was considered merciful. At least the price he offered was higher than them. "Boss Xia, I admit that the group currently has some difficulties in capital operations," Su Jiehui said sincerely. Su Jiehui said sincerely, "But this difficulty is temporary. In addition to cashing out the assets of the Hengli building, we also have many ways to raise funds. If the price can't meet the expectations of the group's senior management, we would rather not sell." At this point, there was no point in hiding the cash flow problem, so Su Jiehui simply changed his strategy. "Didn't you always say that we have a problem with funds? I admit, but we are not forced into a dead end. Selling the assets of the Hengli building is to cash out, but it is not our only way." This statement seemed to be honest, but in fact, it was hinting to Xia Ruofei to stop before he went too far, so as not to let the cooked duck fly away. Xia Ruofei just smiled faintly and said, "I know, President Zhou of your group found a sum of money in Hong Kong. Su Jiahui broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. President Zhou personally went to Hong Kong this time and raised 200 million Hong Kong dollars, which relieved the financial pressure to a certain extent. The current financial gap was about 500 million, and if another sum of money could be transferred smoothly, it would be about 350 million. This was the reason why the group's senior management meeting set a psychological bottom line of 350 million for the assets of the Hengli building. If everything went well, the 9 floors of the Hengli building must be sold for more than 350 million to solve this crisis. Now, President Zhou had succeeded, and he had raised about 20 million yuan more than expected. Another vice president had led a team to Beijing to ask for help, and now there was some progress. The only thing left was the sale of the Hengli building. There had been no progress. Before Su Jiahui had time to speak, Xiao Ruofei said faintly, "President Su, as far as I know, your loan from the construction bank is overdue." Su Jiahui's mind buzzed, and he looked at Xiao Ruofei with some horror. Seeing Xiao Ruofei's smiling expression, Su Jiahui's expression changed quickly, but he quickly forced himself to be calm and said, "Boss Xia knows our group's situation very well. But the cooperation between real estate companies and banks is very close. Occasionally, when a loan is overdue, the banks are more understanding. This time, the construction bank also trusts us a lot, so they didn't give us too much pressure." Xiao Ruofei still looked calm and said faintly, "It's President Wu who understands you better, right? But as far as I know, President Wu seems to be reaching retirement age next month." Su Jiahui's expression changed greatly. This was almost the core secret of Bojun real estate. Even among those in the same industry, very few people knew that Bojun Real Estate's biggest backer in the construction bank was Vice President Wu. This was because the vice president rarely interacted with Bojun Real Estate, but in fact, he secretly took care of Bojun Real Estate when it came to loans. Bojun Real Estate's crisis began 2 months ago. Like many local companies, Bojun Real Estate had been trying to go out. Their first step was a bit big, and they directly chose the international metropolis of Shenzhen. In Shenzhen, they paid a huge price to get a piece of land, and then they quickly developed it. This was also Bojun Real Estate's future strategic center. Then, there were problems with this piece of land. First, there were 2 accidents on the construction site, and even a construction worker was killed. Then, there were a series of problems. They invested a lot of money, but they didn't get a pre-sale certificate. If it was in Sanshan, these problems could be solved. But in Shenzhen, as an outsider, Bojun Real Estate's foundation was very shallow. To put it bluntly, they couldn't even pray to Buddha. These problems were originally caused by a few real estate companies in Shenzhen working together to deal with Bojun Real Estate. In addition to some official relations, Bojun Real Estate had been rectified several times, but they still couldn't get a pre-sale certificate. The opening date was still far away, which meant that the 2 to 3 billion invested in the early stage couldn't be recovered. In addition, there were 2 other buildings in Sanshan that were being developed at the same time, and a large sum of money was invested every day. The debt ratio of real estate companies was extremely high. After dragging it out for a while, Bojun Real Estate's capital chain had serious problems. If it couldn't be solved in a short period of time, several construction sites would face the danger of stopping work. And once the work stopped, the chain reaction would be serious. The construction company would start to ask for the construction money, the bank would come to the door to ask for the loan, and the owners who bought the pre-sale house would also come to the door to ask for an explanation. The brand that they had worked so hard to build for so many years could be destroyed. In addition, a 300 million loan from the construction bank had expired. When Vice President Wu was still around, he could help delay it for a while. After he retired, many things would be beyond his reach. Moreover, Vice President Wu had also hinted vaguely that his successor had been parachuted in from the headquarters. This kind of gold-plated official cherished his reputation the most, and most of them were stubborn. Furthermore, a new official would make drastic changes. If this sum of money was not returned in time, it was very likely that Bojun Real Estate would become a sacrifice to his flag. Internal and external difficulties, this was the portrayal of Bojun Real Estate's current situation. When Xiao Ruofei saw Su Jiahui's dazed look, he patted his forehead and said, "Chairman Su, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I digressed from the topic. Let's not care about that. Your Bojan real estate is such a big group, I definitely don't have to worry about the money. Let's return to the topic of the negotiation. Su Jiahui forced a smile and said, okay. Boss Xia, let's not beat around the bush. Before I left, I specifically called Chairman Zhou to ask for instructions. 370 million is really our bottom line. If Boss Xia is still not satisfied, I have another plan. Oh? Chairman Su, please speak. Xia Ruofei said with a slight smile. The cash payment can be adjusted to 350 million, Su Jiahui said. The remaining 20 million, we hope that your company will pay with shares. Only 2% of the Taoyuan company's shares will be enough. 20 million for 2% of the shares was calculated based on the valuation of the Taoyuan company. Su Jiahui thought that Xia Ruofei should be very likely to accept this plan. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei flatly said, that's impossible. I will never sell the company's shares now, and at any time in the future. Not to mention 20 million, even if it was 100 million, Xia Ruofei would never sell his shares. Besides, it wasn't that Xia Ruofei couldn't afford 370 million in cash. It was just that at this time, if he didn't try his best to lower the price, he would feel sorry for himself. So, how could he accept the plan of selling his shares? This? Su Jiahui frowned slightly and said awkwardly. Xia Ruofei said straightforwardly, Chairman Su, I don't want to beat around the bush anymore. In short, 350 million in cash is my final offer. Chairman Su, you can consider it, or you can ask your Chairman Zhou again. If you can accept it, we can sign the agreement today. If you can't accept this price, then there's no need to continue the discussion. No matter how many rounds of discussion, I won't be able to pay a single cent more. Xia Ruofei directly blocked the way out. He stood up and said, Chairman Su, I'm sorry. I still have a lot of things to deal with. I'll take my leave first. You can take your time to consider it. After that, Xia Ruofei walked out of the conference room. Wait. After some hesitation, Su Jiahui hurriedly shouted, Boss Xia, we want to receive the transaction payment within a week after the agreement is signed. Feng Jing, Xiao Chang, Peng Hao, and the others quickly looked at each other and revealed an extremely surprised expression. Getting it at a super low price of 350 million was simply an unbelievable surprise. Xia Ruofei seemed to have expected this. He directly reached out his hand to Su Jiahui across the conference table and said with a smile, happy cooperation. The legal work of both parties was very efficient. In a short while, the transfer contract was drafted. After both parties confirmed that there was no mistake, they signed their names respectively. Su Jiahui also came prepared. He even brought the company seal. Naturally, the Taoyuan company's seal was more convenient. After signing and stamping, the contract took effect. From now on, the Hengli building could be renamed the Taoyuan building at any time. When everyone shook hands, Su Jiahui said with a wry smile, I hope that I won't meet a negotiation opponent like Boss Xia again in my life, although Chairman Zhou had already authorized him to accept it if he could negotiate for 350 million yuan, this was the bottom line. In fact, the market value of this asset was definitely more than 400 million yuan. Before coming, Su Jiahui's own psychological bottom line was 3. He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to be more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. In the end, the deal was made with the bottom line authorized by Chairman Zhou. This meant that his KPI was about to break the passing line in this negotiation. It might even leave the impression that he was not capable enough. If that was the case, it would be too unfair. No matter who negotiated with him, Su Jiahui felt that the result wouldn't be much better than this. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Chairman Su, you're exaggerating. I've already asked the cafeteria to prepare wine and dishes. After signing the agreement, I'll invite everyone to try our Taoyuan vegetables. Then Xia Ruofei turned his head and asked, Lu Qian, have you prepared the tea for Chairman Su and the others? Don't forget to put it in the car. Yes, Chairman. Lu Qian quickly responded. Su Jiahui saw Xia Ruofei's enthusiasm after signing the contract and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fortunately, he had successfully completed the task. He also felt slightly relieved. Without the hostility at the negotiating table, the guests and the host enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Xiao Ruofei did not answer Feng Jing's question. Instead, she asked, under the condition that we can maintain normal operations, how much money can the company raise in a week? Feng Jing had a better understanding of the financial situation of the Taoyuan company. She didn't think much before she said, if we don't consider the 170 million yuan from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, we can probably come up with 150 million yuan, mainly from the cash flow from the 2 Yuji ointments. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, don't worry about the 170 million yuan from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. 3 months is enough for us to raise money. By the way, when is the next sale date of the Yuji ointments? 2 days later. Feng Jing said, if nothing goes wrong, it should be sold out in a relatively short time. If the sales are the same as the previous few times, we can get about 100 million yuan after deducting the channel fees. But the time to get the money back may not be in time. Contact our channel and try to get the 100 million yuan back in 5 days. Xiao Ruofei said, the sales of the Yuji ointments are so hot. I think the channel will give us face. Okay, I'll arrange for people to contact them separately tonight, Feng Jing said, I think it shouldn't be a big problem. Xiao Ruofei smiled easily and said, it's already 250 million yuan. There's still a gap of 100 million yuan left. Are you going to transfer the overseas funds back? Feng Jing asked with interest. She knew that Xiao Ruofei had an offshore company overseas. Last time, when he auctioned the truffles in Hong Kong, the more than 15 million US dollars were all transferred to the offshore company's account. If this money was transferred back to China, it would be enough to pay for the purchase. Although Xiao Ruofei transferred some funds directly to the overseas account, Feng Jing didn't have any complaints. This was because, strictly speaking, this money was earned by Xiao Ruofei himself. At most, the company would send people to cooperate with him. If he still expected this money to go into the Taoyuan company's account and be included in the year-end bonus, that would be insatiable greed. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I don't have such plans for now. Let's take a look first. Maybe there are other ways to earn money? Unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to bring back the funds that have already gone out to sea. That's great. Feng Jing joked, otherwise, wouldn't my shares be diluted if you invest in the company? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, yes. Be careful or I'll kick you out of the game and not play with you anymore. Feng Jing said indifferently, it doesn't matter. Then I'll be able to earn a huge sum of money, enough for me to travel around the world. Are you really willing to leave the company? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Feng Jing smiled but didn't say anything. However, she quickly glanced at Xiao Ruofei and secretly said in her heart, if I really have to leave, it's not just the company that I'm reluctant to leave. The two were just joking and didn't continue this topic. After chatting for a while downstairs in the company, the two said goodbye to each other. Xiao Ruofei walked back to the villa. For Xiao Ruofei, a gap of 100 million in a week's time was neither too big nor too small a problem. If it weren't for the fact that Tong Rentang's boss Lin called him today to talk about the caterpillar fungus, then he might really have to use the overseas funds, or find a friend to borrow for a short period of time. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to owe anyone a favor. It was more likely that he would directly transfer the money from the overseas account back. But now he was thinking about the caterpillar fungus in the space. He didn't know how much caterpillar fungus Xiaqing had harvested. In addition, he didn't know how much Boss Lin could eat. However, considering that Boss Lin had been promoted and became the regional vice president, his authority should be much greater. Furthermore, the caterpillar fungus was top grade. No matter how much it cost, Tong Rentang shouldn't be willing to miss it. With these questions in mind, Xiao Ruofei went upstairs after returning home. He locked the doors and windows and took out the spirit map scroll. With a thought, he entered the Ring 2 space. Xiaqing. Xiao Ruofei didn't see Xiaqing in the Archean realm, so he sent a voice transmission. Come here. The next moment, Xiaqing's figure appeared out of thin air in the Archean realm. Master. He bowed respectfully to Xiao Ruofei. Xiaqing's clothes were still stained with mud, including his hands. It was obvious that he had been busy harvesting caterpillar fungus in the Mountain Sea realm. You've worked hard these past few days, Xiao Ruofei asked gently. How much caterpillar fungus have you harvested? Xia Qing immediately said without hesitation, about 140,000 have been processed. The remaining 10,000 will be processed soon. The most time-consuming part of the caterpillar fungus harvesting process was the excavation of the caterpillar fungus. The other processing tasks were all done in the Archean realm. With the 30 times faster time flow and the fact that Xia Qing could work without sleep, the time cost was very low. Xiao Ruofei said happily, then let's count it as 150,000. Xia Qing, your speed isn't bad. Xia Qing said in shame, we've harvested less than a third, it's already beyond my imagination. Xiao Ruofei quickly calculated. Our caterpillar fungus are relatively average in size. About 1,100 caterpillars weigh 1 kilogram. In other words, 150,000 caterpillars weigh about 136 kilograms. Yes, master. Xia Qing had clearly weighed it before, so he immediately nodded and said, yes, master. Xiao Ruofei silently calculated in his heart. Even if he were to follow the price Boss Lin had paid for 500 grams of caterpillar fungus for 350,000 yuan, 136 kilograms of caterpillar fungus would bring in more than 95 million yuan. Furthermore, the quality of the caterpillar fungus this time was higher than the caterpillar fungus planted in the experiment. The previous 500 grams of caterpillar fungus was about 1,200 caterpillars to 1 kilogram. This batch of caterpillar fungus could basically reach 1,100 caterpillars to 1 kilogram. The purchase price would probably be higher. In that case, the 100 million yuan gap was no longer a problem. Xiao Ruofei was instantly overjoyed. He patted Xia Qing heavily on the shoulder and said, well done. Xia Qing, after you processed the remaining 10,000 caterpillar fungus, weigh these 150,000 caterpillar fungus accurately, and then pack them all in sealed bags. I'll need them soon. Understood. Xia Qing replied calmly. After you processed this batch of caterpillar fungus, hurry up and harvest the rest of the caterpillar fungus. Xiao Ruofei said, after that, you'll have to work harder. Make use of the difference in the flow of time between the two spaces and divide the caterpillar fungus cultivation garden into several parts. It's best to divide it into 12 parts and stagger the harvest time. This way, the monthly workload can be reduced and there'll be a steady stream of output. Yes, master. Xia Qing said. This matter was a little complicated, but it wasn't too difficult for Xia Qing. It just took a little effort. Xiao Ruofei wanted to contact Boss Lin immediately, so after a simple tour of the space, he immediately left the Ring 2 space. After he returned to his room, he immediately took out his phone, found Boss Lin's number and dialed it. Boss Xia. Boss Lin's voice sounded a little excited. Is the caterpillar fungus ready? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Boss Lin, you can't wait? Brother. It's fine if you didn't mention it. At most, this is what I've been thinking about every day. Now that I know you've already gotten the caterpillar fungus, I haven't been eating or drinking for the whole day. I've only been thinking about it. Boss Lin said a little exaggeratedly. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, looks like it's all my fault. Boss Lin, I'd like to ask. What's the maximum amount of goods you can purchase with your current authority? Boss Lin was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then he was overjoyed. Xiao Ruofei's question meant that there might be more goods this time. And the goods produced by the Taoyuan company, whether it was the wild mountain ginseng from before, the iron maple bucket that they worked with for a long time, or the small amount of caterpillar fungus last time, all of them were the best of the best. For Tong Rentang, the more the better, Boss Lin said hurriedly, Boss Xia, no matter how many goods there are, we can buy them all. Even if my authority isn't enough, I can immediately ask the headquarters to transfer the funds. The Taoyuan company's brand is the guarantee of quality. This has already become a consensus in our headquarters. Xiao Ruofei asked jokingly, is it that exaggerated? Then if I take out a few 100 million worth of goods at once, can you buy them all in one go? Boss Lin felt that it was a little difficult to breathe. He asked in shock, a few 100 million? Then he gritted his teeth and said, even if it's a few 100 million, we'll buy them all. But the process may be a little more complicated. The quality of the Taoyuan company's products was really high. Even if they bought them in large quantities at once, it would lead to a backlog of funds due to sales pressure. It was still better than being bought by competitors. Boss Lin believed that the headquarters must have the same considerations. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Boss Lin, don't be nervous. I'm just giving an example. Although it's not a few hundred million, it's still possible for it to be tens of millions, or even more than 100 million. No problem." Boss Lin immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Our authority in eastern China can reach 100 million. If it's a little more, at most, we'll just have to call to ask for instructions. It's definitely not a problem." "That's good." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Boss Lin, if it's convenient, please come to Taoyuan Farm tomorrow. It's best if you bring a few more people." Okay. I'll book the earliest flight tomorrow now," Boss Lin said hurriedly. "Okay, send me the flight number after you've booked it. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up," Xiao Ruofei said. "Then I'll have to trouble Boss Xia," Boss Lin quickly said politely. "Don't be a stranger. You're here to give me money," Xiao Ruofei joked. "Hee, mutually beneficial, win-win." Boss Lin laughed. Xiao Ruofei also laughed and said, yes, win-win. Win-win. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei felt relaxed. 350 million yuan sounded like a lot of funds, but after some calculations, it was quickly gathered. This also showed that the Taoyuan company's current development speed was simply amazing, especially the appearance of Yuji ointment, which made Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory a huge cash cow. If it wasn't for Bojun Real Estate's urgent need for this amount of money, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't have needed to use the funds from selling the cordyceps at all. He only needed to organize a few more centralized sales of Yuji ointment. Now that Yuji ointment had become this year's absolute hot product, the price-performance ratio could be said to be unprecedented. Moreover, this kind of consumable was not a one-time sale. He believed that more than half of the users who had used Yuji ointment would choose to continue to buy and use it. In other words, the current production of Yuji ointment was far from its peak, and the state of insufficient supply might continue for a while. After a while, Xiao Ruofei received a WeChat message from Boss Lin. A group of 6 people would be taking the flight tomorrow at 8 a.m. and would arrive at Sanshan Airport at around 10 a.m. Xiao Ruofei immediately called Ji Linyun and asked him to send someone to rent a coaster tomorrow and pick them up at the airport in the morning. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei also thought that it was time to buy a few more cars for the company, such as commercial cars and coaster minibuses. In the future, after the company moved its headquarters, some of the employees might still live on the farm for a period of time until they found a place to live in the city. At that time, they would still need to commute. However, this acquisition had almost emptied the company's foundation, so the plan to buy a car could only be pushed back and considered again when the cash flow was more abundant. The problem of money was solved, so Xiao Ruofei slept very well that night. The next day, he began to slack off again. After waking up to cultivate as usual, he went back to sleep. He only woke up after 9 a.m. to wash up and then went downstairs to make himself a simple breakfast. After he finished eating, it was almost 10 a.m. Xiao Ruofei walked to the office complex. "Chairman, the colleague who picked you up said that the flight was delayed." Feng Jing knocked on the door and said, "Boss Lin and the others might be half an hour late." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay." "Oh yeah, ask the cafeteria to prepare a table of food and wine. We have to entertain Boss Lin this afternoon. I already ordered it this morning." Feng Jing said, then asked curiously, "Chairman, why did Boss Lin come this time? Isn't the Iron Maple Bucket transaction going smoothly?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Him? He's here to give us money. Don't we still need 100 million to buy the building? Whether this gap can be filled or not depends on today." Feng Jing was shocked and said, 100 million? Do we have something good again? This was Feng Jing's first reaction. Of course, this first reaction was quite accurate. Xiao Ruofei kept her in suspense and said, "Don't worry about that. Just ask the finance department to prepare to receive the money." Then he said, "Oh yeah, I'll be done with 100 million soon. You can't drop the ball for the remaining 250 million. Especially the channel merchants, you must communicate well. If they stand us up, then we might breach the contract with Bojan Real Estate. Understood. Feng Jing said, then I'll contact them again to confirm. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, a light yellow Toyota Roadster slowly stopped in front of the complex building of Taoyuan Farm. With a beeping sound, the automatic door slowly opened. Boss Lin was the first to step out of the car because he saw from afar that the chairman of the Taoyuan company, Xiao Ruofei, and the general manager, Feng Jing, were already standing in front of the building and waiting. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing also stepped forward to welcome them. This time, Xiao Ruofei was counting on this deal to pay the 350 million yuan acquisition fee from Bojan Real Estate, so he also attached great importance to it. Boss Lin's entourage also stepped out of the car. Xiao Ruofei even saw the old Chinese medicine doctor surnamed Huang, whom he had dealt with several times before, among the entourage. Brother Xia. Boss Lin enthusiastically quickened his pace and walked in front of Xiao Ruofei. Boss Lin, you've had a hard journey. Xiao Ruofei smiled and reached out his hand. Boss Lin enthusiastically shook hands with Xiao Ruofei, then asked eagerly, Brother Xia, where is it? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, let's go to my office. Just like that, without even a simple greeting, the group went straight to Xiao Ruofei's office. Xiao Ruofei knew Boss Lin's eagerness, so he didn't keep him in suspense. He walked directly to the corner of the office, opened the safe, took out a sealed bag from inside, and placed it on the coffee table. There were 2 kilograms of caterpillar fungus inside. Xiao Ruofei didn't take out all of the caterpillar fungus. More than 100 kilograms of caterpillar fungus wasn't small, so he couldn't pile it all up in the office. Boss Lin didn't say anything and personally opened the sealed plastic bag. He reached out and grabbed a handful of caterpillar fungus from inside. Hiss, everyone on the Tongren Tang side, from Boss Lin to Dr. Huang, including the entourage, took a deep breath almost at the same time. Then, they widened their eyes and stared at the caterpillar fungus in Boss Lin's hand. Boss Lin's hands were trembling. The 6 or 7 cordyceps he casually grabbed were simply perfect. The quality was even higher than the 500 grams of cordyceps he bought last time. He put his hand in front of his nose and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he could smell the strong smell of butter. Combined with the shape, color, and other characteristics of the cordyceps, there was no doubt that this was the most authentic Cordyceps sinuatum. However, in the crocodile worm grass, the annual production of this kind of top-grade grass could be said to be very little. How could Xiao Ruofei produce so much of it? Boss Lin's heart was also filled with doubt. However, this wasn't the first time he did business with Xiao Ruofei. Wasn't it the same for the top-grade iron maple bucket from before? No matter how one looked at it, it was a pure top-grade wild iron maple bucket. Moreover, after being tested by a professional laboratory, the nutritional content was even better than the best wild iron maple bucket on the market. However, Xiao Ruofei had the ability to supply it in batches. It was hard not to be convinced. Boss Lin distributed the caterpillar fungus in his hand to Dr. Huang beside him. Then, he asked the other subordinates to grab some from the sealed bag for identification. Xiao Ruofei smiled and sat in his office chair. He was very confident that today's business would be a success. Chief Lin and the others became more and more excited because the quality of this batch of caterpillar fungus was too average. They casually grabbed a handful from the bag and saw that they were almost the same size and the quality was also the same. Feng Jing didn't know much about caterpillar fungus. When she saw how excited Boss Lin and the others were, she couldn't help but pick up one from the bag curiously. Caterpillar fungus was actually shaped like a strong worm with a stalk of grass on its head. Although she knew that it was a nourishing medicinal herb, Feng Jing couldn't help but shiver. She hurriedly threw the caterpillar fungus back into the bag. She looked at Boss Lin and the others' expressions as if they had seen a peerless beauty and couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Finally, Boss Lin recovered from his excitement and asked anxiously, Boss Xia, we want all of these caterpillars. Per kilogram. We can offer 750,000 Huaxia dollars per kilogram, 750,000. When Feng Jing heard this price, she couldn't help but feel excited. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Boss Lin, there's no rush. Take a look at the quality of the caterpillar fungus first. this batch of goods isn't just this little bit. Boss Lin was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. Xiao Ruofei said on the phone that there was a business deal worth tens of millions. The caterpillar fungus here was at most about 2 kilograms. Even if he sold it at 750,000 per unit, it would only be slightly more than $1 million. If the transaction volume was really as high as tens of millions, then, Boss Lin quickly calculated in his heart and came to the conclusion that he would need at least hundreds of kilograms of such high-quality caterpillar fungus. He felt that it was a little difficult for him to breathe. Hundreds of kilograms of high-quality caterpillar fungus could be said to be a huge purchase for the entire Tongrentang. Tongrentang had always bought this kind of top-grade nourishing medicinal herb at all costs because it was too important to establish a brand image. And for such caterpillar fungus, even if it was bought at 750,000, Tongrentang would still make a big profit. More than 100 kilograms might seem like a lot, but Huaxia was so big, and Tongrentang had stores in almost all prefecture-level cities and above. After spreading out across the country, such a small amount of caterpillar fungus was nothing at all. There were so many rich people now, and they were especially willing to spend money for their health. It was easy to sell hundreds of kilograms of caterpillar fungus. And for Boss Lin, this was another dazzling achievement. Even the leaders at the headquarters would definitely be shocked. There's no need to look anymore. Boss Lin became more and more excited the more he thought about it. Brother Xia, as long as the quality of this batch of caterpillar fungus is up to the standard of these samples, we'll buy as many as there are. The price will be 750,000 per kilogram. Feng Jing's heart also began to stir. She had no idea where Xiao Ruofei got such an awesome caterpillar fungus that it could be sold at a sky-high price of 750,000 per kilogram. She also didn't know how much caterpillar fungus Xiao Ruofei had. Thinking about how Xiao Ruofei confidently said that the 100 million yuan acquisition fee that he was in charge of was basically settled, Feng Jing had a vague feeling that it was most likely this deal. She looked at Xiao Ruofei with anticipation. Xiao Ruofei didn't keep her in suspense and said directly, Boss Lin, don't worry. This time, there are at least 100 kilograms of caterpillar fungus of the same quality, but can Tongrentang really eat all of it? I'm leaving it all for you, and I didn't sell a single one. Boss Lin and Feng Jing simultaneously felt their mouths dry up and had difficulty breathing. It really was more than 100 kilograms, Boss Lin seemed to see a glittering future waving at him. Feng Jing, on the other hand, had her eyes full of red banknotes dancing in the air. She only had one thought in her mind, the 100 million yuan gap was no longer a problem. Of course, Dr. Huang and the others weren't any better. The two young people even felt their legs go weak. This was the first time they had seen such a rare and top-notch caterpillar fungus being sold in units of 100 kilograms. They felt that they were really ignorant in the past. Xiao Ruofei seemed to think that this news wasn't shocking enough. He continued, if you're willing to buy it, we can even maintain a relatively long-term partnership with Tongrentang. In the future, we can continue to provide such caterpillar fungus, oh my god. Boss Lin's heart was in turmoil. This wasn't a one-time deal, but a long-term partnership. Wasn't this a replica of the iron maple bucket from before? The value of the iron maple bucket and caterpillar fungus of this grade couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Boss Lin was also a man in his 40s. In any case, he was also a senior executive at the level of a regional manager. However, at this moment, he was standing there like a clay statue. It was quite a loss of composure. Boss Lin. Xiao Ruofei called out tentatively. Huh? Boss Lin came back to his senses and saw Xiao Ruofei looking at him with an inquiring gaze. He quickly said, Brother Xia, no problem. No problem. We'll buy as much as you have. As long as the quality can meet the standards of these samples, everything else isn't a problem. He spoke very quickly, as if he was worried that Xiao Ruofei would change his mind if he agreed too slowly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, didn't you say on the phone that if you exceeded your authority, you would have to apply to the headquarters? Boss Lin said, of course there's no problem. Brother Xia, I guarantee it with my integrity. If they had to reject such a deal, it would have to be the collective head of the headquarters that had water in their heads. No. Even if there was water in their heads, they wouldn't make such a decision unless there was sh*t in their heads. Boss Lin said in his heart. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, how about this? It's getting late now. We've prepared lunch in the cafeteria. Let's go eat first, then. Brother Xia. I'm not in the mood to eat. Boss Lin quickly said, take me to see the goods first. Before this deal is finalized, I'm not in the mood to do anything. Don't worry. It's not the first time we've done a deal. Xiao Ruofei said, the things are in my villa. Let's go take a look after we eat. You can check them one by one. The reason why he asked Boss Lin to bring a few more people over was because he had this plan in mind, in case there weren't enough people to check and appraise them. Brother Xia, you're exaggerating. Do you think I don't trust you? Boss Lin said, I just want to settle everything quickly. It's okay to eat a little later. You're not hungry, but old Huang and the others can't eat with you. Plus, I'm hungry myself. Xiao Ruofei said, Boss Lin, if you want this deal to go smoothly, you have to listen to me. Right now, nothing is more important than eating. Boss Lin saw that Xiao Ruofei had put it this way and could only helplessly say, all right then. But Brother Xia, after we eat, we'll go to my house immediately. It's only 200 to 300 meters away from this building. We'll be there in no time if we walk. Xiao Ruofei said. Okay. Boss Lin said, then let's have some work lunch for lunch. Don't drink. After all, we still have work to do. If it were up to Boss Lin himself, there would be no need to eat when there was a business deal worth hundreds of millions in front of them. However, since Xiao Ruofei was firm, he could only go along with the host's wishes. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, we won't drink at noon. We'll have a few more drinks at night. The group went downstairs to the cafeteria. It was already prepared. As soon as everyone arrived, Chao Tieshu's wife took care of serving the food. Originally, Xiao Ruofei had prepared drunken 8 Immortals white wine. Since Boss Lin was in such a hurry, he took the wine away. Taoyuan vegetables were the main ingredient. There were also some specialties from the 3 mountains. Chao Tieshu's wife was quite good at cooking. The food on the table looked, smelled, and tasted great. However, Boss Lin and the others were not in the mood to taste the delicious food. They filled a big bowl of rice and quickly shoveled the rice into their mouths. The 6 of them looked like they were gobbling up the food. Even Feng Jing was a little impatient. Although she did not eat in an ugly manner, it was obvious that she ate faster. Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only speed up a little. He could not wait for everyone to finish eating and then watch him eat alone. After a simple lunch, Xiao Ruofei led Boss Lin and the others to his villa. Feng Jing also took the initiative to follow. Everyone, feel free to sit in the living room. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile after he led everyone in. I'll go upstairs and get the things down. Brother Xia, I'll get someone to help you. Boss Lin quickly said. The things that weighed more than 100 kilograms were not light. He looked at Xiao Ruofei's fair and clean appearance and was afraid that Xiao Ruofei would not be able to carry them. If he accidentally damaged the worm stock inside, then the loss would outweigh the gain. No need. Just wait. Xiao Ruofei said. After saying that, he quickly went upstairs and returned to his room. After locking the doors and windows, he thought of something and took out all the caterpillar fungus that Xia Qing had prepared in advance from the Ring 2 space. More than 130 kilograms of caterpillar fungus were packed into many sealed bags and then placed into 3 large cardboard boxes. Each layer was filled with foam and sponge to prevent the worm stalk at the bottom from being squeezed. Each box weighed more than 40 kilograms. Xiao Ruofei easily stacked the 2 large boxes together and then carried them out. When the 2 cardboard boxes were stacked together, Xiao Ruofei carried them again. They were already taller than his head. Looking from afar, one could only see the 2 cardboard boxes moving forward. Boss Lin saw Xiao Ruofei carrying the cardboard boxes downstairs in such a thrilling manner and was almost scared out of his wits. He quickly called for his subordinates to go and take them. Xiao Ruofei said casually, no need. Just wait downstairs. After saying that, he walked down the stairs with light steps. Then, he gently placed the cardboard box on the ground and said, "There's another box upstairs. Wait a moment." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei turned around and went upstairs to get the last box. When Boss Lin saw how relaxed Xiao Ruofei was, he couldn't help but try to move the cardboard box curiously. This cardboard box weighed about 80 to 90 kilograms, but he didn't move it at all. He couldn't help but be shocked. Xiao Ruofei looked fair and clean, but his arm strength was so strong. Xiao Ruofei quickly moved the last cardboard box downstairs and said, "Everything is here, including the samples you saw in the morning. It's about 136 kilograms in total. Boss Lin, let everyone check the goods." "Okay." Boss Lin's voice trembled as he called for Dr. Huang and the others to open the boxes and check the caterpillar fungus inside. He also opened a cardboard box himself. Bags of caterpillar fungus in sealed plastic bags were taken out and lined up in the living room. When Feng Jing saw this scene and thought of the sky-high price of 750,000 per kilogram, she couldn't help but feel her heart beat faster. The living room was very quiet. Everyone was focused on checking and appraising. With so many caterpillar fungus, it was naturally impossible to look at them one by one. However, with such a large transaction, even if Boss Lin was familiar with Xiao Ruofei, he didn't dare to let his guard down. Therefore, they would open every bag and repeatedly take out random samples for inspection. Xiao Ruofei sat leisurely on the sofa and didn't have any intention of rushing them. Everyone looked at it for more than half an hour. Boss Lin felt that after so many years in the industry, even if he were to exaggerate, the number of top-grade caterpillar fungus he had seen in his previous life wasn't as many as what he saw today. In the end, he even felt a little numb. He casually opened a box and grabbed a handful. They were all top-grade caterpillar fungus that was rarely seen. Boss Lin excitedly took his phone to the villa's courtyard to make a call, while Dr. Huang led Boss Lin's other subordinates to tidy up and package all the caterpillar fungus. After a while, Boss Lin walked back to the living room with a gloomy expression. Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned when he saw this and asked, "Boss Lin, what's wrong? Did things not go well?" Boss Lin quickly forced a smile and said, "No, no. But Brother Xia, our deal may have to be delayed for another day. The headquarters will send someone to follow up on it personally." Boss Lin was also quite depressed. The headquarters said that they had to show that such a big deal was important, so they specially sent a manager to fly to the Three Mountains today. In fact, Boss Lin knew that they might want to take advantage of the situation. This deal was completely negotiated with his own connections. If it weren't for his good personal relationship with Xiao Ruofei, would there be no need to worry about the sales of such high-quality caterpillar fungus? No, this performance was too eye-catching, so eye-catching that it made people jealous. Even with Boss Lin's current foundation, he was somewhat powerless. "What's the situation?" Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly. Boss Lin sighed and said, "Brother Xia, the headquarters also attached more importance to this deal, so they sent someone over." Boss Lin was too embarrassed to mention the *T inside the company's internal affairs in front of Xiao Ruofei. After all, dirty linen should not be aired in public. However, Xiao Ruofei was no longer a greenhorn. His ability to observe people's expressions had improved greatly in the past year. Seeing Boss Lin like a frosted eggplant, how could he not guess the secret behind it? Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, then said with a smile, "Boss Lin, then you can rest at our place for a day. We're old friends, so just treat this as your home." He then turned to Feng Jing and said, "Manager Feng, get the administrative department to prepare the guest rooms. Boss Lin and the rest will be staying at the farm tonight." Boss Lin quickly said, "Brother Xia, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Let's just stay in a hotel in the city. It's an hour's drive to and fro." "What's the point?" Xiao Ruofei said. "Just stay on the farm. The environment here is much better than the city." Boss Lin's heart warmed as he said, "All right, I'll listen to you, then go and rest in the afternoon. Taking the plane is already tiring enough, and then rushing to the farm without stopping to work, they must be exhausted." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "All right, thank you, Brother Xia." Boss Lin said. "Then you should rest for a while too. We won't disturb you any further." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Boss Lin looked unwillingly at the 3 boxes of top-grade caterpillar fungus on the coffee table, then turned and walked out of the villa. Xiao Ruofei personally walked him to the gate of the courtyard, and only returned to the villa when Boss Lin and the rest were far away. Xiao Ruofei put the caterpillar fungus back into the ring 2 space, then smiled and shook his head helplessly. This was considered as the road to happiness being strewn with setbacks. However, Xiao Ruofei wasn't worried. There was no need to worry about not being able to sell such good caterpillar fungus. Even if there weren't many buyers who had the ability to buy all of it, they could still sell it slowly. If there really wasn't enough money to buy it, he could just transfer the money from his overseas account. As long as he did it a day in advance, the money would arrive very quickly. Xiao Ruofei didn't go to the company in the afternoon. After taking a nap, he got up and went downstairs. He sat on the deck chair in the courtyard, held a book, made a pot of tea, and leisurely spent time under the winter sun. Little Hay and the rest were also happily playing around by Xiao Ruofei's feet. The scene was very harmonious and warm. When it was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei received a call from Lu Qian. As Xiao Ruofei didn't often work in the company, the administrative department wanted to assign an assistant to him several times, but he rejected them all. Usually, Lu Qian was in charge of everything, which was equivalent to him sharing an assistant with Feng Jing. Chairman, the people from the headquarters of Tongren Tang have arrived. Lu Qian said. They came directly to the farm after getting off the plane. Xiao Ruofei wasn't familiar with the people from the headquarters of Tongren Tang, and he was a little unhappy that the deal was suspended. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't believe the so-called importance and the like, so he pretended to be confused and didn't arrange for anyone to pick them up at the airport. Xiao Ruofei said in his heart, they are quite impatient. He asked faintly, why are they here so late at night? The company is about to get off work, right? Lu Qian said, they want to talk to you about buying caterpillar fungus as soon as possible. Just tell them that I'm not at the farm, and the company is about to get off work. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. Xiao Ruofei said with a slight frown. Okay. Lu Qian hesitated again and asked, about the food and accommodation of these 2 people, are there any vacant rooms in the company's guest house? Xiao Ruofei asked. No. Lu Qian said, Boss Lin came with 6 people this time, and we don't have many rooms in the guest house, then isn't it settled? Xiao Ruofei said, you don't have to take the initiative to arrange for them. Tongren Tang is such a big family business, can't they afford a few travel expenses? Understood. Lu Qian said quickly. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei didn't care. He directly put the phone on the stone table next to him, and then picked up the book to read. Chen Shun, the purchasing manager of the headquarters of Tongren Tang, was in a very bad mood at this time. At noon, Vice President Lin of Huadong District called the Vice President of the headquarters of the chain in charge of Huadong District to report that there was a batch of best quality caterpillar fungus to purchase and he wanted to apply for permission. This Vice President was Chen Shun's second uncle, Chen Weinan. He had a deep impression of Vice President Lin in Huadong District. Originally, he was just a store manager, but he was lucky enough to purchase wild old ginseng continuously. Later, he opened up his own channel and was able to purchase high-quality iron maple bucket for Tongren Tang every month. Therefore, he was discovered by the head of the headquarters of the chain and was smoothly promoted. When Chen Weinan heard that Vice President Lin had found the best quality caterpillar fungus that was more valuable than the iron maple bucket and had better sales, his heart moved slightly, so he asked about the source. Sure enough, as he guessed, it was still from the Taoyuan company in Sanshan. Chen Weinan was immediately tempted. This was an achievement that would make anyone jealous. His nephew, Chen Shun, had been in the purchasing manager position for a long time. This time, there was a vacancy for the vice president of the purchasing department, and there were 6 or 7 managers in the purchasing department who met the conditions for promotion. If Chen Shun could get such a big order, coupled with his own help, then Chen Shun's promotion would be logical. Therefore, Chen Weinan immediately stopped the transaction, saying that with such a large purchase and such a large transaction amount, he needed the headquarters of the chain to send someone to preside over and purchase in the name of the headquarters of the chain. Then, this batch of goods would be distributed to various districts. The implication was that Huadong district could not be monopolized. In this way, Chen Shun was urgently sent to Sanshan. Before departure, Chen Weinan specifically instructed Chen Shun in person, emphasizing the importance of this purchase many times. That was because his nephew was really not presentable. His ability level was average, but he was good at eating, drinking, and having fun. If it wasn't for his protection, not to mention being a purchasing manager, he might not even be able to become an ordinary purchasing specialist. If things went wrong, he might be kicked out of the company after a few days. After hearing this, Chen Shun was overjoyed. It was as if he could see the position of vice president of the purchasing department waving at him. He didn't understand those profound questions, and he didn't want to understand. Anyway, he just remembered what his uncle said. Try your best to get this big order. Chen Shun, with such an urgent mood, brought along an experienced purchasing specialist and boarded the flight to Sanshan. When the plane landed in Sanshan, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He directly took a taxi at the airport and went straight to Taoyuan Farm. He didn't expect that when he arrived at the farm, he would be received by a female assistant in her 20s. After a few phone calls, she told him that the chairman of the Taoyuan company had gone out and that today's meeting was not possible. He thought that even if today's meeting was not possible, the Taoyuan company would at least arrange for food and accommodation, right? He didn't expect that after saying that, the female assistant would shut her mouth and never mention this matter again. Chen Shun was extremely depressed. He felt that the Taoyuan company didn't know how to treat their guests. He was here to buy, a god of wealth. Even if they didn't treat him like a guest of honor, they still needed the basic security, right? However, they pretended to be confused. As a man from Beijing, Chen Shun couldn't shamelessly take the initiative to mention it. He could only dejectedly leave the farm with his people. When he arrived at the entrance of the farm, Chen Shun realized that something was wrong. This farm was located in the suburbs. It took a long time to walk from the entrance of the farm to the national highway outside, and it was difficult to get a taxi on the national highway. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, Chen Shun's mood was extremely bad. He took out his phone with a gloomy face, found Boss Lin's number, and dialed it. The phone rang a few times before Boss Lin picked it up. He said indifferently, "Manager Chen, do you have any instructions?" "Vice President Lin, we are now at the entrance of Taoyuan Farm. We can't get a taxi to go to the city right now. Get someone to call a taxi to pick us up," Chen Shun said in a commanding tone. Boss Lin could also hear the resentment in Chen Shun's voice. However, he almost laughed out loud. It seemed that this manager Chen from Beijing had already been to Taoyuan Farm, but he was rejected. Brother Xiao was really generous, Boss Lin said in his heart. Boss Lin controlled his emotions and said coldly, "Manager Chen, I'm sorry, but we don't live in the city. Then where do you live?" Chen Shun blurted out. Boss Lin said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Of course we live in Taoyuan Farm." "You?" Chen Shun didn't expect Boss Lin to live in Taoyuan Farm. He said in his heart, "This is ridiculous. They treated us with good food and drinks, but I didn't even get a cup of hot tea when I came over. It's getting dark and they didn't even arrange for us to stay. Is there anything else, Manager Chen?" "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Chairman Xiao wants to have a meal with me," Boss Lin said. Then, he hung up the phone without waiting for Chen Shun to speak. Chen Shun was so angry that he almost threw his phone away. The purchasing agent who came with him stood to the side, trembling in fear. He didn't dare to provoke him. Chen Shun said in a bad mood, "What are you standing there for? Let's walk out and get a taxi on the national highway." After saying that, he strode forward. The purchasing agent could only drag their suitcases bitterly and quickly follow him. The two walked for half a day and arrived at the national highway when the sky was completely dark. Then, they stopped cars for half an hour in the cold wind. Finally, they were lucky enough to find an empty taxi returning to the city. Only then did they get on the taxi and return to the city. After getting a room in Sanshan City and moving in, Chen Shun's resentment hadn't dissipated. He decided that when he discussed the specific terms of the acquisition, tomorrow, he would properly control the Taoyuan company. If a tiger doesn't show its might, it's a sick cat, Chen Shun said bitterly in his heart. At this time, he had already forgotten his uncle Chen Weinan's advice. The next morning, after a few twists and turns, Chen Shun finally met the chairman of the Taoyuan company, Xiao Ruofei. At the same time, he also met Boss Lin and the others. Chen Shun didn't give Boss Lin a good look. Boss Lin also didn't want to pretend to be polite with this person who was obviously here to pick the fruits of his labor. Therefore, the air in the conference room seemed to have a trace of gunpowder. It wasn't until Xiao Ruofei walked into the conference room that the frozen air seemed to flow again. Feng Jing felt that the atmosphere in the conference room was very oppressive. After Xiao Ruofei came in, she quickly introduced, "Chairman, this is Manager Chen Shun from the purchasing department of the Tongrentang chain. Manager Chen, this is our chairman, Mr. Xiao Ruofei." Xiao Ruofei nodded lightly and said, "Nice to meet you, Manager Chen." Chen Shun nodded to Xiao Ruofei with a fake smile, and then said, "Boss Xia, I'm here on behalf of the Tongrentang chain to talk to you about the acquisition of caterpillar fungus. According to the report of Huadong District's Vice President Lin, your company has a batch of good quality caterpillar fungus. We are quite interested in high-end Chinese herbs, but before talking about the acquisition, I want to check the goods first." Xiao Ruofei sat down in his seat, frowned slightly and said, "Boss Lin has already checked this batch of caterpillar fungus yesterday with a professional appraiser. Vice President Lin has seen it, but I haven't." Chen Shun said, "Our Tongrentang chain has a set of very strict procedures for this kind of acquisition involving a large amount of money. Boss Xia, please understand." Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay." Although Chen Shun looked like he was asking for a beating, Xiao Ruofei still wanted to sell this batch of caterpillar fungus as soon as possible. Since he wanted to see it, then let him see it. It wouldn't waste any time anyway. Xiao Ruofei waved to Lu Qian, and Lu Qian quickly put down her pen and walked over. Xiao Ruofei took out the office key and handed it to Lu Qian, saying, "Go to the administrative department and find a few young and strong guys to move the 3 big cardboard boxes behind my desk here. Tell them to be careful and don't bump them." "Yes," Lu Qian said, then took the key and left quickly. "Manager Chen, the things are here. Feel free to take a look," Xiao Ruofei said lightly. Chen Shun did not stand on ceremony. He directly asked the procurement specialist he brought to check the caterpillar fungus. As for Boss Lin and the others, they naturally sat down and did not get up. Chen Shun clearly did not believe their identification results, so why should they ask for a rebuff? The procurement specialist brought by Chen Shun was very experienced, and he also had a lot of experience in the identification of caterpillar fungus. This was someone that Chen Weinan specially arranged for his ignorant and incompetent nephew to escort him. When the procurement specialist saw the caterpillar fungus, his reaction was similar to that of Boss Lin and the others. In fact, he was even more shocked than Boss Lin. After all, Boss Lin had seen Xiao Ruofei create miracles more than once, but this procurement specialist did not know anything about it before. Chen Shun did not know anything, but he pretended to take out some caterpillar fungus and looked at it. The procurement specialist opened every bag of caterpillar fungus and sampled them for inspection. It took him more than half an hour to finish looking at all of them. Then he whispered in Chen Shun's ear, "Manager, the quality of this batch of caterpillar fungus is very high. It is more appropriate for Eastern China to offer a price of 750,000 per kilogram." Chen Shun nodded expressionlessly, then put the caterpillar fungus back in his hand, patted the non-existent dust off his hands, and sat back in his seat. "Boss Xia, we have seen the stuff, and the quality is indeed passable." Chen Shun said casually, "We, Tongrentang, want this batch of caterpillar fungus. The purchase price: 500,000 per kilogram. This is much higher than the price we pay for ordinary special-grade caterpillar fungus." The procurement specialist's expression suddenly changed slightly when he heard this. He quickly turned his head and glanced at Chen Shun, but after Chen Shun glanced at him with a sinister gaze, he quickly lowered his head and did not dare to say another word. Boss Lin, Dr. Huang, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Boss Lin even glared at Chen Shun. Chen Shun's words were a bit harsh. When Boss Lin reported to the chain headquarters, he proposed a purchase price of 750,000 per kilogram. Now that he came, he reduced it to 500,000. Wasn't this clearly saying that Boss Lin deliberately offered an inflated price to transfer benefits to the Taoyuan company? Boss Lin more or less understood Xia Ruofei's temper. Qin Shun's insincere offer was very likely to make Xia Ruofei leave in a huff, and this business would no longer have anything to do with Tong Rentang. Xia Ruofei might even stop the supply of iron sheet maple duels. Boss Lin knew that the Taoyuan company's iron maple bucket was also very popular on the internet, and its price was lower than Tong Rentang's. Even if they did not cooperate with Tong Rentang, they would not have to worry about sales at all. On the other hand, Tong Rentang would suffer a great loss if they lost Xia Ruofei, a partner who could provide a steady stream of top-grade Chinese medicinal herbs. Xia Ruofei's face darkened and he asked, "Manager Chen, are you joking with me?" Although the procurement specialist whispered to Qin Shun in a low voice, it could not escape Xia Ruofei's sensitive ears. Qin Shun said unhurriedly, "Boss Xia, I don't quite understand, then I'll make it clearer." Xia Ruofei said coldly, "Boss Lin's team gave me a price of 750,000 yuan, and Manager Chen cut it by 250,000 yuan. What's the meaning of this?" Qin Shun said with a fake smile, "Boss Xia, now it's our Tong Rentang's headquarters that is buying. At most, Vice President Lin can only represent Eastern China. His price does not count. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to call and ask for instructions, right? Besides, our offer isn't considered low. A unit price of 500,000 yuan is already the highest price we can offer." Xia Ruofei stood up and said to Feng Jing, "In the future, don't call me for this kind of time-wasting thing." After that, Xia Ruofei did not even say goodbye. He turned around and walked out of the meeting room. Qin Shun was stunned until Xia Ruofei's back disappeared from the meeting room door. Only then did he regain his senses. At this time, Xia Ruofei had already left the meeting room. Qin Shun could only shout at Feng Jing, "Manager Feng, what's the meaning of your boss Xia's actions? Is this the attitude of cooperation?" Feng Jing also felt a burst of anger in her heart. Although she knew that Xia Ruofei was not angry at her, Qin Shun's interference made her feel upset. Especially the 100 million yuan that was basically in place now seemed to have a lot of changes. Therefore, Feng Jing did not give Qin Shun a good look. She said directly, "What else could it be? We're not doing this business anymore. Manager Chen, please go back." Qin Shun's face turned red and white. The anger in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. He had his uncle's protection in the Tongren Medicine Hall chain headquarters, so he had always been very high profile. Moreover, the people in the capital more or less had a sense of superiority that came from growing up in the imperial city. This time, he came to the Three Mountains on a business trip with this sense of superiority. Tong Rentang was a well-known Chinese medicine company. In the past, Qin Shun had always had an absolute advantage in purchasing. He thought that it would be the same this time. In addition, after yesterday's cold treatment, he wanted to take advantage of it. He did not expect that he would fail to act cool. They did not take him seriously at all. Qin Shun felt that he had lost face. He said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "Manager Feng, it seems that Tong Rentang is nothing in your eyes. If I remember correctly, we are still buying your company's iron maple bucket long term. Is this how you treat your customers? If this is your attitude, I think we should just end this cooperation." Feng Jing's tone also became cold. She snorted and said, "The Taoyuan Company and Tong Rentang have signed a long-term supply agreement. The breaching party will be responsible for compensation. But as long as Manager Chen is willing to bear the consequences, we don't care. We can stop the supply from next month onwards. As for the penalty for breach of contract, we don't want it on account of Boss Lin." Qin Shun was stunned. Shouldn't the other party immediately soften their attitude and beg for mercy? A business worth over 10 million yuan a month, and they want to give up just like that. The development of the situation had always been out of his expectations. Boss Lin, who had been silent from the beginning, wanted to kill Qin Shun at this moment. The thing he was most worried about had happened. He was already going crazy when the caterpillar fungus business failed. At the same time, he was worried that after Qin Shun angered Xia Ruofei, he would not even be able to continue the iron maple bucket business. He did not expect that before Xia Ruofei made the decision to terminate the cooperation, Qin Shun, this idiot, took the initiative to bring it up. He thought that he could use this to control the Taoyuan Company. Did this guy's brain get hit by a door when he was young? Boss Lin cursed in his heart. He didn't even understand the most basic situation, and he dared to represent the headquarters to negotiate. In the iron maple bucket business, the Taoyuan company was the one who took the initiative. It was Tong Rentang who was begging the Taoyuan company to cooperate. Okay, Feng Jing looked at Chen Shun coldly and said, Manager Chen, I'm busy with work here. Since both parties have irreconcilable differences, we won't keep you. Please leave. Chen Shun snorted coldly, stood up abruptly, and said, This is the first time I've seen such an overbearing company. Tong Rentang has thousands of partners. It doesn't matter if you don't have Tong Rentang's channels. Let's see who you can sell your herbs to. We're not kids anymore. Don't say such boring words. Feng Jing stood up and said, I still have a meeting. Excuse me. She was extremely disgusted with the purchasing manager sent by the headquarters of the Tong Rentang chain. She really didn't know what the HR department of Tong Rentang was doing. How could such a person become a manager and be sent out to carry out such an important task? If they were all like this, then this cooperation wouldn't be worth it. Feng Jing and Lu Qian also left. Boss Lin gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Shun. Without saying a word, he stood up and left the conference room with his people. After a while, only Chen Shun and the purchasing specialist he brought were left in the conference room. There was also an administrative girl in charge of tea service. She stood aside vigilantly, as if guarding against a thief. Chen Shun's face was extremely ugly. He snorted coldly and said, Let's go. Filled with anger, Chen Shun and the purchasing specialist went downstairs. This time, he had learned his lesson. He rented a car directly from the city. He didn't want to walk a long way and then stop a car on the national highway. Just as he got into the rented car, Chen Shun's phone rang. It was his second uncle, Chen Weinan, who called. Second uncle. Chen Shun answered the phone unhappily. Chen Weinan asked majestically, Chen Shun, how's the negotiation with the Taoyuan company? In his opinion, this was a ripe fruit. Boss Lin had even negotiated the price. Chen Shun only needed to go over and gently pick the fruit. However, his nephew was very unreliable, so Chen Weinan was a little worried. He called again to ask about the situation. Chen Shun said, Second uncle, the negotiation didn't come to an agreement. What's the matter? Chen Weinan frowned and asked, Are you working hard or not? Didn't I tell you that this deal is very important to the Tong Rentang chain and to you? Chen Shun then remembered Chen Weinan's serious words before he left Beijing. He panicked. Although he couldn't do anything right, he still had a lot of bad ideas. So, he rolled his eyes and immediately said, Second uncle, you can't blame me. The Taoyuan company has no sincerity at all. They're very arrogant. The Taoyuan company's attitude is arrogant? Chen Weinan said doubtfully, Could it be that you didn't pay attention to what you said and angered them? How is that possible? Chen Shun immediately complained, Second uncle, you don't know. I rushed over as soon as I got off the plane yesterday. In the end, I didn't even see a manager. They didn't even give me the most basic reception. What's worse is that this company is in the suburbs where birds don't even shit. Yesterday, I walked for more than half an hour and stopped a car on the side of the road for another half an hour before I finally got back to the city. Is that true? Chen Weinan was a little convinced. Chen Shun immediately said, Second uncle, that's not all. They treated Lin Chengming and his people like VIPs, but they were neither cold nor warm to us. Obviously, there's something fishy going on. So, I became cautious and asked to inspect the goods again. Immediately, they started to look at each other in disgust. Chen Shun continued, and we looked at this batch of cordyceps. Although the quality is not bad, Lin Chengming's unit price of 700,000 was obviously too high. If we bought it at that price, we wouldn't have a chance to make a profit. So, according to the principle of purchasing, I offered a price of 500,000 cordyceps. I also deliberately lowered the price to leave room for bargaining. Chen Weinan nodded secretly. He felt that his nephew had done a good job, so he asked, and then? How did the negotiation break down? Chen Shun said gloomily, We didn't negotiate at all. When the chairman of this company heard my offer, he got up and left. Then, their general manager's attitude was very tough, and his tone was very aggressive. We couldn't negotiate at all. They didn't even negotiate the price and just left? Chen Weinan also felt that it was a little unbelievable. Isn't that so? Chen Shun said, second uncle, I suspect that there is something fishy about this. Lin Chengming and this company have a close relationship. He was able to get to the top all because of this company. Now that he has more power, the procurement of the entire Huadong district is under his charge. I think that this transaction is full of strangeness. Could it be that there is some kind of transfer of benefits between him and this company? Chen Weinan pondered for a moment and said, I know. In that case, you can withdraw first. Okay, second uncle. Chen Shun said. Then, he couldn't help but ask, then, Lin Chengming sighed, don't worry about it. Chen Weinan said, I will let the comrades of the discipline inspection team secretly investigate. Chen Shun was suddenly overjoyed and said, okay. You must investigate carefully. There is definitely something wrong with this guy. This time, Chen Shun even hated Boss Lin. So, he fanned the flames here, hoping that Boss Lin would be unlucky. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shun faintly glanced at the procurement specialist who had a strange expression and said, what to say when you go back, do you need me to teach you? The procurement specialist trembled slightly and quickly said, Manager Chen, I understand. Don't worry. He didn't have any background in the company. Although he knew that almost every word Chen Shun said was nonsense, as the only insider, he didn't dare to go out and say a word. Otherwise, with Chen Shun's power in the chain's headquarters, if he wanted to mess with him, he would be fired in less than 3 days. Chen Shun nodded with satisfaction and said, smart people should know how to judge the situation. After this incident, I will find a way to find you a deputy manager position. The procurement specialist smiled bitterly in his heart. He pretended to be grateful and said, thank you, Manager Chen. Thank you, Manager Chen. Taoyuan Farm. Boss Lin approached Xia Ruofei's office with an apologetic face. As soon as he entered the door, he said, Brother Xia, I'm really sorry. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, Boss Lin, this has nothing to do with you. I'm not that kind of unreasonable person. Don't worry. This Chen Shun is a sh*t stirrer. Boss Lin said angrily, he ruined a good thing. Let's not talk about him. Xia Ruofei said, this kind of person needs to be taught a lesson. Brother Xia, how about this? Boss Lin hesitated and said, as the deputy manager of Eastern China, I can make the decision for transactions under 80 million. As long as it is reported to the headquarters, it will be fine. How about we reduce the transaction volume this time? Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, forget it. Boss Lin, it's not that I don't want to work with you. The main thing is that the people from your headquarters have just been chased away by me. If you immediately sign with us as the representative of Eastern China, I'm worried that it will have a bad impact on you. Tongrentang was a state-owned enterprise after all. The rules of officialdom were also applicable here. If Boss Lin still signed with the Taoyuan company under such circumstances, not only would he not be appreciated by the leaders, but he would also be labeled as insensible. It would be difficult for him to improve in the future. How could Mr. Lin not know this? It was just that he felt a little sorry for Xia Ruofei, so he proposed such a solution. He sighed and said, why is it so difficult to do something wholeheartedly? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Boss Lin, forget it. There's no need to sulk. We will have opportunities to work together in the future. Oh right, why don't you stay for a few more days? Just take it as a break. Boss Lin smiled bitterly and said, there are still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with at home. Brother Xia, I've already asked my subordinates to book tickets for the evening. This time, it's my fault for not handling it well. Please forgive me. It's not your fault. You don't have to apologize anymore. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, the business didn't go through, but it doesn't affect our personal relationship. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Boss Lin said with a little disinterest, I'll have to trouble you to arrange a car for me in the afternoon to take us to the airport. No problem. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, Boss Lin, you go rest for a while. I'll have a few drinks with you at noon. After Boss Lin left, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but lightly hit the table, feeling all kinds of dissatisfaction in his heart. It seems that I can't count on caterpillar fungus for this 100 million, Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. Although there was no need to worry about the sales of such good caterpillar fungus, it wasn't easy to find another business partner who could buy so many goods in one go and pay them so quickly. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and prepared to take out his phone to call an overseas bank to make a remittance. Xiao Ruofei looked at the caller ID. It was Zhao Yongjun from Beijing, so he let out a long sigh and temporarily got rid of the accumulated negative emotions. Zhao Yongjun. Xiao Ruofei said. Ruofei. Zhao Yongjun's tone was as forthright and enthusiastic as ever. I haven't contacted you in a while. How have you been? Not bad. I've been busy all day. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Zhao Yongjun, is there something you need from me? Zhao Yongjun didn't answer Xiao Ruofei, but instead asked, Ruofei, why do I feel that you're a bit depressed? Did something happen? Although Xiao Ruofei was already controlling his emotions, today's matter was as disgusting as eating a fly, so his tone was more or less depressed. Zhao Yongjun was also a person with rich social experience, so he could hear it. Oh. Nothing. Xiao Ruofei said, it's just a small business problem. Zhao Yongjun, don't worry about it. I can handle it myself. Zhao Yongjun immediately said with displeasure, Ruofei, are you treating me like an outsider? If you encounter any problems, just tell me. Let's not talk about whether or not I can help. In any case, I have more experience than you. I can at least give you some advice, right? Hey. It's really nothing. Xiao Ruofei said, Zhao Yongjun, if you're willing to listen, I'll tell you. Xiao Ruofei just happened to have a stomach full of anger. Since Zhao Yongjun wanted to get to the bottom of it, he might as well not hide it. He told the whole story from beginning to end. After he finished, Xiao Ruofei said with some depression, Zhao Yongjun, don't you think this matter is very angry? Eating melon seeds and getting such a stinking bug. After Zhao Yongjun heard it, he couldn't help but be speechless. He said, who is this grandson? That was awesome. He had never heard of such a person in the capital. Ruofei, Big Brother will help you vent your anger. He's just a small manager of a state-owned enterprise, yet he's so awesome. Those who don't know him might think that he's the chairman of Tongrentang. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it doesn't matter if I vent my anger or not. To be honest, I don't have to worry about sales at all. It's just that if I sell it myself, it will take me a little longer to get back the money. At that time, Tongrentang was willing to buy it in bulk. I wanted to save some trouble and give them a chance to make money and make a name for themselves. I didn't expect this to happen. If it weren't for the fact that a regional vice president from Tongrentang has a good personal relationship with me, and that I'm in urgent need of money recently, I'd have already decided to terminate the cooperation. Zhao Yongjun asked, you need money urgently? I still have some money on hand, so I'll support you first. There's no need, Big Brother Zhao. Xiao Ruofei said. Then, he briefly told Zhao Yongjun about the purchase of the building. When Zhao Yongjun heard that Xiao Ruofei was short of 100 million yuan, he couldn't help but be speechless. He said, the difference is so big. Then I really don't have. Although Zhao Yongjun had some assets, it was impossible for him to take out 100 million yuan in cash all of a sudden. He then said, Ruofei, I have a few friends in the bank, how about? I help you contact them? Your company's valuation shouldn't be low now, especially after the Yuji ointment is listed on the market. The bank should be more optimistic about it. Oh yeah, your company doesn't have a lot of loans right now, right? Xiao Ruofei said, Big Brother Zhao, I appreciate your kindness, but I can solve this problem. I still have a place to get money. Don't worry. Zhao Yongjun laughed heartily and said, that's fine. Then I won't care about the money. But Tongrentang's matter. You don't have to care about it. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, it's normal for business to have some bumps and bruises. Zhao Yongjun said noncommittally, I know. Xiao Ruofei asked again, oh yeah, Big Brother Zhao, after chatting for so long, you still haven't told me why you're looking for me. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, it's not a big deal. The few of us have been quite free recently, so we wanted to go to the southeast to play for a few days. We haven't been to your farm before, right? Everyone wants to go and see you. while we're at it, we'll take a look around. You're familiar with all of them, Lu Jian, Liang Zi, and the others. Xiao Ruofei said happily, welcome. You can come over anytime. I'll welcome you with open arms. I'll accompany you all the way, and I'll cover all of your meals and accommodations. Ha ha ha. We won't be polite with a big local tycoon like you. Zhao Yongjun laughed heartily and said, I just wanted to say hello to you first. If there's nothing else, it should be in the next 2 days. Then we'll fly over to find you. If you have any work to do recently, arrange it in advance. Don't be busy when the time comes. No problem. Xiao Ruofei said, I'm free here anytime. Okay. Then we'll meet at Sanshan. Zhao Yongjun said. Xiao Ruofei said, okay. I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei thought about how to arrange Zhao Yongjun and the others. In terms of accommodation, Taoyuan Farm was pretty good. Anyway, what kind of luxurious hotel hadn't these second and third generations stayed in? On the other hand, Taoyuan Farm's environment was beautiful, and it was by the sea. When the time came, it would be easy to arrange meals. The authentic specialties of Sanshan, and the ingredients were Taoyuan vegetables. It was definitely good enough. As for whether they would stay at Sanshan or go to some other places, including the famous tourist city of Heron Island, it would depend on Zhao Yongjun and the others' wishes. However, they would need to rent a better car in advance. A coaster should be good. As Xiao Ruofei thought about it, he wrote and drew on a piece of paper. For a moment, he forgot to call an overseas bank to make an appointment for a transfer. When he remembered this matter, he realized that because of the time difference, the bank over there should have already closed. Therefore, this matter could only be discussed tomorrow. Fortunately, Bojan Real Estate's time limit was a week. There were still a few days left, so it wasn't to the extent of burning eyebrows. In Beijing, after Zhao Yongjun and Xiao Ruofei finished the phone call, their faces darkened. Just now, after Xiao Ruofei mentioned the Tongren Tangchen Shun incident, he had been suppressing anger in his heart. This grandson was obviously looking for trouble. Xiao Ruofei was Zhao Yongjun's brother. Since when did a small purchasing manager dare to bully him? Zhao Yongjun sat in his chair and pondered with a dark face. It was fine if he didn't know about this matter, but since he already knew, he definitely had to help Xiao Ruofei vent his anger. Moreover, he had to vent it without restraint. Zhao Yongjun grew up in Beijing. Other than serving in the military for a few years, he spent the rest of his time in Beijing. In terms of connections, he was even stronger than Song Rui. Moreover, he had a reputation in the circle. Coupled with his forthright personality, he had a lot of friends. Zhao Yongjun also needed to think about what kind of person he should find for this matter so that he could spend the least amount of effort and handle this matter beautifully. His mind flashed with the names of people and their backgrounds. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He frowned and tried to recall for a while. Then, Zhao Yongjun took out his cell phone and called Ho Liang. Ho Liang's father was a leader in the SARFT. Although the SARFT wasn't considered a powerful department, Ho Liang was still a good person. Therefore, Song Rui and Zhao Yongjun were willing to bring him along. The last time Xiao Ruofei came to Beijing, he had originally hired a small celebrity to endorse the Yuji cream. Later, when he changed his mind at the last minute, it was also Ho Liang who helped him deal with it without a second thought. Now, that small celebrity was still being shelved. Her future as a star was basically ruined. The phone rang twice before Ho Liang picked it up. His voice was very enthusiastic. Brother Jun. You're looking for me? Zhao Yongjun nodded and asked, Liang, last month when we were bowling at Juanhao, did you bring a young man with the surname Wei? Ho Liang was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, oh. Brother Jun, you're talking about Wei Jun, right? The one with a small haircut, the one who's not very tall. Yes, that's him. Zhao Yongjun immediately said. Ho Liang asked a little nervously, Brother Jun, what's wrong? Is it because this brat is blind enough to make you angry? I'll help you teach him a lesson. Other than this reason, Ho Liang really couldn't think of why someone like Zhao Yongjun would suddenly care about Wei Jun. This was because there was a big gap between Wei Jun and Zhao Yongjun's circle. His father was only the boss of a municipal state-owned enterprise, and he was transferred from outside the capital. Wei Jun's father, Wei Junming, was so inconspicuous in the capital where there were many high-ranking officials, let alone Wei Jun. He had just followed his father to the capital and didn't have any foundation at all. Wei Junming had worked with Hou Liang's father before, and even briefly served as Hou Liang's father's leader. However, Hou Liang's father's career was much smoother than Wei Junming's, so he quickly became Wei Junming's leader, and then transferred to work in a ministry. Therefore, after Wei Junming transferred to the capital, the first thing he did was to bring his wife and child to Hou Liang's house to visit. Hou Liang's father was still a nostalgic person, so he took care of Wei Junming. Moreover, he asked Hou Liang to take care of Wei Jun more often. Wei Jun had yearned for the second-generation circle in the capital for a long time, so he was very respectful to Hou Liang. He revealed many times that he wanted to get to know the big shots in the circle. Hou Liang reluctantly took Wei Jun to attend some gatherings. In Hou Liang's impression, Wei Jun and Zhao Yongjun should have met when they were bowling at Juanhao. For such an insignificant person, Zhao Yongjun suddenly called to ask about it. In Hou Liang's opinion, it must be that Wei Jun didn't have eyes and offended Zhao Yongjun, so he was quite frightened. Zhao Yongjun snorted and said, "Liang Zi, you are always lecturing this and that. Are you from the underworld? I was just casually asking." "Hee, Brother Jun, I was wrong," Hou Liang quickly said with a smile. Zhao Yongjun asked faintly, "This Wei Jun, his family is?" Last time at Juanhao, Hou Liang introduced him, but Zhao Yongjun's impression wasn't very deep. Every day, there were many second generations like Wei Jun who wanted to squeeze into their circle. How could Zhao Yongjun remember? Zhao Yongjun vaguely remembered that Wei Jun's family seemed to have some relationship with Tong Rentang, so he called Hou Liang to ask about the situation. Hou Liang quickly said, "Brother Jun, Wei Jun's father was just transferred to the capital a few months ago. Now, he is the chairman of Tong Rentang Group." Zhao Yongjun's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that his memory wasn't bad. Although this kid's background was a little bad, he was the most suitable person to do this matter. Thinking of this, he immediately said, "Liang Zi, call this Wei Jun and tell him that I want to invite him to tea." Half an hour later at Qianmen's auspicious fortune tea house. When Hou Liang heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Brother Jun invited Wei Jun to tea? What did this kid do to deserve it? He quickly said, "Brother Jun, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Wei Jun definitely won't dare to neglect it. Or I can ask him to come to your place immediately. Why do you talk so much nonsense?" Zhao Yongjun laughed and scolded, "It's settled then. Oh right, you come together too. Okay. I'll inform him right away." Hou Liang could only say helplessly. After talking to Zhao Yongjun, Hou Liang didn't dare to neglect and quickly called Wei Jun Brother Liang. Wei Jun called respectfully. In fact, Hou Liang was 1 year younger than Wei Jun, but Wei Jun called him Brother Liang quite smoothly, without any psychological burden at all. After all, his father was more powerful than Wei Jun. Moreover, Hou Liang was also a reputable figure in the circle. He was 1,000 times better than an outsider like him, so he was more than willing to call him brother. "Wei Jun, where are you?" Hou Liang asked. "Brother Liang, I'm preparing to go to the western suburbs to play karting." Wei Jun quickly said, "There's a new car park there, and the conditions are quite good. Brother Liang, do you want to come and play together? Don't go, turn around and come back immediately." Hou Liang said, "I have something important to do here." "Okay." Wei Jun said without hesitation, and then asked carefully, "Brother Liang, can you tell me what it is?" Hou Liang was also a little puzzled. He said, "I can't explain it clearly over the phone, but it should be a good thing for you. Come back quickly. Can you get to the auspicious fortune restaurant in half an hour?" No problem. Wei Jun quickly said, "I haven't left the city yet. There's no traffic jam now." "Okay, I'll wait for you at the door," Hou Liang said. Half an hour later, Wei Jun hurried to the auspicious fortune restaurant. When he saw that Hou Liang was already standing at the door, he quickly quickened his pace and said, "Brother Liang, I'm sorry. I asked you to wait for me here." Hou Liang waved his hand indifferently and said, "Come in with me." Okay. Wei Jun followed closely behind and asked cautiously, Brother Liang, what exactly do you want me to do? Why don't you tell me first? Ho Liang said, to be honest, I don't know what's going on. Brother Jun is looking for you today. Pay attention to what you say later. Wei Jun was so scared that he shivered and said in a trembling voice, Brother Jun? It's Zhao Yongjun, Brother Jun? He really couldn't believe it, so he couldn't help but ask again. Besides him, who else can make me call him Brother Jun? Ho Liang glanced at Wei Jun and said, but you don't have to worry. It shouldn't be a bad thing. If Brother Jun has something to ask you to do, you must do your best to do it. This is also a good opportunity for you. Wei Jun quickly said, understood. Understood. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Liang. He was worried that he wouldn't have the opportunity to enter Zhao Yongjun's circle. Today, Zhao Yongjun took the initiative to ask him to do something. This could be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, Wei Jun couldn't help but become excited in his heart. Of course, he also secretly made up his mind. In a while, the thing that Zhao Yongjun asked him to do, no matter how difficult it was, he would do his best to complete it, and he had to complete it beautifully. Soon, Ho Liang brought the excited Wei Jun to the door of a small private room. Ho Liang gently knocked on the door and shouted, Brother Jun. Wei Jun was both excited and nervous as he followed Ho Liang into the private room. The private room wasn't big, but the environment was very elegant. Faint guzheng music was playing in the room. Wei Jun saw a middle-aged man sitting behind a simple tea table. There was a chessboard and an incense burner on the table. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of sandalwood and tea. The middle-aged man's face couldn't be seen clearly through the smoke. Brother Jun. Ho Liang called out respectfully. Then he frowned slightly and gently pulled Wei Jun's sleeve. Wei Jun came back to his senses and quickly greeted Zhao Yongjun respectfully. Zhao Yongjun was focused on making tea. When he heard the sound, he raised his head. He had a gentle smile on his face and said, Little Liang, little Wei, you're here. Have a seat. Thank you, Brother Jun. Ho Liang said quickly. Then he pulled Wei Jun and sat down opposite Zhao Yongjun. Ho Liang said, Brother Jun, I've already told Wei Jun. If you have any orders, just tell Wei Jun. He'll do his best. Wei Jun also quickly said, That's right, Brother Jun. If you need my help, it's my honor. Zhao Yongjun nodded slightly and asked, Little Wei, I heard from Little Liang that your father is the chairman of Tong Rentang Group. Do you know a purchasing manager named Xianxia in Tong Rentang? Wei Jun's face showed a trace of shame and said, Brother Jun, I don't know many employees in Tong Rentang. This Xianxia you're talking about. I've never heard of his name. Then he immediately said, but I can ask around when I go back. It's more convenient for me to do things in Tong Rentang. Ho Liang also said, Brother Jun, if there's anything you need, just tell me. No matter how difficult it is, as long as it's related to Tong Rentang, Wei Jun will definitely help you do it properly. Zhao Yongjun slightly glared and said, Do I look like the kind of person who would force people to do things they don't want to do? Ho Liang quickly smiled and said, Look at what you're saying. Who in the circle doesn't know that Brother Jun is the most righteous? There's nothing to say about how you treat your brothers. Zhao Yongjun glanced at Ho Liang, and then said to Wei Jun with a pleasant expression, Little Wei, I am indeed looking for you this time for a matter, and it is related to Tongren Medicine Hall. This matter is about a good brother of mine. I will tell you what the matter is first. If you think you can do it, then I will trouble you to help. If there are difficulties, don't be embarrassed, just tell me directly. I will not blame you. I got it, Brother Jun. Wei Jun quickly said. Zhao Yongjun pondered for a moment, and then said, My friend has a batch of good quality caterpillar fungus. I don't know much about it, but I can be sure that it's definitely better than the so-called special-grade caterpillar fungus sold on the market. He had already reached a purchase agreement with Tong Rentang in the Huadong region. Zhao Yongjun briefly explained the matter. Ho Liang heard and couldn't help but interrupt, F***ck. Brother Jun, are you talking about Ruofei's company? Zhao Yongjun nodded and said, Congratulations, you guessed right. I called Ruofei today and told him that we're going to Sanshan in 2 days. Only then did I know that something like this happened. as a brother, how can I not care about this? Care. You have to care. This is 2F asterisk ket up. Ho Liang said. Then he immediately said to Wei Jun, no matter what, you have to help. Ruofei's identity is quite special, and he has a very good relationship with us. He's even a life and death friend with Brother Jun. If you do this well, I, Ho Liang, will owe you a favor. Zhao Yongjun nodded and said, what Liang said is also what I want to say. Little Wei, if you're confident, I hope you can help us. After this, I, Zhao Yongjun, will also owe you a favor. Wei Jun quickly stood up and said, Brother Jun, Brother Liang, you're treating me like an outsider. What favor? Brothers, don't worry. Leave this to me. Just tell me, to what extent are you going to do it, and I'll definitely do it. Zhao Yongjun pondered for a moment and said, that Chen Shan will definitely be taught an unforgettable lesson. But right now, the most important thing is to help Ruofei solve the money problem. Tong Rentang's method is too unkind. I've already made an appointment with old Wang from Cranian Tang to see if they can buy this batch of goods. You wait for me to talk to old Wang, then we'll decide what to do. Wei Jun almost panicked when he heard this. He quickly said, Brother Jun, isn't this a slap to my face? This matter was caused by the people under Tong Rentang, so the aftermath must be dealt with by Tong Rentang. Isn't it just a batch of caterpillar fungus? And Brother Jun also said that the quality of this batch of goods is so good. How can an outsider benefit from it? Cranian Tang was also a big pharmacy in Beijing. Its history was quite long, dating back to the Ming dynasty. It could be said that it was an old shop in Huaxia that was as famous as Tong Rentang. However, its development in recent years was slightly inferior to Tong Rentang. Its reputation wasn't as big as Tong Rentang's, but it was still very strong. Moreover, the two were absolute competitors in the field of traditional Chinese medicine sales. Wei Jun's father was the chairman of Tong Rentang, so he naturally knew more about the industry. So when he heard that Zhao Yongjun was going to give this business to Cranian Tang, he immediately became anxious. Wei Jun continued, Brother Jun, give me a day. No. Half a day, I will immediately take care of this matter. I will definitely give your friend an explanation, but I hope that this business can continue with Tong Rentang. In the high-end Chinese medicine market, the competition is too fierce. Zhao Yongjun actually said that deliberately. Although he also contacted Cranian Tang's strength was still inferior to Tong Rentang's. It wasn't easy to buy over 100 million worth of goods in one go. The best choice was naturally to continue working with Tong Rentang. So when Wei Jun said that, Zhao Yongjun went with the flow and said, okay. Xiao Wei, I will leave this matter to you. Brother Jun, you are too polite. Wei Jun was a little flattered, Brother Jun, since time is so tight, I will quickly go back and take care of it. Excuse me. Okay. Go ahead. Zhao Yongjun smiled gently and said, Liang Zi, stay and drink tea with me. Okay, Brother Jun. Ho Liang stood up and said, wait a moment, I will send Wei Jun out. Zhao Yongjun nodded slightly. So Ho Liang left the private room with Wei Jun. When they walked to the door, Ho Liang said solemnly, Wei Jun, you must treat this matter as a top priority. You definitely can't imagine the importance of Xiao Ruofei. Let me tell you this. He is a few levels higher than me and Brother Jun. Wei Jun couldn't help but take a deep breath. He looked at Ho Liang hesitantly. In his opinion, Zhao Yongjun and the others were already the top second generation. This Xiao Ruofei was a few levels higher than Zhao Yongjun. Was there such a powerful person in Huaxia's second generation circle? Even Zhao Yongjun's father's status was only at this level, right? Ho Liang was well aware of Wei Jun's thoughts. He patted Wei Jun's shoulder and said, there are some things that I can't say too clearly. It's good that you know what to do. Wei Jun was shocked and quickly said, I understand. Brother Liang, don't worry. I know what to do. Ho Liang nodded and said, okay, go. Be quick about it. Give me a call if you have any news. I will accompany Brother Jun today. Understood. Wei Jun hurriedly left the tea house. He didn't look for anyone and directly drove to the Tong Rentang Group's headquarters. When he arrived at the chairman's office, the secretary told him that his father, Wei Jianming, was in a meeting and the meeting was expected to be quite long. Wei Jun was even more anxious when he heard this. He was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in front of Wei Jianming's office several times. Finally, he made up his mind and took out his mobile phone to call Wei Jianming. In the group's conference room, Wei Jianming was presiding over a relatively important meeting, mainly to study the group's next strategy. He was carefully listening to a middle-level report when his mobile phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Wei Jianming glanced at it and saw that it was his son, Wei Jun's number. He slightly frowned and directly hung up. After a while, his mobile phone vibrated again. This time, it was a text message. Wei Jianming slightly frowned and opened it to take a look. The text message was also sent by Wei Jun. It said, "Dad, I have a very urgent and important matter to discuss with you. I'm now at the door of your office. It's a very important matter. Can you come out first?" Wei Jianming pondered for a moment. Why is Wei Jun looking for me? Although his son's ability was not very outstanding, he was still considered reliable overall. He was much better than some second-generation heirs who indulged in debauchery. This text message used the word very twice in a row. It seemed that the matter was indeed quite urgent. Wei Jianming quietly put down his mobile phone. His expression did not change at all. He still looked like he was listening attentively. From time to time, he would even write and draw in his notebook. After a few minutes, the middle-level manager finally finished his report. Wei Jianming put down his pen and said pleasantly, "Comrade Jianzhong's speech was very comprehensive and stood on a very high point. It gave me a lot of inspiration. Comrades, the meeting has been going on for so long. Let's take a break and continue the meeting in 15 minutes. As the company's leader and the host of the meeting, Wei Jianming could naturally control the pace of the meeting. Moreover, everyone had been in the meeting for so long that they were all groggy, especially those who were more addicted to smoking. They had long been looking forward to the break so that they could go out and smoke. Therefore, after Wei Jianming finished speaking, everyone relaxed. Some sat in their seats and closed their eyes to rest, while others walked out in twos and threes. On the way, they even handed out cigarettes to each other. After Wei Jianming closed his notebook, he stood up leisurely and walked out of the meeting room. When he turned the corner, his footsteps quickened. In reality, he was also a little anxious. He was worried that Wei Jun would cause trouble outside, but he could not show it in front of his subordinates. When Wei Jianming arrived at the door of his office, he saw Wei Jun waiting there like an ant on a hot pan. "Dad." Wei Jun quickly called out when he saw Wei Jianming. "Let's talk in my office." Wei Jianming directly interrupted Wei Jun and said. The father and son walked into the office. Wei Jianming turned around and said to his secretary, "I have something important here. No one is allowed to disturb me." "Yes, President Wei," the secretary quickly replied. Wei Jianming closed the office door. Then, he looked at his son and asked, "Speak. What's the matter?" Wei Jun quickly said, "Dad. There's something urgent that I might need you to personally ask." Then, Wei Jun did not hide anything and told him about what happened in the morning at the Taoyuan company. Of course, he did not forget to emphasize that this was something that Zhao Yongjun and Ho Liang had personally asked him to do. Even the words that Ho Liang said to him at the door of the tea house, he did not hold back. After Wei Jianming heard this, his expression changed slightly and said, "The Zhao Yongjun you're talking about, he's the son of General Zhao Qing." Wei Jun quickly said. Wei Jianming's expression suddenly became more cautious. Although he had never heard of Xiao Ruofei's name, Ho Liang's father was his old leader. Now, he was in a high position. Zhao Qing was also famous in Beijing. These two sons came together to ask Wei Jun to do this matter. Moreover, Ho Liang also specially emphasized to Wei Jun in private. It could be seen how important Xiao Ruofei was. Who handled this matter before? Wei Jianming asked. Wei Jun said, Brother Jun said that it was a purchasing manager named Chen Shun. I'm not sure which department he's from. Wei Jianming thought for a moment and said, I've never heard of this person. It's probably from the chain company. Wei Jianming thought for a moment and walked to his desk. He picked up the landline and dialed a number. he said, "Comrade Wei Ran, please come to my office." As soon as Wei Jun heard this, he knew that his father was calling the vice president of Tongren Tang Group, Tang Wei Ran, who was in charge of the chain company. His heart suddenly calmed down a lot. He knew that his father had decided to take care of this matter and attached great importance to it. Wei Jianming put down the phone and said to Wei Jun, "President Tang will be here soon. You go to my lounge first." "Okay," Wei Jun said. The chairman's office was a large suite. There was a bedroom that was specially used for resting. Wei Jun walked into the lounge and closed the door. Wei Jianming used the internal phone to inform the secretary outside to bring Tang Weiran in as soon as he arrived. After a while, there was a knock on the office door. "Please come in." Wei Jianming sat up straight behind his desk and said in a clear voice. The office door was pushed open. A slightly fat balding man walked in and said, "President Wei, you're looking for me?" Tang Weiran was the first senior member of the group to lean on Wei Jianming after he took office. Therefore, as a newcomer, Wei Jianming could only fully control the chain company. He was secretly glad that this matter happened in the chain company. If it were the other subsidiaries, even if he was the chairman, he might not be able to handle it so smoothly. Wei Jianming smiled kindly and said, "Wei Ran, you're here. Please have a seat. There's something urgent that I might need you to do personally." Tang Weiran sat down opposite Wei Jianming and said with a smile, "What instructions does President Wei have? I'll definitely carry it out." Tang Weiran's eyes flashed when she heard this, and her expression became a little dignified. Could it be that something bad had happened to the chain company? Normally, Wei Jianming had the best control over the chain company, and Tang Weiran was in charge of the chain company. If Wei Jianming really wanted to cause trouble, he wouldn't start with the chain company. When Wei Jianming saw Tang Weiran's expression, he knew what he was thinking. Wei Jianming smiled kindly and said, "Wei Ran, don't be nervous. It's like this." Then, Wei Jianming repeated the situation he knew to Tang Weiran, and then said with a serious expression, "Wei Ran, this Mr. Xia is not an ordinary person. His background is far beyond what you and I can imagine, so if this matter is not handled well, it may even bring a lot of trouble to the whole company." Then, he said seriously, "And, putting Mr. Xiao's identity aside, in our chain company's business strategy, high-end Chinese medicinal herbs that represent the brand's image are quite important. Under normal circumstances, even if we have to pay a certain premium, we must get this kind of top-grade caterpillar fungus." Wei Jianming took a sip of water and continued with a serious expression, "What is this purchasing manager called Xianxia doing? Is he not capable enough, not sensitive enough, or is he deliberately going against the company's strategy? What is his intention?" When Wei Jianming said the last few words, his tone had become cold. His words were a little harsh. Tang Weiran's forehead was sweating unknowingly, and he said carefully, "President Wei, this matter is indeed very serious, but we don't have enough information on the situation now. Should we investigate it in detail?" Wei Jianming was not familiar with Chen Shun, but as the leader in charge of the chain company, Tang Weiran knew about Chen Shun. After all, Chen Shun's uncle, Chen Weinan, was the vice president of the chain company, and was considered a member of the chain company's leadership team. There were still many opportunities for him to deal with Tang Weiran directly. However, Tang Weiran and Chen Weinan were not friends. On the contrary, Chen Weinan was closer to another vice president of the group. In many of the chain company's businesses, he had caused a lot of constraints for Tang Weiran. If they could take advantage of this matter to get rid of Chen Weinan, Tang Weiran would be more than happy. At the very least, they could make a show of force. Therefore, Tang Weiran did not shirk responsibility, nor did he plead for Chen Shun. Instead, he suggested that a detailed investigation of this matter. This was the rhythm of a strict investigation. Wei Jianming was very satisfied with Tang Weiran's attitude. He gently nodded and said, "The investigation must be carried out, and the matters that should be dealt with must be dealt with seriously. But the most important thing now is not to find out who is responsible." Wei Jianming paused, then said, "Now Taoyuan is ready to terminate all cooperation with our Tongren Medicine Hall." Tang Weiran couldn't help but be shocked. So serious? If I remember correctly, the quality of this company's iron maple bucket is very good, and the supply is very stable. In the internal rating of the chain company, this company's weight is very high. It's just that they have always been cooperating with Qiantang's store, so not many people in the group know about them. Tang Weiran swallowed and continued, we have already formed a certain brand effect by selling Taoyuan iron maple bucket on a commission basis. We have gathered a lot of high-end customers with strong spending power. If we completely stop cooperating with them, we will lose a lot. Wei Jianming said with a dark face, that's not all. According to reliable sources, the other party is likely to turn to Crane Yantong for cooperation. Wei Ran, if this matter really comes to this point, it will be a heavy blow to the chain company, and even the entire group. Tang Weiran's face changed slightly. Yes. President Wei, we must strike to keep this partner. Wei Jianming nodded and said, Wei Ran, this is also the reason why I asked you to come here today. You don't have to worry too much. I have also coordinated through certain connections. The other party won't contact Crane Yantong for the time being. As long as we lower our posture and show our sincerity, the Taoyuan company will still be our partner. Tang Weiran nodded and said, President Wei, I understand. I will handle this matter personally. Wei Jianming nodded and said, I also have the same intention. You don't have to attend the meeting later. Go to the Chinese Medicine Research Institute and ask for an experienced researcher to accompany you. You can book a flight ticket in the afternoon and rush to Sanshan City immediately. I don't need to teach you the specifics, right? Tang Weiran nodded and said, understood. As long as the quality of the other party's caterpillar fungus is above the standard, we will buy it at a premium. President Wei, don't worry. I will lower my posture and sincerely apologize. Wei Jianming nodded with satisfaction and said, that's what I meant. Also, the investigation of Qin Shun will be carried out at the same time. Arrange for someone you can trust to do it. It's best if you can come up with a preliminary solution when you are negotiating with the Taoyuan company in Sanshan City. Okay. Tang Weiran nodded and replied. Wei Jianming couldn't help but remind him, Wei Ran, when you deal with Mr. Xia, you must be polite. This kind of person is not someone we can afford to offend. President Wei, don't worry. I know what to do. Tang Weiran said, as long as this matter is not messed up, I will treat him like a little ancestor. Wei Jianming couldn't help but laugh and said, then you go. Although this matter is a crisis, it may not be a bad thing. Maybe it's an opportunity for us. Okay, President Wei, then I will go and prepare. Tang Weiran got up and said goodbye to Wei Jianming. Wei Jianming smiled and nodded. He got up and personally walked Tang Weiran to the door. Then, he closed the office door. At this time, Wei Jun walked out of the inner lounge. Did you hear that? Wei Jianming took out a cigarette and asked after lighting it. Wei Jun's face carried a trace of excitement as he said, Dad. You're so awesome. Wei Jianming patted Wei Jun's shoulder and said, Xiao Jun, you handled this matter well. Now, give Ho Liang and Zhao Yongjun a reply. Okay. Wei Jun said happily, Dad, then I will go first. Although the matter wasn't settled yet, Wei Jun knew that it shouldn't be a big problem since Wei Jianming took it seriously. So, he excitedly prepared to inform Zhao Yongjun and Ho Liang first. In just a few hours, he had already handled the matter to this extent. No matter what, he took it seriously, and his attitude was quite proper. Yes. The water in Beijing is very deep. You should speak less and observe more. If you don't understand, ask Ho Liang more. Wei Jianming said. I know, Dad. Wei Jun said obediently. After Wei Jun left, Wei Jianming sat thoughtfully for a while. Then, he put out the cigarette and got up to return to the conference room. Sanshan City. Xia Ruofei returned to the small villa after lunch. Then, he entered the Ring 2 space in his room. Although there was a temporary problem with the sales of the caterpillar fungus, he still attached great importance to the harvest of caterpillar fungus. He stayed in the space for a while, watching Xia Qing skillfully digging the caterpillar fungus. He couldn't help but be eager to give it a try and join in the great undertaking of digging the caterpillar fungus. After working for more than an hour, Xia Ruofei left the caterpillar fungus cultivation garden. He wasn't tired, mainly because he wanted to take a nap at noon. After all, he couldn't continue to work without sleep like Xia Qing. After Xiao Ruofei returned to the bedroom in the outside world, he went directly to the bathroom to wash off the mud on his body. After changing into coral fleece home clothes, he shuffled into the bedroom in his cotton slippers. After lying on the bed, he picked up the phone on the bedside table and saw that there were 2 missed calls on the phone. Both calls were from Zhao Yongjun. The interval between the calls was about 10 minutes. Looking at the time, it was when he was in the Ring 2 space. So, Xiao Ruofei directly called back. "Ruofei, you finally answered the phone," Zhao Yongjun said. Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, "Brother Zhao, what's the situation? 2 calls in a row. Is there anything urgent?" Zhao Yongjun said, "It's about the caterpillar fungus. I helped you find someone and passed a message to the senior management of the Tongren Tang Group. The other party took it very seriously and immediately sent a vice president to Sanshan to deal with this matter. I think he should contact you in the afternoon." Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised, but at the same time, he felt a trace of warmth in his heart. He said, "Brother Zhao, why did I bother you to use a favor for this matter? It's not appropriate." "What nonsense is this?" Zhao Yongjun said, "You and I are brothers. Do you have to treat me like an outsider? You helped my father. Is this a favor that I can't repay in my lifetime? Okay, it's my fault." Xiao Ruofei said immediately, "Brother Zhao, I won't be polite with you, that's right." Zhao Yongjun said, "Ruofei, their vice president Tang is in charge of the chain companies. His words carry weight. When the time comes, you don't have to be so polite with him. If they still want to cooperate, well, just give them a price. Don't let them get away with it. Also, if Qinshan's treatment doesn't satisfy you, don't give in so easily." "Okay. I got it," Xiao Ruofei said, then asked, "By the way, why is the situation of Tongren Tang Group so complicated? Compared to the manager, Qinshan, how much higher is his position?" Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but laugh and said, "Ruofei, don't you have a basic understanding of your partners? Hey. I sell things to them and then collect the money. Anyway, my things are good, and they are the ones who want to buy them. Why would I need to know about their situation?" Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "If I like the dishes of a restaurant, I don't need to know about the capital structure of the restaurant, the chef's resume, or anything like that, right?" "That's true." Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "The person who came today is the vice president of the Tongren Tang Group. Strictly speaking, the company you dealt with before is a subsidiary of the Tongren Tang Group, which is the Tongren Tang chain pharmacy, mainly in various regions and cities. In addition to this chain company, the Tongren Tang Group has more than 10 subsidiaries, including research institutes and traditional Chinese medicine hospitals. There are 2 listed companies, and the scale is very large. The vice president of a big group is in charge of the chain company. How much higher is his position compared to that bullsh** tea purchasing manager? It's fine as long as his position is high enough. Otherwise, it would be a waste of my precious time." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, then asked, "Brother Zhao, when are you coming to Sanshan? I've already swept the couch 3 times." Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Soon, Lu Jian still has some things to deal with. At most, in 2 or 3 days, we will be here." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to take a nap." "Then just turn off your phone and sleep," Zhao Yongjun said, "in case the people from the Tongren Tang Group come and disturb your sleep." "Ha ha ha. That makes sense," Xiao Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei thought about it and called Boss Lin, who was living in the farm's reception room. He asked him to cancel his return ticket and stay for another day. As for his entourage, they could go back first. Although Boss Lin didn't understand Xiao Ruofei's intention, he agreed readily because of his trust in Xiao Ruofei and because he didn't want to go back to Xianxia province and face a lot of problems. After talking to Boss Lin on the phone, Xiao Ruofei really turned off his phone and lay on the bed to sleep. It wasn't until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Xiao Ruofei woke up naturally. He got up from the bed and slowly put on his clothes, washed his face, and then went back to the bedroom to turn on his phone. As soon as he turned on his phone, he received several missed calls and text message notifications. There was an unfamiliar number from Beijing, Feng Jing, and Lu Qian calling him. Xiao Ruofei's face showed a smile. He thought about it and called Feng Jing back. Chairman. Feng Jing said directly as soon as she answered the phone, can you come to the office? Tong Rentang. Tong Rentang Group sent a vice president over to talk about the acquisition of caterpillar fungus, right? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Feng Jing couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and said, you really know how to calculate. Xiao Ruofei laughed and asked, have they arrived? They arrived at our farm half an hour ago. Feng Jing said, President Tang proposed to restart the negotiations for the acquisition of caterpillar fungus and wanted to personally appraise the quality of the caterpillar fungus. Because I couldn't contact you, I didn't dare to make a decision on my own. I asked them to rest in the reception room first. Okay, I got it. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, I just woke up and I'm a little hungry. I'll make a bowl of noodles and come over when I'm done. Feng Jing couldn't help but say, Chairman, isn't it not good to let them wait like this? She was just short of saying that the god of fortune had taken the initiative to come to you, and you're still in the mood to eat instant noodles. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I haven't settled the score with them yet. What's the big deal about letting them wait for a few minutes? President Feng, don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Feng Jing could only say helplessly. She felt that Xiao Ruofei must have his reasons for doing this. Because she didn't know how long Xiao Ruofei would take to eat instant noodles, when Feng Jing returned to the reception room, she could only say in an ambiguous tone, President Tang, I'm really sorry. Our boss Xia hasn't finished his business yet. He asked you to wait for a while. When he's done, he'll rush over as soon as possible. Feng Jing didn't know if saying this would make Tang Weiran feel neglected. So she was a little nervous in her heart. Unexpectedly, as soon as she spoke, Tang Weiran immediately stood up and said, in that case, let's go downstairs to welcome Boss Xia. Otherwise, it would be too rude. This? Feng Jing was dumbfounded. President Tang, you're a guest from afar. There's no need to welcome you. Just rest here for a while. If our boss Xia comes, I'll invite him here immediately. Feng Jing felt a little dizzy. She was not a hands-off boss like Xiao Ruofei. As a partner of the Taoyuan company, she had a detailed understanding of the situation of Tong Rentang Group. Tang Weiran was the vice president of the group. Although it was an enterprise, he was at the level of a deputy director. Moreover, the entire group had so many subsidiaries, research institutes, and hospitals. Among them, there were 2 listed companies with hundreds of millions of assets. Feng Jing found it a little inconceivable that the vice president of such a large group would be so humble. However, she saw that Tang Weiran looked very sincere and did not have any trace of hypocrisy. She could only nod helplessly and lead Tang Weiran and his entourage downstairs. Tang Weiran's entourage was a senior researcher that he had specially found from the Chinese Medicine Research Institute under Tong Rentang Group. His name was Xianxia, and he was in his 40s. He was also an expert in the research and identification of Chinese medicinal herbs. He had a lot of experience. Feng Jing secretly sent a WeChat message to Xiao Ruofei, Chairman, President Tang of Tong Rentang has personally come downstairs to wait for you. You should hurry up. After a while, Feng Jing felt her phone vibrate. She swiped the screen to take a look. Xiao Ruofei replied with 3 words, got it. Feng Jing could not help but be speechless. She had already reminded him. She could only support Xiao Ruofei unconditionally no matter what he wanted to do. Feng Jing accompanied Tang Weiran downstairs and waited for more than 10 minutes. It was quite cold in Mount Sanshan in December, and the sea breeze was quite strong. Tang Weiran and Xianxia, who were used to the dry environment in Beijing, felt that the wind seemed to penetrate into their bones. Even if they tightly covered their clothes, it was useless. It wasn't until she saw Xiao Ruofei walking over from afar that Feng Jing let out a sigh of relief. She was really worried that if she waited any longer, the 2 of them would follow before they even started the negotiation. Compared to Tang Weiran and the others' bloated clothes, Xiao Ruofei was much lighter. He wore a pair of blue jeans, a pair of white casual shoes, a white long-sleeved t-shirt, and a dark green aviator jacket. He looked like a street teenager. If someone said that Xiao Ruofei was a college student, people would definitely believe it. Tang Weiran came in a hurry. He only contacted Wei Jun through Wei Jun, and then Wei got Xiao Ruofei's phone number from Zhao Yongjun. He did not know more about Xiao Ruofei's specific situation. Therefore, he did not notice Xiao Ruofei walking over. He thought that he was an ordinary employee of the Taoyuan company. It was Feng Jing who reminded him in a low voice, "President Tang, our boss Xia is here." Tang Weiran was shocked to realize that the young man in casual clothes was Mr. Xia, the man with an unfathomable background that Wei Jianming had mentioned. He quickly put on a warm smile and walked quickly to greet him. "Boss Xia, hello. I'm Tang Weiran from Tongren Tang." Xiao Ruofei stopped and said with a faint smile on his face, "Hello, President Tang. Sorry to keep you waiting." "No, no." Tang Weiran quickly said, "Boss Xia, we are the ones who have disturbed you. We are the employees of the chain companies under our group. We are not familiar with the business, so we have offended you." Xiao Ruofei asked faintly, "Just not familiar with the business?" Tang Weiran's smile suddenly became a little awkward. He said, Before I came, I asked the group's discipline inspection department to investigate this matter. The results should be out soon." Xiao Ruofei nodded noncommittally and said, "President Tang, let's go upstairs and sit down before we talk." Okay, Boss Xia, please," Tang Weiran said. Xiao Ruofei did not stand on ceremony. She nodded and took the lead to walk in front. When he passed by Feng Jing, Xiao Ruofei said, "Inform Boss Lin to come to the conference room as well." "Okay," Feng Jing responded. Then, she gestured to Lu Qian and slowed down a little. She and Tang Weiran followed Xiao Ruofei into the complex building, while Lu Qian knowingly took out her mobile phone to inform Boss Lin. After walking into the building, Tang Weiran felt a little warm. He could not help but smile bitterly. He hoped that this trouble could make Xiao Ruofei feel his sincerity. It was indeed a little difficult for him, the vice president of a large group, to be so humble. When the group of people arrived at the conference room, Boss Lin, who had received a call from Lu Qian, also came down from the reception suite upstairs. He happened to meet Xiao Ruofei and the others at the door of the conference room. When Boss Lin saw Tang Weiran, who was half a step behind Xiao Ruofei with a warm smile on his face, he could not help but be stunned. Tang Weiran did not know Boss Lin, but Boss Lin was no stranger to Tang Weiran. This was because Tang Weiran was the group leader in charge of the chain companies. Although Boss Lin had not met Tang Weiran before, he was already very familiar with this group leader from the dynamic news on the company's website and the frequent video conference calls. "Hello, President Tang." Boss Lin hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Tang Weiran looked at Boss Lin with some confusion. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Brother Lin, you're here." Then, he said to Tang Weiran, "President Tang, let me introduce you. This is the elite of Tongren Tang. He is Lin Chengming, the vice president of your chain company in eastern China." Tang Weiran suddenly understood. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei's brother Lin just now made him pay more attention in his heart. Tang Weiran showed a kind smile on his face. He took the initiative to reach out to Lin Chengming and said, "Your comrade Lin Chengming. I've heard of your name several times in Beijing. You were a business expert when you were in the Qiantang store. You were the one who facilitated the cooperation with the Taoyuan company on the Iron Maple Bucket, right?" Lin Chengming hurriedly reached out his hands and shook Tang Weiran's, then said modestly, "President Tang, you're flattering me. That's all part of my job." After that, Lin Chengming also cast a grateful look at Xiao Ruofei. How could he not know that Xiao Ruofei was deliberately supporting him just now? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "President Tang, Brother Lin, let's go in and talk." The group of people walked into the conference room and took their seats. After Tang Weiran sat down, he immediately said with a sincere expression, "Boss Xia, first of all, I would like to express my apologies to you and your company. Because of the problems of the individual employees, there was a misunderstanding between the two parties, and even the cooperation was put on hold. This is a dereliction of duty on the part of the leaders of the group." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "President Tang, you're too serious. It's business. You have to pay attention to the willingness of both parties. It's normal to have different opinions during negotiations." The more Tang Weiran listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Xiao Ruofei said it so generously. Was he not going to pursue the matter? But before he came in, Xiao Ruofei's attitude was not like this. Just as Tang Weiran was worrying about his gains and losses, Xiao Ruofei changed the topic and said, the failure of the cooperation with Tong Rentang is not necessarily a bad thing for the Taoyuan company. I'm still confident in the competitiveness of our company's products. I believe that the traditional time-honored brands like Crane Hall, Chongqing Hall, and Huichun Hall should be very interested in our company's iron maple bucket and caterpillar fungus. We have also been actively contacting these potential pharmacies for the past 2 days. In fact, we didn't suffer any losses in business, so President Tang, you don't have to apologize. After hearing this, Tang Weiran couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He quickly said, Boss Xia, Tong Rentang still attaches great importance to the Taoyuan company as a partner. After the group's chairman, Comrade Wei Jianming, heard about this matter, he personally instructed the Discipline Inspection Department to launch an investigation and sent me to represent the group to continue to discuss the cooperation with your company. After all, it's better to be familiar with business than to be unfamiliar with it. Boss Xia, please consider continuing to cooperate with Tong Rentang. Xiao Ruofei had already gotten the information from Zhao Yongjun and knew the purpose of Tang Weiran's visit. He smiled noncommittally and said, President Tang, it's the same for us no matter which company we cooperate with. In addition to the benefits, we also value the long-term cooperation. In the past, I cooperated quite happily with Brother Lin on the sales of Iron Maple Bucket. Tang Weiran smiled bitterly in his heart. Xiao Ruofei's words were already very obvious. His cooperation with Lin Chengming had always been very pleasant. This time, the cooperation with caterpillar fungus was basically signed. If it weren't for the issue of authority, Lin Chengming would have already returned to Xianxia province with dazzling results. Now the situation had completely changed, and it was all because of Qin Shun alone. It seemed that if they didn't show their sincerity and deal with Qin Shun seriously, the negotiation couldn't go on at all. Moreover, this matter couldn't be delayed. Didn't Xiao Ruofei just say that? They had already contacted Tong Rentang's strong competitors, such as Xianxia. The longer it was delayed, the easier it was for changes to occur. Tang Weiran didn't think that Xiao Ruofei was bluffing, because he had also received accurate information from Wei Jianming that Xiao Ruofei was indeed likely to cooperate with Xianxia. After pondering for a moment, he said, Boss Xia, please wait for a moment. I'll go out and make a call. Xiao Ruofei smiled and made a gesture of invitation, saying, Go ahead, President Tang. Tang Weiran walked out of the conference room and immediately called Beijing to ask about the results of the secret investigation by the Discipline Inspection Department. In fact, this matter was very simple. It didn't take much effort to find out. The results of the investigation showed that Qin Shun was sent by Qin Weinan, the vice president of the chain company. He didn't go through the company's collective meeting and was sent in a hurry. The relationship between Qin Shun and Qin Weinan was no secret at all. After Tang Weiran understood the situation, he called out Lin Chengming and asked kindly, Comrade Zhongming, there are some things I want to know from you. Can you tell me the specific situation after Qin Shun intervened in the negotiation? Lin Chengming had been suppressing his anger toward Qin Shun for a long time. Although he didn't see the current situation very clearly, he saw Tang Weiran's attitude toward Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, Lin Chengming didn't have any scruples. Like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, he directly parachuted in to take over the negotiation, and then deliberately put on airs during the negotiation, even offering a purchase price that was far lower than the actual value, and so on. He told Tang Weiran everything in detail. After listening, Tang Weiran's face became more and more unsightly. Naturally, he could easily analyze that Qin Weinan had sent his nephew to take advantage of the situation. If the negotiation was successful, this cooperation would definitely be signed in the name of the chain company with the Taoyuan company. At that time, Lin Chengming wouldn't have anything to do, and all the performance would belong to Qin Shun. However, Tang Weiran was very puzzled. How could Qin Shun do such a simple job of taking advantage of the situation? Was this guy an idiot? However, Tang Weiran didn't want to delve into so much now. He said gently to Lin Chengming, Comrade Zhongming, I understand the situation now. You have been wrong this time. Don't worry, the company won't let this kind of unhealthy trend spread. We will definitely deal with some people with ulterior motives seriously. Thank you, President Tang. Lin Chengming said with some excitement. Tang Weiran asked Lin Chengming to return to the conference room first. He called Wei Jianming immediately and reported his initial contact with Xia Ruofei, as well as the information he had about Chen Shun. After listening, Wei Jianming couldn't help but slap the table and say, "This is a disgrace to Tong Rentang. If the business managers are all of this quality, no matter how beautiful our development strategy is, it will still be a castle in the air." Tang Weiran said, "President Wei, as the leader in charge, I am responsible for this matter. I will review it to you. What responsibility can you have?" Wei Jianming interrupted Tang Weiran and said, "This is clearly a middle-level leader who is sacrificing the interests of the company for his own personal gain." His words were equivalent to a conclusion. Not only would Chen Shun be dealt with seriously, even Chen Weinan would not be able to get away with it. "President Wei, Mr. Xia probably wants to see our sincerity. Otherwise, the negotiation can't continue," Tang Weiran said. Wei Jianming said without hesitation, "Chen Shun will be dismissed. Chen Weinan has an unshirkable leadership responsibility. After the company studies it, we will deal with it seriously. Follow this tone and talk to Mr. Xia first. I will talk to the disciplinary committee and speed up the process." "Understood," Tang Weiran said. "President Wei, I will go in first. I will report to you immediately if there is any progress here." "Okay. Thank you for your hard work, Weiran," Wei Jianming said. "Don't mention it, it's my job." Tang Weiran was a little flattered and said quickly. After Tang Weiran finished speaking, he couldn't help but secretly observe Xia Ruofei's expression. As an executive of a large state-owned enterprise, he actually felt nervous in front of a young man like Xia Ruofei. Wei Jianming's previous words had a big impact on him. In addition, Xia Ruofei always had a kind of indifferent temperament. This kind of temperament could not be faked, and it was not something that could be cultivated with money alone. Tang Weiran had a sense of familiarity with this temperament. He had been fortunate enough to attend a high-level dinner party in the past. At the dinner party, a second-generation heir of a powerful father also gave him the same feeling. What made Tang Weiran heave a sigh of relief was that after Xia Ruofei finished listening to his words, a faint smile finally appeared on her face. Xia Ruofei said, "President Tang, it seems that the leadership of Tong Rentang Group is very capable, especially this kind of courage to face internal conflicts. It's admirable." "Boss Xia, you flatter us," Tang Weiran said modestly. "Once again, I apologize to your company on behalf of the group." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "President Tang, in that case, let's talk about the cooperation." After that, Xia Ruofei said to Lu Qian, who was taking notes, "Lu Qian, there is a sample bag of caterpillar fungus in the first drawer on the right side of my desk. Go and get it for President Tang and researcher Zheng to identify." "Yes, Chairman." Lu Qian immediately put down her pen and stood up. Tang Weiran quickly said, "Boss Xia, didn't Comrade Zhou Ming already identify it fully before? I don't think it's necessary, is it?" Xia Ruofei glanced at Tang Weiran's researcher, Jing Su, with a smile that wasn't a smile. She said, "Brother Lin has indeed appraised it, but it's best for President Tang to take another look." Tang Weiran had brought a senior Chinese medicine researcher here. It was impossible that they were here just for show, right? This was a sales contract worth hundreds of millions. Even if the Tang Weiran came with the mission of mending relations, it was impossible for them to sign it without even looking at it. If something went wrong in the middle, he would lose his official position at the very least. In the worst case, he might even be imprisoned for a few years. Causing the loss of state assets was not a light crime. Therefore, Xia Ruofei did not take Tang Weiran's polite words to heart. Tang Weiran laughed awkwardly and said, "Then, let's see the Taoyuan Company's products." Xia Ruofei nodded and motioned for Lu Qian to immediately get the bag of caterpillar fungus that he had left in the office as a sample. Soon, Lu Qian brought it over. It was a small sealed bag with about 300 to 400 caterpillar fungus inside. Through the transparent sealed bag, Jingsu could vaguely see the caterpillar fungus inside. His eyes could not help but light up. These caterpillar fungus were really big. Tong Rentang's traditional Chinese medicine research institute was still very strong. They could get some precious Chinese herbs that were difficult to buy on the market. After all, they were only doing research and did not use a lot of them. As a senior researcher, Xianxia usually came into contact with a lot of precious Chinese herbs. Naturally, he had seen a lot of top-level caterpillar fungus, but it was rare for him to see such a big one. Such caterpillar fungus, let alone being sold in bulk, would be regarded as a treasure if it appeared occasionally. Xianxia opened the sealed bag and began to identify it with such excitement. Tang Weiran was not very good at professional matters. He did not put on airs like Qin Shen and did not get involved in the identification at all. It was a necessary skill for a leader to leave professional matters to professionals. Xiao Ruofei sat in the chair calmly. He had expected Xianxia's shocked look. To be honest, this batch of caterpillar fungus had been identified by Dr. Huang, brought by Lin Chengming, the procurement specialist brought by Qin Shen, and the researcher Xianxia brought by Tang Weiran. Xiao Ruofei was almost tired of seeing this kind of shocked expression. Tang Weiran was very concerned. Although he did not look at the caterpillar fungus, he had a panoramic view of Xianxia's expression. Finally, Xianxia reluctantly put down the caterpillar fungus in his hand. Tang Weiran immediately asked, "Old Jing, how is it?" Xianxia said excitedly, "President Tang, it's definitely a pure caterpillar fungus. And its quality is much higher than the special grade ones. It's simply the best that can only be found by chance." Tang Weiran suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as there was no problem with it. And now, not only was there no problem, but it had also far exceeded his expectations. In fact, Wei Jianming had also said that as long as the quality of this batch of caterpillar fungus was above standard, he could buy it at a premium price. Now, it seemed that the quality was not only above standard, but also much higher. This was simply an unexpected surprise. Xianxia asked with a strange expression, "Boss Lin, how did you negotiate in the first place? Why didn't you hurry up and get this kind of caterpillar fungus? Are the people brought by Qin Shen blind?" Xianxia was a typical technical talent, and even a bit of a nerd. He did not have any scruples when speaking. Lin Chengming said with a wry smile, "Researcher Zheng, my price for this batch of caterpillar fungus is 750,000 yuan per kilogram." Xianxia immediately nodded and said, "In terms of the quality of the caterpillar fungus, this price is quite reasonable." Lin Chengming said with a wry smile, "Who said it wasn't? Originally, we had already negotiated the conditions and only needed to sign the contract. Because we don't have enough authority in eastern China, I reported to the leaders in charge of the chain companies as usual and wanted to apply for authority. I didn't expect the chain companies to immediately send a purchasing manager over." Lin Chengming paused and said with resentment, "This manager Chen left us aside as soon as he came. After seeing this batch of caterpillar fungus, he gave Boss Xia a purchase price of 500,000 yuan. You saw the result, the negotiation directly stopped." Xianxia slammed the table and said, 500,000 yuan? Isn't this nonsense? Does he even know how to do business? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "President Tang, researcher Zheng, I don't know whether Qin Shen is familiar with the business or not, but the purchasing specialist he brought with him that day also personally appraised this batch of caterpillar fungus and also approved of Brother Lin's initial offer." Although his voice was very low, I happened to have sharp ears and accidentally heard it. But after listening to the opinions of the purchasing specialist, Qin Shen still gave such an outrageous price, which is a bit puzzling. Although Tang Weiran had a general understanding of the situation, after all, it was only hearsay. Now that Xianxia had personally appraised this batch of caterpillar fungus and approved of Lin Chengming's initial offer, while Qin Shen's offer was a full 250,000 yuan lower, which was equivalent to a cut of 1/3, this gave Tang Weiran an even more direct feeling. What's more, the details that Xiao Ruofei mentioned were even more thought-provoking now that they thought about it. Tang Weiran's face darkened and said, "They're treating work like child's play. This must be dealt with seriously this time. No matter who was involved, those who should be punished, those who should be punished, those who should be dismissed, those who should be dismissed, those who should be dismissed. The atmosphere of the chain companies must be properly rectified." Tang Weiran's words had basically determined Qin Shen's fate, and it was no surprise that Qin Weinan would also be implicated, and this fish was quite big, enough to stir up the muddy waters of the chain companies. Xiao Ruofei ignored Tang Weiran's somewhat perfunctory pleasantries and said with a smile, "President Tang, if you have no doubts about the quality of the caterpillar fungus, then we can talk about the cooperation." Tang Weiran quickly said, "No doubts at all." Although Xiao Ruofei only took out a sample, he knew that Xiao Ruofei wouldn't play any tricks, because all the products must be checked before signing the agreement. There was no point in playing tricks now. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Brother Lin has quoted a price before. It's 750,000 yuan per kilogram. Tang Weiran didn't wait for Xiao Ruofei to finish and said eagerly, Tong Rentang is very interested in this batch of caterpillar fungus. I can make the decision to increase the unit price by 30,000 yuan and buy it at 780,000 yuan. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be a little speechless. In fact, he just wanted to continue the transaction at this price, but Tang Weiran raised the purchase price himself, and Xiao Ruofei couldn't refuse the money that was sent to his door. So he nodded and said, I have no objections to this price, but, Boss Xia, I understand. Tang Weiran interrupted Xiao Ruofei again and said, we will deal with Qin Shun and Qin Weinan quickly. I will report to Chairman Wei again soon, and we will be able to come up with the preliminary treatment by today. We can wait until tomorrow to sign the contract. Xiao Ruofei was speechless. He thought to himself, what the hell do you know? When did I want to talk about Qin Shun? In fact, Xiao Ruofei wanted to raise two conditions, but Tang Weiran thought that he knew Xiao Ruofei's thoughts very well and successfully interrupted him again. After all, in Tang Weiran's mind, Xiao Ruofei was already a second-generation heir, and he was very likely to be a very powerful person among the second-generation heirs. In his opinion, such a person might not care much about money, but he would definitely care a lot about face. After Tang Weiran finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Ruofei expectantly. He felt that this was enough sincerity. Not only did he take the initiative to raise the price, but it was already evening. It was absolutely unprecedented for a state-owned enterprise like Xiao Ruofei to finalize the deal today. Xiao Ruofei could only helplessly go along with Tang Weiran's words. He nodded and said, okay, then we'll talk about the contract tomorrow, but I still have two conditions, and I hope President Tang can agree to them. Boss Xia, please speak. Tang Weiran said with some anxiety. He was worried that Xiao Ruofei was still not satisfied, and if he raised any more difficult conditions, he would inevitably struggle again. Speaking of which, as the leader of a department-level state-owned enterprise, this trip was also quite difficult for him. However, Tang Weiran was the group leader in charge of the chain companies. He was responsible for the chain company's problems, and he was also Wei Jianming's confidant. He could only bite the bullet and do this kind of thankless task since Wei Jianming had ordered him to do it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, first, we hope to pay most of the money as soon as possible after the agreement is signed. Specifically, we hope to pay at least 100 million yuan within 4 days. Tang Weiran was slightly relieved. Tong Rentang stores were all over the country, and their cash flow was quite abundant. Even if they paid in full, there would be no problem. 4 days was enough. He immediately said, no problem, I can agree to it now. Thank you, President Tang. Xiao Ruofei said, as for the second condition, I hope that the main body of the contract is not a chain company, nor is it Tong Rentang Group, but the East China region. To be precise, I hope to sign the contract with Brother Lin. Lin Chengming suddenly showed a look of gratitude and excitement as he looked at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei is giving me a golden achievement. It's definitely a big gift, even if it was bought at a price of 780,000 yuan, with Tong Rentang's powerful channels and a large number of high-end consumer groups, this batch of goods would still be profitable. Even if the majority of the profits would be earned by the Taoyuan company, the invisible boost to the brand's popularity was immeasurable. Such a performance would be enough to let Lin Chengming quickly gain a foothold in the East China region and establish his prestige. The foundation for further progress in the future would also be more solid. Tang Weiran had long seen that Xiao Ruofei was taking care of Lin Chengming. Even if he did not sign the contract in the name of East China region, he decided to promote Lin Chengming at the appropriate opportunity to express his goodwill to Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, for a leader at Tang Weiran's level, he no longer needed to compete with Lin Chengming for this performance. Therefore, he said without hesitation, okay. This is the business that Comrade Zhongming personally ran down to us. Then there's no problem. Xiao Ruofei stood up and stretched out his hand to Tang Weiran across the conference table. He said with a smile, President Tang, I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Tang Weiran hurriedly stood up and shook hands with Xiao Ruofei. He even felt that his palms were a little sweaty. It was indeed rare for a department-level leader of a state-owned enterprise to be so nervous in front of a young boss in his 20s. "We've prepared some light wine in the cafeteria. President Tang, please come." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You can drink a few more glasses in the evening, and then rest at our farm. The conditions are limited, I hope President Tang won't mind." Xiao Ruofei still gave the necessary respect to this child of fortune. "No, no." Tang Weiran quickly said, "We can't ask for more. People like us who live in a forest of reinforced concrete all year round yearn for such a rural life so much." "Then President Tang, you can stay for a few more days." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I'll provide food and accommodation here." Everyone suddenly burst into laughter. They had reached a consensus on the most important part, so everyone's mentality was more relaxed. It was almost time to get off work in the evening, so Xiao Ruofei took Tang Weiran and the others directly downstairs to the cafeteria. Although Xiao Ruofei did not specifically instruct, Feng Jing had already arranged for the cafeteria to prepare dinner after confirming Tang Weiran's identity. When everyone arrived at the cafeteria, Taoyuan specialties were served like flowing water. Tang Weiran was naturally full of praise for the delicious Taoyuan vegetables and the mellow Zui Ba Xian liquor, and it was not hypocritical flattery. At least 80 to 90% of it came from the bottom of his heart. Even the corporate leaders who were tested by alcohol would not be able to remain calm in front of the double delicious taste of the Taoyuan vegetables and Zui Ba Xian liquor. Lin Chengming wanted to leave a deep impression in the hearts of the leaders, and Tang Weiran was also willing to see Lin Chengming in a new light in order to get on good terms with Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, his attitude was very kind, and he even chatted with Lin Chengming for a long time. Lin Chengming could not help but feel a little flattered, and at the same time, he was even more grateful to Xiao Ruofei. The guests and the host enjoyed the meal. Xiao Ruofei solved the financial problem and did not need to use the overseas funds, and Tang Weiran successfully completed the task assigned by Wei Jianming. Moreover, things were developing in the best direction of turning a bad thing into a good thing, so both of them were in a very good mood. In contrast, some people in Beijing were in a very bad mood. Chen Weinan was sulking in his office when he received the call. He didn't know whether he was angry at his nephew or angry at Lin Chengming's unreliability. Chen Weinan knew very well that his nephew couldn't do anything right. He could only believe 30% to 40% of what he said. As for the real situation, he had to understand it in detail. Just as Chen Weinan was sitting in his office smoking, his phone rang. It was an old classmate of his who worked at the headquarters of the group. His rank was similar to his, but his authority was not comparable to that of a subsidiary company leader. So Chen Weinan immediately got rid of the negative emotions, adjusted his mood, and answered the phone. Chen Weinan laughed heartily and said, "Old Ma. How come a busy man like you has time to call me today? Don't tell me you're thinking about the 2 bottles of Maotai at home?" Old Ma on the other end of the phone was not in the mood to joke. He lowered his voice and said solemnly, "Our discipline inspection department is investigating Chen Shun's matter. President Tang has already gone to Sanshan to repair the relationship with the Taoyuan company. You may be in a bit of trouble here. Hurry up and think of a way." Old Ma finished speaking very quickly and hung up the phone without waiting for Chen Weinan's reply. When Chen Weinan heard the busy tone from the phone, he was dumbfounded. He was still holding the phone in his hand, but his mind was in a mess. Old Ma's phone call made Chen Weinan feel that a disaster was imminent. Although he worked in a company, he was still in the system. Moreover, he was a division leader. Chen Weinan's sensitivity was no less than that of people in the government. Old Ma's phone call gave him a very dangerous signal. First of all, Old Ma was very careful. He hung up the phone in a hurry. It could be seen that the matter was very serious. Old Ma was risking his life to inform him. No matter how this matter was handled, he owed him a big favor. In addition, although Old Ma's phone call was short, the information was quite rich. The group's discipline inspection department directly intervened and did it so quickly. He didn't hear anything in advance. It was completely a secret investigation. This was one. Second, President Tang of the group actually went to Sanshan in person to deal with the crisis. This showed the seriousness of the situation. It also reflected the deep background of this company. In addition, Old Ma also said that even Chen Weinan was in trouble. This was even more telling. Chen Weinan knew that his disappointing nephew had probably poked a hole in the sky this time. Moreover, when he called in the morning, Chen Shun definitely did not tell the truth. The matter was definitely not as simple as Lin Chengming colluding with the Taoyuan company to swindle funds. Chen Weinan almost fainted. This time, he was really screwed over. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. There was no point in losing his mind now. The most important thing was to get through this crisis. Chen Weinan quickly made a decision. He did not immediately look for his close superiors. At this time, unless they were very close friends, most people would definitely choose to protect themselves and avoid him. Chen Weinan's first call was to Chen Shun. Because Chen Weinan had already realized that the key to solving the problem lay in the Taoyuan company. As long as he could obtain the forgiveness of the Taoyuan company, the chances of him passing this trial safely would be greatly increased. Otherwise, no matter how much he begged, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being severely punished. Chen Weinan found Chen Shun's phone number and dialed it while praying that Chen Shun was not on the plane back to Beijing at this time. In fact, Chen Shun was really not in a hurry to return to Beijing. It was not easy to come to the south. Although he did not succeed and was still full of anger, he did not want to come for nothing. After all, this was a business trip at public expense. The round-trip air tickets, urban transportation, accommodation, meals, and so on could all be reimbursed. Moreover, there was a business trip allowance of 200 to 300 yuan a day. Where could he find such a good thing? Therefore, he had long put the unhappiness in the morning to the back of his mind. In the afternoon, he toured the scenic spots of the three mountains with the procurement specialist. He also planned to rent a car to Zhanggang tomorrow to eat seafood and play by the sea. It could be considered a worthwhile trip. The reason why he brought the procurement specialist was that, on the one hand, the two of them were on a business trip together, so he could not let him go back first. On the other hand, he wanted to give him some benefits in disguise to keep his mouth shut. After all, Chen Shun and the procurement specialist were well aware of the quality of the caterpillar fungus. If they went back and let the procurement specialist insist that the quality of the caterpillar fungus was average, then they had to give him some small benefits to win him over. When he received Chen Weinan's call, Chen Shun was still touring the most famous streets of the three mountains. He was walking in the quaint alleys and enjoying the night view of the alleys. He was in a very comfortable mood. Seeing that it was Chen Weinan's call, although it was noisy with people coming and going around, Chen Shun still answered the phone indifferently and said, "Second uncle, what's the matter?" Chen Weinan almost roared as he asked, "What are you doing? You can't even handle such a small matter and caused me such a big trouble. Are you trying to get me killed?" Chen Shun was suddenly stunned. He asked somewhat inexplicably, "Second uncle, I didn't cause any trouble. I'm still in the three mountains." "You didn't make a mistake, did you?" Chen Weinan said coldly, "You didn't cause any trouble? The Taoyuan company's matter wasn't caused by you? Could it be me? The Taoyuan company?" Chen Shun felt guilty and pretended to be confused. "What's wrong with the Taoyuan company? The business didn't go through, but you can't blame me for that, right? If you want to blame someone, blame them for having such a big appetite, and for colluding with Lin Chengming. Don't give me that." Chen Weinan rudely interrupted Chen Shun's words and said, "Do you know that a disaster is imminent? Tell me the truth, what's going on?" Chen Shun said stubbornly, "Second uncle. I really don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by imminent disaster? You still don't want to admit it, right?" Chen Weinan said, "I'm telling you. The group's discipline inspection department is investigating your matter now, and President Tang even went to the three mountains himself. You'll only be satisfied if you poke a hole in the sky." "What? This?" Chen Shun was flabbergasted. "How is this possible? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." Chen Weinan said. "Tell me honestly, how much is that batch of caterpillar fungus worth? Why did you provoke this company for no reason?" Chen Shun's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He no longer dared to hide anything and honestly recounted what had happened. Then, he immediately explained, "Second uncle, this, even if I offer a low price, at most, I'm just not familiar with the business, right? Besides, weren't all business negotiations like this? I'm asking for a sky-high price and asking for a cheap price. I'm doing this for the sake of the company. How is it illegal? Chen Weinan said coldly, you can explain this bullshit to the disciplinary inspection team. As soon as Chen Shun finished speaking, Chen Weinan understood everything clearly. Who would believe that he was thinking about the company's interests? It was nothing more than this D***MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND**MND** MND asterisk 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 MN D asterisk MND 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 asterisk MN. If the other party was a weaker company, it wouldn't be a big deal even if the business didn't go through. However, the Taoyuan company obviously wasn't a company that could be easily manipulated. Otherwise, President Tang wouldn't have rushed to the Three Mountains to put out the fire. Qin Shun suddenly panicked and said, "Second uncle, this. What should I do? You have to save me." Qin Shun's job was enviable in Beijing. The salary was high, and there was a lot of extra income. Moreover, with Qin Huainan's protection, the job was very easy. The most important thing was that he didn't have any education or ability, so it was difficult to be hired anywhere. At most, he could only do some labor work. However, because of Qin Huainan, not only did he enter the Tongren Tang Chain Company, but he also solved the staffing problem. It could be said that it was an iron rice bowl. If he lost his job, it would be worse than killing him. Qin Huainan snorted and said, "Now you're scared? Why didn't you think about the consequences when you caused trouble? Let me tell you, it's too late. I can't even protect myself now. How do you want me to save you?" Qin Shun said with a sad face, "Second uncle, I didn't know the other party had such a strong background. Please help me." Qin Shun was in his 20s, but he was crying on the street, which attracted a lot of attention from passers-by. The procurement specialist who was shopping with Qin Shun already understood what had happened. He couldn't help but look at Qin Shun with pity. At the same time, he didn't know why, but there was a trace of joy in his heart. Qin Huainan saw that Qin Shun's emotions were about to collapse, so he said, "Why are you howling? Can crying solve the problem? You're a man, don't you feel ashamed?" Qin Shun wiped his tears and asked, "Second uncle, what should I do?" Qin Huainan's tone softened a little and said, "The only way out now is to get the Taoyuan company's forgiveness. As long as they relent, the company may be lenient." Qin Shun quickly said, I'll go right away." Qin Huainan said coldly, "President Tang is also very likely to be there. Your attitude must be sincere, and you must reflect deeply. It's best if you give yourself a few slaps with hatred. Anyway, you have to embarrass yourself." When Qin Shun heard this, he couldn't help but hesitate again. As a man in Beijing, his face was bigger than the sky. If he humiliated himself according to Qin Huainan's words, it would be worse than killing him. Qin Huainan said coldly, "If you still want to keep your job, you'd better do as I say immediately." When Qin Huainan talked about work, Qin Shun immediately shivered and said bitterly, "I know, second uncle, I'll go right away." After hanging up the phone, Qin Shun quickly walked out of the street without saying anything. In the entire area of the 3 districts and 7 alleys, motor vehicles couldn't enter. Even if he wanted to take a taxi, he had to go to the street outside. The procurement specialist thought for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and then quickly followed. When he was strolling, he was in a relaxed mood and unknowingly walked very deep. Now, Xianxia was burning with impatience, but he felt that the alley was so long. He jogged all the way and was panting, but he still hadn't reached the outside. When he finally saw the lights on the opposite side, Xianxia sped up again. He stopped a taxi on the street, sweating profusely. He jumped in and said hurriedly, "Driver, go to Taoyuan Farm." The taxi driver saw Xianxia's ferocious face, and Taoyuan Farm was in the remote suburbs. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Could it be a robbery? Xianxia saw that the driver didn't move and couldn't help but say anxiously, "Hurry up and drive." "I'm in a hurry." "Sir, why don't you change a car?" The taxi driver said hesitantly, "Taoyuan Farm is too remote. I usually don't go out of the city at night." "You want to refuse to take me?" Xianxia was so angry that he glared at the driver. "Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you." Xianxia's rude attitude made the taxi driver a little angry. Moreover, this was a busy street, so the driver wasn't afraid of Xianxia. He turned off the car directly, then leaned on the seat and said, "I'm sorry, the car suddenly broke down. I can't leave even if I want to. If you want to file a complaint, then file a complaint. Don't forget to remember the car number." Xianxia was already angry. After listening to the driver's words, he wanted to fight with him. However, he was in a hurry and didn't want to cause any more trouble. He could only glare at the driver and say, "I'll definitely file a complaint against you." After that, he opened the door and got out of the car. Then, he slammed the door. The driver suddenly turned on the engine again and said, "If you want to file a complaint, then file a complaint. Who knows if you're a robber or not? Taking a taxi to the wilderness in the middle of the night." After that, he stepped on the accelerator and the car drove away. Xianxia was so angry that he stomped his feet. When it rains, it pours. When it pours, it pours. Xianxia ran very fast before, so the purchasing agent couldn't catch up with him no matter how hard he tried. Now, he ran out of the alley in a hurry. When Xianxia saw him, he said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop a taxi. Remember to pay first." He didn't want to be misunderstood as a highway robber again. It wasn't easy to stop another taxi. Xianxia and the purchasing agent got in and hurried to Taoyuan Farm. At the farm, Xiaoruofei, Tang Weiran, and the others drank just enough. They were a little tipsy, but not too drunk. Tang Weiran was in a good mood. After dinner, he asked to visit the farm. In fact, Xiaoruofei really couldn't figure out what was there to see in the middle of the night, and it was winter. However, for the sake of a big deal of more than 100 million, Xiaoruofei still agreed. He asked Yi Linyun to find an electric car for patrol. In addition to the driver, there were 2 rows of seats facing each other at the back. It could seat 6 people if they squeezed together. Xiaoruofei and Lin Chengming sat opposite Tang Weiran and Jingsu. As for Feng Jing, Xiaoruofei didn't want her to be exposed to the wind, so he asked her to go back and rest. Xiaoruofei asked the veteran driver to drive around the farm and try to go to all the places except for the orchard. Along the way, he briefly explained the situation of his farm. The car wasn't going very fast, and he was still wrapped in a coat. Moreover, his body was hot after drinking, so Tang Weiran didn't curl up into a ball. He listened to Xiaoruofei's explanation with great interest, and he even praised it from time to time. Of course, most of it was flattery. In such a short time and in the middle of the night, how could he really see anything out of the ordinary? The electric car drove along the extension of the greenhouse and the cold storage. It was basically the route that the veterans usually patrolled. After bypassing this area, they arrived near the entrance of the farm. Next, they would enter the area where the first phase of the farm had been built. It also included neat vegetable greenhouses, a herring breeding workshop, a tea workshop, an iron maple bucket production workshop, and the staff apartments. However, when the car drove to the entrance, everyone saw 2 bright headlights and vaguely saw a car parked outside the cordon at the entrance. Who came here so late at night? Xiaoruofei muttered in his heart. Xiaoruofei didn't expect it to be Xianxia, because he thought that Xianxia should already be in. Beijing, after all, Tang Weiran, who received the news later, had already rushed to Sanshan from Beijing. He didn't expect Qin Shan to be so ambitious. He came to Sanshan on a business trip and didn't accomplish anything. Not only did he cause a big mess, but he still had the mood to travel here at public expense. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei looked at Tang Weiran, who was sitting opposite him, with some surprise. He smiled and said, "President Tang, you brought someone with you? Why is he with you?" Tang Weiran was also dumbfounded as she said, "No. I came in a hurry this time, so I only brought Jingsu." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He jumped out of the car and walked to the door. Under the illumination of the headlights, he couldn't see very clearly. He could only see two dark figures. And Qin Shan could see clearly with the help of the lights. As soon as he saw Xiao Ruofei, he quickly shouted, Boss Xia, it's me. Qin Shan. I'm here to apologize to you." As soon as Xiao Ruofei heard Qin Shan's voice, he turned around and walked back without thinking. There was really nothing to talk about with this person. Qin Shan saw this and said anxiously, "Boss Xia, please wait. I've already realized my mistake. Please give me another chance." Qin Shan saw Xiao Ruofei leave without looking back. He was so anxious that he rushed in, he couldn't help but be anxious. Chen Weinan had already made the seriousness of the matter very clear. If he couldn't get the Taoyuan company's forgiveness this time, then the official position he had worked so hard to get would probably be ruined. But the well-trained veterans wouldn't let him rush in just like that. The two veterans who were on guard duty at the gate tacitly took a step forward at the same time. Qin Shan suddenly felt as if he had hit a wall, and his whole body bounced back a few steps. "Let me in." Qin Shan shouted, "I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to apologize to Boss Xia." The two veterans stood in place expressionlessly and opened their hands to block Qin Shan's way. No matter how hard Qin Shan tried, the two stood firm like a mountain. With Qin Shan's small body, even 8 of him added together wouldn't be a match for one veteran. "Enough." Just as Qin Shan was anxiously trying to squeeze in, Tang Weiran finally got out of the car and shouted in a dignified voice. "Qin Shan. What are you doing here?" Tang Weiran glared at Qin Shan in disgust and asked coldly. Qin Shan was stunned for a moment, then he realized that this was President Tang of the company. And was in charge of the chain companies. His legs turned to jelly, and he almost couldn't stand. He had to hold on to the veteran's body to prevent himself from falling down. "I know you're Qin Shan, the purchasing manager of a chain company." Tang Weiran impatiently interrupted Qin Shan and asked, "I'm asking you, what are you doing here at the Taoyuan company?" To be honest, if Qin Shan hadn't hurriedly introduced himself when he saw Xiao Ruofei, Tang Weiran wouldn't have known who Qin Shan was. He was the vice president of a group. How could he know a small manager of a chain company? Even if he had seen him once or twice, he wouldn't have any impression of him. Qin Shan hurriedly said, "President Tang, I made a mistake in the negotiation this morning. This is caused by my incompetence. I have realized my mistake. I want to apologize to Boss Xia." Tang Weiran's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Qin Shan's words just proved that he was still hoping for a fluke. This wasn't the attitude he should have after realizing his mistake. Tang Weiran said in disgust, "Boss Xia doesn't need your apology. The company will find out what happened to you. Go back." After Tang Weiran finished speaking, he quickly walked in the direction of Xiao Ruofei. After taking 2 steps, Tang Weiran stopped again. He turned around and said in disgust, "Also, don't disturb other people's normal work order anymore. What's wrong with making a scene at the door at night? Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I find it embarrassing." After that, Tang Weiran no longer paid attention to Qin Shan, who looked like he was dead. He quickly chased after Xiao Ruofei. Lin Chengming, who was sitting in the electric scooter and didn't get down, stared at Qin Shan, who was under the light. Seeing Qin Shan's desperate look, he didn't have the slightest pity in his heart. As long as he thought of Qin Shun's face during the day, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. Xiao Ruofei and Tang Weiran got on the scooter one after the other. Xiao Ruofei said calmly, "Let's go. Let's continue the tour." Tang Weiran had an apologetic look on his face. He said, "Boss Xia, I'm sorry. It's our group's employees who have disturbed you." Tang Weiran even used honorifics, which showed how nervous he was at the moment. In fact, Tang Weiran hated Qin Shun to the core. Not only did he cause a lot of trouble, but he also did his best to appease Xiao Ruofei today. Both sides were chatting happily, but Tang Weiran didn't expect Qin Shun to jump out at this time and say something like bring a bramble and ask for forgiveness, which immediately ruined everyone's mood. Xiao Ruofei didn't care much. In fact, a small fry like Qin Shun couldn't enter Xiao Ruofei's eyes at all, and it was even more difficult for him to feel any fluctuation in his mood. However, it wasn't Xiao Ruofei's style to be ridden on by others. It was like this when he was in the army. Which soldier didn't have a sense of bravery? Xiao Ruofei still clearly remembered what the old Captain Luo said to him when he was given the opportunity to ask for leave after he was discharged from the company for the first time. The old Captain Luo's original words were, "You have to abide by the rules when you go out, and you can't cause trouble for no reason." However, we don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of trouble either. Even if it's a fight, as long as you're in the right, I'll take the blame for you. But there's one thing, if you even lose a fight, then don't blame me for giving you punishment. Therefore, even though Xiao Ruofei was usually kind to everyone, he was never a kind person. If others didn't provoke him, he would naturally be modest. However, if someone was blind enough to provoke him, Xiao Ruofei would never be courteous to him. Stepping on Qin Shun was just something that Xiao Ruofei did casually, but it had already caused Qin Shun to be in big trouble. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "It's just a small episode, it's not that serious. Besides, isn't this guy no longer an employee of your company soon?" Tang Weiran nodded with a smile and said, "This kind of black sheep must be cleared out." After Chairman Wei took office, he has been working hard to build up the internal atmosphere. He hopes to create a clean internal atmosphere. I think this incident can be used as a negative example to catch everyone in the company as a warning. Unknowingly, Tang Weiran's judgment of Qin Shun had become more serious. He was already a negative example. If Qin Shun knew about it, who knew how he would feel? However, based on the principle of a lot of lice don't itch, it probably wouldn't have a bigger psychological impact on Qin Shun. At this time, Qin Shun was in a daze. He stood at the door like a walking corpse, staring blankly at the electric car carrying Xiao Ruofei and Tang Weiran as it drove further and further away. In the end, even the red tail light disappeared. The procurement specialist he brought with him stood at the side with some pity and didn't say anything. However, the taxi driver was a little impatient. He poked his head out of the car and asked in Mandarin with a thick Xianxia accent, "Are you leaving or not?" They had already agreed when they took the taxi just now. They would use his car to go back and forth, and the meter wouldn't stop. Qin Shun turned a deaf ear to it, as if the stimulation of the outside world had no effect on him. The procurement specialist quickly said a few nice words to the taxi driver and handed him a cigarette. Then, he walked in front of Qin Shun and called out in a low voice, "Manager Chen." The procurement specialist called out several times, but Qin Shun didn't respond. In the end, he reached out and patted him a few times to make him come back to his senses. The procurement specialist said in a low voice, "Manager Chen, it's useless for us to waste time here. I think we'd better go back to Beijing as soon as possible and find President Chen to think of a way." Qin Shun seemed to have seen a glimmer of light in the dark night. He suddenly regained his strength and said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Let's go back to Beijing. We'll go back to Beijing immediately. You go online now and see if there are any flights to Beijing tonight. Book the tickets first and we'll go directly to the airport." The procurement specialist said, "Manager Chen, our luggage is still in the city." Qin Shun said impatiently, "Then book a ticket for me first. You can go back to the city after you send me to the airport. You can go back by yourself tomorrow morning." "Okay." The procurement specialist didn't dare to say anything else and quickly agreed. The two of them got back into the taxi. When the driver heard that they were going to the airport first and then back to the city, he didn't say anything and just started the car and left. Anyway, they didn't have to wait for the whole journey. They could go anywhere they wanted. Besides, the airport wasn't far from here. It was just a matter of taking a detour. Xianxia took the red-eye flight in the evening with his last glimmer of hope and finally set foot on the land of Beijing at around 1 o'clock in the morning. He couldn't bear to look back on the nightmarish business trip. Although it was already very late, Xianxia couldn't wait to call Chen Weinan as soon as he got off the plane. Chen Weinan also couldn't sleep all night. After he called Xianxia, he immediately began to contact all the leaders, classmates, and friends who might be able to help. But the more he called, the colder his heart became. Everyone avoided him like a snake or scorpion. After a call, he didn't get any results. Then, Chen Weinan, who was like an ant on a hot pan, called Xianxia. In Chen Weinan's heart, this was the last life-saving straw, although the hope was very slim. However, Xianxia had just boarded the plane and his phone was turned off. In this way, Chen Weinan, who was suffering, finally got a call from Xianxia. He couldn't wait to answer the phone. "Xianxia, how's the situation?" Chen Weinan asked anxiously. Xianxia said with a sad face, "Second uncle, I can't even enter the door." Chen Weinan suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. His hands and feet were a little stiff. "Can't you think of a way?" Chen Weinan said angrily and anxiously, "What did I tell you before?" Chen Weinan said with a crying voice, "I begged him and almost knelt down in front of him, but it was useless. Second uncle, President Tang is with the boss of the Taoyuan company. President Tang scolded me and asked me to leave immediately and not disturb them." "You?" Chen Weinan felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. Finally, he asked weakly, "Then why did you call me?" Chen Weinan said, "Second uncle, I'm already in Beijing. Let's think of a way together." Chen Weinan was furious. "What's the use of you coming back? I can't even protect myself now. What can I do to help you?" Chen Weinan was completely speechless at his stupid nephew. If it were him, whether he could get in or not, and no matter what the Tang Weiran said, he would stay at the door. If there was no other way, he would kneel at the door for a night and risk his face. What if the other party was moved by compassion? There were 3 brothers, and 2 of them had daughters. Xianxia was the only boy in the next generation, so they spoiled him very much. However, children who grew up in such an environment were mostly useless. Now, Chen Weinan regretted that he didn't help his brother teach Xianxia a good lesson. As a result, he became such a troublemaker when he grew up. No, it was a troublemaker. "Second uncle, you can't leave me alone." Xianxia cried, If I lose my job, I won't be able to find a wife in the future." Chen Weinan was upset and said, "I have to take care of it." Okay, you go back first. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Then about my job, I'll think of a way tomorrow." Chen Weinan interrupted Xianxia directly and hung up the phone. In fact, even Chen Weinan didn't believe this, but Xianxia believed it. He felt a little relieved. He took a taxi home from the airport, washed his head, and went to sleep. Chen Weinan, on the other hand, was almost sleepless all night. The next day, as soon as he arrived at the company, 2 middle-aged men in black jackets were already waiting for him at the door of his office. "Comrade Chen Weinan?" One of them said expressionlessly, "We're from the group's discipline inspection team. We need to find you to understand the situation. Please come with us." Chen Weinan's heart was dead. He had a hunch that the situation was not good, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Xianxia went to Sanchon yesterday, and it only took half a day and 1 night at most. Unexpectedly, the discipline inspection team directly took measures against him. Chen Weinan didn't know that this was all because he instructed Xianxia to go to Taoyuan farm to remedy the situation, which made the Tang Weiran realize that someone in the group had leaked the information. Therefore, after he accompanied Xia Ruofei to visit the farm, he called Wei Jianming overnight to report to him, which led to the sudden attack by the discipline inspection team today. Xianxia also arrived at the company on time. As soon as he arrived at work, he rushed to Chen Weinan's office in a hurry. He didn't expect to run into the discipline inspection team as soon as he arrived. He saw Chen Weinan being sandwiched by the discipline inspection team on both sides as they walked out. Chen Shun was almost scared out of his wits. He subconsciously turned around and walked back. However, he was already spotted by the sharp-eyed discipline inspection team. One of them shouted in a dignified manner, "You're Chen Shun, right? Don't go. Come back with us for investigation." While Chen Shun and Chen Weinan were being taken away by the disciplinary inspection team in despair, a signing ceremony involving hundreds of millions of yuan was also taking place at the Three Mountain Peach Blossom Farm thousands of miles away. There was no grand ceremony, nor was there a lot of media support. Only less than 10 people from both sides were present. This signing ceremony was a bit low-key compared to its actual value. One must know that this contract involved a total of 136.6 kilograms of top-grade caterpillar fungus, and the purchase price of these caterpillar fungus was 780,000 Huaxia dollars per kilogram, which was equivalent to a total transaction value of 106 million yuan. Moreover, this was not a one-time deal. The contract also stipulated that in the next 3 years, the Taoyuan company would provide at least 200 kilograms of caterpillar fungus of at least the same quality, and the purchase price would increase by 5% annually. According to the total amount of the contract, it had already reached 500 to 600 million Huaxia dollars. On behalf of Tong Rentang, Lin Chengming signed the contract. Because of Xiao Ruofei's insistence, the signing party was the Tong Rentang chain company in East China. As the group's leader, Tang Weiran witnessed the whole signing ceremony. When Lin Chengming signed his name, his whole body was trembling. This contract was like a golden staircase, and he seemed to see a bright future. Xiao Ruofei was also in a very good mood because signing this contract would not only solve the 100 million yuan capital gap, but he also didn't need to use overseas funds. It would also bring more than 6 million yuan of additional cash flow to the company. Moreover, in the next 3 years, the company would have an additional 100 to 200 million yuan of revenue every year. There was nothing better than this result. After the negotiations with Chen Shun fell apart, Xiao Ruofei did think of looking for other Chinese medicine companies to cooperate. Although the process might be a bit complicated, the quality of the caterpillar fungus was there, and he didn't have to worry about not being able to sell it. Of course, later on, Tong Rentang Group showed their sincerity. The vice president, Tang Weiran, personally came to apologize and took the initiative to raise the purchase price. Xiao Ruofei pushed the boat with the current and continued to cooperate with Tong Rentang. After all, he had already earned enough face, so there was no need to be too pretentious. Moreover, objectively speaking, Tong Rentang's channels were very powerful. At least, they were one of the top Chinese medicine companies in the country. With Xiao Ruofei's mischievous temperament, he would reduce the trouble if he could. This result was something he was happy to see. Both parties signed and exchanged contracts. After that, they both signed and shook hands. Assistant Lu Qian pressed the shutter in time and took a photo to preserve the information. "Happy working with you, Boss Xia," Lin Chengming said excitedly. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and said, "Big brother Lin, I look forward to working with you." Tang Weiran also said happily, "Boss Xia, I will personally follow up with the funds. I guarantee that the money will be in your account within 2 days." Because the transaction amount exceeded the authority of the East China region, it had to be approved by the Tong Rentang chain company in Beijing. The East China region also had to mobilize the liquidity, which would take time. However, Tang Weiran had personally guaranteed that there would be no problem with the funds. Even if it was an ordinary acquisition contract, Tong Rentang rarely delayed or even reneged on the payment. After all, the reputation of a century-old company was still very important. It was just that the account period might be longer. In an era where channels were king, Tong Rentang, who controlled such a huge sales channel, was the dominant party in most transactions. "Then I'll leave it to you, President Tang." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "We are indeed in a hurry to use this money." "Sorry for the trouble, you're welcome." Tang Weiran said, "It's a matter of course to exchange the money with the goods. Boss Xia is already very supportive of us by giving us 3 days to raise the funds." Tang Weiran was just saying nice words. It was not like they were going to buy groceries on the street. How could they exchange the money with the goods? This was only for pharmaceutical companies. If it were retail channels such as supermarkets, they would transfer the goods in advance. After the goods were sold, there would be an account period of 3 months to half a year. From time to time, they would even ask the suppliers to participate in various promotions to pass on the cost of their promotions. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, President Tang, Brother Lin, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's have a few more drinks at noon. Also, I have something good for you to try. Oh? Tang Weiran's eyes lit up. The Taoyuan vegetables that he tasted last night had already left a deep impression on him. The Zui Baxian wine was even more charming. Tang Weiran could not help but ask curiously, Boss Xia, is your company going to have a new product? Xiao Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, you'll know when the time comes. It's also a new product that we're about to launch. Please give me your valuable opinions after you've tried it. Then we'll have to try it. Tang Weiran said excitedly, Boss Xia is really capable. Your company has not been established for long, but it's doing well in the fields of agricultural products, Chinese medicine, and even cosmetics. Every product is eye-catching. Tang Weiran had worked in the company for so many years, so he had a very unique vision. During the 2 days he was at the Taoyuan company, he naturally consciously collected some information about the Taoyuan company. He would not know if he did not look, but when he did, he was shocked. Whether it was the Taoyuan vegetables that were becoming more and more influential, the Yuji ointment that was popular all over the country, or the best quality abalone, or the iron maple bucket and caterpillar fungus that Tong Rentang cooperated with. Almost every product was of extremely high quality and was the pinnacle of its field. It was just that some of them had a smaller audience, while some of them had a wider audience, so the social reaction was different. Tang Weiran realized that this young company's future development potential was probably amazing. Xiao Ruofei was not just a young man with a strong background, he was definitely capable. President Tang, you're too kind. Xiao Ruofei said humbly, compared to a giant company like Tong Rentang, we're just a small fry at most. Tang Weiran could not help but secretly sigh. Xiao Ruofei was actually a very gentle young man most of the time. He gave people a very comfortable feeling when interacting with him. Of course, the premise was that they did not become his enemy. When he thought of Qin Shun and Qin Weinan, Tang Weiran could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The young man in front of him looked harmless, but he was absolutely ruthless to his enemies and would not show the slightest mercy. Even if they could not become friends with such a person, they should never go against him. Of course, it would be better if they could become friends. Just look at Lin Chengming now. Tang Weiran was even a little envious of Lin Chengming, who was much lower than him in the company. He was really lucky to be favored and taken care of by Xiao Ruofei. Just as everyone was chatting casually, Tang Weiran's phone vibrated. Tang Weiran excused himself to Xiao Ruofei, then took the phone and walked out of the conference room to answer the call. After a while, Tang Weiran returned to the conference room. He said to Xiao Ruofei, Boss Xia, I just received a call from the company. At present, it has been basically confirmed that Qin Shun neglected his duties in this negotiation. In addition, he also confessed that in the past 2 years, he asked for rebates from suppliers, accepted commercial bribes, and so on. Our preliminary punishment is to dismiss him, and we will decide whether to report this to the Economic Investigation Department based on the follow-up investigation. Tang Weiran paused and continued, Qin Shun's uncle, Qin Weinan, also has to bear the main leadership responsibility in this incident. Moreover, he used his position to make profits for his relatives and solve the staffing problem for Qin Shun in violation of regulations. This has been basically confirmed. His punishment needs to be further investigated, and then decided at a meeting of the company. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, President Tang, your discipline inspection department is very efficient. Tang Weiran said, Boss Xia, this is a matter of mending the pen after the sheep is lost. No matter how well it is done, it can't cover up the poor management of our company. I still have to represent the company here, right? President Tang, it's not a big deal. You don't have to keep apologizing. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and interrupted Tang Weiran. Now we are partners. In the future, we need to work together and cooperate sincerely. Yes, yes, yes. Let's work together. Tang Weiran said hurriedly. Obviously, Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied with this result. Moreover, Tong Rentang's cooperation with the Taoyuan company was not affected. He also established a personal friendship with Xiao Ruofei. It could be said that he had overfulfilled the task given to him by Wei Jianming. In the happy atmosphere, everyone naturally chatted very enthusiastically. It was almost lunchtime. Lu Qian walked to Xiao Ruofei's side and whispered a few words in his ear. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He stood up and said, "President Tang, Big Brother Lin, the cafeteria is ready. Let's continue our chat there." "Oh? I've been itching to try the new product Boss Xiao mentioned for a long time." Tang Weiran laughed and stood up. Boss Xiao kept us in suspense. Everyone laughed along with him. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "An appropriate amount of suspense is conducive to increasing curiosity. The facts show that what I've done is very successful. I believe that in a while, everyone will taste it more attentively and give us better suggestions." After a while, Xiao Ruofei and the others walked into the staff cafeteria on the first floor. Xiao Ruofei didn't like to put on airs, and he didn't have to do things like greeting people. Therefore, there were no small private rooms in the staff cafeteria. Even if customers came, they would eat in the hall, but they would set up a round table in the corner of the cafeteria. The other staff also ate in the hall. Everyone was used to this way of not disturbing each other. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was also a little excited. Because the suspense he prepared for everyone today was the wild Yangtze River shad. The shad breeding had been going on for so long, and it was time for the first batch of shad larvae to be sold. Before this, Xiao Ruofei had never tasted shad. He only knew about this legendary delicacy that was on the verge of extinction through documents, and the history of it being praised by scholars and poets. Pure wild breed breeding, simulated wild breeding, and the precious spirit heart flower petal solution cultivation. Could the Yangtze River shad bred under these conditions reach the supreme delicacy described in the documents? Xiao Ruofei wasn't sure. Therefore, before it went on sale, Xiao Ruofei decided to taste it himself. Coincidentally, Tang Weiran's Lin Chengming and the others were also there. Xiao Ruofei had arranged for everyone to taste it together yesterday. He even called Ling Xiaotian and invited Su Yu, the executive chef of the Lingji restaurant group, over early in the morning. He asked him to personally cook the king of fish. Su Yu was an old friend of Ling Xiaotian. He had been employed when Lingji restaurant group was still a small restaurant. Now, he was also a senior executive of Lingji restaurant group and had been given a small number of shares in the group. Basically, he didn't participate in the frontline work anymore. However, he was from southern Jiangsu province and had his own unique experience in cooking Japanese grenadier anchovies and reeds. Moreover, he had tasted wild Yangtze River reeds when he was a child and had learned how to deal with them from a local old chef. Therefore, he was the most suitable person to cook the reeds. Xiao Ruofei invited everyone to take a seat. Tang Weiran found that there was a seat marker on the table, and everyone sat according to their name. He was arranged to sit on the right-hand side of Xiao Ruofei, while the seat on the left-hand side of Xiao Ruofei was empty. Behind him were Lin Chengming, Feng Jing, Jing Su, and the others. Although Tang Weiran was a little puzzled that there was an empty seat, he didn't say anything. After everyone was seated, Chao Tieshu's wife led the restaurant staff to serve the cold dishes and hot dishes one by one. Zui Baxian wine was also opened and poured into the wine separator. Everyone had a small pot in front of him. What made everyone feel a little strange was that Xiao Ruofei didn't ask them to pour wine or raise their glasses. Instead, he sat in his seat and chatted casually. Even Feng Jing didn't know what Xiao Ruofei was up to. When Xiao Ruofei arranged for Su Yu to come over, he directly informed the cafeteria and asked them to cooperate fully. Feng Jing put all her energy into signing the contract with Tong Rentang, so she naturally didn't take the initiative to ask about the cafeteria. Therefore, Feng Jing winked at Xiao Ruofei, indicating that he should start the conversation first. After all, Xiao Ruofei was the host. If he didn't say anything, everyone couldn't eat. Wouldn't it be awkward to just sit there? Xiao Ruofei just smiled and talked to everyone. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. Soon, footsteps were heard. Xiao Ruofei turned his head and immediately said with a smile, "Uncle Su, come here. You've worked hard today. Suyu was wearing a white chef's uniform and a tall chef's hat. He personally carried a large oval plate and walked over with a smile. Suyu said, "Xianxia, you don't have to be so polite with me. Besides, to be able to make Yangtze River shad with my own hands again in my lifetime is simply a huge surprise for me. It's not hard at all." As Suyu spoke, he put the plate on the reserved space in the middle of the table. Suyu and Ling Xiaotian had a good personal relationship, and Xiao Ruofei was also quite familiar with him. They had even had a few meals together. Suyu knew about the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, so he also treated Xiao Ruofei as a junior from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, as a corporate executive with a net worth of at least tens of millions, executive chefs were almost no longer involved in specific culinary work. He wouldn't have agreed to cook for someone else. After putting down the shad, Xiao Ruofei warmly asked Suyu to sit down next to him. Then he said to everyone, "President Tang, Brother Lin, Researcher Zheng, let me introduce Uncle Su to you. He is the executive chef of Ling Ji Restaurant Group. I specially invited him to cook this dish this time." When Tang Weiran saw Suyu wearing a chef's uniform, he thought that he was the chef of Taoyuan Farm. It wasn't until he heard Xiao Ruofei call him Uncle Su and then introduced him as the executive chef of Ling Ji Restaurant Group that he realized what was going on. Although he was not clear about the situation of Ling's restaurant, a company that could be called a group was generally not small in scale. Although he could not rule out the possibility that some small companies shamelessly called themselves groups and had several subsidiaries under them, in most cases, the scale of a group was still quite large. Moreover, this was a company that had a friendship with Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, Tang Weiran didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly said to Suyu across Xiao Ruofei, "So it's President Su. Thank you for your hard work." Suyu took off his tall chef's hat and carefully put it aside. Then he said with a smile, "You're welcome. I heard that there was wild Changjiang shad today, and my hands were itchy, so I came over to try it." Seeing that Suyu had already revealed the answer, Xiao Ruofei didn't keep them in suspense anymore. He said with a smile, "Everyone, this is the new dish that I'd like to introduce to you today. Steamed shad. This was raised by Taoyuan Farm in imitation of the wild environment. The fry were raised from wild Changjiang shad. If I remember correctly, this should be the only one in the country and even the world." Then Xiao Ruofei smiled again and said, "Uncle Su's cooking skills are needless to say, and he's especially good at cooking shad. So I specially invited him to cook today. Everyone is in luck. Uncle Su, please introduce this dish to everyone." "Sure." Suyu laughed heartily and said, "I grew up by the Yangtze River. When I was young, I tasted pure wild Yangtze River shad. Later, when I became a chef, I was lucky enough to have a master and learned how to cook shad. Later, due to environmental reasons and overfishing, wild Yangtze River shad basically disappeared. I haven't tasted the taste of it since I was a child. But there are still some American shad on the market, so I didn't fall behind in cooking shad. Everyone, please comment on this steamed shad later." Then, Suyu pointed at the steamed shad and said, "Steamed shad is a traditional dish from my hometown, Sunan. After removing the gills and internal organs of the shad, the fishy smell is removed in boiling water. Then, ham slices, mushroom slices, bamboo shoots, and other supplementary ingredients are placed on the fish. Then, cooked lard, white sugar, refined salt, dried shrimp, cooking wine, chicken broth, and other condiments are added. Then, the steamer is steamed for about 20 minutes. Feng Jing sniffed and said with a smile, "President Su, just smelling the aroma is enough to make people drool. Then what are we waiting for? Let's dig in." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei picked up the serving chopsticks and picked up a piece of fish. He had some understanding of shad, so he said with a smile, "Look, the scales on the fish are deliberately left, because shad is different from other fish. Its scales are rich in high-quality fats and colloidal proteins. After cooking, it will be in a semi-melted gelatinous state, and the taste is very unique. If you remove the scales when cooking shad, it would be old-fashioned." Suyu nodded with a smile after hearing that. He agreed with him very much. Xiao Ruofei picked up the fish and said, "Uncle Su, you've worked hard today. The first piece of fish will be tasted by you." Suyu waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm here to eat and drink today. How can I steal the limelight? It's not appropriate. Xiao Ruofei put the fish into the plate in front of Suyu without any explanation and said, "Today, everyone can taste the almost extinct Yangtze River shad thanks to you. You deserve to be the first." Suyu could only nod with a smile and said, "Okay. I'll be too arrogant." Then Xiao Ruofei picked up another piece and was about to give it to Tang Weiran, but Tang Weiran immediately refused and said, "Boss Xia, you can't take it, you can't take it. Everyone has no problem giving the first piece to President Su, but you have to eat this one yourself. Otherwise, you'll really steal the limelight." Xiao Ruofei saw Tang Weiran's firm attitude, so he turned to Feng Jing. Before Xiao Ruofei could speak, Feng Jing immediately covered the plate in front of her and said with a smile, "I don't dare to ask the leader to serve me." Xiao Ruofei looked around and his eyes fell on the person in charge of the shad breeding workshop, Jiang Hua. This batch of shad was bred under Jiang Hua's meticulous care, so when they reaped the fruits of labor for the first time today, Xiao Ruofei also invited this hero over. "Jiang Hua. You've worked hard to breed shad these days." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "This piece of fish is your reward." Jiang Hua also waved his hand and said with some fear, "Boss Xia, I don't dare. I'll take it myself." Xiao Ruofei didn't allow him to say anything. He directly leaned over and picked up the plate in front of Jiang Hua, put the piece of fish on the plate, and then handed the plate over. He said, "The shad breeding workshop is progressing so smoothly because of you. It's nothing to give you a dish." "Thank you, Boss Xia," Jiang Hua said with some excitement in his heart. Taking care of shad was a very taxing task, mainly because shad were too timid. The slightest movement could cause an entire pond of shad to turn white, so Jiang Hua had always been very careful. It could be said that he put his heart and soul into this work. Now that his results were recognized by the company's leaders, Jiang Hua's sense of accomplishment was very strong. Of course, the only problem now was the taste of this Xianxia River shad that was bred in a simulated wild environment. Could it be compared to the real wild Yangtze River shad? Compared to the American shad, what was the difference in taste? These would all be revealed today. Thinking of this, Jiang Hua looked at the sparkling white fish on the small plate in front of him, feeling both excited and nervous. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Since everyone is so modest, then I won't serve everyone one by one. Let's each take what we need." That's good, that's good." Tang Weiran said with a smile, "Boss Xia first." After so much foreshadowing, Tang Weiran was also full of anticipation for the taste of this steamed shad. Xiao Ruofei didn't decline and took a piece of fish near the tail. The fish scales at this part were finer and the meat was more tender. "Don't be so polite, everyone," Xiao Ruofei said as he took the fish, "Help yourself to the food and clothing." Everyone saw that Xiao Ruofei had already started eating, so they all stretched out their chopsticks. Suyu reminded with a smile, "Everyone has a ginger vinegar dish in front of you. It tastes better when dipped in it." Xiao Ruofei nodded and looked at the small plate in front of him. The meat of the small piece of fish was very delicate, and the silver scales on it were very dazzling under the light. He picked up the fish, dipped it in the ginger vinegar on the seasoning dish, and then put the fish into his mouth with anticipation. The first thing he bit were the gelatinous fish scales. They had completely softened and tasted a bit like jelly. His teeth sank in easily. After passing through the scales, it was the fish meat. Xiao Ruofei felt that the shad meat seemed to be fatter than ordinary fish meat, but it wasn't greasy at all. Instead, it had a refreshing feeling. Xiao Ruofei instinctively chewed it. It was fresh and tender like soft tofu, but there was an indescribable strange fragrance. All the taste buds seemed to be cheering at the same time at this moment. Fat but not greasy, leaving a fragrant taste in the mouth. These two adjectives were no longer the panacea of food shows. Instead, they were very apt to express the true taste of the shad. "Delicious," Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say with a lisp. Everyone had already started tasting the delicious shad. For a moment, no one at the table spoke, only the sound of chewing. Suyu's face seemed to have a pilgrimage expression. He savored the taste of the shad bite by bite, and his eyes even became a little moist. After eating this piece of fish, Suyu let out a long sigh. Xiao Ruofei's heart tightened, and he asked, "Uncle Su, the taste is not right. Is it different from the wild Yangtze River shad? In his heart, he felt that it shouldn't be. His taste buds had been spoiled by the Taoyuan vegetables, but after tasting today's steamed shad, he was still shocked. Compared with the authentic Yangtze River shad, this taste shouldn't be worse, right? With a hint of excitement, Suyu said, "Little Xia, this is the taste of my childhood. How many years has it been? I didn't expect to be able to taste this familiar taste again. No. I feel that today's steamed shad is more delicious than the wild Yangtze River shad I had before." The dish that Suyu praised was made by himself, but after hearing it, everyone didn't have any strange feelings, because this steamed shad was really too delicious. Feng Jing, Jianghua, and the others almost swallowed their tongues, and the Tang Weiran and the other Tongren Tang people didn't have a better performance. The temptation of delicious food was solidified in the human genes. This kind of primitive desire couldn't be controlled at all when encountering a real supreme delicacy. While eating, Jianghua also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His last trace of worry had also disappeared. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Maybe it's because you haven't eaten Yangtze River shad for many years, and the expectation in your heart is too strong, so you feel that the taste this time is particularly good." So you couldn't wait to pick up another piece of Yangtze River shad, dipped it in ginger vinegar, and put it into his mouth. Then he nodded and said incoherently, "Maybe. But I haven't tasted this taste for a long time." Xia Ruofei asked curiously, "Uncle Su, how does it compare with the American shad?" Suyu ate the fish in big bites, then spat out the fish bones and said impatiently, "Little Xia, let me tell you this. The two are not comparable at all. Compared with this authentic Yangtze River shad, the taste of the American shad is simply..." Speaking of this, Suyu shut his mouth in time. It was mealtime. If he said this sentence without any reservation, it would really affect everyone's appetite. After Tang Weiran heard this, he somewhat disagreed in his heart. As a senior executive of a state-owned enterprise, there were very few delicacies that he had not tasted before. He had eaten a lot of those strange wild game, and it was naturally not his first time eating Yangtze River shad. However, as Suyu said before, because of the environment and overfishing, wild Yangtze River shad was almost extinct. The Yangtze River shad that Tang Weiran had eaten was actually the American shad that was artificially farmed in China. The price of this kind of Yangtze River shad was also quite high, and ordinary people could not afford it. Tang Weiran felt that although the steamed Yangtze River shad tasted obviously better this time, it was not as exaggerated as Suyu said. Maybe this was caused by feelings? Tang Weiran secretly said in his heart, but he was not slow either. Soon, he stuffed the second piece of Yangtze River shad into his mouth. Although Xia Ruofei felt that Suyu's half-spoken words were a bit hardcore, he still grinned happily. The taste was so good, and the texture was obviously better than the American shad that was sold at a high price on the market. Basically, it could be confirmed that this batch of Yangtze River shad was a great success. What did this mean? Money. A large amount of money. And it was a steady stream of cash. The reeds in the reeds breeding workshop were produced in batches, and in the future, there would be reeds available for sale almost every month. Xia Ruofei still clearly remembered that Ling Xiaotian had obtained 2 wild Yangtze River shad. It was these 2 Yangtze River shad that bred in the space, allowing Xia Ruofei to obtain an endless supply of Yangtze River shad fry. And these 2 Yangtze River shad were bought by Ling Xiaotian at the price of 3,000 yuan per catty. With the current scale of the reeds breeding workshop, it was easy for them to produce 1,000 Yangtze River shad every month. Let's calculate according to 2,000 catties. Yangtze River shad were generally small, and a single Yangtze River shad was about half a catty. Because of the solution of the petals of the spirit heart flower, the reeds in Taoyuan farm could basically reach 1 catty. They could earn at least 6 million yuan per month, and tens of millions per year. Moreover, the consumption of Yangtze River shad was getting more and more popular. The Yangtze River shad cultivated by Taoyuan farm tasted even better than the wild Yangtze River shad. If Suyu's memory was correct, then the price might be more than 3,000 yuan, and the income would be even higher. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei's mood became even better, and he frequently invited everyone to drink and eat. After the guests and the host enjoyed themselves, Xia Ruofei personally sent Suyu out. The Mercedes-Benz of the Taoyuan company was already waiting in front of the complex. Xiao Ruofei gestured to Xianxia, who immediately understood and walked away quickly. Xiao Ruofei said some words of gratitude to Suyu, while Tang Weiran and the others also chatted with him. Soon, Xianxia carefully walked over with 2 plastic boxes. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Uncle Su, here are 2 Yangtze River shad. You can keep one for Auntie to try, and please pass the other one to Uncle Ling. It's a little token of my appreciation." Suyu looked at the plastic box in Jianghua's hand, and there was a trace of fondness in his eyes, but he still said politely, "How can I accept this? It's too precious." He had personally processed the shad in the kitchen today, and he knew that the shad of Taoyuan farm were generally about 2 pounds. What was amazing was that the meat of the shad of this weight would be a little aged. This was what he had been worried about before cooking, but the result showed that he had been overthinking. This kind of shad was obviously bigger than the ordinary wild Yangtze River shad, and its taste was even better. The meat was also more tender than the ordinary wild shad. This kind of precious shad, which was on the verge of extinction, cost at least a few thousand yuan per pound. As a gift, it was indeed more expensive. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "They're all raised on my farm. It's not worth much. It's just a token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse it." Suyu hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Okay. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you." "Thank you, Xiaoxia." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You said you won't stand on ceremony with me. Why are you still thanking me?" "It's just a token of my appreciation." Suyu couldn't help laughing and said, okay, I'll accept it." Then Suyu said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei and the others, got in a car, and left. Watching the Mercedes-Benz leave, Tang Weiran said with emotion, "Boss Xia, your life here is so good. The beach, the clouds, the farm. Every day, we eat delicious food that is rarely seen. It's simply a fairy-like life." Xiao Ruofei joked, "Why don't you stay for a few more days? Just treat it as a vacation." Tang Weiran said with a wry smile, "I also want to rest. It's a pity that I have a busy life. I've only been out for 2 days and there's already a pile of things waiting for me to deal with at the company." Tang Weiran didn't deliberately pretend to be busy. He was usually in charge of a lot of work and had a lot of things to do. And this time, because of Xiao Ruofei, a vice president of the chain company he was directly in charge of had fallen. He had to go back and clean up the mess as soon as possible and stabilize the morale of the people. Of course, Tang Weiran didn't dare to blame Xiao Ruofei in any case. Moreover, Chen Weinan and Chen Shun brought this matter upon themselves. If they were strong enough, this incident wouldn't have ended up like this. To put it bluntly, the main reason why it was so big was that they had a lot of bad debts in the past, which were all dug out this time. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You can't not let people rest when they're working." Tang Weiran said, "I haven't taken a vacation for several years. After I'm done with the things here, the company is urging me to go back. I asked the comrade in the administrative office to help me book a flight back to Beijing in the afternoon." "Okay, since President Tang has something to do, I won't keep you." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You're welcome to come to Sanshan often in the future." Tang Weiran said, "Of course. Our chairman Wei repeatedly asked me to tell Boss Xia that if you go to Beijing, please be sure to contact me. Give Tongren Tang a chance to be a good host." Of course. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He had even bought a large courtyard house with 3 entrances in the capital. And with the further expansion of the Taoyuan company, he should be able to go to Beijing more often. Xiao Ruofei personally arranged a car for Tang Weiran and Jingsu to send off in the afternoon, and then sent them upstairs to rest. After sending Tang Weiran back to his room, Lin Chengming said to Xiao Ruofei gratefully, "Brother Xia, this time. Forget it, I can't thank you enough. Just wait and see how I perform in the future." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Brother Lin, it's not as serious as you say. It's just something that happened along the way. We're old friends, and I also hope to work with you for a long time. If it's someone else, we'll have to start all over again, right?" Lin Chengming said sincerely, "It may be a piece of cake for you, but for me, it's tantamount to giving me a new lease of life. Brother Xia, you're really good to your friends." Xiao Ruofei smiled and patted Lin Chengming's shoulder, saying, "We're all business partners. It's mutually beneficial. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Xia, don't worry, as long as I'm in Huadong, the cooperation between our two companies will be impregnable. Lin Chengming said seriously, even if I'm transferred one day, I'll definitely make the arrangements in advance. I won't let the cooperation be affected. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. On the second day after Tang Weiran returned to Beijing, the people arranged by Lin Chengming from the Huadong headquarters in Xianxia province all arrived at the Sanshan Taoyuan farm. The transaction value this time exceeded 100 million yuan, so Lin Chengming also attached great importance to the escort of this batch of caterpillar fungus. Not only did he inform the company's security department to send out elite forces, but he also specially hired the best escort company in Qiantang to drive a modified van to the Sanshan Taoyuan farm. All the work was arranged yesterday afternoon. Early in the morning, this group of people set off from Qiantang and drove 7 to 8 hours to the Sanshan Taoyuan farm. Xiao Ruofei personally led a few key members of the Taoyuan company to take out all the caterpillar fungus from the villa. Then, in the presence of both parties, the caterpillar fungus was reweighed and repackaged. He and Lin Chengming signed the transfer documents separately, and the escort company took over this batch of expensive medicinal herbs and loaded them into the modified bulletproof minivan. This transaction was considered complete. And the payment of more than 100 million yuan would be transferred to the Taoyuan company's public account by tomorrow at the latest. The people from both companies recorded the whole process of the transfer. After all, it was a transaction involving hundreds of millions of yuan, so everyone was very careful. As for the follow-up transactions involved in the contract, because the amount was also very large, Tong Rentang would still contact the escort company to complete the transfer of the goods. Of course, when all the caterpillar fungus was packaged, the Taoyuan company's logo had to be displayed in a prominent position. Compared to the huge profits, Xiao Ruofei even valued the increase of brand awareness more. Lin Chengming attached great importance to this transaction. He was also worried about taking a plane and chose to return in the escort company's car, which he personally escorted. Therefore, after the goods were properly loaded, Lin Chengming said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei and left the Taoyuan company in the minivan. Xiao Ruofei watched the truck with caterpillar fungus worth more than 100 million yuan leave Taoyuan farm, and then said to Feng Jing, "Manager Feng, let me know when the Tong Rentang funds are in the account." "Okay." Feng Jing nodded and said. "By the way, will the other funds be in on time?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "It's not a big problem." Feng Jing said with a smile, "Several major online sales platforms have agreed to pay the sales funds in advance. After this money comes in addition to paying for the building, we should still have a balance of 20 to 30 million yuan on the books. The cash flow is enough, and the capital structure is very healthy." Feng Jing was basically immune to Xiao Ruofei's ability to close a deal worth over 100 million yuan in the blink of an eye and fill a seemingly impossible gap in funds. Not only her, but now everyone in the Taoyuan company seemed to have a blind trust in Xiao Ruofei. It seemed that there was nothing that Xiao Ruofei couldn't handle. The company was developing rapidly, and the morale of the employees was high. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. After the sales funds come in, pay for the building as soon as possible. There's no need to delay for a few more days. Also, transfer the property rights as soon as possible so that we can make the overall arrangements." "Understood." Feng Jing said, "Bojan Real Estate will fully cooperate with us, and they also hope to settle all the funds as soon as possible." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile. He pondered for a moment and said, "Let's have a meeting tomorrow. Everyone will talk about the recent work and the main direction of the next step. In addition, we will discuss the sales of the shad fish. You can also understand the market situation in advance." "Okay, I will inform the sales department to prepare the information," Feng Jing said. Xiao Ruofei nodded, then yawned and said, "It's finally done. I'll go back and rest. Thank you for your hard work in the company." Feng Jing was already used to Xiao Ruofei being a hands-off boss. She said helplessly, "I know. You can go back. Anyway, I don't expect you to do these trivial things." Xiao Ruofei smiled and saluted Feng Jing. He said thank you for your hard work and then walked in the direction of the small villa. Feng Jing shook her head with a wry smile, then turned and walked into the complex building. Xiao Ruofei called a meeting tomorrow, and she still had a lot of things to prepare. She really didn't have a moment to rest. After Xiao Ruofei returned to the small villa, he didn't immediately take an afternoon nap. He lit a cigarette and walked to the balcony. He sat on the recliner and planned the arrangements for Zhao Yongjun and the others to come to Sanshan. Xiao Ruofei and Ho Liang didn't have a deep relationship, but he was good friends with Zhao Yongjun. Moreover, Zhao Yongjun and Ho Liang had put in a lot of effort in the Tongrentang incident. In addition, most of the people who came to Sanshan had a close relationship with Song Rui, so he definitely had to treat them well. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't figure out why these second and third generations came to Sanshan in the middle of winter. Sanshan was located in the southeast of Huaxia and had been promoted as one of the new hot cities in Huaxia. It was quite hot in the summer, but Sanshan was very cold in the winter. It was silly to go to the beach in this kind of weather. However, other than the beach, Sanshan didn't have many tourist resources. He couldn't bring a group of second and third generations to play in the farm, right? Xiao Ruofei had a headache because of this. Of course, Southeast Province was so big, and there were many places to play. For example, Heron Island, which was much more famous than Sanshan and was often mistaken for Southeast Province by outsiders, was a famous tourist city. Moreover, it wasn't far from Sanshan. It only took 3 to 4 hours by car, and only 1 or 2 hours by high-speed rail. If it really didn't work, he could bring them to stay in the farm for a day or two, and then go to Heron Island together. He could also visit Linqiao on the way. Xiao Ruofei thought. Just as Xiao Ruofei was having a headache about how to arrange for Zhao Yongjun and the others, his phone rang. Xiao Ruofei looked at the caller ID, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He immediately answered, Xianxia. Did you miss me? Ling Xianxia said sweetly on the other end of the phone, I miss you, the Yangtze River herring on the farm. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes, but he immediately asked, have you tried it with Uncle Ling? How does it taste? It's pretty good. Ling Xianxia said, my dad is full of praise, but I think it's mainly because Uncle Su's cooking is good. TSK. You don't mean it. Xiao Ruofei said, no matter how good Uncle Su's cooking is, without the high-quality raw materials from our farm, how can he make such delicious food? Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. You're good, okay? Ling Xianxia said with a smile, and then muttered, isn't it all because of your people? You probably don't even go there once a month, right? That's also the result of my wise leadership. Xiao Ruofei said proudly, besides, without my high-tech means, do you think it's easy to raise the Yangtze River herring? Do you know how delicate this fish is? You might be scared to death if your footsteps are a little heavier. Is it that exaggerated? Ling Xianxia didn't believe him. Then wouldn't the place where you raise the Yangtze River herring be in the deep mountains and forests? It's soundproof. Xiao Ruofei said, back then, it was almost made into the standard of a recording room. It can be said that even if lightning flashed and thunder roared outside, nothing could be heard in the breeding workshop. Then Xiao Ruofei asked again, by the way, did our dad give any advice? I'm going to start selling the Yangtze River herring soon. Ling Xianxia giggled and said, he didn't give any advice, but he did give me an order. Order? Xiao Ruofei was confused. What order does our dad have? I'll definitely carry it out. Ling Xianxia was embarrassed and annoyed. Are you addicted to calling him our father again and again? That's my dad. It has nothing to do with you. Xiao Ruofei said shamelessly, isn't it just a matter of time? I'll start practicing now, so that I won't be unable to change the way I call him in the future. Ling Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Wow. Xiao Ruofei was shocked and said, your appetite is too big, isn't it? The amount of shad produced in the farm is probably less than 2,000 pounds a month. Each batch of shad was about 1,000 shad. Although the shad in Taoyuan farm were larger than normal and could generally reach 2 pounds, there were still some that were less than 2 pounds. Moreover, even if all kinds of measures were taken to the extreme, it was inevitable that there would be losses during the breeding process. So, the monthly output was about 2,000 pounds. Xiao Ruofei said again, besides. This is a high-end ingredient. It doesn't match your customer positioning, right? Ling Qingxue was not convinced and said, "Who set the rule that we can only be a low to medium consumer group? Don't you know how popular private restaurants are?" Xiao Ruofei reached out and touched his forehead. He really didn't think about private restaurants. In his knowledge, the Lingji restaurant group naturally had stores all over the province. These stores were for ordinary consumers, but after being collectivized, their ability to make money was quite amazing. If it was a private restaurant, it would definitely be a high-end consumer place. The design of the dishes would be very exquisite, and of course, the price would be quite high. Not to mention other things, the signature Buddha jumps over the wall that Xiao Ruofei had provided the secret recipe for was definitely not something that ordinary workers could afford. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "The problem is, there is only one private restaurant. Can they use 300 pounds of fish? Why can't they use it up?" Ling Qingxue said, "There are only about 150 fish for 300 pounds. On average, there are only 5 fish a day. If you ask me, it will definitely not be enough to sell in the end. That's thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. 5 fish a day?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be a little speechless. Ling Qingxue wasn't surprised and said, "There are many rich people now. Moreover, with your Buddha jumps over the wall soup as a catalyst, many gluttons have come to our restaurant to spend money. Many of these people don't care about money at all. As long as they can eat delicious food, they don't care how much money they spend. It seems that I still underestimated the spending power of the people in the Three Mountains." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly, then pondered for a moment and said, "Okay." Since his father-in-law had spoken, he had to agree even if there were difficulties. 300 pounds a month, right? I promise to supply you with priority. That's right. Ling Qingxue giggled. Not bad at all. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "If I don't have a high level of awareness, what if I have to be a bachelor for the rest of my life? Wouldn't I be miserable then?" Ling Qingxue couldn't stop giggling. Xiao Ruofei added, "By the way, Qingxue, is Uncle Ling free? I have some questions I would like to ask him about the sales of shad." He went home for an afternoon nap. Ling Qingxue habitually complained, "Nowadays, he doesn't care about the company's affairs if he can. He often leaves them to me. Don't tire yourself out." Xiao Ruofei said with some concern, "If you really can't do it, I'll talk to Uncle Ling." In fact, with Xiao Ruofei's ability to earn money, he didn't need Ling Qingxue to work hard at all. However, Ling Qingxue was not only his girlfriend, but also Ling Xiaoyan's only daughter. In the future, she would inherit the family business. Xiao Ruofei knew that Ling Qingxue didn't want to do nothing all day. She had her own business. She had been influenced by the food and beverage industry since she was a child. Furthermore, it was passed down from her father's generation. To be able to develop it in her own hands was also something that gave her a sense of accomplishment. Ling Qingxue was an independent person, not Xiao Ruofei's vassal. Ling Qingxue said, "It's okay. Actually, I'm not that tired. I just don't have much time to accompany you. When we're done with this, we'll take some time to go abroad for a vacation." Xiao Ruofei said, "I have a big farm in Australia and 2 wineries. Let's go there and stay for a while." Okay. Ling Qingxue felt sweet in her heart and said, "Then tell me in advance, so that I can arrange the work at hand." "No problem." Xiao Ruofei said, "Qingxue, then I'll call Uncle Ling later. You also take a break in the office at noon." "Okay." Ling Qingxue said happily. Xiao Ruofei's suggestion of going abroad for a vacation made her feel much better and full of yearning. After chatting with Ling Qingxue for a while, Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone and went back to the bedroom to rest. When he woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Ruofei guessed that Ling Xiaotian wouldn't be taking a nap at this time, so he simply washed his face and picked up his phone to call Ling Xiaotian. "Ruofei." Ling Xiaotian said heartily, "Qingxue said that you were looking for me?" "Uncle Ling, I'd like to ask you about the sales of the shad fish," Xiao Ruofei said respectfully. This was his future father-in-law, so he couldn't neglect him. "Oh, the shad fish is really good. So you gave it a very high evaluation." Ling Xiaotian seemed to be still savoring the taste of the shad fish. She paused for a while and said, "Oh right, our Ling's private kitchen needs 300 pounds a month. Did Qingxue tell you?" Yes, she did. Xiao Ruofei said quickly, 300 pounds is no problem, we'll give priority to the supply. Haha. I knew you wouldn't refuse. Ling Xiaotian said happily, oh right, you mentioned the shadfish sales just now, what's the problem? Xiao Ruofei said, there are two main aspects. One is the price, because authentic Changjiang shad is very rare, so there's no reference standard. Ling Xiaotian thought for a while and said, that's true. But now, the artificially farmed American shadfish are selling for hundreds of dollars a pound. The taste is more than one order of magnitude worse than your Changjiang shadfish. So, the price can't be too low. Do you have any suggestions? Xiao Ruofei asked. Between 3,500 and 5,000. Ling Xiaotian thought for a while and said, the two Changjiang shadfish that I bought last time were priced at 3,000 per pound. Now, the price has risen again. Also, according to Old Su, the shadfish that you farmed are more delicious than wild Changjiang shad. So, if the price is lower than 3,000, it'll be a loss, and it'll seem to be degrading. I'm worried that if it's too expensive, the consumers will be less motivated to buy it. Xiao Ruofei expressed his concern. After all, we're selling in bulk. It's different from when you bought the shadfish. Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but laugh and say, how can 1,000 to 2,000 pounds a month be considered as bulk sales? Besides, there's no shortage of rich people in Huaxia today. Not to mention the big cities like Beijing and Xinqing, even in the Three Mountains, the 150 pounds quota you gave us will definitely be in short supply. They were indeed father and daughter. Their judgment was surprisingly consistent. After listening to Ling Xiaotian's words, Xiao Ruofei also made up his mind. He nodded and said, okay, then I'll consider it according to the range of 3,500 to 5,000. I've already asked the sales department to collect information. We'll settle the price at the meeting tomorrow. Then, Xiao Ruofei suddenly thought of something and immediately said, Uncle Ling, the 300 pounds of shad fish that I gave you at Ling's private kitchen will be priced at 2,000. Ling Xiaotian said, there's no need to make it special. Let's do what we do in the business world. I'll go through the back door and get the 150 pounds quota directly. I'm already very satisfied. That won't do. How can we sell it to you at the market price? Xiao Ruofei said, besides, even if we sell it at 2,000 per pound, our profit will still be very large. Profit is profit, the price, Uncle Ling, this matter is settled. Xiao Ruofei directly interrupted Ling Xiaotian and said, if you want to buy the Taoyuan shad fish, then sell it at the price I said. Otherwise, I won't give you a single fish. You child. Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, okay. Then we'll do as you say. Xiao Ruofei was the future son-in-law that he had his eyes on, so he wouldn't be too unreasonable and refused to give him a discount in terms of price and business. Then, Ling Xiaotian asked again, you just said that there are two problems. Besides the price, what else is there? Xiao Ruofei said, there's also the more troublesome problem, which is the transportation problem. You know that shadfish are very timid. If there's a slight bump in the transportation process, or even a slight noise, they might turn white. If this problem isn't solved, there's no way to sell it. This is a bit troublesome. Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Uncle Ling, you have more experience in the food and beverage industry. If there's a similar situation, how do other companies usually deal with it? Xiao Ruofei asked humbly. Ling Xiaotian said, I'll provide two solutions. One is to sell it locally, which means that you mainly sell it in Sanshan City and the surrounding markets. This way, the transportation distance is short, and if protective measures are taken, it shouldn't be a big problem. But the drawback is that the influence of the radiation area is too small, and the market is a bit small. 2,000 caddies a month can barely be consumed by the market, but it's not easy to create a situation where the supply can't meet the demand. Maybe the price won't be so high either. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, if it's not a last resort, I definitely hope to sell it in more than just Sanshan City. What Xiao Ruofei cared more about was the value of the brand. If it could only be sold in Sanshan City, the added value of the brand for the Taoyuan company would be minimal. Originally, the Taoyuan company's Sanshan City was very famous. The introduction of the shad fish was at most icing on the cake. But if it could be sold in other parts of the country, or even overseas, it would be a different picture. Ling Xiaotian said, then I guess there's only one choice, quick freeze. Quick freeze? Xiao Ruofei was stunned. Yes. Quickly freeze the shad fish in a professional freezer. This way, the taste and nutrition of the fish can be preserved to the maximum extent. Ling Xiaotian said, as long as there's no problem with transportation, it will take at most 1 or 2 days to travel from the freezer to the dining table. It shouldn't affect the taste. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, our farm is adjacent to Sanshan Airport. It's very convenient to transport the fish to all parts of the country through Air Express. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei paused and said with some concern, what I'm worried about is whether the consumers will accept it. Frozen shad and fresh shad were completely different concepts. When eating seafood outside, the price of fresh and chilled shad was completely different. Shad was a high-end diet, and high-end consumers were very picky about the quality of ingredients. Would they look down on chilled shad? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but consider this possibility. Ling Xiaotian said, I can't think of a way to get the best of both worlds for the time being. But as for the shad fish itself, if we use the method of quick freezing and use it within 3 days, it basically won't affect the taste. But for the consumers? Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He said slowly, for the consumers, we can only rely on public opinion to guide them. After all, we can't control other people's thoughts. If we let more people know about the characteristics of the shad fish through publicity, and then publicize the fact that the quick freezing technology locks the taste and nutrition of the shad fish, it will slowly become a common practice. This kind of impact will be minimal. Ling Xiaotian's idea also opened Xiao Ruofei's mind. He thought about it and felt that it was indeed a feasible idea. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and said, I think this is a good idea. Uncle Ling, in the early stage, we can still cooperate with e-commerce companies. Now, big e-commerce companies such as Ali and Beijing have formed a complete ecosystem, and they have a great influence on the internet. In addition, we can also consider hiring the Internet Water Army to write some soft articles and so on to popularize the knowledge. Ling Xiaotian and Xiao Ruofei both laughed tacitly. Ling Xiaotian continued, by the way, even for the supply in the Three Mountains area, you can use the quick freezing method, even for our Lingji private kitchen. Freeze all of them? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. In fact, if it was sold in the Three Mountains area, it was possible to transport fresh fish. As long as they were a little careful during the transportation process, it wouldn't be a big problem. It was obviously possible to keep the fish fresh, but it was necessary to freeze them and sell them. Xiao Ruofei said in his heart. Ling Xiaotian explained, didn't you just say that it would form a stereotype of everyone's thinking? Even if it's sold at the doorstep, it will be frozen. Isn't that the most convincing? Xiao Ruofei suddenly understood and said, that makes sense. Uncle Ling, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but laugh heartily. Xiao Ruofei then asked hesitantly, but, after being frozen, it really won't affect the taste? If you say it won't, naturally it won't. Ling Xiaotian said, who has really eaten fresh shad? But don't worry, even if there is an impact, it will be very small. It won't ruin Taoyuan's reputation. Understood. Xiao Ruofei said in his heart. Ling Xiaotian said again, but, if you want to show your filial piety to me, it's best if it's still a live fish. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, no problem. Uncle Ling, I'll get someone to send another one over in a while. It'll be just right for you and Xianxia to steam for dinner. You don't have to be so polite, right? Ling Xiaotian said, then immediately said, I'll be at home around 5 o'clock. In the Taoyuan Company's conference room. Xiao Ruofei sat in the middle of the room. The management of the Taoyuan Company, from Fengjing to the directors and managers of the various departments, as well as the people in charge of the farms and pharmaceutical factories, were all present. Fengjing and the others were very excited. Recently, the Taoyuan Company had been receiving good news. The Yuji cream was popular all over the country, the best abalone truffles were famous in Hong Kong, and the sales of Taoyuan's de Hong Pao were rising steadily. 2 days ago, they made a deal of 100 million yuan, and the expensive shad was about to go on sale. In addition, the company also bought an office building in the city center, and the headquarters would soon be moved to the city. It could be said that all of this was good news. The meeting was hosted by Feng Jing. First, the people in charge of each department reported their work in their respective fields. The production of Taoyuan vegetables, which Chow Tai-shu was responsible for, was basically saturated. The monthly sales reached more than 10 million yuan. The modern greenhouse, under Chow Tai-shu's management, was well organized and became a very stable source of income for the farm. Similar agricultural and sideline products enterprises, even if their scale was 10 times that of Taoyuan Farm, it was not easy for vegetable sellers to earn more than 10 million yuan a month. The main reason why Taoyuan Farm's vegetable greenhouse could achieve this result was mainly due to the high unit price. The unit price of Taoyuan vegetables was generally 10 times or even dozens of times higher than ordinary vegetables. Moreover, such an expensive price was always in short supply. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The income level of the people in China had increased, and naturally, they were not satisfied with just surviving. The pursuit of a better quality of life had become the way of life for more and more people. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not intend to continue to expand the scale of vegetable farming. On the one hand, compared to his other industries, the profit of vegetables was relatively low, and if he expanded the scale, the demand for seeds would skyrocket. It was not worth the loss. On the other hand, the scale of Australian farms was larger, and the profits were obviously higher. Therefore, in comparison, domestic farms might have been a good choice in the early stages of development, but not now. Of course, the current scale would continue to be maintained. It was necessary for the Taoyuan company to maintain product diversity. The pharmaceutical factory's Yuji cream production line was basically operating at full capacity except for routine maintenance. It was producing in 3 shifts. In addition to the limited purchase policy, the production of Yuji cream could basically meet the demand. In terms of revenue, it all depended on the purchasing policy and production capacity. If their production capacity could keep up and they were allowed to buy freely, then the pharmaceutical factory's revenue from the Yuji ointment alone would be astonishing. The current situation was that it was available for purchase about twice a month, which had reached a revenue of more than 200 million yuan. In the Taoyuan company's product line, it was definitely a star product. There was also good news from the pharmaceutical factory. The preparation for the marketing of the heart-nourishing decoction had been completed. This was the first real medicine produced by the Taoyuan company. It was also marketed after going through strict approval, clinical trials, and other procedures. Moreover, its social significance was quite important. For the majority of children with autism, it was tantamount to a great blessing. Xia Ruofei also attached great importance to this. He instructed Shui Jinshan to organize the release of the heart-nourishing soup and increase the production capacity in the follow-up production. Even if he had to temporarily sacrifice some of the production capacity of the Yuji cream, he had to try his best to ensure a sufficient supply of the heart-nourishing soup. In order to let more autistic children be able to afford the medicine, the pricing strategy had been lowered as much as possible. So, in terms of profit, the jade skin ointment was more than 100 times more expensive than the heart-nourishing soup. However, Xia Ruofei did not care about the temporary loss of money. This was a good deed. Even if it was not profitable, Xia Ruofei would still prioritize the production of the heart-nourishing decoction. The sales of the other products, including Taoyuan de Hong Pao, were also increasing. Xia Ruofei had also started to supply tea green regularly, and this area was gradually on the right track. The iron maple bucket and caterpillar fungus, which had huge profits, were also doing very well. After Xia Ruofei listened to the report, he acknowledged everyone's hard work. He continued, "Everyone, you have worked hard for the past few months. Especially those of you here. You are all the backbone of our company, and you have contributed a lot. A few days ago, I had discussed with Manager Feng, and we are going to use this opportunity to give everyone some benefits." When Xia Ruofei mentioned about giving out benefits, everyone was overjoyed. They knew their boss was very generous, and the benefits he mentioned in this kind of situation would definitely not be small. Xia Ruofei smiled and continued, "Because we do not have any plans to get listed in the near future, we will not be giving out options like empty promises. I am going to give everyone a portion of the profits as dividends. As for the specific amount and conditions, Manager Feng is still working on it. But in general, it will be related to everyone's contributions. When Xiao Ruofei said this, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone could not help but feel excited. The chief financial officer, Peng Haogong, had just reported the company's financial situation. Now, because of the Yuji cream, the company's monthly revenue had exceeded 300 million, and the profit margin was very high. If they were to give out a portion of the profits as dividends, even if it was only a small portion, it would be a huge sum of money. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I hope everyone here will continue to work hard and contribute to the company's development. I am also looking forward to the day when we can be like Ollie and have dozens of billionaires. I believe that as long as we work together, this day will not be far away. Are all of you confident? Xiao Ruofei was talking excitedly and unknowingly used the tactics he used in the army to boost morale. But the effect was not bad. Everyone shouted in unison, yes. Their voices were very loud, and even the employees who were walking past the meeting room could hear it. They could not help but wonder, what are these executives doing inside? Why does it sound like a marketing company? Xiao Ruofei gestured with his hands and said, I am just informing everyone about the dividends. We still need to plan how to implement it. Now, let's talk about the Yangtze River shad sales. The company had invested a lot of money to set up the Yangtze River shad farm, and it had always been a money grubber. It was a waste of money to take care of these precious Yangtze River shad. Now that the day of production had finally arrived, the person in charge of the Yangtze River shad farm, Xianxia, was very excited. When Xiao Ruofei talked about this matter, he directly looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, Xianxia, you are the most familiar with the Yangtze River shad. You go first. Xianxia nodded and said, Boss Xia, Manager Feng, leaders. The success of the Yangtze River shad farm will bring a large amount of stable cash flow to the company. The American Yangtze River shad on the market is several grades worse than the American Yangtze River shad, but the foodies still flock to it. The price is hundreds of yuan per catty. So once our Yangtze River shad is released into the market, it will definitely cause a stir. Speaking of this, Xianxia paused and continued, but there is a problem that we don't know how to solve now. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, you want to talk about the transportation, right? I have already considered this. Let's not talk about it now. I will talk about it later. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded and said, okay, Boss Xia. If we don't consider the transportation problem first, then there are 2 points that need to be confirmed. One is the price, and the second is the sales channel. Okay. Let's talk about the price first. Xiao Ruofei looked at the marketing director, Xiao Cheng, and asked, Director Xiao, do you have any suggestions from the marketing department? Xiao Cheng had received Feng Jing's notice yesterday, so he was prepared. After he was called by Xiao Ruofei, he cleared his throat and said, Boss Xia, we have conducted a preliminary investigation of the market situation, mainly the sales of the American Yangtze River shad. According to the public information, the price of the American Yangtze River shad ranges from 300 to 800 yuan. The quality and taste of our company's Yangtze River shad are several grades higher. I don't think we can be too conservative in terms of pricing. Is there any market situation of the Yangtze River shad? Feng Jing asked. Xiao Cheng smiled bitterly and said, 20 to 30 years ago, the Yangtze River shad was basically extinct. The price in the 70s and 80s of the last century has long lost any reference value. We checked some news information. 2 years ago, the Yangtze River shad appeared in Sunan. At that time, a 1 catty Yangtze River shad was sold for 8,000 yuan, but this example doesn't have much reference value. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, 8,000 yuan is indeed too high. After all, we are selling in batches. It's not good for the threshold to be too high. Let me tell you my opinion. I know that there was a transaction a year ago. There were a total of 2 Yangtze River shad, and the unit price was 3,000 yuan per catty. I think we can refer to this price and price it between 3,500 to 5,000 yuan. Actually, this was the analysis that Ling Xiaotian had told Xiao Ruofei, and he felt that it made sense. However, this price was also in line with everyone's psychological expectations, including Jiang Hua, who felt that it was more appropriate. After everyone discussed for a while, Feng Jing smiled and said, "Why don't we set it at 3,888 yuan? Choose an auspicious number." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Okay. We'll do as Manager Feng says. But remember, every month, you have to provide 300 caddies of shad to Lingji Private Kitchen. This part of the goods will be settled at 2,000 yuan per caddy." Jiang Hua and Xiaochang nodded at the same time and said, "Okay." Everyone knew the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Lingji Restaurant, so they were not surprised, and no one objected. Feng Jing felt an inexplicable sourness in her heart, but she concealed her disappointment very well and said, "There is also the problem of the sales channel that Jiang Hua just mentioned. Of course, the chairman hasn't said how to solve the transportation problem." Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Director Xiao, what do you think?" Xiao Ruofei did not want to decide everything by himself. At this time, he still had to listen to everyone's opinions because he knew that Xiaochang and the others must have worked overtime yesterday to prepare. If he directly made the decision, it would inevitably dampen their enthusiasm. Sure enough, Xiaochang said, "We had a meeting last night to study it. We feel that the online e-commerce channels are very strong now, and we also have good cooperation with them. For example, Tmall Supermarket and Jingbei Supermarket both have fresh food sales business, and their sales even exceed many traditional channels. If we can solve the transportation problem, cooperating with them is a better choice." At this point, Xiaochang felt that he was being too absolute, so he added, "Of course, it is also necessary to set aside a portion of the shad for local sales. After all, the headquarters of our Taoyuan company is in the Three Mountains, and we have a lot of influence in the Three Mountains area." Xiao Ruofei nodded and listened to the opinions of Jiang Hua, Feng Jing, and the others. Then he said, "In principle, I agree with Director Zhao's opinion. The marketing department can start to contact a few e-commerce companies. If there are e-commerce companies who are interested in cooperation, they are welcome to come to the company for inspection." Okay. When Xiaochang saw that his suggestion had been adopted by Xiao Ruofei, he was very excited and quickly made a note in his notebook. Xiao Ruofei continued, "I hope that the cooperation is not only a low-level cooperation like sales. I hope that the e-commerce companies can take out a certain amount of resources to set up a concept for everyone." Feng Jing smiled and asked, "Is it the high-end concept of our Taoyuan brand, the Yangtze River Shad?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and continued, "Yes, but it's not comprehensive. It's certain that we keep emphasizing our high-end. There's another concept. I hope that it can be deeply rooted in people's hearts through the powerful channels of e-commerce. This involves the transportation problem that I haven't mentioned just now." Everyone's attention was immediately attracted. Xiao Ruofei said, "I thought about it yesterday and asked for some opinions. I think that if we want to solve the transportation problem for the shad sales, we can only use the method of quick freezing." "Freezing?" Jiang Hua cried out involuntarily. He was a little disappointed. Xiao Ruofei told him what Ling Xiaotian had analyzed for him yesterday. Then he said, "Our cold storage is ready-made, and the equipment is very advanced. We can do an experiment first to verify if the quick freezing and thawing will have an obvious impact on the taste of the shad." Jiang Hua nodded and said, "Okay, I'll organize the experiment right away." Xiao Ruofei said, "If the quick freezing method is feasible, then we have to solve the problem of transportation time. If we cooperate with e-commerce companies, we can coordinate aviation resources through them. I don't think there should be a big problem." Xiaochang said, "Understood. Then I'll contact several major e-commerce companies at the same time." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Well, that's what I said just now. In addition to establishing the high-end image of the brand, we also need to promote it through e-commerce to let everyone accept the idea that the shad must be frozen and transported. Just like the bluefin tuna, it must be frozen and transported, but the price is still extremely high. As long as everyone forms this idea, it won't be a problem." Under the stimulation of the bonus reward, the Taoyuan company, which was already very efficient, quickly started to operate. Everyone performed their own roles and devoted themselves to the marketing of the shad fish. Jiang Hua was in charge of the quick freezing experiment, while Xiaochang personally led the marketing team to contact the e-commerce company. The design team also began to prepare information in an orderly manner. The information about the shad fish could be used for information about the products in the e-commerce flagship store. At the same time, it was also prepared for the future use of the Internet Water Army to write advertisements. Feng Jing, on the other hand, focused mainly on the adjustment of the personnel structure, the formulation of the dividend plan, and the preparatory work for the relocation of the headquarters. On the pharmaceutical factory's side, Xue Jinshan, other than maintaining the production of the Yuji ointment, also began to adjust the focus of his work to the production of the heart-nourishing soup and the launch of the new product. After the money from Tongren Tang arrived, Feng Jing immediately arranged for the finance department to settle the payment for the purchase of the building with Bojun Real Estate. She also sent professionals to complete the transfer and receipt procedures of the property. Then, she contacted the company in charge of the renovation of the new headquarters and replanned the entire building. Bojun's properties were also rented out. Before the lease expired, they would be maintained in their original state. Of course, after the property was transferred, the rent would be collected by the Taoyuan Company. The Taoyuan Company also specially convened a meeting with the tenants. They said that they would not renew the lease after it expired. They gave them a heads up and asked them to find an office space in advance. Of course, if they wanted to terminate the contract in advance, the Taoyuan Company could do it immediately. According to Xiao Ruofei's idea, the current functional arrangement of the Taoyuan Company's new headquarters would not change for the time being. The floors of the original Bojun real estate would be temporarily idle after being renovated and would not be rented out. This was because the development of the Taoyuan Company would definitely not be slow in the future. With more and more manpower, the demand for office space would increase. When the time came, these idle floors would slowly be used. The Taoyuan Company's current financial situation was very healthy, and there was no need to earn this rent. Although the rent for office space in the center of the city was very high, Xiao Ruofei valued the convenience of the company's use in the future more. Everyone in the Taoyuan Company was full of energy and busy with their own work. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, assigned the work and became a hands-off boss as usual. Zhao Yongjun and 6 to 7 people were scheduled to fly to Sanshan the day after tomorrow. Xiao Ruofei instructed the staff in the logistics department to prepare the reception room in the comprehensive building. Then, he called Ling Qingxue and told her that a few friends from Beijing would be coming over in a few days. He asked her to take some time to meet them. At the same time, he reserved a large private room in Lingji private kitchen and prepared the secret Buddha jumps over the wall and other signature dishes in advance. At the company meeting, the expensive price of 3,888 yuan was set. Jiang Hua was not willing to waste it, so he only used 2 shad and thawed them 2 days after the quick freezing. This was also the fastest speed under the current logistics conditions. If it was frozen, under the premise that aviation resources could be guaranteed, theoretically, it could be transported to most places in the country in 2 days. The defrosted shad were immediately sent to the Taoyuan Company's cafeteria. It wasn't complicated to make steamed shad. After Suyu made it that day, Chao Tieshu's wife had basically learned how to make it. Although she wasn't as good at controlling the heat as Suyu, it wasn't a problem to cook and test the quality of the shad. Jiang Hua invited Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing to the cafeteria. Everyone had tasted the steamed shad made from fresh shad a few days ago. Today, they compared it and felt the most intuitive. The result was delightful. The meat of the shad was fresh and tender, and the taste was excellent. Even the gelatinous fish scales were basically the same as the taste of fresh shad. Basically, they could not find a big difference just by tasting it with their tongues. This was the only thing that Xiao Ruofei was worried about. After the experiment, a big stone in his heart fell to the ground. It seemed that as long as the low temperature during the transportation process was guaranteed, the plan of quick freezing shad sales was completely feasible. Xiao Ruofei gave full recognition to Jiang Hua's work and asked him to keep the operation of the shad breeding workshop, especially the latest batch of shad that was about to be sold. He must take good care of it and be ready to quick freeze the batch at any time. If there was a problem with this batch of shad, the next batch of shad would have to wait at least until next month. Then, the marketing team's overtime work would be wasted. Jiang Hua also knew how important it was to make the first shot. He sullenly agreed, and then he did not even have time to taste the delicious shad and directly returned to the breeding workshop. The remaining half of the shad was naturally eaten by Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing. Basically, no matter men or women, old or young, they could not resist the temptation of the most primitive memory of shad. Moreover, the fat content of shad was very little. Even girls who liked to look beautiful did not have to worry about getting fat if they ate too much. Therefore, Feng Jing did not hesitate to snatch the fish from Xiao Ruofei. The marketing team's progress was also very smooth. Because of the popular product, Yuji ointment, the major e-commerce companies also attached great importance to the Taoyuan company. Xiaochang mainly contacted the two e-commerce companies, Tmall Supermarket and Jingbei Mall. The main reason was that these two companies together had monopolized at least 80% of the e-commerce market in the country. They were the two most powerful channels. Moreover, the output of shad was not much to begin with, so there was no need to distribute it all over the internet. When the heads of the two e-commerce companies heard that the Taoyuan company was about to launch the almost extinct Yangtze River shad, they were also very interested. They gladly accepted the invitation from the Taoyuan company to inspect the project. In the next few days, they would fly to Sanshan to inspect the project personally. Of course, when the time came, Xiaochang would be the one to receive them. At most, Feng Jing would show her face appropriately. Xiao Ruofei did not need to show up personally. After all, although the other party's company was far larger than the Taoyuan company, the person who came was only the person in charge of the second-level business department. Xiaochang's appearance was absolutely in line with the principle of equality. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's main energy was still on receiving Zhao Yongjun and the others. In the blink of an eye, it was the day Zhao Yongjun and the others came to Sanshan. Other than Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruwei also returned to Sanshan. However, to his regret, although his progress with Shui Yi had been much smoother, it was not enough to fool Shui Yi to come to Sanshan with him. Therefore, his wish to use the opportunity of traveling to advance further, or even directly go to third base, fell through. The rest were Lu Jian, Ho Liang, and the others. Xiao Ruofei had drunk with them before, so he was familiar with them. Before boarding the plane, Zhao Yongjun called Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei stood on the balcony of the small villa and said with a smile, "Brother Zhao, I'm already prepared. After everyone arrives, go directly to the city for dinner and stay at my farm for the night. Let me tell you, I've already cleaned the reception room several times." Zhao Yongjun said, "Wow, you're really sweeping the bed to welcome us. Isn't this a bit too grand?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's rare for you to come here, so it's necessary to be fully prepared. I must make you feel at home." "Hee, then I'll have to trouble you." Zhao Yongjun said, "It won't affect your work, right? My most important work right now is to welcome all of you." Xiao Ruofei joked. "I really can't afford that." Zhao Yongjun said, "Ruofei, we have nothing to do so we wander around the world. If you have time, you can accompany us. If you don't have time, you don't have to care about us. You also know that no matter where we go, there will be someone to receive us." "I know, don't worry. It won't affect my earning." Xiao Ruofei laughed, then asked, "Your flight lands at 4:30 in the afternoon, right? I'll wait at the airport in advance." Zhao Yongjun immediately said, "There's no need to pick us up. Song Ruwei has already arranged a car." "How can that be? After all, it's your first time in Sanshan. As the host, I have to show my hospitality," Xiao Ruofei said. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Ruofei, we're brothers, so why do we care about these red tape? We'll do whatever's convenient. Why go to the airport on such a cold day? Besides, didn't you say that we'll have dinner together tonight? You can just go to the dining area and wait." Xiao Ruofei thought about it. It was good for him to go to Lingji private kitchen in advance. He could meet up with Ling Qingxue there and check out the situation in the private room. There were also a few dishes that he had ordered in advance, including the secret Buddha jumps over the wall, steamed shad, and so on. He could only rest assured after seeing it personally. Moreover, he had to personally deliver the shad to Ling's private kitchen. He had specially invited Suyu over to cook the shad just to make this dish. If he went to pick them up at the airport, he would be a little late. Besides, Family Song's power in Southeast Province was deeply rooted. Song Ruwei had personally arranged for them to pick them up at the airport, so there was nothing for him to worry about. In fact, any of the tour groups that Zhao Yongjun had brought over would definitely be received by a bunch of people in Southeast Province. There was no need for him to worry so much. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei said, "Okay, I'll go and prepare for dinner. I'll treat you to 2 dishes. I guarantee that you won't be able to eat them in Beijing." "Haha. Then I'll look forward to the surprise you'll give us," Zhao Yongjun said. "Okay. I'll send you the location in a while." Xiao Ruofei said, "Come directly after you get off the plane." "Okay. See you tonight." "See you tonight." After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he called Jiang Hua and asked him to prepare 3 shad. Including Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, there were about 10 people eating tonight. 1 kilogram of shad might not be enough, so Xiao Ruofei simply prepared 3 shad at once. At around 3:30, Xiao Ruofei drove the Night 15 to the shad breeding workshop to get the shad that Jiang Hua had prepared. Then, he drove straight to Lingji private kitchen. At around 4 o'clock, before Zhao Yongjun and the others' plane arrived at the airspace above Sanshan, Xiao Ruofei had already arrived at Lingji private kitchen ahead of time. After he met up with Ling Qingxue, he first brought the shad to the kitchen and handed it over to Suyu. He also expressed his gratitude to him. As the executive chef of Lingji restaurant group, if it wasn't for Xiao Ruofei's relationship with the Ling family, Suyu wouldn't have been able to personally cook for them, no matter how much money he offered. Then, he conveniently asked the head chef of Lingji private kitchen about the preparation of Buddha jumps over the wall. The head chef was Ling Xiaoyan's eldest disciple. He knew that this was his junior's future husband, and he also knew that the secret recipe of Buddha jumps over the wall was actually provided by Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, his attitude towards Xiao Ruofei was very warm. The preparation of Buddha jumps over the wall was very tedious. Many of the ingredients had to be prepared a few days in advance. Furthermore, Buddha jumps over the wall was the best-selling dish in Lingji private kitchen. The number of people who had pre-ordered it was more than a month. Therefore, only someone like Xiao Ruofei, who had an internal relationship, could eat it whenever he wanted. After walking around the kitchen, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue went to the private room to make tea and wait. Although it was called a private room, it was actually a small courtyard. This was also reserved for Lingji private kitchen. Basically, it wasn't open to the public. Previously, when Xiao Ruofei received Song Qiming's family, he also used this private room. Xia Qing made the interspatial de Hong Pao tea. After the tea was brewed, the aroma of tea filled the air. There was also a woman wearing a cheongsam playing the guzheng behind the screen. Beautiful music, quiet courtyard, alluring tea fragrance, beautiful girlfriend. Xiao Ruofei felt that this was his ideal life. He even had an impulse for a moment. No matter what kind of business or career he had, he would bring Ling Qingxue to a beautiful place, build a small courtyard, and live a leisurely life. Of course, this kind of wish wasn't very realistic at the moment. Ling Qingxue was still carrying Ling Xiaoyan's career, and Xiao Ruofei's Taoyuan company wasn't just his Taoyuan company alone. There were more and more employees, and he couldn't just leave them behind. Ling Qingxue stood behind Xiao Ruofei and gently massaged his shoulders. Xiao Ruofei closed his eyes comfortably and enjoyed his girlfriend's gentle service. The two of them chatted casually, and the atmosphere was very warm and comfortable. Xiao Ruofei felt that it was about time, so he opened his eyes and checked the flight status of Zhao Yongjun and the others. After confirming that the plane had just landed, he sent the location of Ling's private kitchen to Zhao Yongjun. Xiao Ruofei guessed that they were preparing to get off the plane at this moment, and they had to pick up their luggage in a while. By the time they came out, it would be more than 10 minutes. Maybe Zhao Yongjun hadn't even turned on his phone yet. So he didn't rush to call Zhao Yongjun. After sending the location, he put his phone aside. After a few minutes, Xiao Ruofei's phone vibrated. As he picked up his phone, he smiled and turned back to Ling Qingxue and said, "They should be here already. Tell the kitchen to prepare the chickens and ducks in advance. These things take more time." Ling Qingxue responded and was about to go out to the kitchen when she heard Xiao Ruofei say, "Eh?" She turned back and saw that Xiao Ruofei looked slightly surprised. It turned out that the caller wasn't Zhao Yongjun, as Xiao Ruofei thought, but Lu Jia. Lu Jia could be considered a second-generation heir, and he was quite popular in Sanshan City. His father was the leader of the Provincial State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Last time, when the Taoyuan Company bought half of the property rights of Hingley Building, a small section chief of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission made things difficult for them. Liu Jia helped to settle it. In addition, Liu Jia's personality was quite to Xiao Ruofei's liking, so Xiao Ruofei and Liu Jia usually kept in touch. Occasionally, they would get together for a drink. Their personal relationship was quite good. Liu Jia on the other end of the phone seemed to be a little hesitant. He asked, "Brother Xia, are you free today? I have something to talk to you about." Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then said, "Today? I'm afraid I don't have time. A few friends came to Sanshan City, and I need to receive them." Then Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Liu Jia, what's the matter? Is it inconvenient to talk over the phone?" "Oh. Brother Xia, wait a moment," Liu Jia said. Not far from Lingji private kitchen, there was a Qinghe tea house. Liu Jia was in a private room in the tea house. Other than him, there were 3 young people around his age. One of them was slightly older, but in his early 30s. The other man and woman were both in their mid-20s. The man was wearing a black motorcycle jacket, his hair was dyed yellow, and he wore silver earrings. The woman was also wearing huang mao, and her makeup was very thick. Especially her big red lips, which gave people a feeling of a big mouth. She looked quite delicate, but with such makeup, it was obvious that she was neither fish nor fowl. After Liu Jia heard Xiao Ruofei's words, he covered the microphone and said to the only man in his early 30s, who was dressed normally, "Director Tian, Brother Xia said that he has a social engagement today. I'm afraid he doesn't have time." Liu Jia was a little annoyed, but he had to pretend to be a snake in front of these 3 people. All 3 of them were from the capital. The man in his early 30s, who was called Director Tian by Liu Jia, was Tian Xiaojun, a deputy director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of Huaxia. Although officials from the capital had a natural influence when they came to the local area, Tian Xiaojun was only a cadre at the level of a deputy department head. There was still a big gap between him and Liu Jia's father. Besides, a deputy department head in his early 30s might be a very prominent political star in the local area, but in the ministries and commissions, there were many people who were faster than him. Especially in the group system, there were countless cadre at the level of a department head in their 30s. However, Tian Xiaojun was different. Not only was he a deputy department head in the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the Southeast Province, he was directly in charge of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the Southeast Province. His father was also a department head in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development. He had been promoted from the Southeast Province and had once been Liu Jia's father's superior. Therefore, when Tian Xiaojun came to Sanshan and found Liu Jia, he had to come forward to help. As for the other man and woman, they were not from the government. The man was from the same family as Xiao Ruofei. His name was Xianxia, and he was only 24 years old. The girl with heavy makeup was Zhong Zixin. Their situation was similar to Tian Xiaojun's. Their fathers were both department heads. Although they did not tell Liu Jia the details, Liu Jia had already guessed that the 3 of them were probably going to the Taoyuan Company. Therefore, when Tian Xiaojun came today, he asked about the Taoyuan Company, especially Xiao Ruofei's situation. When Liu Jia accidentally let it slip and they found out that Xiao Ruofei had a good relationship with him, Tian Xiaojun immediately asked Liu Jia to invite Xiao Ruofei out. Liu Jia was quite well informed in Sanshan. Xiao Ruofei's Taoyuan Company was a new force to be reckoned with. The emergence of the Yuji ointment almost made the Taoyuan Company famous all over the country. In many people's eyes, it was undoubtedly a piece of fat meat. Within Sanshan, there were not many people who dared to have designs on the Taoyuan Company. This was because those who had the ability to do so basically knew that Xiao Ruofei was backed by Song Wei. As for those who did not have the qualifications to know about this, basically, they could not do much. However, the local snake did not dare to act rashly, while the local snake did not dare to act rashly. When Tian Xiaojun heard that Xiao Ruofei refused to meet, he could not help but frown and say, "Ask him where he is socializing. Let's go and join in the fun. Drinking is more interesting when there are more people." Well, Liu Jia could not help but feel embarrassed. Tian Xiaojun frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "I'll ask," Lu Zhi said helplessly. He did not want to offend Tian Xiaojun. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei was still waiting on the other end of the phone, so he could not delay for too long. After taking his hand down from the phone, Lu Zhi pretended to smile casually and asked, "Brother Xia, where are you socializing tonight? I'll come over and propose a toast." Xiao Ruofei felt a little surprised. His refusal was already very obvious. Lu Zhi did not seem like such an insensible person. He thought for a moment and felt that Lu Zhi might have something that he couldn't say. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "I'm hosting an important guest at Ling's private kitchen tonight. If your matter isn't urgent, can we talk about it in 2 days?" It was obviously a little unreasonable to refuse directly, so Xiao Ruofei still told Lu Zhi where he was going to treat tonight. At the same time, he also told him that the guests tonight were more important. This was actually a tactful refusal. Lu Zhi smiled and said, "I got it. Thank you, Brother Xia." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei saw that Zhao Yongjun had already replied with an OK emoji on WeChat. Ling Qingxue stood at the door of the room and asked, "Ruofei, are you busy tonight?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Nothing, a friend of mine is looking for me. I told him to talk about it in 2 days. Go to the kitchen and tell them. Brother Zhao and the others are already on the way." "Okay, then I'll go first." Ling Qingxue smiled at Xiao Ruofei, then turned and walked out of the room. At Qinghe Tea House, Tian Xiaojun saw that Lu Zhi had hung up the phone and immediately asked, "Did he say where?" Lu Zhi hesitated and said, "Director Tian, Brother Xia said that he was having a dinner with more important guests tonight." "I'm afraid, just tell me the place." Tian Xiaojun said impatiently, "Sanshan is such a small place. How important can there be?" Zhong Zixin was also touching up her makeup with a small mirror and said with a sneer, "He's just the boss of a small company. I'm afraid that even a section chief is an important guest in his eyes." Xiaxia also laughed unscrupulously when he heard that. Lu Zhi was a little annoyed. Zhong Zixin and Xiaxia were idiots. What did Tian Xiaojun have to look down on Sanshan? You left after finishing high school in Sanshan. If you didn't have a good father, how could you become the deputy section chief of a ministry at such a young age? What's more, if you look down on a small place like the Three Mountains, then why did you all rush over here like cats that smelled blood after the jade skin ointment became popular? Pretentious, Lu Zhi naturally didn't dare to show his discontent. He could only say helplessly, "Brother Xia said that he's having dinner at Ling's restaurant tonight, take us there." Tian Xiaojun stood up and grabbed his handbag on the table as he said. Tian Xiaojun was very decisive, and Lu Zhi had already given up on persuading him. He had already told Tian Xiaojun that Xiao Ruofei had a good relationship with Song Wei, but Tian Xiaojun didn't take it seriously. If Xiao Ruofei had a close relationship with Song Qiming, Tian Xiaojun would probably have some scruples. However, Song Wei was only Song Qiming's daughter. She could definitely take advantage of the situation, but when it came to Xiao Ruofei, the same couldn't be said for sure. At least Tian Xiaojun, who thought that he was a superior official in the capital, didn't care about this. Therefore, Lu Zhi could only let him be. He was thinking about whether he could secretly report the situation to Xiao Ruofei. First, Xiao Ruofei would be prepared. Second, he could explain his difficulties so that Xiao Ruofei wouldn't hold a grudge against him. Therefore, after getting in the car, Lu Zhi, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, kept fiddling with his phone. Tian Xiaojun just looked on coldly and didn't interfere. He knew that Lu Zhi might report to Xiao Ruofei, but he didn't care at all. In his opinion, letting Xiao Ruofei know their identities in advance would be more beneficial for the upcoming negotiation. When it came to identity, it didn't seem to be as intimidating as when someone else said it. Not only did Tian Xiaojun not interfere with Lu Zhi, but he also directly talked about the Taoyuan company in the car. He sat alone in the most comfortable seat in the middle row of the business car, while Zhong Zixin and Xiaxia sat in the back seat obediently. Tian Xiaojun said, "When we meet later, let Xiaxia be the leader. After all, I'm a member of the government, so it's not convenient for me to show up." Xiaxia smiled and said, "Understood. Master Tian, this kind of rich man probably hasn't seen much of the world. Don't be scared silly later." Haha. Zhong Zixin also said sweetly, didn't Master Tian say it already? We have to take the lead in terms of momentum. Although this rich man doesn't have much power, the things he makes are still good. A man's wealth is his own ruin. If we don't come, he won't be able to hold on for long. Tian Xiaojun nodded and said, Zixin is right. As long as this goes well, we can give out some of our shares when we return to the capital, and then we can sit at home and make a lot of money. Why should we give it out? Xiaxia asked. Tian Xiaojun turned around and gave him a knock on the head and said, Nonsense, do you think we can keep the shares with just the few of us? Don't you know how deep the water is in the capital? We are lucky this time that the few people in the circle didn't notice this small company. When the time comes, we can take the initiative to approach them and get some shares. Not only can we keep our way of making money, but we might also be able to sneak into that circle. Speaking of this, Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but show a trace of longing, and so did Xiaxia and Zhong Zixin. Their faces were full of anticipation. The circle of the top playboys, in the eyes of these little rich second generations, was like a holy land that people yearned for. Tian Xiaojun and the others didn't know that the rich man they were going to negotiate with was someone who could be friends with the top playboys in the circle of the top playboys. Tian Xiaojun and the others couldn't be blamed for not having enough information. The circle of the capital was like this. If you were a member of this circle, then you would naturally know some news. However, people like Tian Xiaojun and the others who didn't have the qualifications to enter this circle had no access to information at all. Even if it was just a topic that Song Rui and the others talked about after dinner, for Tian Xiaojun and the others, it was very high-end information that was worth bragging about. Qinghe Tea House wasn't far from Ling's restaurant, so Tian Xiaojun and the others arrived in a short while. This place is not bad. Tian Xiaojun entered the door and looked around. Zhong Zixin also smiled and said, I didn't expect this rich man to be so good at picking a place. It seems that Sanshan isn't as backward as we thought. Luja couldn't help but curse in his heart, backward your ass. Sanshan is the frontier of reform and opening up, okay? Welcome. The hostess bowed slightly and asked, do you have a reservation? Tian Xiaojun turned slightly and looked at Luja. Luja could only helplessly smile bitterly in his heart. He stepped forward and said, we're here to look for Xiao Ruofei, Boss Xia. I called him and found out that he's having a banquet here tonight. By the way, my name is Luja. The hostess immediately said, okay, please wait a moment. After that, she walked to the front desk and picked up the walkie-talkie. She reported the situation to the waiter in the private room and asked him to ask for instructions from Xiao Ruofei. Zhong Zixin couldn't help but mutter, the rules are quite strict. Tian Xiaojun looked at Zhong Zixin sternly and said, don't say strange things. Remember, we're here to talk business today. Although we have to be imposing, it's even better if we can make money peacefully. Got it, young Master Tian. Zhong Zixin said indifferently. The hostess quickly finished communicating with them. She walked over and said, I've already confirmed with Boss Xia. Please follow me. Xiao Ruofei naturally received Luja's WeChat message. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, in order to not make things difficult for Luja, he decided to meet these three hotheads who couldn't wait to fly over from Beijing to eat Tang Seng's meat. He understood the way these guys did things. Once they saw benefits, they would gather like sharks that smelled blood. Even if he avoided them today, they would still stick to him like sticky candy. It was better to deal with them once and for all. Otherwise, these people might not be able to accomplish anything, but they would definitely cause trouble. Xiao Ruofei smiled at Ling Qingxue, who was making tea, and said, in a while, my friend will bring a few people over to talk business. You don't have to say anything, I'll handle it. Ling Qingxue was stunned and asked, bad guests? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, not really. They're just a few hotheads. Let them fall a few times and they'll know how high the sky is. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. She said, okay, I'll just watch the show. The two chatted for a while. Xiao Ruofei heard footsteps coming from the courtyard outside. Soon, the door of the private room was gently knocked a few times. Just as he was about to ask them to come in, the door was pushed open. Tian Xiaojun took the lead and walked in. Zhong Zixin and Xiaxia stood on his left and right like loyal followers. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and looked at the confident Tian Xiaojun. He didn't say anything and just continued to make tea. The anger on Tian Xiaojun's face disappeared in a flash. He laughed and said, "You must be Boss Xia. We are Luja's friends. We came uninvited today. Sorry for disturbing you." Xiao Ruofei poured the tea into the cup and then took a sip. He said lightly, "Since you know you're disturbing me, why are you still here?" Tian Xiaojun's face suddenly darkened. Xiaoxia couldn't help but snort and say, "Young Master Tian gave you face and said a few words of courtesy. Who do you think you are?" Although Zhong Zixin didn't say anything, he also sneered. Tian Xiaojun said with a fake smile, "Boss Xia, please don't be offended. This brother of mine is straightforward and can't keep things to himself." Xiao Ruofei put down the teacup gently and glanced at Tian Xiaojun and the other two. He asked, "What do you want from me? Just say it. My time is limited." Tian Xiaojun laughed and said, "Boss Xia, this isn't how you treat your guests. Since we're here, we can at least sit down and ask for a cup of tea, right?" Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "Forget about drinking tea. I'm a straightforward person. I only drink tea when I'm chatting with friends. If you have something to say, just get to the point." Tian Xiaojun's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. However, when he thought of the hot sales of the jade skin ointment on the internet, he forcibly suppressed his emotions and waved his hand to stop Xiaoxia, who was about to flip out. Tian Xiaojun smiled and said, "I can see that Boss Xia is a straightforward person. Then we won't beat around the bush. Let's introduce ourselves first. I'm Tian Xiaojun, working for..." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I know where the three of you came from. Let's get to the point." Tian Xiaojun stared at Xiao Ruofei with sparkling eyes and said, "Boss Xia, are you sure you know who we are?" The corner of Xiao Ruofei's mouth twitched as he said, "If you're talking about the leadership positions of the elders, then I'll confirm it." Tian Xiaojun's eyelids twitched slightly. It seemed that Xiao Ruofei had obtained detailed information from Luja. However, since Xiao Ruofei knew who the three of them were, he was still able to remain calm. Furthermore, his attitude was neither warm nor cold. This made Tian Xiaojun feel uneasy. But on second thought, the Taoyuan company was just a small company in the suburbs of Sanshan City. It was only because they were lucky that they developed such a popular product like the Yuji ointment that their value doubled. Even if Xiao Ruofei had some background, it was definitely not in Beijing. Didn't Luja say that Xiao Ruofei had a good relationship with Song Qiming's daughter, Song Wei? Perhaps this was what Xiao Ruofei was relying on? Tian Xiaojun quickly analyzed in his heart. If this was the case, then this local boss was too naive. Tian Xiaojun secretly sneered. If Song Wei had opened the company himself, then Tian Xiaojun would have to weigh the pros and cons before taking a bite. After all, Song Qiming was a deputy minister with real power. But what about Xiao Ruofei? Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted in Sanshan City just because he had a relationship with Song Wei? With the connections of this group of people, any bit of it would be enough to make the Taoyuan company suffer. Thinking of this, Tian Xiaojun's heart became calm again. Of course, this was also because money moved people's hearts. A monthly revenue of 2 to 300 million yuan, and it was in the extremely profitable cosmetics industry. With such a huge profit in front of him, Tian Xiaojun's judgment became less rational. He once again put on a confident smile on his face and said, "Since Boss Xia already knows, then I won't waste any more time. Today, I'm mainly here to be the middleman. My brother wants to talk business with Boss Xia. Speaking of which, he's Boss Xia's family." Seeing that Tian Xiaojun was talking about him, Xiaoxia also smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. However, his smile was not friendly. Coupled with the faint threat, it looked a bit sinister. Xiao Ruofei calmly leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and asked with interest, "Talk business with me? What business do we have to talk about?" Tian Xiaojun smiled slightly and gestured to Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia immediately took a step forward, stared into Xiao Ruofei's eyes, and said casually, "Boss Xia, I run an investment company. I feel that your Taoyuan company's development prospects are good, so I'm here to give you money today." Xiao Ruofei almost laughed out loud. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he asked, "Give money? how are you going to do it? Our Lakshmi Capital is going to invest in the Taoyuan company, Xianxia said confidently. I think a startup company like yours should be in need of development funds the most. Isn't this money delivered to your door? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Thank you, Boss Xia, for your kindness, but our Taoyuan company's cash flow is very sufficient, and we have no plans to raise funds for the time being. Xiaoxia's face suddenly darkened, and he said gloomily, Boss Xia means, you don't want to give me face? Xia Ruofei's eyes widened, and he asked with a puzzled expression, What do you mean by that? Isn't business all about mutual consent? We don't need financing for the time being, and I've already expressed my gratitude for your kindness. How can you say that I don't want to give you face? Xiaoxia snorted and was about to explode on the spot. At this time, Tian Xiaojun gently patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder, and with a fake smile on his face, he looked at Xia Ruofei and said, Boss Xia, don't reject people thousands of miles away. Business is about making money peacefully. If there's money, everyone can earn it. Besides, we're not here to gain something without risking anything. We have to take out real money to invest. Xia Ruofei laughed and asked back, Of course, we have to make money peacefully when doing business, so I've always been against coercion. Seeing that Tian Xiaojun still had the cheek to say that they weren't here to gain something without risking anything, Xia Ruofei was almost speechless about how thick-skinned they were. Tian Xiaojun's patience was almost worn out, and his face gradually became cold. He turned to Lu Zhe and said, Lu Zhe, it seems that your friend isn't very sensible. Lu Zhe was complaining in his heart. After entering the door, he wished that he was invisible, and the lower his presence, the better. After all, he didn't want to offend either side. Now, he was like a pig looking in the mirror, he was a human being, he wanted to play it safe, but Tian Xiaojun didn't give him the chance and directly called him out. Lu Zhe could only brace himself and stand up, saying, Director Tian, Brother Xia didn't say that he doesn't want to cooperate. You can have a good talk. It's normal to have differences, and, even if... Lu Zhe's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. He didn't dare to say things like we can't do business, but we can still be friends. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that Tian Xiaojun wouldn't fall out with him on the spot. Tian Xiaojun snorted and asked, Boss Xia, we came all the way from Beijing. Are you really not going to give us any leeway? The most important thing in business is to be down to earth. Don't overestimate yourself, and don't underestimate others. The threat in his words was very obvious. Xia Ruofei didn't take it seriously and simply said, Then tell me. How do you want to invest? Anyway, he had nothing to do. He wanted to hear what these hotheads could come up with. He just wanted to tease them. Tian Xiaojun was secretly happy when he heard this. He thought that his threat was effective. After all, it was the nature of business people to seek benefits and avoid losses. He was generally more afraid of young masters with strong backgrounds like them. As for Xia Ruofei's casual tone, Tian Xiaojun just thought that this young man wanted to save face and didn't want to admit defeat. Therefore, he secretly winked at Xiaxia. Xiaxia immediately understood and said, Boss Xia, before we came, we did some evaluation of the Taoyuan company's situation. You have a farm, a pharmaceutical factory, and the hardware facilities are passable. We are prepared to invest 1 million Huaxia dollars and take 51% of the shares. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He could guess that these rich people's appetites were not small, but he still couldn't imagine that they would eat in such an ugly manner. After the Yuji ointment became popular, the investment community also evaluated the Taoyuan company. The results were high and low, but basically, they were all aiming for more than 1 billion. After all, the Yuji ointment had a super strong ability to make money. These wild hotheads really thought that their boss was a piece of cake. They actually only gave him a valuation of about 2 million and wanted to take 51% of the shares in one go. That was, they wanted to have absolute control of the company. As for what happened after that, it was as clear as day. They wanted to kick Xia Ruofei, the founder of the company, out of the game. They weren't the first to do this, and they definitely wouldn't be the last. As long as they had control of the company, it would be easy to kick Xia Ruofei out of the game. The most direct way was to use the votes of the company's board of directors to pass a series of large development plans, and then propose to increase the capital. With their connections, it was easy to borrow a large amount of money in a short period of time. And if Xiao Ruofei was really a country boss without any background, he definitely wouldn't be able to come up with such a huge capital increase plan. Then, there was only one result, and that was that Xiao Ruofei's shares would continue to be diluted. In the end, the Taoyuan company, the hen that laid golden eggs, would be eaten alive by these people. If Tian Xiaojun and the others were just here to freeload, then Xiao Ruofei was more or less teasing them. But when Xiao Ruofei said this ridiculous so-called financing plan, Xiao Ruofei's face suddenly became cold. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you kidding me?" Xianxia said casually, "How can I be kidding? Investment is a very serious matter. We hired a professional company to evaluate it. The Taoyuan company may invest more than 2 million, but the machinery and equipment and your vegetable greenhouse have been depreciating. We'll pay 1 million for 51% of the shares, which is a very fair price." Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and asked, "Do you know how much Xianxia capital valued us?" 3 billion. The 2 million you said is not even a fraction of what they gave. I'm not interested in financing even with this. Xianxia said disdainfully, "Those capital institutions are all hype. This kind of valuation is almost as high as outer space. Do you believe it?" Xiao Ruofei almost laughed out of anger. So they didn't believe in the valuation given by a professional investment bank and instead believed in the empty words of a few brats who wanted to swallow up a company that was thriving with each passing day. Ling Qingshui had been sitting silently beside Xiao Ruofei. She didn't want to talk at first, but after hearing the shameless words of Xianxia and the others, she couldn't help it. She stood up and said, "The Taoyuan company has just bought the Hengli building in the center of Sanshan City. The assets of this building alone are hundreds of millions. You want to pay 1 million for 51% of the shares? That's a bit whimsical." Tian Xiaojun had already noticed Ling Qingshui. After all, it was hard for a man to ignore such a beautiful woman with a pair of seductive long legs. Maybe he wanted to show off in front of the beautiful woman, but at the same time, he didn't want to continue discussing the issue of assets. They were obviously trying to get something for nothing. Their words couldn't stand up to scrutiny at all. So Tian Xiaojun cleared his throat and said, "Boss Xia, this beautiful woman, I think your understanding of assets might be a bit wrong." "Oh? Then Deputy Director Tian, please enlighten us?" Xiao Ruofei said sarcastically. Tian Xiaojun smiled and said, "You're still young, so it's understandable that you don't know much about the business world. I'm willing to share my opinion with you." After that, Tian Xiaojun's greedy eyes fell on Ling Qingshui's face and he continued, "Xiaxia wants to pay 1 million in cash for 51% of the shares. It seems a bit unreasonable, but don't ignore the intangible assets. I think this is the most important bargaining chip for us to invest. If you cooperate with us, it means that the Taoyuan company will have unimaginable resources. Its expansion will be 10 times, 100 times more than it is now. In the process of expansion, we will be responsible for solving all the problems, big and small. Isn't this worth 51% of the shares?" Tian Xiaojun paused, then glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Boss Xia, if you cooperate with us, it means that the Taoyuan company will be on a smooth path from now on. If you do the opposite, I think a smart person like Boss Xia should know what the consequences will be." Xiao Ruofei finally couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Tian Xiaojun and asked, "Deputy Director Tian, are you threatening me?" Tian Xiaojun pointed at Xianxia and Zhong Zixing confidently and said, "Xiaoxia's father is the leader of the Price Control Bureau. Whether or not your company's Yuji cream is suspected of malicious speculation, I think Uncle Xia has a lot of say. Zixing's father is the leader of an important department in the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. As long as he says a word, none of your most important e-commerce channels will dare to sell your products. In addition, we have many friends in other ministries. It can be said that any unit can decide the life and death of the Taoyuan company with a word." Xiao Ruofei squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Tian Xiaojun. Tian Xiaojun had a faint smile on his face. He didn't avoid Xiao Ruofei's gaze at all. He looked like he had Xiao Ruofei in his grasp. In Tian Xiaojun's opinion, after his scientific knowledge, this country bumpkin in front of him should be able to understand the situation very well. The following conversation would fall into the rhythm that he had set. Tian Xiaojun even wondered if there was a chance to flirt with this beautiful long-legged beauty beside Xiao Ruofei. He felt that as long as he showed a little bit of his strength, the other party would at least doubt Xiao Ruofei's ability even if she did not throw herself into his arms. At that time, he would have a chance to win her over if he used a little trick. Especially when they really showed their fangs and used a combination of punches to kick Xiao Ruofei out of the Taoyuan company. He didn't believe that this beauty would still be with Xiao Ruofei, who had nothing. Tian Xiaojun thought as he glanced at Ling Qingxue. His mind was filled with thoughts. At this time, Xiao Ruofei said, "I understand the truth that you said." My answer is, no way. Tian Xiaojun was a little absent-minded. When he heard this, he said, "That's right. He who understands the situation will." Then, he realized that Xiao Ruofei's answer was not what he wanted. His face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He stared coldly at Xiao Ruofei's eyes and said, "What did you say?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said to Ling Qingxue, "Look at him. Not only is there something wrong with his brain, but there's also something wrong with his ears. What's even more rare is that his body is disabled, but he still doesn't forget to take money home." Ling Qingxue was originally full of anger, but after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, she couldn't help but laugh. Her smile seemed to raise the temperature in the cold winter, and it was also like a flower blooming on her face. However, Tian Xiaojun was in no mood to appreciate the beauty. He felt his anger rising rapidly. When he saw Xiao Ruofei's slightly raised lips, revealing a mocking smile, he was even more furious. Tian Xiaojun stared at Xiao Ruofei's eyes and squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth, "Are you playing with me?" Xiao Ruofei spread out his hands and said, "You're the one who sent yourself to me. Anyway, I have nothing to do." Hearing this, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but laugh again. The grumpy Xiaxia stood up and pointed at Xiao Ruofei's nose. "Bastard! Are you tired of living? How dare you play with us?" Xiaxia's murderous look made Ling Qingxue's beautiful face change slightly. Xiao Ruofei calmly grabbed Ling Qingxue's hand and gently patted the back of her hand. Then he said indifferently, "I hate it when people point at my nose. Since this is your first offense, I'll let you go this time. If you point at me again." Xiaxia was so angry that he laughed. He took 2 steps forward and came directly in front of Xiao Ruofei. Then he reached out and pointed at Xiao Ruofei's nose. This time, his finger was almost touching the tip of Xiao Ruofei's nose, but Xiao Ruofei didn't even blink. He just looked at Xiaxia quietly. Xiaxia said arrogantly, "Bastard. So what if you point at me again? You're just a country bumpkin. Why are you pretending to be someone important?" Xiao Ruofei gently knocked on the armrest of the chair with one hand and grabbed Ling Qingxue's hand with the other. He said indifferently, "Nothing, just." While Xiao Ruofei was talking, Xiaxia was still glancing at Xiao Ruofei with a disdainful look on his face. However, he suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes. Xiao Ruofei seemed to be sitting there without moving, but he was shocked to find that his finger had been grabbed by Xiao Ruofei. Then, a sharp pain came and he couldn't help but cry out loudly. The whole process was very complicated to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. Xiao Ruofei quickly withdrew his hand and gently grabbed Ling Qingxue's hand. Even the posture was exactly the same as before. This scene was even more strange in the eyes of Tian Xiaojun and Zhong Zixin. They could clearly see the whole process of Xiao Ruofei getting up, grabbing Xiaxia's finger, squeezing it gently, and then sitting back down. The whole process seemed very slow in their eyes, but in fact, it was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ruofei had completed all the movements. There was a sharp contrast between the fast and slow movements. Tian Xiaojun and the others were watching all of this, but they didn't have time to help. When they came back to their senses, Xiaxia was already holding his finger and screaming. At this time, Xiao Ruofei lightly continued her previous words. "It's just to make you remember it. This time, I'll give you a light punishment. If you dare to point at my nose again, I'll break your finger. Whoever wants to try it, come over." Tian Xiaojun quickly walked to Xiaxia's side and saw that Xiaxia's index finger was swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if it didn't hurt the bone, the injury was very serious. Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but feel a little scared. He clearly saw that Xiao Ruofei only squeezed Xiaoxia's finger lightly, and it actually caused such obvious swelling. How much strength did he have? Could it be that this guy was also a martial artist? Tian Xiaojun muttered in his heart. However, he wasn't too afraid. Chivalrous people used martial arts to break the law. What era was this? Bravery and ruthlessness could never defeat the powerful state machinery. No matter how strong Xiao Ruofei was, could he be stronger than the fully armed police? Could he be stronger than the army armed with heavy firearms? Therefore, Tian Xiaojun quickly calmed down. He looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Boss Xia, isn't this a little too much? Xiaoxia was just a little rude, and you hurt him like this? Is there still any law?" Xiao Ruofei sneered and said, "When I was talking to you about the law, you were acting shamelessly. Now that I've taught a piece of trash a lesson, you're talking to me about the law? So the law is your family's dustbin? You open it whenever you want to use it?" Tian Xiaojun said with a gloomy face, "Boss Xia, aren't you afraid that we'll call the police and sue you for intentional injury?" Xiao Ruofei said with a bright smile, "Deputy Director Tian, this is Sanshan." Tian Xiaojun snorted and said, "This is indeed Sanshan, but Sanshan is not a place outside the law. This is Huaxia Sanshan." After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Tian Xiaojun was even more certain that he was relying on Song Qiming's daughter, Song Wei. He was furious. If Song Wei really wanted to protect Xiao Ruofei, he really couldn't do anything to Xiao Ruofei with Xiaoxia's injuries. As for the Sanshan of Huaxia that he said, it was nothing more than empty words. Xiao Ruofei didn't even bother to respond to such childish words. He just smiled and shrugged. Tian Xiaojun knew that there was no point in staying. He couldn't do anything to Xiao Ruofei and Sanshan, but when he returned to Beijing, he had plenty of ways to deal with a small local company. After making up his mind, Tian Xiaojun looked deeply at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Boss Xia, if that's the case, we'll leave first. I hope the Taoyuan company can always be so smooth." "Deputy Director Tian, don't worry, it definitely will," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Tian Xiaojun snorted and said with a dark face, "I believe Boss Xia will take the initiative to talk to us about financing soon, but when that time comes, 51% of the shares won't be enough." After saying that, he didn't bother to wait for Xiao Ruofei's response. He directly said to Zhong Zixin and Xiaoxia, "Let's go." Tian Xiaojun strode out of the box. Zhong Zixin and Xiaoxia both glared at Xiao Ruofei with hatred and then quickly followed him. Lu Zhi cupped his hands at Xiao Ruofei and smiled apologetically. He didn't say anything and turned to chase after Tian Xiaojun. No matter what, he had to treat Tian Xiaojun well. Otherwise, with Tian Xiaojun's vengeful personality, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? The lively room was suddenly empty, leaving only Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue asked worriedly, "Ruofei, will these people cause you trouble?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Silly girl, do you think your husband is someone who will be bullied by others? It's good enough that I don't cause trouble for them. How dare they cause trouble for me?" In fact, Xiao Ruofei naturally would not let these three hotheads go so easily. However, Lu Zhi had sent him a very detailed message with all the names and backgrounds. They could run away, but the temple could not. Otherwise, Xiao Ruofei would not have let them go. Ling Qingxue was still a little worried. She said, "These people have a very strong background in Beijing. If they really want to cause trouble for the Taoyuan company, I'm afraid." Xiao Ruofei put his arm around Ling Qingxue's shoulder and said, "Wife, you don't have to worry about this. I know what I'm doing. A few brats can't do anything. It's not like we don't know anyone in Beijing, right? Are you more powerful than them?" Ling Qingxue asked. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "They're not on the same level at all, so you don't have to worry about it." Ling Qingxue stuck out her tongue and said, "Oh, then I don't care. It's good that you're confident." Tian Xiaojun and the other two angrily walked through the courtyard and walked out, ignoring Lu Zhi who was quickly following behind them. At this moment, a hostess from the opposite side led three people over. The backyard of Lingji private kitchen was designed to be a secluded and winding path. The path was relatively narrow, so if people were to walk in front of them, they would have to move sideways slightly to avoid each other. Tian Xiaojun had a ball of fire in his heart, so he couldn't help but raise his head and frown at the hostess. However, when he saw the person behind the hostess, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. His bitter face instantly turned into a flattering smile. Young Master Ho. What a coincidence. You also came to Sanshan? Tian Xiaojun quickly moved to the side. He couldn't wait to stand in the flower bed and make way for the person. The person opposite them was Ho Liang. Beside him was the son of Tongren Tang's Wei Jianming. Wei Jun. Ho Liang looked at Tian Xiaojun suspiciously. He felt that this guy seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Tian Xiaojun quickly introduced himself and said, Young Master Ho, I'm Tian Xiaojun from the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. My father is Tian Sudong from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development. Ho Liang was still a bit confused. If it was the leader of a large ministry, Ho Liang would at least know the name. However, Tian Xiaojun's father was only a director. Ho Liang only felt that the name was a bit familiar, but he still couldn't place it. At this time, Wei Jun said, Liang Ji, Tian Xiaojun's father is the director of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development's XX department. Yes, yes, yes. Tian Xiaojun quickly said, Young Master Wei, we even drank together last time. Tian Xiaojun was quite envious of Wei Jun. It had to be known that Wei Jun used to be in the same circle as him, so they often interacted with each other. However, Wei Jun hugged a thick thigh. Everyone knew that he was close to Ho Liang. Ho Liang even brought Wei Jun along when he went out of Beijing. It was obvious that Wei Jun had gradually mixed into Ho Liang's circle. However, Tian Xiaojun didn't know that the main reason why Wei Jun could be accepted by Ho Liang so quickly was because he had helped Xiao Ruofei. At this time, another young man beside Ho Liang laughed and said, Liang Zi, you need to learn more. Director Tian's influence in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development isn't small. Just now, this young man had been standing behind Ho Liang, so Tian Xiaojun's line of sight was blocked. When he saw him now, he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly said, Young Master Su is also here. Today is really a good day. All of you famous people in Beijing have come to Sanshan. The young man called Young Master Su by Tian Xiaojun was called Su Zixuan. He was also close to Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruwei. Unlike Ho Liang, Su Zixuan was a standard third generation. He could be said to be famous and professional. His grandfather's generation had made great contributions in the military. Before he retired, he was a lieutenant general. With such a family background, Su Zixuan was naturally a famous person in the circle. Normally, Tian Xiaojun couldn't even curry favor with him. Ho Liang understood a little about Tian Xiaojun's situation. He nodded slightly and said, So it's Director Tian's son. Nice to meet you. Young Master doesn't deserve this title. Nice to meet you, Young Master Ho. Nice to meet you, Young Master Su. Tian Xiaojun nodded and bowed. He didn't have the arrogance he had in the box just now. As for Zhong Zixin and Xianxia, they didn't even have the qualifications to speak. In front of people like Ho Liang, these two guys didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Tian Xiaojun carefully asked, Young Master Su, Young Master Ho, it's rare for us to meet each other in Beijing. Today, we coincidentally met at Sanshan. This is definitely fate. Why don't I treat everyone to a meal tonight? Ho Liang said indifferently, Sorry, we have an appointment with a friend tonight. Let's talk about it next time. Tian Xiaojun was disappointed, but he quickly said, Okay. Then we won't disturb you. I'll be staying at Sanshan for a few more days. If you guys have time, you can find me for a drink. Young Master Wei has my number. Ho Liang didn't comment and said, Let's see how it goes. We'll go in first. Tian Xiaojun hurriedly bowed and made an inviting gesture. Young Master Ho, Young Master Su, be careful. This road isn't very smooth. It wasn't until Ho Liang and the other two walked past him that Tian Xiaojun straightened up. He looked at the backs of the three people with a trace of longing in his eyes. Zhong Zixin and Xianxia had the same expression as him. Especially Zhong Zixin. When she saw Ho Liang and Su Zixuan, she couldn't help but want to stick to them. However, she didn't have the courage, and she didn't have confidence in her appearance. Tian Xiaojun said, Let's go. Tian Xiaojun's heart skipped a beat. The first thought that popped into his mind was, these young masters in Beijing are also eyeing the Taoyuan company. The path that Ho Liang, Su Zixuan, and the others had taken led to the backyard of the one and only private room. As for what Ho Liang had said about having dinner with friends, Tian Xiaojun had subconsciously ignored it. In his opinion, it was very unusual for Ho Liang and Su Zixuan, who could be said to be the second generation of the capital, to come to the Three Mountains together. There was only one explanation, and that was that they had also noticed the terrifying ability of the Taoyuan company to make money, so they came looking for it immediately. Tian Xiaojuan's heart ached. Since he had been targeted by these men, he probably wouldn't even have a share of the soup. It seemed that this trip to the Three Mountains was for nothing. Tian Xiaojun thought in annoyance. However, since there was no way to get shares of the Taoyuan company, Tian Xiaojun immediately thought of how to get some benefits. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He didn't even have time to tell Zhong Zixin and Xianxia before he quickly chased after Ho Liang and the others. Ho Liang and the other two chatted as they walked. Wei Jun asked, "Brother Liang, we don't need to wait for Brother Jun at the door?" Ho Liang said with a smile, "Young Master Song said that they took a detour to pick up someone. Brother Jun told us to go in first when we arrived. There's no need to wait for him." "Oh." Wei Jun nodded and said, "It seems that young Master Song has a lot of friends in the Three Mountains." "That's for sure." Su Zixuan said with a smile, "Brother Rui has been in the Three Mountains for a long time. He's familiar with this place." Ho Liang said with a smile, "Brother Xian, if we're talking about the most familiar one, it's still the one we're about to meet, right? He's a native of the Three Mountains." "Haha. That's true." Su Zixuan said with a smile. At this time, Tian Xiaojun quickly caught up with them and shouted, "Young Master Su, Young Master Ho, please wait a moment." Ho Liang and the others stopped and turned around to look at Tian Xiaojun. They couldn't understand why this guy had become like a sticky candy. Tian Xiaojun smiled flatteringly and asked, "Young Master Su, Young Master Ho, may I ask, did you go to find?" At this point, Tian Xiaojun pointed at the door of the small courtyard not far away and continued, "The Taoyuan company's Xia Ruofei?" Ho Liang and the other two exchanged glances. Then, Ho Liang asked indifferently, "How do you know?" Tian Xiaojun chuckled and said, "Didn't I just come out?" Ho Liang raised his eyebrows and looked at Tian Xiaojun from head to toe. He asked, "Do you know the one inside?" Tian Xiaojun quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't misunderstand, young Master Ho. I have nothing to do with Xia Ruofei, and I'm not helping him to persuade him." Tian Xiaojun thought that Ho Liang had misunderstood that he was helping Xia Ruofei, so when he explained, his tone was very hurried. He was afraid that Ho Liang would be dissatisfied with him. He didn't know that after he said this, Ho Liang and the other two's faces suddenly changed. Ho Liang and Su Zixuan looked at each other again, then asked calmly, "So, what's the purpose of your visit?" Tian Xiaojuan's face showed a trace of awkwardness. He smiled and said, "I know that I can't hide it from young Master Ho's eyes. We are actually here for the Taoyuan company's shares." When Ho Liang heard the word shares, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. But, he still maintained his composure and asked indifferently, "Since you saw us coming, why are you here? Could it be that you want to share?" "Absolutely not. Absolutely not," Tian Xiaojun said hurriedly. He almost swore to God, "Didn't I get rejected by Xia Ruofei? So, I wanted to remind young Master Ho." Then, Tian Xiaojun hurriedly explained, "I'm definitely not underestimating your strength. It's just that I just came into contact with Xia Ruofei. How should I put it? This person doesn't understand the situation. If you rashly ask for shares, he might not accept it. I'm afraid that we have to use some methods." Ho Liang squinted his eyes and asked, "What methods do you think we should use?" Tian Xiaojuan's spirits were lifted. He smiled and said, "Young Master Ho, there are simply too many ways to deal with this kind of small company. Just give a call to any functional department, and they won't be able to continue operating. I originally wanted to let the price department teach them a lesson, but since young Master Ho and you are here, I don't need to do anything." Ho Liang nodded slowly. Su Zixuan and Wei Jun, who were beside him, looked at Tian Xiaojun as if they were looking at a dead man. Tian Xiaojun still didn't realize it. Instead, he said as if he was asking for credit, young Master Ho, according to my judgment, it's more difficult to make him submit directly. Why don't we teach him a lesson first? Then, it'll be easier to talk. Oh right. Speaking of this, Tian Xiaojun hurriedly said, this Xiao Ruofei is not only muddle-headed, but also a bit barbaric. He doesn't put us in his eyes just because he has some skills. Ho Liang's eyes gradually turned cold. He asked, so, you even fought with him? Tian Xiaojun said awkwardly, it's not considered fighting. Xianxia is the brother who was with me just now. I only pointed at him with my finger, and he almost broke my finger. If you guys come into contact with him, you have to be careful. Be careful my ass. Ho Liang suddenly raised his voice and scolded. Tian Xiaojun was stunned. Ho Liang's sudden rage caused his brain to shut down. He didn't understand why this man suddenly got angry when they were just chatting. Before Tian Xiaojun could react, he suddenly felt pain in his waist. Su Zixuan, who was standing behind him, kicked him. Tian Xiaojun was instantly kicked to the ground by Su Zixuan. He was so scared that his whole body trembled slightly. He fell to the ground and asked with a face full of fear, young Master Ho, young Master Su, I don't know what I said wrong. Please be magnanimous, and don't lower yourself to my level. Zhong Zixin and Xianxia, who were behind Tian Xiaojun, were also shocked. They knew too well the power of Ho Liang and the others. It could be said that in Beijing, if Ho Liang and the others wanted to mess with people like Tian Xiaojun, they didn't even need to do it themselves. They just needed to spread the word, and people like Tian Xiaojun would basically become homeless dogs. Xianxia, who was usually arrogant and domineering, didn't even dare to breathe loudly at this time. Seeing Tian Xiaojun being kicked down, he didn't dare to go up to help him. He just stood there with Zhong Zixin, full of fear, not knowing what to do. Ho Liang said with cold eyes, you don't know what you did wrong? Then think carefully. We'll talk about it when you figure it out. Then, Ho Liang turned to look at Zhong Zixin and Xianxia, saying, you guys come over here too. Not only did Zhong Zixin and Xianxia come over in a hurry, even Lu Zhe, who had been carefully protecting Tian Xiaojun and the others, could only walk in front of Ho Liang anxiously. Ho Liang lifted Tian Xiaojun with his foot in disgust and said, are you lying on the ground like a dead dog? Get up quickly. Tian Xiaojun hurriedly used his hands and feet to support his body and quickly stood up. Ho Liang pointed at the wall of the small courtyard in front of them and said, you guys, put your hands on your heads and squat over there. Ah? Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but cry out subconsciously. He was a deputy director-level cadre. Although his status in the circle of rich playboys was far lower than Ho Liang's, he still felt a little embarrassed by Ho Liang's actions. What ah? Su Zixuan said slowly, didn't you hear what Liang said? Or is it that our words don't work? It doesn't matter. Zhao Yongjun, Song Rue, and young Master Song will be here soon. Their words should work, right? When Tian Xiaojun heard the thunderous names of Zhao Yongjun and Song Rue, he couldn't help but tremble. He quickly said, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. After that, he didn't care about his dignity as a deputy director. He hurriedly ran to the wall of the courtyard, put his hands on his head, and squatted down facing the wall. Zhong Zixin and Xianxia naturally didn't dare to be negligent. They followed suit and squatted down. Under the gaze of Ho Liang and the others, Lu Zhe could only helplessly follow in Tian Xiaojun's footsteps. At this time, Lu Zhe felt like there were 10,000 alpacas galloping through his heart. He secretly shouted, I'm really unlucky today. What does this have to do with me? However, he couldn't even provoke Tian Xiaojun, let alone provoke Ho Liang and the others. Even Tian Xiaojun was like a mouse seeing a cat, so he could only mutter in his heart. He didn't even dare to explain. After a while, there was a row of 4 people squatting at the foot of the courtyard wall. When the hostess who was in charge of leading the way for Ho Liang and the others saw this scene, she wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh out loud. She could only try very hard to hold it in. Ho Liang also walked to the entrance of the courtyard and shouted, Brother Xia. Boss Xia. Moneybag Xia. Our brothers are at the door. Aren't you going to come out and welcome them? Su Zixuan also followed suit and shouted, Boss Xia. Your takeout is here. Open the door quickly. Wei Jun didn't dare to be so rash. He knew that Xiao Ruofei had a strong background, and he wasn't that familiar with Xiao Ruofei. If he hadn't directly helped Xiao Ruofei settle the Tong Rentang matter, he wouldn't have been able to mingle with Ho Liang and the others. Therefore, he stood somewhat cautiously beside Ho Liang and Su Zixuan, feeling a little envious in his heart. Soon, the sound of footsteps could be heard in the courtyard. The door opened, and Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Xiao Ruofei was wearing a set of Armani casual clothes. He had been practicing for a long time, so he had an otherworldly temperament and looked very handsome. Ling Qingxue, who was beside him, didn't pale in comparison. Her stunning face and invincible long legs made her a divine artifact. The two of them stood at the entrance of the courtyard like a beautiful scenery. Ho Liang and the others couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Su Zixuan was the first to react. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Brother Xia, this must be your sister-in-law. You're really a perfect match. Brother Xia, you're so lucky." Ho Liang also came back to his senses. He quickly flattered them, but his expression was a little exaggerated. It was obvious that he was joking. Ling Qingshua's pretty face turned slightly red from their flattery, but Xiao Ruofei had already cultivated a thick skin. He deliberately put on a happy expression and accepted their flattery. Xiao Ruofei saw that Wei Jun was a little unfamiliar, so he couldn't help but ask curiously, "This is?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce you." Ho Liang immediately said, "This is Wei Jun." Xiao Ruofei immediately reacted. He showed a gentle smile on his face and said, "So you're Wei Jun. Welcome to Sancheon as a guest. Thank you so much for last time." Wei Jun suddenly felt flattered. He quickly said, "Boss Xia, you're too polite." "It's nothing." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "We're all friends. You don't have to be so polite. You can just call me Brother Xia." Wei Jun felt a burst of excitement and said, "Okay, Brother Xia." Xiao Ruofei reached out and grabbed Ling Qingshua's soft hand. He smiled and said, "Let me formally introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Ling Qingxue." "Hello." Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "Welcome to Sancheon. By the way, this private restaurant is owned by Qingshue's family. Try the specialties here later." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "If you eat well, don't forget to help promote it when you go back. Who knows, we might open a branch in Beijing in the future." "So this restaurant is owned by sister-in-law's family?" Ho Liang quickly said, "The dishes are definitely good. By the way, we have a lot of friends in Sancheon. I'll introduce them to you when the time comes." "Thank you," Xiao Ruofei said. Then he asked, "Why is it just the few of you? Where's Brother Zhao? And Song Rui, that kid, where did he go?" "Oh. Young Master Song and Brother Jun are in the same car. They took a detour to pick up a friend. They should be here soon," Su Zixuan said. "Okay, let's wait inside." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's so cold outside. Don't just stand there. Come in. You're not used to the wet and cold weather in Sancheon, right?" "Yeah. Normally, the temperature here is a few degrees higher than in Beijing, but it just feels cold." Ho Liang couldn't help but shrink his neck and say, "As soon as we got off the plane, we felt it. The wind was so strong that our down jackets didn't seem to work at all. The cold air penetrated into our bones, haha." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You should come out more often. What's the point of staying in Beijing all day long?" While they were talking, there was a sudden thud from the courtyard wall next to them. It turned out that Tian Xiaojun heard Xiao Ruofei and Ho Liang chatting and joking so casually. Among them, Xiao Ruofei's status was the most honorable. He couldn't help but feel his vision go dark. In addition, he was cold and scared. After squatting for a while, his feet felt a little numb, so he accidentally leaned forward and hit his head on the courtyard wall. Lu Zhe looked up at Xiao Ruofei awkwardly and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "Get up, get up." Then he said to Ho Liang, "Liang, what's going on?" "Lu Zhe is my friend. Why is he squatting there?" Ho Liang said, "Ah," and quickly walked over. Lu Zhi was still squatting there with his face covered in dirt and didn't dare to move. He was considered a famous person in Sanshan, but it was the first time he was so embarrassed. Ho Liang quickly helped Lu Zhi up and said, "Brother, it's a misunderstanding. I really didn't know you were Ruofei's friend. Tell me, why didn't you explain yourself? I saw you with these idiots, so..." "Hey! Isn't this like a flood rushing to the Dragon King's temple? It's all my fault. Blame me, blame me." Lu Zhi hurriedly said, "Young Master Ho, I did come with Tian Chu and the others." Ho Liang couldn't help but show a trace of surprise. At this time, Xiao Ruofei came over and said, "Lu Zhi, why are you saying this? You are you, Tian Xiaojun is Tian Xiaojun. Do I have to be so unreasonable?" Ho Liang suddenly came back to his senses and said immediately, "Yes, yes, yes. Brother, it's all my fault. I let you be wronged. How about this, I'll hold a banquet for you today as an apology." "No need, no need," Lu Zhi quickly said. He was a little flattered. At the same time, he once again had an intuitive understanding of Xiao Ruofei's power. Just now, Tian Xiaojun, who was already shining in his eyes, didn't even dare to breathe when he met Ho Liang. Moreover, Ho Liang didn't even look at Tian Xiaojun. But because of Xiao Ruofei's words, Ho Liang's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. They were even more intimate than real brothers. This was too obvious. In the past, Lu Zhi only thought that Xiao Ruofei had a good relationship with Song Wei, or even with family Song. Moreover, his personality was more forthright and generous, so he was willing to make friends with Xiao Ruofei. However, in his heart, he more or less thought that Xiao Ruofei had benefited from Song Wei. After today's events, Lu Zhi finally realized that Xiao Ruofei didn't need to benefit from Song Wei at all. He was fully qualified to interact with Song Wei on an equal footing. Perhaps even Song Wei's influence wasn't as good as Xiao Ruofei's. Lu Zhi at least knew that Song Wei's identity wasn't enough for these rich playboys in Beijing to treat him like this. Ho Liang said seriously, "You have to apologize. If you're wrong, you have to admit it. I, Ho Liang, am not an unreasonable person." This? Lu Zhi's expression was difficult. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Lu Zhi, Liang Zi, let me say something. There's no need to hold a banquet to apologize so formally. We're all friends. Lu Zhi can also go in with us. Liang Zi can toast Lu Zhi when the time comes. I think that's fine. Let's do that." Ho Liang said with a smile. Lu Zhi's head was a little dizzy. He didn't dare to imagine that he would have the opportunity to drink and chat merrily with these rich playboys in Beijing. He even had Ho Liang call him brother. One had to know that this wasn't just a qualification that could be flaunted outside. It had real benefits. Not only for him, but even for his father, this was a rare opportunity. Lu Zhi felt like he was dreaming. In the end, it was Xiao Ruofei who patted Lu Zhi's shoulder with a smile and asked, "Why are you in a daze?" "I'm asking you a question." "Ah?" Lu Zhi came back to his senses and asked embarrassedly, "Am I disturbing you guys too much?" "What are you talking about?" Xiao Ruofei pretended to be angry and said, "Today was originally a small gathering of friends. My brothers from Beijing came to Sanshan to play. I didn't want to invite anyone else, but since you're here today, we're all friends. What's there to disturb about having a meal together?" Lu Zhi knew that Xiao Ruofei was helping him. He was also very touched. After all, he was the reason why Tian Xiaojun was able to find Xiao Ruofei so quickly. Although he was unwilling in his heart and was forced to do so, and he also reported the news to Xiao Ruofei in advance, objectively speaking, he played the role of an accomplice. Not only did Xiao Ruofei not blame him, but he also helped him. This was enough to convince Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi now knew about Xiao Ruofei's strength. He only helped a little when the Taoyuan company bought the Hingli building. How could he not be touched when Xiao Ruofei returned the favor like this? Lu Zhi looked deeply at Xiao Ruofei, then nodded heavily and said, "Okay, brother Xia, then I'll do as you say." Ho Liang said with a smile, "That's right." Su Zixuan and Wei Jun also gave Lu Zhi a friendly smile. Compared with the treatment Tian Xiaojun received just now, it was like heaven and hell. "It's cold outside. Let's go in," Xiao Ruofei said. At this moment, Zhao Yongjin's hearty laughter came from not far away. Why is it so lively? You're not waiting for me, are you? Xiao Ruofei had already stepped into the courtyard, but when he heard Zhao Yongjin's voice, he turned around with a smile on his face. Brother Zhao. You're late. Xiao Ruofei said, be aware that you'll drink as punishment later. No problem. Zhao Yongjin said heroically, your Zue Ba Xian is good wine. I'll take the opportunity to drink a few more cups, haha. Zhao Yongjun and the others came over. In addition to Song Rui and Lu Jian, there was also a slim girl in a light yellow short down jacket, who was Song Wei. It turned out that Zhao Yongjun and the others took a detour to pick up Song Wei. Song Wei smiled at Xiao Ruofei and said, Ruofei, I came uninvited today. Do you not welcome me? I wouldn't dare. You're a distinguished guest that I usually can't invite. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Zhao Yongjun also quickly noticed Tian Xiaojun and the other two squatting in a row by the courtyard wall, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. However, Xiao Ruofei was the host today, and Ho Liang and the others had arrived earlier. If there was anything, Ho Liang would have already handled it. Therefore, Zhao Yongjun just glanced at them and didn't ask much. When everyone met, they naturally introduced themselves to each other. The main thing was that Xiao Ruofei introduced his girlfriend, Ling Qingxue. Of course, he also introduced Lu Zhe to Zhao Yongjun and the others. Lu Zhe and Song Wei were already familiar with each other, so there was no need to introduce them. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue also knew each other. The last time they ate at Ling's private restaurant, the two girls exchanged WeChat messages. Therefore, the two of them smiled and nodded as a greeting. After some small talk, the group followed Xiao Ruofei into the private room in the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Tian Xiaojun and the other two were still squatting awkwardly facing the courtyard wall. Just now, Xiao Ruofei and the others were chatting so enthusiastically beside them, but no one paid attention to them. Except for Zhao Yongjun, who glanced at them when he arrived, everyone else seemed to treat them like air. After the lively scene of small talk, the courtyard outside became quiet. They could faintly hear the carefree laughter of Xiao Ruofei and the others in the room, which was fully heated. Tian Xiaojun and the other two squatted by the wall in the cold wind, and their hearts were filled with horror. Ho Liang and Su Zixuan were already big shots that Tian Xiaojun didn't dare to provoke even in his dreams. He didn't expect that there would be a few more behind them. Lu Jian, Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, each and every name was like thunder to Tian Xiaojuan's ears. And these people were so familiar with Xiao Ruofei, and even faintly felt that Xiao Ruofei was their center. What kind of person was this? Why hadn't he heard of him in Beijing? Tian Xiaojun also wailed in his heart. If he had known that Xiao Ruofei was so powerful, he wouldn't have dared to have any ideas about the Taoyuan company. Just the thought of it was enough to frighten him, let alone stupidly bringing his men to the Three Mountains. And not only did he come to Sanshan, but he also couldn't wait to find Xiao Ruofei through Lu Zhe. Now that he thought about it, Xiao Ruofei treated him like a clown in the room just now. His clumsy performance not only made him a laughingstock, but the words he said were like spilled water, unable to be taken back. Tian Xiaojun didn't even dare to think about what Zhao Yongjun and the others would do to him. Brother Jun, what should we do? Xiaozhe was shivering from the cold, and asked blankly. Tian Xiaojun said in annoyance, you ask me, but who should I ask? I don't even know what to do now. Brother Jun, why don't we go in and apologize, and beg for mercy? Zhong Zixin whispered. She couldn't stand it anymore. In order to look beautiful, she wore less clothes. The weather in Sanshan was very different from that in Beijing. The cold wind seemed to penetrate into her bones, and she felt that her whole body was about to be frozen. Tian Xiaojun said in annoyance, apologize now? It's too late. Let's wait and see. Let's see what kind of rules those people will come up with. Then, Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but stare at Xiaozhe and say, I told you, we are all people of status, and we shouldn't fight all the time. If you were more polite just now, we wouldn't have offended Xiao Rua. Xiao so badly. Xiaozhe opened his mouth innocently, but he didn't dare to talk back. However, he couldn't help but complain. Before they came, Tian Xiaojun said that he wanted to overwhelm Xiao Ruofei with his imposing manner. However, he had an official job, so it was inconvenient for him to be in the front line. Therefore, the task of being the main attacker fell on Xianxia. Now, Tian Xiaojun blamed Xianxia for speaking too harshly and offending Xiao Ruofei. How could Xianxia accept this, in a private room in the courtyard? The heater in the room was turned on. There were 6 people in Zhao Yongjin's group, plus Xiao Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, and Lu Zhe, and they filled up a table of 10 people. After everyone was seated, the food and wine that had been prepared long ago was served up like flowing water. Xiao Ruofei attached great importance to today's dinner. The ingredients were taoyuan vegetables. He also prepared Buddha jumps over the wall and shad. These 2 dishes were still in the process and hadn't been served yet. The wine was the best wine on the market, Zui Ba Xian. Considering that Ling Qingxue didn't drink white wine, Xiao Ruofei specially prepared semelan, which had been aged in the space for a long time. This was the new batch of wine he bought from Old West's winery when he went to Australia for the first time. Now, only half a year had passed. Not only was Old West's winery under his name, but even the Golden Oak Winery, which used to be the largest winery in the Hunter Valley, had become his property. Every time he thought of this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel emotional. Other than Song Wei and Ling Qingxue who drank semelan, everyone else poured Zui Ba Xian wine. Xiao Ruofei specially said to Song Wei, "I bought this wine from Australia. It's authentic Hunter Valley semelan, produced by an old winery with 100 years of history." Song Wei smiled and said, "Then I'll have to taste it." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "I've already bought that winery and improved the grape varieties this year. If nothing goes wrong, we should be able to produce a new grape called semelan next year. I'll leave some for everyone then." "What a nouveau riche!" Song Rui exclaimed. "You bought the whole winery without saying anything. Do you have to be so pretentious?" Zhao Yongjin also laughed and said, "Ruofei, well done. Let these country bumpkins see the dominance of the nouveau riche Xia." Song Rui immediately said, "Brother Zhao, who are you calling a country bumpkin? Who are you calling a country bumpkin? You're the country bumpkin. Your whole community is a country bumpkin." Zhao Yongjin said calmly, "Are you sure? Most of the people living in our community are generals, and at least lieutenant generals." Song Rui was suddenly at a loss for words. He really didn't dare to answer. Those old guys in the army were not to be trifled with. Seeing Xiao Ruofei's friends bickering with each other, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei also felt that it was very interesting. They couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Zhe was a little reserved, but at the same time, he looked at Xiao Ruofei with some envy. Ho Liang deliberately sat next to Lu Zhe and talked to him from time to time. After knowing that he had accidentally hurt Lu Zhe, Ho Liang had always felt guilty. Come. Let's eat some hot dishes first, then we'll drink," Xiao Ruofei said while holding his chopsticks. "But don't eat too much first. There are 2 main dishes later." Zhao Yongjin immediately said, yes. "When I was in Beijing, Ruofei bragged to me about these 2 dishes. He said that we definitely hadn't eaten them in Beijing, and that they would definitely amaze us. I'm looking forward to it," Su Zishuan said with a smile. "Brother Xia, don't brag too much. Brother Jun and Brother Rui are all experienced and knowledgeable." Xiao Ruofei said confidently, "You'll know when you try it later. Come, let's eat quickly. We haven't touched our first glass of wine yet." So everyone picked up their chopsticks and drank their first glass of wine together under Xiao Ruofei's suggestion. Even Song Wei and Ling Qingxue couldn't help but take a big sip. It was mainly because the taste of the semelan was too good. The wine had layers of rich fruity flavors, which left a lingering aftertaste. Ho Liang and Su Zishuan looked at each other and smiled. Then, Ho Liang said, "I haven't had time to ask Ruofei yet. But, we know the general situation. Ruofei can tell us himself." Xiao Ruofei put down his wine glass and said with a smile, recently, the Taoyuan company's Yuji ointment is selling like hot cakes. So, the bad guys are starting to show up. These 3 hotheads, I heard that they came from Beijing. They have their eyes on my company. When they met, they offered 1 million yuan in exchange for 51% of my company's shares. Hearing this, Zhao Yongjun slammed the cup on the table and said, "He's rebelling. Are these bastards out of their minds? They even dare to covet Ruofei's company. Liangzi, who are they?" Ho Liang said with a smile, "I'm not sure about their specific background, but the leader is a deputy director of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. I heard that his father is a director of the Ministry of Housing and Urban-Rural Development. Wei Jun, you should know him, right?" Wei Jun nodded and said, "His name is Tian Xiaojun. His father is a director of the Ministry of Housing and Urban-Rural Development. I've seen the other two a few times. One is called Zhong Zixin, and the other is called Xianxia. Their family situation is similar to Tian Xiaojuan's. I don't know much about the specifics." Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but laugh and said, F***ck. With such little power, they dare to take over Ruofei's company? I don't think they're crazy. They're F***king crazy. Song Ruwei cried out unhappily when he heard that. "Big brother Zhao, I'm eating. Can't you consider my feelings when you speak?" Everyone laughed. Xiao Ruofei also said with a smile, "Song Ruwei, take it easy. Don't eat too much when the good food is served." Song Ruwei chewed on the authentic Taoyuan spinach and said with a lisp, "Don't worry. My stomach might be full." Zhao Yongjun then said, "Ruofei, you guys eat first. I'll go out and teach them a lesson." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "No, no, no. We're cultured people. We won't use force. Besides, it's cold. Let them squat outside for a while. It's good for their brains." Zhao Yongjun was stunned, then said with a smile, "You're right. Let's let them squat outside. After we eat and drink, we'll talk." "That's right. Only can't let beautiful women and good food." Song Ruwei said as he ate, "Today, there are beautiful women and delicious food. What's the point of talking about those disappointing things? Just let those pieces of trash squat outside for a while." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Young Master Song, I recorded what you said just now. Do you want to send it to Zhuyi?" Song Ruwei suddenly stopped chewing. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Ruofei, you don't have to be so cruel, right?" Before Xiao Ruofei could say anything, Song Wei said with a smile, "I think it's necessary. Why don't I tell ye? I have to be responsible for my best friend." After Song Ruwei heard this, he quickly begged for mercy and said that he wouldn't dare to say anything else. After everyone laughed and joked around, the Buddha jumps over the wall was served. It was specially made in a small jar. Everyone had one, so they didn't have to worry about others snatching the food. At the same time, it was very hygienic. The mouth of the jar was tightly wrapped by lotus leaves, so everyone didn't feel anything at first. Xiao Ruofei, Ling Qingxue, and Song Wei, who had tasted the secret Buddha jumps over the wall, smiled and looked at everyone, but they didn't say anything. When the waiter opened the sealed lotus leaves one by one, a strong fragrance suddenly filled the room. It was the fragrance of abalone, pork trotters, flatfish, and dozens of other precious ingredients mixed together. After being refined by Xiao Ruofei's exclusive prescription, the fragrance became even more attractive. Zhao Yongjun and the others were eating and chatting. When they smelled the fragrance, they suddenly stopped and focused their attention on the jar of Buddha jumps over the wall in front of them. Xiao Ruofei picked up his chopsticks and said with a smile, "The first main dish I mentioned is here. This is the authentic secret recipe of Buddha jumps over the wall that I personally improved. In the entire Sanshan city, there are at least a few dozen restaurants that can make this dish, if not a few hundred. However, I dare say that there is only one restaurant that can make this taste. Everyone, quickly try it." Song Wei also smiled and added, "Ling Ji Private Kitchen's secret Buddha jumps over the wall is already famous. If you want to eat this dish now, you have to make a reservation a month in advance." "No way. It's so good." Ho Liang couldn't help but be speechless. Song Ruwei was a standard foodie. Just as everyone was exclaiming in surprise, he took the lead and stretched out his chopsticks towards the small jar. He picked up a piece of abalone and immediately put it in his mouth and chewed without hesitation. The Buddha jumps over the wall was sealed very well. Before the jar was opened, not only was the fragrance sealed inside, but it was also very difficult for the heat to spread out. Therefore, this piece of abalone was very hot. Song Rui first hissed, then couldn't help but want to eat more. Therefore, he endured the heat and bit down hard, letting the piece of abalone roll in his mouth to reduce the time it was in contact with his tongue as much as possible. He awkwardly ate the piece of abalone. Then, he immediately grabbed his drink and drank a big mouthful of juice. Only then did he say, "It's too delicious. This taste is simply amazing." When everyone saw Song Rui's exaggerated performance, their interest in the Buddha jumps over the wall was even stronger. Without needing Xiao Ruofei to call them, they all started to taste it. Of course, with Song Rui as an example, they were very careful when eating. After picking up an ingredient, they would blow on it a few times before putting it into their mouths. At first, their movements were still quite elegant. However, when the food entered their mouths, Su Zixuan, who was the most careful about maintaining his poise, couldn't remain calm anymore. He couldn't help but speed up the pace of his chewing. Obviously, no one was fighting with them, but they couldn't wait to eat in big mouthfuls. Including Zhao Yongjun. After eating the abalone, chicken, and pig trotters, he picked up the spoon and scooped up a mouthful of soup. After drinking a mouthful, he instantly felt a rich and fresh fragrance blossom in his mouth. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly. There were so many ingredients in the Buddha jumps over the wall, and they were meticulously processed. In the end, it was simmered for a very long time. Therefore, the essence of the ingredients had been blended into the soup. The taste of the soup was also the best. Therefore, everyone immediately switched to drinking the soup. For a moment, slurping sounds could be heard in the private room. Everyone stopped talking and focused on dealing with the small jar of Buddha jumps over the wall in front of him. If the top hedonistic sons of the capital saw Zhao Yongjun and the others eating without caring about their poise, they would definitely be taken aback. Look at how inexperienced they were. However, if they personally tasted the Buddha jumps over the wall, their performance wouldn't be any better than Zhao Yongjun and the others. After a while, everyone had basically wiped out the small jar of Buddha jumps over the wall. Song Rui, who ate the fastest, even picked up the small jar and drank the rest of the soup. Xiao Ruofei didn't finish eating before putting down his chopsticks. He picked up a towel and wiped his mouth. Then, he smiled and asked, "How is it? This dish can be considered to have entered everyone's discerning eyes, right?" "It's not just that," Ho Liang said. "I've eaten Buddha jumps over the wall before, and it was even made in a 5-star hotel. Now, I know that compared to sister-in-law's restaurant, they don't deserve to be called Buddha jumps over the wall. It's more like a ghost hitting the wall. The taste is really good." Zhao Yongjun also gave a thumbs up and said. Su Zixuan asked curiously, "Brother Xia, just now you said, this Buddha jumps over the wall was personally improved by you?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Ling Qingxue said, "After Ruofei's improvement, there are some differences from the traditional Buddha jumps over the wall. The taste is also much better than the traditional Buddha jumps over the wall. Also, there are some Chinese medicinal herbs added in, which are very good for health." "What?" Lu Jian couldn't help but exclaim, "There are Chinese medicinal herbs added in? Why can't I smell any medicinal herbs at all?" Xiao Ruofei used his chopsticks to take out the Chinese medicinal herbs from the jar. He smiled and said, "Here. There should be some in everyone's jars. There are Chinese medicinal herbs added in. As for why there isn't any medicinal smell, this is more advanced technology, so I won't explain in detail." Ha ha ha, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Lu Jian also joined in the fun and said, "Brother Xia, you gave us advanced technology for the first dish. Then, wouldn't the next dish be some extraterrestrial civilization?" Xiao Ruofei pretended to smile mysteriously and said, "There isn't any extraterrestrial civilization, but it definitely won't be worse than this Buddha jumps over the wall. Also, this is a new dish. In the future, Ling's private kitchen will have 2 signature dishes." When Song Wei heard this, he couldn't help but be interested. She had eaten Buddha jumps over the wall before. Although she was still impressed by the taste when she tasted it again, she wasn't as surprised as Zhao Yongjun and the others. The new dish that Xiao Ruofei mentioned made her look forward to it even more. "Then, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and serve it." The foodie Song Rui couldn't wait any longer. "What's the hurry?" Xiao Ruofei said calmly, "The dish just now was a bit greasy." Let's eat something light first, then drink some wine. Good food has to be done step by step. Otherwise, no matter how delicious the food is, it won't be able to achieve the desired effect. Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "Alright, you're still keeping us in suspense. Alright. We'll follow the host's wishes. Then, I'll toast to Ruofei first." "Alright." Xiao Ruofei raised his wine glass and said, "Brother Zhao, cheers." "Cheers." The two of them lightly clinked their glasses on the edge of the table, then raised their heads and drank the white wine in their glasses. Good wine. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but praise again. His personality was like his father, General Zhao Cheng. Also, he grew up in the military compound, so he had no resistance to top-notch white wine like Zui Baxian. After drinking a glass, Zhao Yongjun immediately poured another glass and took the initiative to drink with Song Rui. Song Wei also raised her glass of semelon and said with a smile, "Ruofei, Xianxia, then I'll toast to both of you." "Alright." Xiao Ruofei smiled as he poured himself more wine and said, "Oh right, I still have something I need your help with." He was thinking of the ancient tomb that Song Wei had excavated the last time. It was extremely likely that there was a world stone there. He had wanted to mention it to Song Wei a few times before, but he had been busy all this time, so he had delayed it until now. "Oh?" Song Wei said, "Tell me about it. No matter what it is, I'll do my best to help." Xiao Ruofei was Song Wei's savior. Song Wei had always been grateful to Xiao Ruofei. She even faintly had some feelings for Xiao Ruofei, but in front of Ling Qingxue, she had been very good at hiding it. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "I'll talk to you alone after we come down." A trace of shyness surfaced in Song Wei's heart. At the same time, she felt a little guilty and quickly glanced at Ling Qingxue. After seeing that Ling Qingshue's expression was normal, she let out a sigh of relief and said, "Alright then, call me when the time comes." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Okay. Come on, let's drink." Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue clinked glasses with Song Wei. Everyone drank together. After a while, the steamed shad was finally served. 3 waiters each carried a plate and walked into the private room. Xiao Ruofei looked and said with a smile, "The new dish is here. Comrades, prepare your compliments." Zhao Yongjun and the others, who were drinking and chatting, heard this and immediately turned their heads to look. Song Rui looked and said with some disappointment, "So the main dish you were talking about is the fish. And the fish aren't big. Although there are 3 at once, it's not a lot." Xiao Ruofei smiled mischievously and said, "It seems that young Master Song doesn't like this steamed fish. How about this, you let me have your share?" Song Rui suddenly said with vigilance, "No way." Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "It seems that Song Rui isn't stupid. For Ruofei to recommend it to everyone so seriously, it definitely isn't an ordinary fish. Ruofei, I didn't guess wrongly, right?" Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Brother Zhao's eyes are sharp." Because he was worried that there wouldn't be enough, Xiao Ruofei brought 3 shad at once and let Suyu steam them together. The waiters placed the steamed shad on the table. Everyone naturally focused their attention on the 3 fish. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and asked the waiters to divide the 3 fish, trying to give everyone a similar amount. So the 3 plates of fish that were served for a short while were brought to the side by the waiters. The waiters quickly divided the 3 steamed shad into 10 portions and placed them on small plates. Then, they gave everyone a portion. "Try it," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Song Rui picked up his chopsticks and said with some disdain, "Ruofei, why didn't you remove the fish scales? Your chef must be slacking off." After that, he was ready to remove the fish scales and throw them away. Xiao Ruofei saw this and quickly shouted, "Hey! That's the most delicious part. Don't mess around if you don't know anything." "What? Eating fish scales?" Song Rui was stunned. "Look at how you haven't seen the world." Xiao Ruofei said. "Well, it's delicious." Xiao Ruofei gave Ling Qingxue a thumbs up and said, "Sure enough, Uncle Su's cooking is authentic. Qingxue, try it." When everyone saw Xiao Ruofei's slightly exaggerated look, they couldn't help but have a strong interest in the plate of fish in front of them. Only Zhao Yongjin's eyes didn't fall on the fish, but looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked uncertainly, Ruofei, this fish. Could it be the legendary Yangtze River shad? Zhao Yongjin was well informed, at least he knew about the Yangtze River shad, and he had tasted the artificially farmed American shad that was sold at a very high price on the market. The two kinds of shad were close relatives, and their appearance was relatively similar, so when it was served, Zhao Yongjin felt that it was somewhat familiar. In addition, Xiao Ruofei had especially emphasized the delicious taste of the fish scales. Zhao Yongjin vaguely remembered that this seemed to be a distinctive feature of the shad, so he couldn't help but ask. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, Brother Zhao is really well informed. Unlike some comrades, who talk about delicious food so clearly and logically, but in fact, they are just pure foodies. Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui were the most familiar with each other, so he didn't hold back when he ridiculed him. Anyway, the two of them were so close that no matter how much he joked, it was impossible for them to fall out. Song Rui's face was gloomy, but Zhao Yongjin was shocked. He asked in surprise, is it really the Yangtze River shad? I heard that this kind of fish is almost extinct. You actually served 3 at once. Oh my god. That's so generous. Speaking of this, Zhao Yongjin immediately patted his forehead and said, that's not right. That's not right. You just said that this would be the new signature dish of sister-in-law's restaurant, which means that the supply of ingredients is definitely not a problem. Since when can Yangtze River shad be supplied in batches? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Brother Zhao is really worthy of being from the army. Your thinking is so meticulous. Don't keep us in suspense. Zhao Yongjin said with a wry smile, tell us, what's going on? Ho Liang was even more confused. He said, Brother Jun, don't keep us in suspense. What is the Yangtze River herring that you're talking about? Why haven't I heard of it? Zhao Yongjin said, I don't know much about it, but I know that this kind of fish lives near the estuary of the Yangtze River. Every year at a fixed time, it will flow up the estuary of the river to ovulate. That's why it's called herring. But in the past 20 to 30 years, due to overfishing and environmental damage, the Yangtze River shad has basically gone extinct. After Zhao Yongjin's introduction, Ho Liang and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that these 3 average-looking fish would have such a great background and be so precious. Ruofei, is this really a Yangtze River herring? Song Rui couldn't stay calm anymore. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, Brothers, I won't keep you in suspense. This is indeed a Yangtze River shad, but it's not as rare as Brother Zhao said, because our Taoyuan company has developed the technology to artificially cultivate Yangtze River shad in the wild. Today's shad is the first batch of products from our shad cultivation workshop to be put on the market. Artificial breeding? Zhao Yongjin couldn't help but exclaim, how is that possible? The Yangtze River shad is famous for being timid, and as far as I know, there were state agencies that tried to artificially cultivate Yangtze River shad more than 10 years ago. Of course, they did it to protect the species. But without exception, they all failed. Reproduction is a big problem, and it's basically impossible to solve. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, we have solved the technical problem, so although the output will not be particularly large in the future, we can basically guarantee a continuous supply of pure Yangtze River shad. Moreover, our fry are the most authentic Yangtze River shad, and the bloodline is quite pure. Zhao Yongjin gave a thumbs up and said, that's really amazing, everyone, don't just listen to the story. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, this steamed shad cools quickly. If you don't eat it soon, the taste won't be as good. As soon as Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, everyone immediately picked up their chopsticks and reached out to the small plates in front of them expectantly. Even the elegant Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, who had already tasted the shad, were no exception. For a moment, the private room became very quiet, and only the sound of everyone chewing could be heard. Xiao Ruofei also calmly put the fresh and tender fish meat into his mouth. He was not worried about the shad's attractiveness at all. He believed that the shad, one of the famous 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River, would definitely capture the pickiest gluttons, and Zhao Yongjin and the others would not be an exception. Sure enough, everyone did not speak because their mouths were too busy and they had no time to talk at all. When the shad and the small plates in front of them were finished, Zhao Yongjin and the others, who were still full of interest, began to praise the shad. In particular, the gelatinous fish scales were even more popular. They had never heard that fish scales could not only be eaten, but also be so delicious, even more delicious than fish meat. Su Zishuan could not help but lament, "Ruofei, this time we came to the Three Mountains and tasted such delicious food. When we return to the capital, I'm afraid that the so-called delicacies in the star hotels and high-end clubs will taste like wax." "That's true." Zhao Yongjun was also amused. "Tell me, should we thank Ruofei? Or should we blame him for spoiling our appetites? So I did something bad with good intentions?" Xiao Ruofei's innocent expression immediately caused everyone to laugh knowingly. However, Song Rui's concern was obviously not the same as everyone else's. He asked, "Ruofei, is it possible to buy the shad from the Taoyuan company in the capital? I want to take Yi to try the shad." When the dish was first served, Song Rui was a little disappointed. However, as a natural foodie, he was also the first to be conquered by this delicacy. Not only that, he was also concerned about whether his Yi could eat this dish. Song Rui's question was obviously what everyone wanted to ask. Everyone's eyes gathered on Xiao Ruofei's face. On the other hand, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue didn't seem to care. Ling Qingxue could eat it whenever she wanted to, and Song Wei was mainly active in Sanshan. As long as Ling's restaurant sold the Yangtze River shad, it wouldn't be difficult for her to eat it if she wanted to. Xiao Ruofei said, "We're still communicating with the distributors. In general, other than the Sanshan market reserving a portion and Ling's restaurant guaranteeing the supply every month, there should be a portion that will be sold nationwide. In theory, you can also buy it in the capital, but there might not be a lot." When Xiao Ruofei said this, everyone immediately felt relieved. As long as it was sold in the capital, it didn't matter how much it was sold. If they really wanted to buy it, there would definitely be a way. Zhao Yongjun thought about it and said with a smile, "Why are you still looking for a channel? If we work together, your goods can be sold in the capital tomorrow." "That's right. Such a good shad, you definitely won't have to worry about sales." Ho Liang also said. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I won't trouble you with such a small matter. If you really want to eat the shad, you can contact me at any time. I'll get someone to send it over." Then he explained the quick frozen transportation of the shad, the need to promote it on the internet, and some considerations of the Taoyuan company's expansion of the brand. The main reason was that he didn't want Zhao Yongjun and the others to misunderstand. After Ho Liang heard this, he said, "Brother Xia, I don't dare to say anything else, but I can still help with the promotion. It's not difficult to promote it on the internet, and I can also contact a few TV stations to do some interviews. It's an online and offline collaboration." Xiao Ruofei was also interested when he heard this. Although the mobile internet was very developed and the traditional media was declining, the national TV stations and the satellite TV stations in the provinces and cities were still very influential. And the advantage of the traditional media was credibility. Compared with the mixed good and bad information on the internet, everyone had long developed a habit. Subconsciously, they would trust the information on TV, radio, and newspapers. If they could coordinate with the TV stations to participate in the promotion, the effect would be much better. "I think Liang Zi's idea is good," Zhao Yongjun immediately said. "Like Beijing Satellite TV, Shenzhen Satellite TV, and so on, their influence is still very big. And Liang Zi, it's not difficult to coordinate. Then I'll have to trouble Liang Zi to help me ask." Xiao Ruofei didn't hold back and said with a smile, "I don't know much about the specific work. I'll ask our company's marketing director to contact you later." "No problem. Leave it to me," Ho Liang said straightforwardly. This group of foppish young masters were very reserved in front of outsiders, but in front of Xiao Ruofei, they would not do the same thing as speaking 3 parts of a sentence. Ho Liang directly took charge of everything. Of course, he also had the ability, so he didn't have to worry about messing things up. Lu Zhe was on the side. When he saw Xiao Ruofei and Ho Liang finalizing such a big thing while talking and laughing, he couldn't help but be envious. In the past, he was doing well in Sanshan City, but compared with Ho Liang and the others, his scope was much smaller. At the same time, his gratitude to Xiao Ruofei in his heart was even stronger. To be able to participate in such a meal and meet Ho Liang, Zhao Yongjun, and the others was undoubtedly a very big opportunity for him. Wei Jun had been a little reserved. When Xiao Ruofei and the others finished talking about this matter, he asked curiously, "Brother Xia, this Yangtze River shed should be very expensive, right?" Xiao Ruofei said calmly, "Our initial price is 3,888 yuan per caddy. I think there should be a lot of people who can afford it, because the size of the shad isn't very big, like today's, it's about 2 caddies." Ho Liang calculated in his heart and said, "So, tonight's dish cost more than 20,000 yuan?" Song Rui looked at Ho Liang with some contempt and said, "That's the supply price of the shad. Don't tell me the hotel doesn't make money? I think it's possible to double it. Tonight's dish cost us 40,000 to 50,000 yuan?" Su Zixuan couldn't help but be a little speechless. For Su Zixuan and the others, it was normal to eat tens of thousands of yuan for a meal. Sometimes, a bottle of wine would cost hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, but that was for showing off. If it was just a dish that cost 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, it sounded a little scary. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "We're all brothers. How vulgar is it to talk about money when eating together? Plus, that's the supply price. In reality, our cost isn't that high. No matter what, if we eat at the hotel, we'll have to spend that amount." Su Zixuan said, "Brother Xia is too generous. This standard of hospitality is even higher than a state banquet." There were quite a few of these guys who had eaten at state banquets before. "Brother Xia, you're brilliant." Ho Liang and the others chimed in. Come, let's toast to Ruofei." Zhao Yongjun chuckled and raised his wine glass. "To his hospitality, cheers." Actually, he hadn't drunk for a while, and his gluttonous bug was getting restless. It wasn't easy for him to find an excuse, so he immediately raised his glass of wine. After tasting the 2 main dishes, the lighter vegetables were served, followed by the sweet soup, desserts, fruits. Lingji Private Kitchen was a high-end restaurant, and the ingredients of these dishes were all top-notch. The appearance was also quite good. Even this group of well-informed rich people in Beijing couldn't help but praise it. Ho Liang even kept urging Ling Qingxue to open a branch in Beijing as soon as possible. One could imagine that if Lingji Private Kitchen really opened a branch in Beijing, the number of customers that Ho Liang and the others could bring would be enough to keep them busy. If Xiao Ruofei's girlfriend opened a branch in Beijing, wouldn't this group of guys go all out to support her? Ling Qingxue was also a little tempted. She said that she would suggest to her father that it be put on the agenda as soon as possible. After eating and drinking to their fill, Zhao Yongjun took the lead and suggested, "Brothers, let's eat and drink well, right? Why don't we go out and take a look at those guys?" "Sure. Let's order some after-meal games to help with digestion." "That makes sense. Brother Xia and sister-in-law treated us so well that I'm a little full." This group of people were all fearless. In Beijing, they were famous for not being stingy. Now that they were in Sanshan, they were even bolder, so they were all eager to try out Zhao Yongjun's suggestion. Xiao Ruofei said, "Then let's go out and take a look. But I still say the same thing. If we can avoid violence, then don't. We're all cultured people. Let's go." Zhao Yongjun stood up and took the lead to walk out. By the courtyard wall, Tian Xiaojun and the others were about to lose all hope. Their bodies were cold from head to toe, and they were about to turn into popsicles. However, Zhao Yongjun and the others were too intimidating. They didn't dare to leave, so they could only squat there anxiously. When he heard the courtyard door creak, Tian Xiaojun turned his head helplessly to take a look. The courtyard door had creaked many times that night, but it was always the waiters who came in and out to serve the dishes. At first, Tian Xiaojun looked over with anticipation, but now he was a little numb. When he saw the tall Zhao Yongjun walk out of the courtyard and walk straight towards them, Tian Xiaojun was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted, and a trace of anticipation welled up in his heart. At the same time, he was very nervous. He didn't know how Zhao Yongjun and the others would deal with him. Seeing that Zhong Zixin and Xia Shi were still squatting there in a daze, Tian Xiaojun hurriedly pushed them. At this time, Zhao Yongjun and the others had already walked in front of Tian Xiaojun and the others, forming a semicircle behind the 3 of them. Tian Xiaojun tried hard to squeeze out a flattering smile. He raised his head and said, "Young Master Zhao. Hello. Tian Xiaojun quickly nodded and said, yes, young Master Zhao, I am Tian Xiaojun. Zhao Yongjun and the others didn't say anything. Although Tian Xiaojun's legs were numb, he still didn't dare to stand up. Zhao Yongjun mockingly looked at Tian Xiaojun and faintly said, I heard that you're pretty gutsy. You even dared to rob my brother Zhao Yongjun's company shares. Tian Xiaojun trembled and quickly said, young Master Zhao, we were blind. I really didn't know that, Xia. Xia Xiao is your brother. Ruofei isn't our brother, so you can rob his company shares? Zhao Yongjun narrowed his eyes and said, it seems that you have done this a lot in the past. No. I wouldn't dare. Tian Xiaojun said anxiously, this is the first time. If it were someone else, Tian Xiaojun might have defended himself and said that he just made a mistake in the valuation of the Taoyuan company. But in front of the famous Zhao Yongjun, he didn't dare to say such a weak excuse, so he just admitted it. The only thing he could do was pray that Zhao Yongjun and the others wouldn't make him too miserable. It was basically impossible for him to escape unscathed. Tell me. How do you want to solve this? Zhao Yongjun looked down at Tian Xiaojun and asked, you came all the way from Beijing to rob my brother's family property, and you even threatened him. You can't just let this go, right? Tian Xiaojun said with a sad face, young Master Zhao, we didn't do it properly. We will apologize to Xia Xiao. Apologize? Zhao Yongjun curled his lips and then said a line from a popular idol drama, if apologies were useful, why would we need the police? Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but be stunned and asked weakly, Then how do you want to solve this? As long as I, Tian Xiaojun, can do it, I won't even frown. He was rather straightforward. Since he had already admitted defeat, he might as well draw a line. If he really couldn't do it, he would just leave the 50 kilograms here. Don't talk to me about these useless things. Zhao Yongjun scolded. Why are you pretending to be someone important in front of me? When I was fighting with the people of the marine compound, you were still peeing in some corner of the city. Lu Jia, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but reveal a trace of embarrassment. According to the time when Zhao Yongjun lived in the courtyard, Tian Xiaojun most likely lived with his father in this corner of Sanshan. Xia Ruofei didn't know much about Tian Xiaojun's background. He, Song Rui, Ho Liang, and the others all wore relaxed smiles as they watched from the side. Zhao Yongjun was the most powerful person in the group. It was most appropriate for him to come forward and deal with Tian Xiaojun and the others. Tian Xiaojun was so scared by Zhao Yongjun that he was trembling all over. Zhong Zixin, who was at the side, was even more unbearable. She pouted and cried. The heavy makeup on her face was washed away by her tears, and her face was smeared all over. Zhao Yongjun frowned and said, What are you crying for? People who don't know will think that I did something to you. My taste isn't that bad. Zhong Zixin quickly stopped crying. She lowered her head in shock and fear. This trip to Sanshan was like a nightmare for her. That's enough. Get up and talk. Xia Ruofei couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped out and spoke. Tian Xiaojun froze for a moment and subconsciously looked at Zhao Yongjun. Zhao Yongjun snappily said, Don't you have ears? Didn't you hear my brother tell you to get up? Or do you like to keep squatting? No. Tian Xiaojun quickly said. Then, they immediately stood up. However, their legs were already numb from squatting for so long. They couldn't help but stagger when they suddenly stood up. Tian Xiaojun quickly held on to the courtyard wall. He looked as pathetic as he could be. Zhao Yongjun curled his lips and said, Ruofei, you're too soft-hearted. If we don't teach these kinds of people a lesson, they won't learn from it. Song Rui completely supported Zhao Yongjun this time. He also said, Yeah. Ruofei, we're doing a good thing. If we don't discipline these kinds of people, sooner or later they'll be in trouble. I think their father should send us a letter of thanks. Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Rui and said, Do you want me to make you a silk banner? Song Rui beamed and said, That's not bad. I'll hang it in the office. Go to hell. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded him. Then, he walked in front of Tian Xiaojun and the other two people who were cowering and said lightly, Deputy Director Tian, I wouldn't dare. Tian Xiaojun lowered his head and said humbly, Xia Xiao, you can just call me by my name. Previously, when Xiao Ruofei called Tian Xiaojun Deputy Director Tian in the small courtyard box, Tian Xiaojun was unhappy. He thought that Xiao Ruofei was deliberately not giving him face, because according to the unspoken rules of officialdom, he should at least be called Director Tian. The word deputy would only appear in official documents. However, the same person, the same name, now made Tian Xiaojun feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He felt that he couldn't bear it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Tian Xiaojun, did you understand what Brother Zhao said just now? Tian Xiaojun put on a pitiful look and said, Xia Xiao, we really didn't mean to offend you. We really didn't recognize Mount Tai. But we offended Xia Xiao, so we really should apologize. Zhao Yongjun stared at him. Tian Xiaojun was scared and quickly said, compensate. We will compensate. Say it clearly. How much? How will you compensate? Zhao Yongjun said impatiently. 20. No. 300,000. Tian Xiaojun said painfully. This time, they really suffered a double loss. They didn't get any benefits, but they also got themselves into trouble. They lost a sum of money for no reason. They were really unlucky. Tian Xiaojun and the other two people weren't the children of rich families. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so unsightly in the Taoyuan company. What's more, even if their parents had a lot of unknown wealth, they didn't dare to spend it freely. So, 300,000 was already a big number for Tian Xiaojun and the others. Zhong Zixin, who was listening to the side, couldn't help but feel heartache. This money was definitely going to be split among the three of them. She and Xiaxia might have to pay a little more. She knew Tian Xiaojun's character very well. After Ho Liang heard it, he couldn't help but scold, Tian Xiaojun, do you think we're beggars? 300,000. You really have the nerve to say it. Su Zixuan said with disdain. Their dinner tonight, if they counted the Zui Ba Xian liquor, would be worth more than 100,000. Tian Xiaojun made such a big mistake, but he only had to pay 300,000. This made Ho Liang and the others feel insulted. Could it be that this was the result of a group of people acting together? Zhao Yongjun also said coldly, Tian Xiaojun, you mean? Me, Song Rui, Lu Jian, Ho Liang, Su Zixuan, Wei Jun, and my brother Ruofei, all of us added together are only worth 300,000? Every time Zhao Yongjun said a name, Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but tremble. Among these names, except for Wei Jun and Xiao Ruofei, none of the others were people he could afford to offend. In fact, in Tian Xiaojun's mind, Xiao Ruofei was the most terrifying one. Because the people he couldn't afford to offend all had a good relationship with Xiao Ruofei. They even faintly revolved around Xiao Ruofei. Young Master Zhao. Xia Xiao. We really don't have money. Tian Xiaojun said with a sad face. If you don't have money, then why did you learn to invest like others? Zhao Yongjun said mercilessly, if you don't have money, then why did you swagger to Sanshan? We can pull together, at most, we can take out 450,000. Tian Xiaojun clenched his teeth and said, young Master Zhao, this is really the limit of our ability. In fact, if he asked his family, not to mention 400,000, even 4 million would be enough. But Tian Xiaojun didn't dare to. If he couldn't settle this matter today, he would be beaten to death by his father when he went back. No matter how rich his family was, he didn't dare to reveal anything tonight. The 450,000 he said was all legal income. As for his family's gray income, if a little bit was revealed tonight, it could be a disaster. Because Tian Xiaojun couldn't confirm the real purpose of Zhao Yongjun and the others. What if they wanted to kill him? Then wouldn't the money be the evidence delivered to his door? Xiao Ruofei didn't care about this money at all. 300,000, 400,000, or even 5 million was just a string of numbers to him. After several auctions that were worth tens of millions, and the jade skin ointment's revenue was over 100 million, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't even bat an eyelid when this money was placed in front of him. But he was the same as Zhao Yongjun and the others. He didn't want to let Tian Xiaojun and the others off so easily. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, then said lightly, Deputy Director Tian, aren't you being a little insincere? In the private room this evening, you said that you wanted to take out 1 million to invest in our Taoyuan company. Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but feel bitter. If they could really get 51% of the Taoyuan company's shares, then they would naturally have 1 million, but they would definitely have to scrape it together, or ask for help from their family. But now, they weren't buying shares with money. This was compensation. Could it be that they would owe a huge debt because of this? Zhao Yongjun stared and said, that's right. Could it be that you didn't even want to give us 1 million at that time, and just wanted to take the Taoyuan company's shares by force? No, no. Tian Xiaojun quickly said, this is definitely something that we have to give, but, if we reach an agreement, we have to borrow money, Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, then borrow it. He glanced coldly at Tian Xiaojun and said, since you dared to use 1 million to take 51% of my shares, then you should be mentally prepared for this 1 million to go down the drain. 1 million to let them go? Zhao Yongjun looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, isn't this too easy for them? Tian Xiaojun wailed in his heart. This was too easy? 1 million was enough for him to live freely for a year. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Zhao, don't force them into a dead end. Tian Xiaojun and the other two wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Asking for 1 million right off the bat? What if he didn't? Would the three of them have to go bankrupt? Zhao Yongjun shrugged and said, don't explain. You're just too soft-hearted. Xiao Ruofei laughed and looked at Tian Xiaojun again. He said, Deputy Director Tian, have you thought about it? Do you want to settle this with 1 million, or do you want Brother Zhao and the others to use our own methods to solve this? Tian Xiaojun couldn't help but tremble. He didn't even discuss it with Zhong Zixin and Xiaxia. He quickly said, okay. 1 million it is. Take it as our apology to Xia Xiao. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I don't want this 1 million. Our Taoyuan company has a charity fund. You have 3 days to anonymously donate this money to our charity fund, and you have to ensure that the money came from a clean source. Can you do it? Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't let people talk about it for 1 million. Previously, Tang Etian from Australia donated $10 million to thank Xiao Ruofei for curing Tang Hauran. He set up a charity fund in the Taoyuan company. Now that he received $1 million in the name of the charity fund, there was naturally no problem at all. Moreover, the accounts of the charity fund were public. In addition to the normal operating costs, most of the donations would be used for charity. It could be considered as washing away some of the sins of Tian Xiaojun and the others. Tian Xiaojun felt as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out. He was so distressed that he gritted his teeth. However, Tian Xiaojun didn't dare to neglect Xiao Ruofei's question. He quickly replied, no problem. No problem. We'll raise the money tomorrow. We'll definitely transfer the money on time. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, that's good. This is my first condition. Second. Tian Xiaojun's face turned pale. He thought that $1 million could buy peace. He didn't expect that this was only the first condition. What about the other conditions? Do you want to let me live? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, don't worry. There are only 2 conditions, and the second one shouldn't be difficult for you. Tian Xiaojun breathed a sigh of relief and said awkwardly, Xia Xiao, please speak. Xiao Ruofei said faintly, the second condition is. After you go back, publicize what happened today in the circle. I don't want any flies and mosquitoes to come over after smelling the scent of money. In front of Tian Xiaojun and the others, he said that they were disgusting flies and mosquitoes. Tian Xiaojun and the others had to listen obediently. This was strength. Not only did they fail to act tough, but they also got hammered instead. Although 1 million yuan made Tian Xiaojun and the rest feel their hearts ache, it was not enough to hurt them. However, they cared about their reputation the most in this circle. Besides, if they had to spread the news, it would be worse than killing them. Xiao Ruofei knew the psychology of these rich kids like the back of his hand. He stared at Tian Xiaojun and said, is it necessary to make things so difficult for us? Tian Xiaojun said with a long face, Xia Xiao, we. Can you change your condition? Or, can we increase the price? If they really could not do it, they could ask their families for help. Even if they had to fork out 1 million yuan, it would not be a problem. However, to have them spread the news in the circle was really hard for them to accept. Xiao Ruofei frowned and said, Tian Xiaojun, is your brain frozen? You are actually bargaining with me? Tian Xiaojun quickly said, I wouldn't dare, Xia Xiao, I've said it very clearly. I don't want something like this to happen again in the future. Xiao Ruofei said in a harsh tone, you don't think I'm so bored that I'll deliberately slap your faces, do you? No. I definitely don't mean that. Tian Xiaojun said in fear. Let me put it this way. Xiao Ruofei said, this matter definitely needs to be spread. However, there's no need to trouble two people for the same thing. Since it's you guys who caused this trouble, I'll let you guys deal with it. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei's eyes turned cold. He glanced at Tian Xiaojun and continued, if you guys really don't want to do it, then let Brother Zhao and the rest go back and spread the word. It's not a big deal. However, today's matter won't be so easy to get over. Tian Xiaojun's heart trembled. He quickly said, Xia Xiao, there's no need to trouble Master Zhao and the rest with such a small matter. When we go back, we'll definitely inform our friends and let them spread the news. I guarantee that nothing like this will happen again in the future. He finally understood the situation. This matter was not something he could hide even if he wanted to. If Zhao Yongjun and the others wanted to spread a word in the capital's hedonistic circle, it would be 100 times easier than Tian Xiaojun. Moreover, as long as Zhao Yongjun was willing, he could let this news spread throughout the capital overnight. There was no point in the three of them hiding it. Instead, they would offend Xiao Ruofei for no reason. Originally, the matter was about to be settled. If Xiao Ruofei was offended because of this matter, then the loss would outweigh the gain. As for face, that was, of course, very important. However, in a situation where he clearly knew that he couldn't save his face, he still wanted to save it. That wasn't just stupid, it was simply brain damaged. Xiao Ruofei revealed a satisfied smile and gently nodded, as long as the two of you can do these two things, I'll forget about today's matter. Tian Xiaojun said gratefully, thank you, Xia Xiao. Thank you. Thank you for your magnanimity. Thank you, Zhong Zixin and Xianxia also repeatedly thanked him. The two of them were also scared out of their wits. Especially Xianxia, who was the most arrogant before, he didn't even dare to look at Xiao Ruofei. As long as Xiao Ruofei looked at him, he would immediately lower his head guiltily. Go. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Tian Xiaojun and the other two hurriedly bowed to Xiao Ruofei as if they had been pardoned. Then, they nodded and bowed to Zhao Yongjun and the others before running away like stray dogs. When they left, Tian Xiaojun also saw Lu Zhi standing in the crowd. His mood was extremely complicated. He knew very well that after tonight, Lu Zhi would be on a higher branch. He didn't dare to say anything else, but at least he wouldn't dare to order Lu Zhi around anymore. And after today's matter, no matter how much resentment he had in his heart, he wouldn't dare to vent it on Lu Zhi. He had seen how Ho Liang put his arm around Lu Zhi's shoulder and called him brother. After Tian Xiaojun and the others left, Xiao Ruofei and the others also prepared to go back. Everyone came to the entrance of Lingji private kitchen. Lu Zhi took the lead and said, Brother Xia, brothers, I'll go back first. Everyone should be in Sanshan for the next few days, right? I hope you can give me a chance tomorrow to be a good host. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and said, Lu Zhi is much more familiar with Sanshan than I am. When the time comes, let's ask him to be our guide. Lu Zhi knew that Xiao Ruofei was helping him. While he was extremely grateful, he also quickly said, yes. I'm very familiar with the places to eat, drink, and have fun. Zhao Yongjun and the others naturally gave face to Xiao Ruofei, so they all said that this was a good idea and expressed their gratitude to Lu Zhi. When Lu Zhi left, he felt like he was stepping on cotton. It wasn't because he drank too much tonight, but because this experience was too dreamy. Just now, when Xiao Ruofei and the others were dealing with Tian Xiaojun, Lu Zhi quietly asked Song Wei about Zhao Yongjun and the others' backgrounds were much more powerful than he had imagined. Whether it was Master Song, General Zhao Chun, or the elders of the other people, their names were like thunder to Lu Zhi's ears. He was afraid that if he went back and told his father, he would be shocked. Of course, the biggest possibility was that it would be a surprise. This kind of opportunity wasn't something that could be casually encountered and grasped. After Lu Zhe left, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, I'll arrange for you to stay in the farm's guest house tonight. Don't mind it." "What are you talking about?" Zhao Yongjun said, "Who dares to mind my brother's farm?" "That's right. I think this is the best arrangement." Su Zishuan also smiled and said, "You can stay anywhere in a hotel. Since we're in Sanshan, it's more interesting to stay on the farm." Xiao Ruofei smiled and looked at Song Rui and asked, "What are your arrangements? Are you coming with us or going back to your own home?" Previously, when Song Rui came to Sanshan to work, he worked in the family Song's company. His family also bought him a high-end apartment in Sanshan. Song Rui said without hesitation, "Of course we're going to Taoyuan farm." "Ruofei, I came with Brother Zhao and the others. I'm also a guest. You can't just leave me alone, right? If you want to go, then go. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Xiao Ruofei said mercilessly, "Aren't you just worried that we'll eat all the delicious food?" Seeing that his thoughts were exposed by Xiao Ruofei, Song Rui didn't feel embarrassed. He just smiled and said, "Anyway, I'm relying on you." Xiao Ruofei pretended to be scared. He looked around and said, "Don't get me into trouble. My sexual orientation is normal. Besides, my wife is here." Song Wei and Ling Qingxue suddenly pursed their lips and laughed. "Nonsense. My sexual orientation is normal too." Song Rui said, "I think you're the one who's trying to get me into trouble." "Song Wei, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. If he spreads it to Yi, then I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River." Song Wei held back his laughter and said seriously, "In the spirit of being responsible for my best friend, I'll tell her what I've seen and heard. How she decides is her own business, don't." Song Rui quickly said, "I'm still your uncle, right? Isn't what you're doing considered treason?" It would have been better if Song Rui hadn't mentioned it. Once he did, Song Wei smiled mischievously and said, "Yes. We're in different generations." "You just found out?" Song Rui said proudly. Unexpectedly, Song Wei changed the topic and said leisurely, "So, you're also Yi's uncle? Yi and I are the best sisters." "Uncle Song Rui, if you and Yi were to be together, would that be considered messy?" "What?" Song Wei was a girl after all. She was thin-skinned and couldn't say those two words. She could only blush and muddle through it. However, the meaning was clear. Song Rui's hair stood on end when he heard it. He quickly said, "It's my fault, it's my fault. Don't call me Uncle Song Rui. I'll call you Grandaunt, okay? Miss Song, don't be naughty. This is related to my lifelong happiness." Seeing Song Rui's shocked expression, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny. Of course, he knew that Song Rui was also acting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an exaggerated expression. However, Xiao Ruofei still came to the rescue and said, Okay. Song Wei is just joking with you. During this time, Song Wei has been speaking up for you in front of Shui. If you two are together, the first thing you have to thank is her." Song Rui put away his mischievous expression and said seriously, "That's for sure. No matter if it's a success or not, I have to thank Song Wei." Song Wei smiled and waved his hand. "I didn't do anything." With Song Rui and Song Wei joking around, everyone's attention was focused on them. Zhao Yongjin smiled and said, "By the way, sister-in-law, do you want to go back to the farm with us?" Ling Qingxue blushed and quickly said, "I. Ruofei and I aren't married yet. We don't live together." Zhao Yongjin laughed and said, "Brother Xia is still so conservative? Everyone is here today. Let's go and have some fun. I still have some things to do at home. My dad is still waiting for me to go back." Ling Qingxue hesitated and said, "Brother Zhao, you guys go to the farm and have fun. I won't go." Xiao Ruofei actually hoped that Ling Qingxue would go back with him, but he knew that Ling Qingxue was shy. There were so many people here today, so she definitely wouldn't go. Therefore, although he was a little disappointed, he quickly said, "Qingxue, you should go back early too. By the way, remember to tell Uncle Ling about opening a branch of Ling's private kitchen in Beijing and see what he thinks." Zhao Yongjun immediately said, yes, sister-in-law. Just tell uncle that as long as you guys are willing to open a branch in Beijing, we can help in all aspects. You just have to focus on opening the store and making the best food. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, okay, I'll go back and tell my dad. By the way, you drank a little just now. Don't drive. Xiao Ruofei said, or you can ask the company's driver to come and give you a ride. When Song Wei heard this, he quickly said, I brought a driver. Qingxue can go with my car. I'll send her home first. No need to be so troublesome. Ling Qingxue quickly said. No trouble, no trouble. Song Wei said with a smile, it's on the way. This way, Ruofei can be more at ease. After that, Song Wei glanced at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei immediately said, that's good too. When you guys get home, send me a WeChat message so that I won't worry. After he said this, he immediately felt that it was a little inappropriate. There was definitely no problem if he said this to Ling Qingxue alone, but with Song Wei, it felt a little ambiguous. However, in this specific context, he couldn't just say Ling Qingxue without mentioning Song Wei. That would make people feel that it was too stiff. So, it was almost a slip of the tongue. Ling Qingxue didn't feel anything strange. Hearing this, she smiled sweetly and said, okay. Song Wei's face was slightly hot. He quickly glanced at Xiao Ruofei and then gently nodded. Zhao Yongjun and the others were all experienced. After seeing this scene, they couldn't help but reveal a meaningful look in their eyes. After sending Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to the car, Xiao Ruofei and the others also took the car to Taoyuan Farm. Song Ruwei got 2 commercial cars. Together with Xiao Ruofei's Night 15 off-road vehicle, 6 or 7 people were definitely more than enough to sit. However, everyone had drunk, so Song Ruwei specially found 3 drivers. When it was time to return, 1 commercial car was left at the farm as backup. Then, the 3 drivers could take the other commercial car back to the city. If it wasn't arranged well, it was really impossible to take a taxi back to the city in a place like Taoyuan Farm at night. Everyone drank to their heart's content at night, so they chatted along the way. Zhao Yongjun and Xiao Ruofei were in the same car. It was Xiao Ruofei's Night 15. The street lights outside the window flashed quickly. Zhao Yongjun leaned back in his seat and suddenly said with a smile, Ruofei, you're still too low-key. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He asked with a smile, Brother Zhao, why? Are you suddenly saying that? Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, you see, it's only been a few days. Previously, it was a small fry in Tongren. Today, it's a small fry like Tian Xiaojun. Each and every one of them dares to challenge you. If you were a little more high-profile, would there be so many monsters appearing? Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, I don't like to show my face. But didn't I ask Tian Xiaojun to go back and do a good job tonight? This kind of trouble should be less in the future. Zhao Yongjun shook his head and said, according to my character, I won't let Tian Xiaojun and the others go so easily. Only when you hurt him, others will know to be afraid. This is called killing the chicken to warn the monkey, come on. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, your names are scary. The effect is the same whether you kill this chicken or not. That's why I've always said that you're soft-hearted. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. If Lone Wolf's enemies heard Zhao Yongjun's evaluation, how would they react? But the answer would never be known, because they were all in hell. End of chapter 808. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.